What you're about to watch is a compilation of 10 years worth of Destiny videos compiled into one convenient package, the whole Light and Darkness Saga, with a forward to each section reflecting on the expansion at hand and how it sits in hindsight. I do start off sounding like a peppy 20-year-old because I was a peppy 20-year-old at the time, and gradually get more jaded as the years go by, which is quite funny to listen to. Hope you enjoy. Use the timecodes if you want to skip around. Destiny 2014, the one that started it all. There are still aspects to this game that are my favorite, especially the music. The soundtrack to this game is legendary to me. It captures that mystery and intrigue that kind of made the game alluring to begin with. And I remember that feeling before it came out, and even when the beta was being played. No one really got what it was, and the way it was talked about even by Bungie was confusing, and no one understood what it is, which is why it was not received particularly well when, especially that campaign, was an utter mess. No one knew what was going on. It was so vague, and these random characters come in and out, and they're talking about all these grand ideas without showing anything. It's just constant telling and insisting that something is important when you're never really shown why or what the stakes are or why you should care about anything. Its potential was revealed though when the Vault of Glass raid came out and people started to understand more of what the game had to offer from like a mechanics or gameplay expression standpoint. I do have a fondness around that mystery surrounding it, especially now in hindsight, knowing that they basically made this in a year, if that, rejigging all of the stuff they'd made. And the Jason Schreier article is interesting, and there is a lot of revisionist history about this game. I think people are more talking about the state of the game during Rise of Iron or The Taken King. It had a lot of fundamental problems. Like, again, that campaign was awful. I don't remember a single mission. It was just scan a thing, defend an area, listen to Peter Dinklage. It was a mess from a story perspective. But I guess the fact that it didn't answer a single question you had meant that aspects of the mystery were still left intact, so there was space for them to explore.
The feeling of pure excitement as I booted up Destiny for the first time has not been matched by any other media release I've had in a long time. It may sound fucking stupid, but I actually start to physically shake when I get to experience something I've been looking forward to for such a long time. I had such faith in Bungie, they had me in the palm of their figurative hand. I was ready to be introduced into a gorgeous new world, filled with characters to get invested in, stories to be told, in the most ambitious game Bungie has ever tried to craft. But after playing for well over 60 hours, Destiny's not what I expected it to be. I don't think it's what anyone expected it to be. I'm not left wondering why Destiny isn't a better game, I'm left wondering what happened. Because something isn't right. It might just be a gut feeling that I have. It might be as simple as it looks, but I refuse to believe it. What happened? What happened with Destiny? Now, I'm not saying I have the answers, but let's talk about it. Start a discussion, ask questions. This is not a review. This is something more personal to me. This is much more of an analysis. An in-depth view of what I think about Destiny. My most detailed and longest video I've ever made at this point, so let's get on with it. I find it extremely interesting that the three new biggest IPs of 2014, Watch Dogs, Titanfall and Destiny, have all been considered disappointments in one way or another. They don't really have that much in common, despite the shooting a whole lot of dudes thing, but there is one primary situation they all share. They were all hyped up to a completely unrealistic level that no game could realistically live up to. And none of them are bad games. In fact, they all currently have at least a green rating on Metacritic. But Metacritic can fuck off and isn't important. I'm saying it. I've played them all, none of them are downright bad games. But what was it that made Destiny specifically a disappointment? Was it the way the marketing effectively lied about what the game is? Was it the hype and buzz the advertisers managed to create around it? Or is it our own fault for expecting so much from a prolific studio with such a good track record? The thing is, no matter what anyone says, Destiny is not a bad game. It just feels incomplete, like something has been torn away or lost in development. I was under the impression that Bungie had been working on this game even before the release of Halo 3 ODST, hence the Destiny Easter egg way back in 2009. Sure, it might have only been a fragment of an idea at that point, but 5 years is a long time to get this. A measly 4-hour campaign with little over 30 minutes of cutscenes, a non-existent story, atrocious mission design, and not even one character or event you can get attached to or invested in. There are so many problems with the way this game tries to tell a story that I'm struggling to even find a place to begin. Well, I guess starting at the beginning would help. You hear that, Bungie? A bit of context is always nice. So the game opens with this little robot called a ghost flying around, obviously looking for something, who then proclaims,
"Is it possible? There you are."
It turns out your character's been dead for a long ass time, and this ghost somehow has the ability to bring you back to life. You never find out why, or how this technology is a thing that exists. In fact, the same principle can be applied to the rest of the game. Destiny just kind of assumes that you already know everything about this world. And the worst part is, they had the perfect chance to explain it to us. You're a character that's not experienced any of this world because you've been dead, much like how it's the player's first time in the world. So it's a perfect reason for the game to throw a fuck ton of exposition at you. But guess what? They don't. Ghost even says,
"You're gonna see a lot of things you won't understand."
And instead of your character reacting to being brought back from being fucking dead, they just sort of accept it and don't stop to ask, wait, how in God's name am I not dead anymore? What the hell is going on? And it doesn't stop there.
"You don't know how long I've been looking for you."
Why? Why are you even here? Once you manage to get hold of his ship and escape the Cosmodrome, there's a tease to this interesting hooded character who's just standing there and watching like Batman. Don't even get me started on this fucking character. We'll get onto that later. The ghost takes us back to what's known as the Tower, a hub world for all the main activities in the game.
"Welcome to the last safe city on Earth. The only place the Traveler can still protect."
Why is it the last safe city? How is the Traveler able to protect anything? It just looks like a big white ball to me. It's not exactly up to much, is it? Why don't all the enemies just sort of attack it right now?
"And this tower is where the Guardians live."
We are then introduced to who is known as the Speaker, an infuriatingly interesting character, who I was convinced was going to turn out to be a villain or something, but that's too much of an event for this game. No, his only use in the story is to talk nonsensical exposition at you, or to congratulate you when you shoot the baddies.
There was a time when we were much more powerful.
Okay then, show me a cool flashback to a bunch of high-tech looking soldiers and ships, a booming city. Just show me something, anything!
But that was long ago.
Is that what you're going to tell me? You're not going to tell me how or why they were so much more powerful? You're not going to show me? You're not going to show it to me? Okay, I guess I'll do it later. Spoilers! They don't!
You must have no end of questions, Guardian.
Alright, okay, so this is where we'll get some context.
In its dying breath, the Traveler created the ghosts to seek out those who can wield its light as a weapon. Guardians to protect us and do what the Traveler itself no longer can.
Finally, our character decides to ask a question about the Traveler and what the hell it actually is.
What happened to it?
And the response that you get is something so horribly insulting and cryptic. It's like something a politician would say to completely dodge a question.
I could tell you of the great battle centuries ago. How the Traveler was crippled. I could tell you of the power of the darkness, its ancient enemy. There are many tales told throughout the city to frighten children. Lately, those tales have stopped. Now, the children are frightened anyway.
Now's when your character should have said, how about instead of saying what you could tell me, you actually fucking tell me what's going on? I literally have no idea what's happening right now. It's infuriating to say the least. And still, I have no answers, even after finishing the story. The story doesn't tell you shit. Not even the most basic form of setup is provided. Like in Star Wars, for example. They tell their own contained story in a very basic way, but leave hints and nods to other things that make the universe bigger. Or like in Mass Effect, where you focus on one person and their simple mission to begin with, and slowly but surely build up the universe step by step. Destiny tries to be too broad. It leaves too many things to question without giving us the bare essentials to enjoy an ultimately extremely simple story. What this game needed was a codex like in Mass Effect, a hub of information that can provide you context to certain things that would feel forced if they're explained in a cutscene. But instead, we get Grimoire cards, collectibles you unlock in-game, but are only accessible, get this, through the Bungie website or companion app. Not in the fucking game, you have to detach yourself from the universe, actively unimmerse yourself from the game, just to read some fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards to get a little bit of context that nothing in the game gives you. What a complete joke that entire idea is. And here is where we get to one of the most glaring problems with the plot of this game.
What can I do?
You must push back the darkness. Guardians are fighting on Earth and beyond. Join them. Your ghost will guide you. I only hope he chose wisely.
It just doesn't feel important when the plot of the game is you need to join it with a huge army of other main character heroes to be the hero and beat the baddies. Because when everyone is the hero, no one is. All the urgency is lost when you have 20,000 other Master Chiefs running around and doing the exact same thing as you. It makes it so impersonal and not special. When you play as Master Chief in Halo, you feel important because you know you're the last Spartan 3, the last hope. The AI reacts to you as if you're some sort of force to be reckoned with, a legend, and it creates a sense of urgency. It gives you a place. When the framework of your story is that you need to work together with a bunch of other identical mythical heroes, it just seems muted in comparison. Once you salvage a warp drive from the Cosmodrome in an uninspired and boring mission, you head to the moon because video game. You were looking for a lost guardian. I still don't really know why. I guess it's not important. So when you find the lost guardian's body, you turn back and see Robot Batman again, perching on some moon rocks. Then she fucks off, like Batman. The doors open, then you fight some dudes. Then Robot Batman actually decides to interact with you.
I know what you're about to do. It's brave. But there are enemies out here you would not believe.
What am I about to do? Why is it so brave? What is happening? She tells you to fight some more dudes and then to help her. And with that, we're completely done with the story on the moon. There are still some story missions left to do, but the only reason they exist is to pad out the game slightly with missions in the same areas you've already been. These missions have no cutscenes or anything interesting. The only explanation you get is some trite dialogue that is talked to you in the mission loading screen, or as the mission ends, your ghost tells you how you did a good job or whatever. When we get to Venus, we're told the colony here was built by the Ishtar Collective, and that it was all lost in the collapse.
This colony was built by the Ishtar Collective. Records say they once studied ruins older than humanity itself. We thought this was all lost in the collapse.
They don't tell you who or what the Ishtar Collective is, or what the collapse was. They just move on as if we already know. I suppose it expects us to go and read a Grimoire card about it. Well, guess what, Destiny? I'm not gonna do that. So after you kill a bunch of new robot enemies, you finally get the first proper interaction with Robot Batman, in what, in my opinion, is the best cutscene in the entire game. And it's still insultingly bare.
Who are you?
Why have you been watching us?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
Are you fucking serious? You don't have time to explain why you don't have time to explain.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
This is the first game in a new IP. We have never seen or heard anything about this universe before. What possible reason? What could be so fucking important, so urgent, that you can't sit down for 5 minutes and give us the most simple of explanations for why, anything is happening?
I wasn't talking to you, little light.
I'm a ghost, actually.
The reason I say this is the best cutscene in the game is because there is at least a tiny bit of character development, a tiny amount of playful banter. I'm grasping at straws here, but I did find a lot of this scene quite genuinely charming. It's a window into what the story could have been, I suppose, if there was actually some kind of narrative at all.
Have you heard of the Black Garden?
No, actually.
We've heard the legends.
What? No, we haven't. I've been dead for hundreds of years. Please tell me what's happening.
If we're going to find the Black Garden, we need to see the Awoken.
You know what? It's clear to me now that none of you assholes are going to tell me shit. So please, you just lead the way. Everything in this game is called The Blank, The Speaker, The Vex, The Darkness, The Covenant, the Fallen, The Cabal, The Awoken, The Hive, The Stranger, The Black Garden, The what? Robot Batman fucks off until the last cutscene of the game. We still don't even know her name. Never find it out either. This whole thing feels like the end of the first act, doesn't it? We've been given a task, things don't make much sense yet, but it's okay because we still have 2 more acts to go through. Well, believe it or not, this is actually about 3/4 of the way through the game's story. There is no beginning, middle, or end. The whole thing is just middle. The stakes are never raised. Characters that are introduced get no development. Things just happen and you're expected to go along with it.
So, how do we find the Awoken?
They live all the way out at the edge of the darkness. The last place the light touches. Can't we just stay here with the murderous robots?
No, little light.
Don't do that.
Goodbye character development. I'll see you in the DLC, I guess. We now head to an area called the Reef. It appears on your galaxy map and everything, so you would assume it would have a few playable missions or something. Well, that would obviously be too good of an idea, because the only thing in the Reef is a cutscene. A non-interactive, dumb, boring cutscene that rips off the intro to the Cloud City scene from Empire, and adds nothing but more characters to not develop. They say they'll make you a key to the Black Garden if you can bring back the head of a Vex Gatelord robot thing.
We'll make you a key. How's that?
So, you kill the robot and bring back its head, and they tell you where to go to get to the Black Garden, and that's all you do in the Reef area. The leaked DLC is supposed to take place there in one of the expansions, so there you go, I guess. After you do a series of extremely dull and uninspired missions set on Mars, that have no cutscenes or anything of importance to them, you go through a portal into the Black Garden, fight some more of the same dudes you've been fighting for the last few hours, get to this funky looking area where the darkness resides, but instead of the darkness morphing into some cool or interesting boss, you have to kill the same mini-boss 3 times that you've fought before in previous missions.
The shroud of darkness is lifting, and light returns to the traveler.
You hear that? They couldn't even be bothered to show the light returning to the Traveler. They just tell you that it happened while you look at the same area you've just been fighting in for the last 20 minutes. We cut back to the tower and get a boring and cliche speech from the speaker about how everything is good again.
It's a day for pretty speeches and medals. But we know the real fight takes place out there.
No, we don't, and I still don't know shit. She gives you a gun and tells you that there will be more story in future games or DLC, and then fucks off for good, answering nothing, frustrating us, and leaving us as knowledgeable as when we first began. The universe doesn't feel changed because of what we did. In fact, it feels exactly the same, and that's the end of the epic story they promised. That is what they bigged up for all those years.
We didn't even know how big Halo was going to get. How can anything be bigger than Halo? We'll find out.
What a fucking joke.
Great. What do we do now?
Good question. What do we fucking do? You may be asking yourself, okay, so the story is lackluster and ultimately completely forgettable, but what about the actual game? Because that's what's most important, right? Well, that's a good question. I have a rule when it comes to games and stories. My motto is that I can forgive a lackluster story if the actual gameplay is good, but I can't forgive an interesting story if the gameplay just isn't there. But I'm happy to say that Destiny is a total blast to sit down and play. The moment-to-moment gameplay is what you'd expect. It's Halo, but you can look down the sights. The 3 character upgrade trees are relatively interesting and different, and leveling up is well-paced and fun to play around with. The 4 different enemy types are all quite varied, and all require slightly different playstyles in order to defeat them. The issues arise as you start to add the various other layers of gameplay. The basic framework of Destiny is that there are 5 playable areas, 4 of them being playable planets where the story missions are set, and the 5th being the Tower Hub world. There are 4 or 5 story missions on each of these planets, with an explore and strike option as well. All 4 of the maps, visually at least, are quite varied and different. They're quite large, and have multiple linked areas inside them to explore. Unfortunately, every mission is built around these semi-open world maps though, so you end up seeing and traversing the exact same location multiple times, which is never a good thing. Now, nearly every mission in shooters like these are based around simple get from A to B objectives, which is fine. Halo's a fantastic example of this. The actual point of where you get might not be contextually important, but the mission designers can make the journey important. Lord of the Rings is great because the journey is exciting. You know the ring's going to be destroyed at the end, but it doesn't matter, and it's the same with Halo. Set pieces, vehicle and chase sequences, all are specifically dotted through the levels to pad them out and make them engaging. You never know what's coming around the corner. It's exciting. But in Destiny, you just drive your dumb hoverbike around the same area you just went through. It becomes a chore, because the objective is never something interesting, and story beats are never engaging. It makes it a complete slog, especially when in every mission, and I mean literally every single mission, you go to a place and scan a thing. You go to a place and scan a thing. I mentioned earlier that the mission design is atrocious, and this is one of the roots of the problem. You go to a place and scan a thing about 37 times over the course of the 4-hour campaign, and that's not including the strikes. I'm not joking, just look at this. The Tower Hub area also manages to be a complete waste of potential. It's a sterile area where the only interaction you have with NPCs are handing in fetch quests or mission rewards. They don't even talk to you or anything. They have all these famous actors in the game voicing all these fucking people. I really don't know why they bothered. Bill Nighy, Peter Dinklage, Nathan Fillion, Gina Torres, and that guy from Fringe and The Wire are all notable and talented people, but they're given absolutely nothing to work with. I've seen some people railing on Peter Dinklage's performance as the Ghost, but really, you try and say this dialogue in a convincing way. No, seriously, listen to this, pause it, and try doing the voice for yourself.
That wizard came from the moon.
When you come back from a mission, why isn't there some kind of interaction from your Vanguard leader? A small cutscene introducing them to us or something. Hey Guardian, it's nice to see a new face around here. I was in Fringe and The Wire. Painfully obvious that these actors were chosen not because they were right for the role, but because they all have audiences and fan bases they can pull from, or they're currently relevant. And of course, the game is built around being this weird MMO light, with strikes and raids and co-op on everything. I couldn't help but stop every now and again and ask myself, how does Destiny being a mutant hybrid MMO help anything? The only advantages it has is that you can see random people running around the same map as you, and every now and again there are public events with some boring objective to complete. I guess you can also see other people in the tower running around, but you can't interact with any of them, you can't trade with them, there's no in-game chat system. Sure, you can point or dance, but what fucking good is that? Nearly everything fun you can do is capped as well, meaning that you can only get rewards for doing certain things a limited number of times a week before you can do it again. The only way you can get the best gear in the game is by doing the raid, but guess what? You can only do it once a week, and the loot is completely random. There are no guarantees that you're going to get anything good for it. The tokens you get for playing strikes in the Crucible are also capped. It's so transparent to me that these artificial barriers have been placed all over the game purely to inflate the amount of time you need to play to be able to get the most out of it. Then of course you move on to the Crucible, the PvP competitive multiplayer section of Destiny, and it's terrible. It doesn't complement the PvE in any way. It tries to cram too many gameplay ideas into this style of multiplayer that just isn't fun. It's usually pretty laggy and weird because the game has to try to decide whose gadgets and gun abilities should win in a fight, and there are not a wide enough variation of maps or vehicles to keep things interesting. The balancing is fucking whack as well. But worst of all, the Crucible holds back every single element of the PvE. The best gun in the game, the Vex Mythoclast, which you can only get from doing the raid on hard, was completely nerfed because it was too overpowered in multiplayer. Where's the fun in that? Loot-based games are fun because the goal is that you eventually want to get stupidly overpowered. It feels like all the guns and abilities are based around being balanced for the Crucible, so Bungie can't have any fun with it. The primary weapons are the most generic guns you've ever seen. It's all the same shit. And these are the people who invented the Needler and the Energy Sword, for Christ's sake. Apart from the exotic weapons, which granted are all pretty visually cool and different, the weapon variation is about as stagnant and dull as you can get in a first-person shooter. I don't understand why they didn't completely ditch the idea of the Crucible and have an elaborate version of Horde mode or Firefight in its place. If you want to have a scan the thing and defend the blank section in every fucking mission of your game, why not make it into a tower defense Horde minigame with various upgrades and things that are actually engaging and interesting? And on top of all that, you have the loot system, which ideally should be the reason you get addicted to the game. The never-ending search for that bit of gear with a slightly higher defense or whatever. But it never really works out like that. It's built around a system of what are known as engrams, little glowing balls that drop out of enemies, some of which will auto-decrypt themselves and instantly give you a piece of gear. But once you get to the higher levels, they'll need to be decrypted by the Cryptarch. Random loot needs to have certain attributes to make it satisfying. You either need a fuck ton of it all the time, or you need to have some kind of guaranteed reward for completing certain events, challenges, or mission parameters. In early videos of the game, from like a year before it was going to be released, they showed chests that spewed out tons of interesting shit. This is what chests are now. Yep, nothing more than a boring piece of upgrade material or sometimes a gun you don't need or want. One of the biggest problems I have with the loot system is that once you get to the higher levels, the game still insists on giving you the shitty green engrams that you don't ever, and I mean ever, need. They are entirely pointless and do nothing but point out how shallow the system is once you reach the higher levels. And there's never any sense of excitement when you're decrypting an engram. It's just, so what shitty thing that I don't want will I get this time? What's the point of getting excited when you know it's just going to be another boring bit of metal with a sight on it? Where's the creativity gone? In fact, the enemies in this game do have cool weapons, but you can't pick them up. You can only be killed by them. You can also do these super difficult events and have a chance of getting good shit. Problem is it's random. So you might carry a shitty team through the raid, and guess what? You get nothing. But that one shitty player might get that one piece of raid gear that you want, and you get nothing. I've done the raid about 6 times, and I've got barely anything to show for it. Guess I have to wait till next week to try again. I don't understand why they don't just give everyone in the team the equivalent of the same thing. If one person gets the raid helmet, everyone else in the fire team should get the equivalent for their character. If someone gets a good gun, then everyone else should get a gun as well. Then you avoid the moment when there are 1 or 2 people at the end of the raid who are filled with joy and happiness because they happen to get the thing that they wanted, while everyone else just sits in silence and misery as they realise how much time they wasted for nothing. Hearing their joy is like rubbing salt into the wound, and then rubbing that salty wound onto another salty wound. It seems like something clearly went wrong in the development cycle of this game. It's drastically different to various videos that were released only a year before it was out, and multiple Bungie employees left the project in that very same window. Of course, you have the composer Marty O'Donnell, who was arguably one of the most important and recognisable faces at Bungie, who was fired from the company after something went down. And clearly something did go down, seeing as later he won a lawsuit with Bungie for little under $100,000 for being terminated without cause. Then of course the lead writer left about a year before the game was set to release. When you start connecting the dots in various different pieces of evidence, something just isn't right about it. Look at this. This is the official Bungie VDoc from a year before Destiny was set to release. The menus are completely different. They mention planets that straight up aren't in the game at all.
You can go from Earth to Venus to Mars to the Moon to Saturn.
And in another video, they show part of a cutscene that just isn't in the game.
Why is the city breathing down my neck?
Why don't you put that down so we can talk?
Out here in the wild, this is how we talk.
Does that character seem familiar to you? That's because it's the exact same character model as the Queen's brother from the campaign, but his voice is completely different, and it's a completely different situation. And it doesn't end there. There were threads all over Reddit and Bungie's website that claimed, remember none of this is fact, it's all just theory at this point, that the game was completely different at one point. Supposedly a playtester went through an early build of the campaign, which had many more planets and an actual story with real characters. This is what that scene earlier was probably from. I also found another interesting piece that supports this theory. It was allegedly an interview with an anonymous Bungie employee, who claimed that there There were sudden and abrupt changes to Destiny because of tension between the higher-ups, and a lack of a coherent vision for what they wanted the game to be. One side of the team wanting an epic Mass Effect-style narrative-driven story, and the other side fighting against it because they thought it wouldn't be easily accessible. So when important people started leaving Bungie, the project fell apart. The story was completely retconned and huge sections of dialogue were cut and re-recorded to fit the new story. So when the guy was hired to write the Grimoire cards, he used the remnants of what was left of the original story to try and give the world some illusion of a deep universe, which also explains why you can't view the cards from in the game, because it was 7 months from release and it was too late in development to add it in. Various other little bits and pieces start to make sense as well, like how the first mission of the game has a much more cinematic vibe to it. Enemies climb on the walls using trip mines and things in the environment of a more cinematic nature which dynamically change the presentation of the game. But after that level, it all stops. The Fallen never climb on the walls again or use trip mines. Nothing cinematic happens again. The game feels like a shell, a prototype for something much deeper. Of course, all of this could be complete and utter bollocks. It's impossible to know the reliability of these sources. There is much more you can read about cut content and such. I'll link to all the interviews and other things in the description so you can have a read for yourself. Maybe parts of it is true. Maybe it's all true. Maybe it's a fan who's desperately searching for excuses, creating an elaborate ruse to try to trick people. Chances are we'll never find out the truth. I suppose it's also completely plausible that Bungie just didn't have the freedom they had under Microsoft. And maybe content was cut because Activision wanted the game to be released on last-gen consoles concurrently to maximize sales, using all the cut assets as DLC as an easy way to make even more money. But even then, it's still possible that maybe Bungie just didn't deliver. Maybe they did just lack vision. Perhaps it was too elaborate an idea. It seems to me like Destiny is trying to appease to too many demographics. Story-focused gamers will be disappointed by the lack of any direction it has. It would have been great if they had everything that was in the game now, but they also had 10 or so structured missions that could have all the things you usually expect from a game of this caliber. But as it is, it's pretty lackluster in that respect. Multiplayer games will not be gripped for long either, with basic features like map voting, private lobbies, and just the general loose structure that the multiplayer has leaves me frustrated more than enthralled. It's a fucking free-for-all, and not in a good way. It's a tangled mess of laggy connections and bad netcodes and unbalanced systems and gameplay. It's one part of the game that almost certainly has no legs. Then you have the MMO players, who will find the lack of real interaction and means of communication to be unsatisfying, when there are so many other games out there that can offer exactly what they're looking for. I guess that's the main problem. Destiny doesn't try to stick to one demographic and please them. It's just not inventive. It's so safe and muted, too broad, and in hindsight, completely predictable. But you know what, despite my constant negativity, that's not to say that I don't enjoy the game. In fact, it's the opposite. I can see something there. There's a reason I'm still playing the game now. It's so much promise, so much potential, and it's safe to assume that the game will be radically different in the years to come with all the patches and updates they plan. I call Destiny an organised mess because it is. The animation, music, and menus are stellar. The art is gorgeous, and there's a nice pacing visually as you level up and get better gear. And Jesus Christ, Bungie know how to do skyboxes. But the storytelling is clumsy and virtually non-existent, and certain gameplay choices leave you puzzled. Maybe if they spent less time animating their weird little robot coat hangers and spent more time building a world we should care about, perhaps the game would be a bigger success. They need to decide whether to focus on either the breadth of content or the detail of a story or in-depth gameplay systems. You can't appease everyone, and approaching it in the way that they did creates a clusterfuck of conflicting ideas. But it's not exactly like the game sold poorly or anything. There's going to be another Destiny. I'll forgive them this once, so go on Bungie, show us what you're really made of.
Destiny the Taken King, 2015's Fix expansion. Now, if I was saying about revisionist history in Destiny 2014, there's definitely a lot of revisionist history around the Taken King, especially if we're talking about a campaign. I remember a few of the moments. There's a villain that actually is characterized and has a presence in the game and was attached to a fun raid, which I remember finding quite impressive at the time. And there were brief moments of characters expressing themselves in cutscenes, and they weren't all these still robotic freaks. It has the reputation for being the expansion that fixed, quote-unquote, Destiny 1. And it definitely was a high point with quality of life, with just retweaking everything to be a bit more streamlined. You can definitely hear in my video how much more impressed I am, and how some of that hope for the future pardon the pun, was actually present. That's one of the things I do like about the original Destiny, is that it was pretty much always improving in a way that is much more debatable in its sequel. I really love what they did with the strikes in this expansion, with branching options or bosses that were different depending on which one you took out first, and it was just ideas I don't know why they didn't double down on and really lean into the idea of modular strike design that is way less repetitive or predictable.
Back when vanilla Destiny launched, we were all starry-eyed fools. We had no idea what this game was, what it was supposed to be. Between the beta, the slick advertising, and confusing interviews, I don't believe anyone really knew what to think. Cut to a year later, and Destiny's third expansion, The Taken King, launches, and the cycle starts again. Promising to fix a large collection of issues the player base had, was it right to trust Bungie again? Should we forgive them for the state of the original launch? Well, before we move on to the new stuff, let's do a quick recap of Destiny Year 1. Where it all began. On September 9th of 2014, Bungie's new IP exploded onto the market. The title received a mixed reception at best. Fans and critics alike, including myself, bashed the game for a lack of a comprehensible story, archaic loot and gear systems, uninspired and forgettable weapon design, general lack of content, poor voice acting, bizarre casting of big-name celebrities that don't do anything in the game, and just generally pandering, questionable game design choices. Although it was always fun to point your gun at aliens and shoot them a bunch. That at least was good. There were rumours of turmoil and shakeups at Bungie. Many believe that large chunks of the original game, of which elements were shown to the public in the form of developer videos on their own channel, were completely scrapped with only a year or so of development left. Even the lead writer Joseph Staten and acclaimed composer and sound director Marty O'Donnell left the studio before the game's release. O'Donnell's departure is highly likely to be over bad blood. Many articles state that business decisions helmed by Activision were causing the studio to go through an understandable lack of focus. It's all very fishy stuff. I do find it incredibly foolish that Bungie left the strong controlling arm of Microsoft, seemingly for creative freedom, only to wind up with the most backwards profit margin obsessed strong-arm oppressors known as Activision. But anyway, despite being largely considered a disappointment by longtime fans of Bungie, the game was the most monetarily successful launch of a new intellectual property of all time, selling $500 million worth on its first day alone. Luckily for them, the gameplay was solid enough to keep people around for their first expansion. Expansion 1. The Failure Below. Destiny the Dark Below, they called it. Bungie claimed it was going to address the story problems and poor mission design of the base game, but ultimately the three short forgettable missions were arguably not worth the money. The only reason anyone could justify their purchase was because there was a pretty decent new raid. That admittedly is completely broken in terms of exploits to this very day, but nonetheless the raids are widely regarded as the better content in Destiny, so at the very least we got a new one of those. It was at about this time that I was starting to question my allegiance to this company I've been following and supporting for such a long time. Calling the Dark Below an expansion, quite frankly, goes against the very definition of the word. Expansion 2. The House of Slightly Less Disappointing Wolves. I actually really quite like the House of Wolves expansion. It reinvigorated my interest that had completely waned after the Dark Below. The new social area, if nothing else, looks really cool and has some somewhat interesting characters in it. The story, while not great, is at least more tangible than anything previous. The mission design itself was generally much more interesting as well. The biggest point of contention was that they replaced the prospect of having a new raid with an endgame PvE event known as the Prison of Elders. It's basically Horde mode from Gears of War, but a bit shit. Overall, it was an okay DLC. Nothing spectacular, but at least I didn't feel violated like the previous expansion. Expansion 3. The Taken Wallet King. The Taken King has made me realise just how severe the Stockholm Syndrome this series has had over me has been all this time. Looking back, in comparison, The Taken King is how Destiny should have launched on day one. I think most people would agree with that sentiment. Vanilla Destiny had so many problems that it inspired me to make a video just about how unorganised, disappointing and broken it was. Which is interesting, because just about every single issue I brought up in my original video has been addressed point by point in this expansion. I'm very pleased to say that The Taken King is very, very good. On the verge of being great even. There are still some huge problems that need addressing, especially on the storytelling front, but I do believe that with a bit of time and a possible sequel, Bungie could turn this property into the special gem us fanboys all want it to be. So without further ado, just like what I did in the first video, let's tear the new story to fucking shreds. What do you mean Destiny has a story now? Are you pulling my leg? No, seriously, you pulling my leg? Look, I'm a fan of games, but stories in games, as a rule, are really not that good. Hey, I said I like games, but you know I'm right. I could name the number of games that have good, special, well-written stories on one hand. And even then, a good story in a game usually equals how cinematic can we make it? Which usually equals how much can we make this look like a movie because we have such a boner for Hollywood? Even though we're a much cooler, unexplored medium that can do so much more. Look, I know there's a difference between storytelling and a story, and different games do it with varying levels of finesse. But the point is, we don't exactly have our Citizen Kane of video games yet. So we can take off our rose-tinted glasses in terms of, ooh, Destiny has no story. Still a better story than Destiny. Crap. The real problem with vanilla Destiny was that we never got any answers to anything. The characters spent more time explaining why they didn't want to talk to us over just telling us the basics of what the hell was happening.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
I'm not looking for a Last of Us type of story from this game. I'm really not. But is it so much to ask to just want memorable characters and events to get me hyped, involved, interested? Please, Bungie, make me care about this fucking universe. Context makes game worlds much more appealing to stay in. It makes you want to learn about them. Everyone hates the original Destiny story because they forced us to hate it. It's like they didn't even want us to be there. But anyway, we have new stuff now, a new enemy, a new threat. So I'm going to talk about the new stuff. And obviously there are going to be spoilers. And yes, there is actually some cool stuff to spoil. So use the annotations to skip to the next section if you don't want to hear it.
I was born the moment the Traveler died, as everything collapsed around us. Before that day, there had never been a ghost.
Wait a second, that voice acting doesn't sound bad enough to be Peter Dinklebot.
It's in the walls!
And that's because it's not. Luckily, they completely retconned Dinklage out of the entire game, even replacing all of his old lines.
A Guardian ship was recently shot down here.
The Guardian ship was recently shot down here.
They claim it's because he was never available to record more audio. I guess he was busy making, pixels. What a hit that was. But the real reason is that he's not right for the character and sucked as a result. I know there are a lot of people that hate the new Ghost, but they're the same people who hated on Ben Affleck when he was cast as Batman, but now rant on about how epic he looks in the trailers. People are very fickle, remember, and don't like change. Nolan North is a seasoned, fucking good voice actor. Voice actor. There's a difference.
I don't know much about the Traveler, but I know it made me to bring you back. And I spent a really, really long time searching for you.
I really like this opening scene. It's quiet, it gives you a nice little recap without all the confusing, unexplained nonsense from previous content. But enough of that boring shit. It's time for space battles, bitch! You know, elaborate CG cutscenes can sometimes be a bit too over the top for my taste, but this is fucking cool. Bro. Unfortunately, this doesn't mean that space combat is a thing in the game. Yeah, let's add that to the list of things they need to add in Destiny 2 or whatever the hell they call it. There are two major things of note about this cutscene.
1.
The aftermath of the battle was directly shown to us in the game by the skybox when you're running around on the ship. So it's at least slightly more thoughtful than it could have been.
2.
Hey, you know these blue assholes that are flying to the big cigarette lighter in space? Do you remember them from that one cutscene in the base game? Yeah, me neither. But all of them die. Every last one of them. Which kind of signified to me the turning over of a page. Bungie metaphorically saying, hey, forget about that old shit. It's time for the stuff you can actually care about. So this is Oryx. He's your typical mustache-twirling bug monster thing, who does actually have a really cool backstory. But surprise, surprise, you have to read it all in grimoire cards on the Bungie website. Fix that, Bungie. Put a codex in your game. People want to know about this stuff, but they don't want to go somewhere else to read it. So Oryx uses his ship by stabbing the sword thing into the puddle thing to totally obliterate everything in the classic Death Star sort of way. And literally nothing is left but space wreckage and death. You see, Destiny, this is what you call an antagonist. It's an easy way to help set up a universe. Instead of the villain being an unknown entity that we never see called the Darkness, we now actually have something tangible we can start to get involved with.
Guardian, this is Commander Zavala. The Cabal base on Phobos is blasting a signal across all channels. If they're willing to break transmission silence, this could be a prelude to a full-scale assault.
What's this? They're not just screaming exposition at us while we load into the missions? Good job, Bungie, you're learning. So as the guy from Fringe and The Wire said, we're going to some planet that's sending out a distress signal. Pretty much immediately you notice that things are actually happening in the game world. A ship takes off right in front of you, a lift violently sends a Cabal soldier plummeting to its death. These weird mini portals are appearing all over the place and sucking enemies into them. It has a real atmosphere to it. You can even scan these optional environmental objects for even more information for what's going on. I know I called them out last time for overusing the scanning mechanic in vanilla Destiny, but I don't mind doing it now and again. You need some way to interact with the situations. But luckily the mission design is much more varied and creative, so it's not really an issue anymore. It's not the crutch that it used to be.
They speak a word. A name. He is here.
Right. Give your will to me.
You see, it's things like this that get a player invested. A villain with even some modicum of presence is a change for the better. After you deal with the ambush, you're told to run the hell out of there to escape. You run into this opening where you can depart the planet, but a full-scale attack is destroying the entire base. Looks kind of fucking awesome, and you only just managed to escape on your ship. Now let's compare that to one of the action-packed scenes from vanilla. Yeah, god damn, it was fucking bad.
Their leaders belong to you. The rest await extermination. No. Gather them. I will take them all.
Okay, I guess it does help that the cinematography is spot on. You can say whatever the hell you like about Bungie games, but hot damn are they good at animation and visual fidelity.
Whatever it was, it turned Cabal against Cabal, wiped out their base in minutes. How long would we last?
Until we understand what we're dealing with.
They are taken.
Eris, get your rock off my map.
Well, my, what is this? Character development? Banter between characters? A cutscene with people talking about something
interesting in it?
Now this is cool and all, but I can't help but worry that without being a huge fan of the game itself already, you would have no idea who these people are. I mean, I've been playing since launch, and I don't really know who they are.
So we focus on his army. Kill these Taken until he's all that's left.
Whatever you kill, Oryx will replace.
The Dreadnought, then. How do we get past that weapon?
Without ending up like the Awoken.
I gotta go, see about a ship.
Cade, our discussion is not yet concluded.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm leaving.
Basically, Big Angry Bug Monster is here because he wants to murder your ass for killing his son, which if you remember correctly, you did in the first terrible DLC that was largely regarded as being pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
What are you talking about? I never played the DLC.
What do you mean you don't remember it? You know, we went into the depths of the moon and sliced his son to death with a sword?
I've started with the Taken King.
Oh right, I guess you never played it. Well, in that case, I guess you did that, okay? Just don't worry about it. So now is a very cool aspect of the DLC I wish they would develop more in the future. You get a couple of fun little missions that end up with you getting one of the 3 new supers. And holy moly, these new abilities are goddamn cool. In fact, they're so satisfying and powerful that they make the old moves look old hat and boring in comparison. The perk trees and skills for all of them are much more impressive. They actually allow for proper customization without the reliance of a handful of you have to use these perks or you're stupid sorts of loadouts.
There's the Guardian I've been looking for. Look, only way to stop the Taken is to get you on the Dreadnought. We need a stealth drive. I've got one hidden in the...
Cade, what are you whispering?
Nothing? Nothing. I'll contact you in the Cosmotron.
Right, so this robot fella here is called Cade 6, played by the wonderful Nathan Fillion, and he makes this entire game work. No, I'm not kidding. Without him, I don't think anyone would find anything, story-wise at least, that memorable about Destiny at the moment. I'm not really sure what contemporary science fiction has for making wise mentor characters uninteresting husks with no personality, but Destiny sure does have a lot of them. Like who is it? There's the Speaker Man, who isn't actually in this DLC at all, mind. I guess Bill Nye was busy playing Davy Jones in Disney Infinity 3.0. There's the blue man, the boring woman, the weird freak bleedy face that looks like she's some kind of villain. Seriously. I wonder if she's a villain. And that's pretty much it, I think. Oh wait, no, there's the robot Batman character who did nothing, has never shown up since, and was completely pointless in the end. The point is, Cayde 6 is funny, charismatic, and is a character. I feel like he's not even in it enough. I want to play as him, I don't care about my dude. They don't even say anything anymore. I guess they lost their voice somewhere.
How do we find the Awoken?
So Cayde tells you that you need to intercept the Dreadnought ship and disable its Death Star superpowers to even stand a chance of defeating Oryx. But to do that, you'll need a stealth drive, or you'll be fucking obliterated. So you go back to old Russia, where Cayde says he's hidden an old stealth drive in his stash from before he joined the Vanguard. Unluckily for you, the Taken have already shown up, so you have to fight your way to the very top of one of those crazy tower things. There's some fun platforming and a neat little mini-boss at the end, and it's at least a newish area in a familiar place. It's a pretty decent mission overall.
Interest in tech, Cayde. Isn't this Eris Morn ship?
Is it? Huh. You know, you're a true artist. Can't even see the join.
Cute. But Zavala's got sign-off on all launches. Need a log while I'm letting it go.
Stargazing tour? Okay. How about an unsanctioned op using modified stealth tech to infiltrate a dreadnought above Saturn's rings so we can knock out its weapons, create a transmat zone, and send in the cavalry.
Really though, he's fucking awesome. So with our new tech and stolen ship, it's time to sneak onto the Dreadnought.
It's malfunctioning. Did you break my stealth drive?
They can see us.
Look, I know it's probably just pointing out the obvious, but isn't it amazing that the cutscenes in this DLC are used for more than just having some person spout out meaningless exposition? It's got a bit of action, some tension, and then you die. Wait, what, you die? Now call me an idiot.
You're an idiot.
But how do they survive this? I guess they teleported? Is that something Guardians can do? I guess it looked pretty cool. Whatever, because video game, fuck you. So this is the new playable area, the Dreadnought. It's pretty neat, filled with some crazy secrets, collectibles, a public event system for consistent loot. It's a very well designed area. I'm not sure how much more I can take of this gothic, slimy, gooey hive/zombie type design, but I'll let it pass for now because some areas do look genuinely stunning. Once we find and disable the Death Star super beam, you plant a beacon so other Guardians can land there. So now I guess it's time to defeat Oryx. Although it's not quite that easy though, because this crazy teleporter thing here can only take you to him if you're ascendant. Whatever that means. Space mumbo jumbo, I don't fucking know. You know, it's just the expected roadblock thing that every video game does to extend playtime. Nothing too unexpected or insulting.
Only Ascendant Hive move between ruptures. To reach Oryx, you must walk in the dying footsteps of his son. You must become Ascendant.
So to do that, we have to return to the moon where Oryx's son Crota's soul was resting or some shit. I don't know, you keeping up with this? Again, all of this took place in the first terrible DLC, I can't really remember it. You fight your way to the final room of the mission, kill some dumb boss that gets taken away at the last second, grab some crystal, and then the mission ends. Well, that's disappointing. That sucked. What a boring mission, what was that, 6 minutes long? Is that really the best you can do, Bungie? Pathetic. Oh my god, what the hell is happening? Run! Fucking run, they're too strong! Get the hell out of there now! Okay, so this mission is really clever. It's actually the first time Destiny has managed to put a smile on my face with gameplay choices alone. They use your preconceived expectation of how lackluster the old story missions were in vanilla, and they completely flip it on its head to put you out of your comfort zone. The enemies in this section are super powerful, they pop up out of nowhere, and you have no choice but to run for your fucking life. It's exciting, interesting, and best of all, was totally unsuspected. Once you finally manage to escape, you find out that the crystal you salvaged was not quite potent enough to make you Ascendant. So next you need to delve deep into an old war mind, that again is on Earth by the way, we'll get onto that later, so we can find a more effective stealth drive. So then you can go back to the area where you killed Oryx's son Crota without being seen. This war mind mission isn't very special, it's filler basically, it's alright, a little bit more of a typical Destiny mission that you expect. But here's when things get a little bit more interesting. Going back into the Crota raid might be my favourite new story mission. Well, I say new. You have to have played the first DLC for it to make any fucking sense, but whatever. Because it changes things up by forcing you to be completely invisible. You got to dodge and weave around enemies as to not be spotted, or it's instant death. It's just a nice change of pace from your usual Destiny affair. It seems like they're starting to learn that variety is the spice of life. It gets a little bit boring to constantly go into a room, scan something, then shoot waves of enemies, forcing you to run away, demanding you to think stealthily. It just shakes things up, makes it more interesting. Once you manage to sneak your way through some puzzles and get up to the giant crystal, you need to absorb the essence or whatever it is. But oh no, it all goes wrong and you're swarmed by enemies you literally cannot defeat. Luckily for you though, Bleedy Eye Face uses some of her magic powers to warp you out there. And so with that, we're ready to brawl the big bad man himself. Let's go back to that teleporter and kick his ass now, shall we? So you fight your way through the dreadnought again until you reach a room where Oryx himself tries to warn you.
You are the last hope of the light. I have taken entire worlds. You are not worthy to face me.
Huh? What? I thought you wanted revenge on me for killing your son. Do you want to fight me or not?
At last, I will have vengeance.
Okay, then, let's fight now then. Okay. So you have a pretty cool, satisfying, traditional boss fight with the Big Daddy himself. You know, just a tiny bit more climactic than the final boss fight in vanilla. Huh. You know, those 3 robots were super memorable, weren't they? I never fought those before. So once you finally defeat him, he does this crazy magic thing where it looks like he turns himself into a Taken and kills himself to set up the raid, I guess. So there it is, the bulk of the main story over. But not before something kinda weird happens.
My queen, you were right. The Guardian was the key. For the first time, the whispers are silent. It is done.
Hey, it's that lady who totally doesn't look like a menacing villain.
I have accepted my fate. I will not fail.
Huh, that seems like quite a menacing thing to say. You could almost describe it as villainous. So I guess this is setting up whatever's going to happen next or something. Or I'm an idiot and I've missed some big twist, I don't know. So that's the end of what Bungie like to call Act 1 of 3 in The Taken King. Act 2 is a bunch of more repetitive, lesser production value quests and smaller missions that involve traversing old locations, doing busy work, and shooting a whole lot of bad guys. And then Act 3 is the raid, which is the best thing ever, by the way. I don't want to spoil too much of it, because you really should play it yourself. I feel like this 3-act structure makes the entire experience feel more complete. The story mode is fun, if not a little short, but like I said in my original Destiny video, making 8 or so memorable, more directed fun missions, like what they used to do with the Halo games, alongside the rest of the content, just makes it feel more complete to me. Because the amount of content in The Taken King is not the issue here, not anymore. The quest lines alone could keep you busy for days on end, but the majority of my problems start to come in other areas. The player versus player Crucible is the best! The Crucible still sucks, and only feels like it's in the game because Bungie is known for multiplayer shooters. The end. Oh god, not microtransactions. Hey, what's this? Silver. Get more. Oh no. No! On October 13th of 2015, Bungie implemented microtransactions into Destiny. I'm not going to stay on this for long, but let me just say, I hate it. I really, really hate it. Seeing it forced there into the character menu makes me feel ill. In principle, the idea sounds fine. Completely aesthetic, overpriced emotes. They're completely optional, so why are you so upset? You know what's really scummy about this to me? Is the fact that this content is 100% exclusive, at least at the time of recording this, to a microtransaction system. In the game that's about collecting, I have to hand over real money to get all this shit. Look, I can get over an economy that is based around lazy people purchasing microtransactions for items that can be earned in the game just by playing. But I paid 40 fucking quid for The Taken King, and more for all the previous content. And I'd need to spend about £40 more if I just wanted to get these idiotic emotes. This entire emote section here in the UI is only available to those that hand over their money. There is not even one earnable emote you can get through the in-game loot system. I know they give you a bit of free, fake money, but that doesn't count. So how long is it going to be till we get strange coin packs, engram packs, weapon material packs? The potential is endless for how this system could completely destroy the game's economy. Microtransactions should should be used as an efficient way to get free content to the community if it's in a game like this. But Bungie saying, our plan is to use these new items to bolster the service provided by our live team for another full year, as they grow and create more robust and engaging events that we'll announce later this year. That's a nebulous, meaningless sentence that asks customers to just trust them with your money. Yeah, it'll be cool. Yeah, we're gonna do a thing or two. Yeah. Transparency is key in a situation like this. If, for example, they said the next couple of expansions were free as a result of this, then perhaps I could get behind it. But at the time of me recording this, we don't know if that's the case. But what I do know is that microtransactions plus Activision equals me losing complete interest in the AAA game I paid £40 for. Tread lightly, Bungie. Don't fuck with this. And fuck you, Activision. That last part was unrelated, I just fucking hate Activision. I hope you enjoy visiting the same places over and over, because you're going to be doing it. A lot. Look, story grievances aside, my biggest problem with Destiny is that they just reuse the same areas way too often. The 4 base planets are pretty cool, I do like them, but it's simply not enough at this point. I don't necessarily need every map to be wide expanses like Skyrim or The Witcher. In fact, I'd like to think that really well designed smaller areas are actually more fitting for a game like this. But where, say, a game like Mass Effect, which is similarly about exploring various planets and traversing the galaxy, they don't limit themselves to 4 planets and one really big space lighter you can run around on. Mass Effect doesn't use planets as a bolster. They have crafted missions that take place in all kinds of different environments on different planets, around a really fucking good story. But most of all, it keeps things consistently fresh. I know this game is a different beast entirely, but Destiny needs to decide if it wants breadth, or focus on these weird instance mini-maps that are all joined together to make these detached little areas, that you would have thought by now we'd have at least double the amount of planets to delve into, or at least more places on these planets to explore. Why limit the entirety of Earth to just the cold cosmodrome in Russia? Why can we not go to a woodland area, a tropical forest? It just seems limiting. It's certainly hindering the story they're trying to tell here. I appreciate that making games and environments takes a long time, and that they would have been working on The Taken King for endless months before its release. But I'm not sure how willing I am to stick with Destiny if all pieces of new content are just retroactively added to areas we've already seen 50 million times. If they keep this trend up, I think I'm just done. I know the new area, the Dreadnought, is cool and everything, and the whole quality over quantity thing is important to think about, but everything is in place now. The gameplay has always been great, the new quest system is spot on, the new guns and exotics are well designed, unique and different. For the most part, you can choose what gear you like and want to wear thanks to the new infusion system. Leveling is no longer a joke. The music is spectacular as ever. Vendors have more of a purpose and the grind is much more respectful to your time. Seriously, everything is in place. It's so close. It's so close to being what we want it to be. Well, I guess what I want it to be. And that's the thing. Maybe this game never will be what I want it to be. I like stories and characters. Maybe that's never what Destiny's going to be able to offer me, I don't know. But looking through original concept art, which I know is unfair to base gameplay ideas off because it was, you know, concept art, but I can't help but feeling like that's the game I want. I want these crazy looking areas, variety of enemies, variety of planets. Moth people. Seriously, this moth people concept art is probably the greatest thing I've ever seen. Look, Bungie, you can stop using your 4, well now 5, I guess, enemy types in every instance now. Let's see something new. Look, I know the new enemies they're taking are pretty cool, granted, but you know, it is just kind of a reuse of everything you've already made. Why don't you take us to the moth people planet? Please, Bungie, I just want to see these moth people things so fucking bad. Seriously, that's it. I'm making a really super serious change.org petition about this, Bungie. You better be taking this moth people thing super mega seriously.
Moth people!
Seriously, Bungie. Moth people! Look at them, they're so fucking cool! So that's most of The Taken King. So what do I think? It's pretty good. I like it a lot. It finally gives us something to start to care about in this universe. But then, when I think back to other games I've played, games that I can't put down because I'm desperate to know what's going to happen next, games where my jaw is left on the floor because something was so impressive, so special, Destiny just still doesn't have it. It's missing that X factor. I feel like it's still finding it tough to define itself. I like The Taken King because they went back to basics. The good old KISS rule. Keep it simple, stupid. There's a bad guy who wants to kill you. Let's just have a blast hunting him down and murdering him. It's not nuanced or even really that memorable despite a few character moments, but it's no Halo 3. I never had chills running down my spine because something was so effective. It is constantly satisfying, but you know, so's having a shower. Showers are great, but I don't exactly get excited for it. I just kind of do it because I have to. It's like I'm married to this fucking game, Christ. Destiny constantly has me on the edge of my seat, waiting for that moment, the thing that solidifies the franchise in my head, that justifies my commitment. The suicide mission, the Warthog escape, the perfect ending, the mind-blowing twist, the satisfying revenge. But that moment never comes. And ultimately, I'm just kind of sat there thinking to myself, why? The raids come close, they really do, especially the new one. They have some of the most intelligent shooter design I've ever experienced before. Wait, nope, they are the most clever, well-designed puzzles I've ever played in a shooter. Many would say that the raids alone are worth playing Destiny for, but I see this world filled with so many characters and stories, so much lore hidden behind moronic systems that I refuse to engage in because that's not storytelling. That's a cop-out. Bungie can do better, I know they can. There's a reason I mindlessly pre-ordered the original Destiny on faith alone. If things don't change majorly with the next game, hopefully a new full release, not just another expansion or two, I mean a full Destiny 2 or whatever they want to call it, then I think I'm out. I can't take it anymore. You gotta give me a reason to care. And I want to care, I really do. But you're testing my faith here, Bungie. You're so close and yet so far. Please, just please make me care. By giving us moth people.
Destiny Rise of Iron was fine. It was another result of a delay, meaning they had to kind of scramble and have something for a time gap before the release of Destiny 2. And yeah, they reskinned the Fallen with Deceiver, and while the campaign had kind of an interesting aesthetic with the Iron Lords thing and the snow and the gold everywhere, nothing interesting happens in the campaign whatsoever. It only starts getting interesting as it finishes, and the real hook of the expansion was more, again, quality of life improvements. I remember them bringing up all of the raids to a similar power level and doing a lot of raiding around this time. I just remember feeling like the game was in quite a good state, and mechanically was really addictive. And the triumphs and everything were fun to earn, with this idea being, yeah, this is okay, and we're okay with it being serviceable with the promise of Destiny 2 on the horizon, which of course is going to improve everything, right? And we'll be blown away by that, so this is more of a time killer for now.
Destiny Rise of Iron is the fourth and presumably final paid expansion for the video game Destiny. For those who are just joining us, this is not a gaming channel. In fact, Destiny is the only video game I've picked apart and dissected in video form, for some reason. If you're not interested in this video, I understand. Regular content will be returning after this upload. However, if you are interested in video game storytelling or just storytelling in general, and over-analytical videos similar in format to the Search for the Worst, you may get something out of this even if you don't care about Destiny. So, I praised and criticized the previous expansion, The Taken King, for various different things. And while this video may not be quite as in-depth or detailed, that also reflects the short but sweet nature of this expansion. And yes, I'm still not a fan of using the word expansion to describe these DLC packs, but what are you gonna do? Rise of Iron's major strength is also its biggest weakness. It's very much more of the same. The Taken King did a good job completely overhauling a myriad of flawed mechanics, storytelling mishaps, and a list of other things you can all see explained in my previous video. I say it all the time, the foundation is all there, so I guess they figured it would have been unnecessary to fuck with it, and decided to just give us more of that thing that we like. At this point, Destiny does have solid game mechanics, satisfying loot and leveling systems, and the whole, I'll just play one more mission type of attitude it promotes. It's honestly quite frustrating to talk about because by all accounts I really shouldn't have that much to complain about at this point. The content itself is fine. It's more Destiny for the people who want more Destiny. But as someone who is desperate for Bungie to deliver memorable storytelling moments like I remember having in their older games, I can't help but feel disappointed with Rise of Iron.
You just need to let go of the past.
I refuse to let go of the past, leave me alone. The storytelling in Destiny is completely lackluster and forgettable. It's been that way since the very beginning, and admittedly slowly but surely improving. Although at this point it does feel like it's at a standstill, which is upsetting because with a little more focus and direction it really could be quite special. It's like going onto Domino's and picking all of your favorite toppings for your perfect pizza, but then never following through and actually ordering the damn thing. And honestly, it might sound arrogant to say, but I think a lot of people just can't see it through the veil of extremely high production value and quality game making. My point is, it's easy to be complacent. My Taken King review had quite a few more dislikes than my normal videos, and I think that's because people are so invested into the game at this point that they take any slight criticism almost as blasphemy. The comment section in my last video was effectively the text equivalent of a group of people covering their ears and screaming la 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 la, so they didn't actually listen to a single fucking word that was said. How about you stop being a fucking moron and stop and question why I'm spending so much fucking time making videos and playing this video game? This is my third video on Destiny. If I really thought it was an atrocious, unforgivable mess, I wouldn't waste my time on it. It's okay to be critical of the things you like, and I do tend to amplify my feelings in a hyperbolic sort of way for the sake of entertainment. And on that note, let's start with a fucking awful story of this DLC. Rise of Iron introduces a set of characters called the Iron Lords, an ancient group of super badass guardians who defended something from someone. The DLC begins with a glossy CG cutscene that we have no agency over. It is quite visually interesting, except we have no investment into any character in the scene. I guess because it's supposed to be the setup for what's about to transpire in the story of this DLC, which I suppose is forgivable. This guy is Lord Saladin, the last surviving Iron Lord. He's the main quest giver and effectively the main character. It's implied that this woman, who's being infected by this stuff, is important to Lord Saladin because of the expression on his face as he runs towards her as she blows herself up.
Some know the legend, but no one truly knows how the Iron Lords died their final deaths. That was something you had to be there for, to witness, to remember, to know even heroes can die, and survival is not always a victory.
Lord Saladin's dialogue and performance, it's just awful. I'm sorry, but if all I'm thinking about the whole time, every time he talks, is why does he sound so unenthused? Why is this voice acting so fucking bad? Why did he say that utterly ridiculous line that when you think about it for a second is completely fucking retarded?
Guardian, my fellow Iron Lords died fighting to keep Siva contained. Since that day, I have kept watch for its return, for the day we'd be required once again.
So effectively, this is a situation similar to the Flood from Halo, a very common kind of virus trope in science fiction. A group of people who are mostly all dead now, trapped away a weird virus thing that mutates living matter, so it's inevitably your job to murder it back into hiding.
A group of Fallen has captured Fellwinter Peak. My team and I are en route, but we won't get there in time. I need you to secure the observatory at the top. It is imperative the Fallen do not establish a foothold on that mountain.
You know, I really want to give props to this little flying in intro. It's not exactly a new thing for Destiny particularly, but I'm just going to let you into a little secret. I did not have high hopes for this DLC at all. I originally planned to never even buy it out of protest, but I guess this game has too tight a grip on me. Something about the way your Guardian is introduced in this scene really made my ears prick up. I expect it's mostly the excellent use of music, but just seeing your character animated so well and standing there like a badass really gets you ready to fight this shit. So yeah, it's your job to climb up an abandoned outpost on this mountain to see what some sneaky bad guy Fallen dudes are up to. It is refreshing to see new environments because Bungie's artists and art direction are so fucking good. Almost to the point where it makes up for the lack of character in the actual writing. Basically, the point of this mission is to liberate an iron temple so it can become a new social space for the new quest givers to live. It's quite nice to contextualize and make it known that it's basically thanks to you that this area is safe now, despite there being like 20 trillion of you running around.
I don't understand. If there's something so important up there, why wasn't the Vanguard protecting the temple all these years?
This place and its secrets are my responsibility.
I know I mentioned this like a second ago, but I really cannot get over how dry, stoic, and boring Lord Saladin is. A good voice actor can ooze character and imply depth.
Isn't this Eris Morn ship?
Is it? Huh. You know, you're a true artist. Can't even see the join.
And with the help of proper delivery and well-written dialogue. But this guy is just kind of a boring asshole. Every time he opens his mouth, it makes me fucking sigh. I just want to go to sleep.
We swore we would do anything to protect the last city.
Okay.
I thought his dialogue was so bad at points that I actually audibly sighed at how fucking terrible it was at times.
Oh, Iron Lords died.
Okay.
The mission ends by making you fight a weird Redux version of a boss that's been in the game since vanilla Destiny, which makes sense contextually, I suppose, but it's not very exciting as a way of introducing you to this new content. Here's this boss you've already fought 20 trillion times, but a little bit different.
All this trouble to break into an old temple?
Even old wolves still bite. Shiro, what's your status?
Circling around to make sure the area is clear. Be there in a sec.
Well done, Guardian.
It was this cutscene that really made me realize one of the biggest, most inherent problems with the way Destiny conveys its story. And it's just the fact that your character never does anything. Think about it. What does your character ever do in a cutscene apart from just stand there and get talked to or talked at? Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at.
Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at. Stand there and get talked at.
Okay. The only good character interactions that exist in this game are from scenes that you have absolutely nothing to do with. You're basically just a goon who's just ordered around and used as a pawn for other people's gain. I know that people will argue that this is because you actually play the things that are supposed to be important, but I don't really feel very important. In the game, I feel completely interchangeable, honestly. Like, if I didn't get it done, I'm sure one of the other millions of Guardians will probably get it done just fine. It's that complete lack of urgency because you have no sway over anything. Another big problem is that we're thrown into the Destiny universe at the most uninteresting time possible. The reason hardcore Destiny fans rave about the lore and those stupid cards is because all the stuff that happened in the past is so much more interesting than the ruin you're thrown into now. Remember this cutscene from the beginning? Not surprised if you didn't, it's very forgettable. But how much more exciting would it be if you were actually playing as this guy, and you were actually attached in some way to all these characters who got left behind and die in an honorable sacrifice that we're supposed to care about? It's another example of the game's inherent design, completely holding back anything interesting storytelling-wise. Imagine if the first mission of vanilla Destiny was you exploring Mars and stumbling across the Traveler. Not in a stupid cutscene, like you were actually playing it. What if you weren't just constantly standing around being told everything that happened in the past by people you don't care about, and you actually took part in all of these wars and events and rich lore that exist in the universe? So instead of it just being told to you, it's actually happening to you. But no, we have to be able to drive around big empty maps together. That's what's important. Co-op. Oh, I want to go on the map and see people running around. That's really important. Why does the campaign have to be completely limited to your empty character with no personality? Why can't we just get a real campaign where shit actually happens? Surely there has to be a better way of doing this. I just want to care about this fucking universe that's presented to me. I love science fiction. I love the design. The world seems cool, but they're not letting me get attached to anything other than the memories I make with other players in fucking co-op. And that's like when my co-op partner says, 21, and we all start giggling because we're fucking 4 years old. Anyway, I got a little sidetrack there. Let's carry on.
The temple is secure. Now we can...
Zero, get a lock on.
I just picked up... Wait, multiple impacts near the wall in Sector 17.
They're attacking the sensor grid. They must know where Siva is. Guardian, go to the Cosmodrome immediately. If Sepix escapes, the Fallen won't be our only problem.
Now we head to the Cosmodrome again. You know, the place Vanilla Destiny started, but this time it's got some snow on it. Some snow on it this time. As you make your way inside this giant wall, it does become more apparent that things are changing. You find this weird, gross, veiny red virus shit on the floor.
It's like what was on Sepix, but if I didn't know any better, I'd say this stuff is consuming everything around it.
That is Siva. With the proper direction, it could create anything a civilization would need. At least in theory.
So this stuff's called Siva, S-I-V-A, a nanotechnology that is capable of breaking down any existing matter so it can do something. It can do something. I think the idea is that it's a dangerous technology that always gets out of control once you try to harness it. It's weird science fiction mumbo-jumbo that honestly doesn't matter. What does matter though is that it's effectively an excuse to add some pizzazz to an otherwise plain and boring map. The bright red veiny looking tendrils of this stuff works really well against the abandoned snowy landscape. Again, Bungie's environmental artists doing an incredible job as usual. It is quite interesting to see some areas you've visited countless times before completely devastated by this Siva stuff, and all of this scene is basically set up for the new area they're about to introduce. And I suppose for what it is, I suppose this is well done. Once you hack a thing...
Something weird incoming. These Fallen are different. They're augmented with some sort of technology, like Sepix.
You're introduced to the new enemy type. It's Fallen with the Siva shit all over them. They're augmented, so now they shoot red instead of whatever they shot before. Once you clear that mess up, now you're invited to the new social area, where you meet a myriad of new characters who all spout exposition at you. Next, you finally head to the new area in the Cosmodrome called the Plague Lands.
This isn't a simple smash and grab. They're on a mission. At first, the Vanguard wasn't particularly concerned. At least, not until the Devils decided to move back into the Cosmodrome. Now the Devils are shifting a massive amount of resources to an area nearby that's been dark for centuries.
The fact that it's kind of crudely slapped onto the edge of this already existing map actually does it a disservice, because it constantly gives you the impression that you're somewhere you've already been before, and not in a good way. It just feels like rehashing, treading the same ground again. I don't quite understand why they didn't just add an ice planet to the galaxy map or some shit, just to kind of set it apart a little bit more, so it feels like its own expansion, worthy of the name. But objectively, the design of this area is about the same as the previous ones. It's visually stunning and interesting. The game's atmosphere and mood once again proving to be the main thing that carries it. You destroy a bunch of turrets the Siva Fallen have taken over and the mission ends. They basically abandoned everything I praised the Taken King for, in terms of what they did with mission variation. It's very much back to running through a level, shooting everything you see, and not much more than that. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing per se, but Destiny is really lacking another gameplay hook. Like, oh, I don't know, vehicles or using your spaceship for something other than loading screens? There's another just really awful cutscene where you stand in a room and get talked at for a bit, while various blanks are filled in through long, awkward monologues that are incredibly bland.
This may not make sense to you, but it took your fight to remind me that immortality is not the same as invincibility.
I don't understand.
Also, I have to admit, I've changed my mind on Nolan North as the Ghost. I still think he's better than Peter Dinklebot was, but there's something about the naive way he's playing his character that's really starting to get on my nerves at this point. I do think that Peter Dinklage actually has a better fitting voice for the role of a knowledgeable robot thing, but his direction and dialogue just paled in comparison to a veteran voice actor like North.
When the ghosts first found us, those who were chosen were blessed with power, but not wisdom. The Iron Lords came together in search of a solution to mankind's struggles. Instead, we found Siva. We dreamt of using Siva to build starships, colonies. We would become what the Traveler always believed we could be.
But something happened.
Siva had been lost to time. When Temur tracked it to the Cosmodrome, we thought our quest was finally over. Siva would be ours for the taking. Rasputin responded. More than 100 Iron Lords entered the Plague Lands. Only 9 reached the replication chamber. But since we were chosen by the Traveler and our cause was just, we were certain the day would be ours. Until Siva took control. It infected our weapons, our armor. The corruption puppeted us against one another. In the end, Yolder sealed the chamber with the Iron Lords inside, rather than let Siva escape. The battle was won. Heroes died. And our mistakes stayed here.
But Rasputin survived.
This is not Rasputin. But neither is it something I know how to fight. They are using Siva in ways we never even imagined.
How would the Fallen have learned more about Siva than the Iron Lords? Or better yet, where did they learn?
They haven't mastered Siva yet. This is all still new to them. See Tyra. She studied Siva's origins. If there's a way to track the Fallen's discoveries, she will know where to look. This is all still new to them.
Jesus, this voice actor just totally ruins anything that could interest me about this character. I just can't get over how bad his delivery is. Just because this guy has a deep smoker voice doesn't mean he's automatically cool and interesting. It's a shame too, because this is basically the first character to ever get the smallest modicum of development. Next you head to Mars to go to some archive to find a way to stop Siva or some shit on a map that's existed since vanilla. Yawn. It's a fucking boring filler mission that reminds me way too much of the way they originally designed Destiny's missions. Now it's time to descend into the replication chamber to attempt to stop Siva once and for all. Finally, things are starting to ramp up. You really get to explore and see most of this new area in the mission. And the deeper you delve, the more visually interesting the design gets. I'm honestly kind of excited for this now. We're going into this place where countless people have died all those years ago. Now we're going to see if we can do a better job. You actually really wonder what you're going to find in there. And the design of this area is really fucking cool, by the way.
We were touched by the light. I didn't even know someone with the Traveler's Gift could die. Until they did.
Ooh. Let's just ignore that fucking wince-worthy line of dialogue and continue into this area because it looks cool.
Those things on the ceiling. I'm detecting DNA. They're human.
Human? That's not possible.
Oh shit, this is actually really fucking interesting right here.
What's happening?
No, it can't be.
So Siva has taken over all of these Iron Lords that died all those years ago and morphed them into these horrible nightmare creatures. You actually get to take that awesome axe from all the promotional material and fight these creepy mutant abominations in a pretty challenging and unexpected confrontation. Then once you defeat them, you initiate the self-destruct and have to sprint as fast as you can out of the tomb. Matched with the music and the explosions, this is actually a really cool scene. You do feel like you're doing something important. You've just done something no one else could do. It is a little strange how, by myself, I've been able to do what over 100 of these Iron Lords couldn't.
More than 100 Iron Lords entered the Plague Lands. Only 9 reached the replication chamber.
But whatever. I tell you what though, man. Now that these Siva mutants have been introduced, I wonder where the story's gonna go next.
Well done, my young wolf. Siva is gone, and the Iron Lords are at peace. Return to the Iron Temple. You have earned your reward.
What do you mean it's been defeated? That's not the end of the story, right? Surely not. You can't just introduce an interesting concept like that and end it there. Can you?
The Siva replicator is destroyed.
Approach. There was a time that only Iron Lords carried these blades.
Oh.
There are many like this in our armory, but this one is new.
This really is the end.
It is yours, young wolf. You are the first of a new generation. Take your place as an Iron Lord.
Come on, man, what the fuck is this? So that's the end of the campaign. The entire thing. I totaled how much actual mission gameplay there is. And do keep in mind that I played this solo and considerably slowly. I calculated that removing loading screens and pointless social area interactions, but including cutscenes, I was actually playing and experiencing the campaign for a total of about 1 hour and 20 minutes. And that's including me dying right at the end of the boss fight, which I had to repeat, and with that totally fucking garbage rehash filler mission on Mars. Oh, let's be real. Let's be fucking real. This whole quest, this whole story, this is basically what a side mission should be. This is what you'd expect as something that isn't even the main campaign in something like The Witcher 3. A fun little distraction you can do when you want a break from the main story. And this right here is why I have a problem with using the word expansion. I mean, technically they expanded the Cosmodrome area we've been to endless times. But Jesus Christ, come on, you're stretching here, guys. This visual metaphor summarizes Destiny better than anything I could describe to you. Bungie has wrung the towel so fucking dry at this point that it's crusty. Let's think about the content now comparatively to when the game launched. 2 years later, 2 whole years later, we have one considerable new area that you can't even use vehicles in because it's so small, a total of 6 places to do worthless patrols in, 2 new social areas which effectively do nothing, not a single new enemy type, and no, I don't count the Taken or the Siva Fallen, more on that in a second, a handful of new strikes that mostly take place in areas that already exist in the patrol spaces, with bosses that mostly are made up of just enlarged versions of regular enemies, and with the first 2 DLC drops having campaigns so forgettable I couldn't tell you a single detail of anything that happened. And bear in mind, it does seem pretty fucking obvious that the Season Pass content was stuff that was already finished or at least worked on before launch of vanilla. I mean, just look at trailers from before the game's original release that actually shows what turned out to be what they used as DLC content. So let me just pose a rhetorical question. So what the fuck have they been doing all this time? Fondling their fucking balls? Counting out pennies? It's not like this content has been free either, or paid for by microtransactions or something. No, instead they get the best of both worlds, meaning they charge for every significant content drop, and we're talking not small amounts of money either, on top of having microtransactions which I'm sure are bringing in significant amounts of revenue for Activision in the studio. If you actually break down how much money someone who's been playing from launch has spent on Destiny, taking the $60 from vanilla, not including the possible special or collector's editions or anything like that, $35 for the season pass, $40 for the Taken King, and $25 for Rise of Iron, that's $160 minimum you've had to pay to stay up to date with Destiny. And that's disregarding possible expenditure on microtransactions or special editions, which vanilla and the Taken King had, which is effectively the equivalent of paying about $6.66 a month, which is a fucking weird coincidence. But it's effectively the same as paying for an MMO or any other type of online game. But what other game could get away with content this sparse, as well as basically having a subscription through forced paid DLC? Is it just because it's a shooter that it gets away with it? Because we're already used to overpriced empty DLC for FPS games? I don't know. Maybe. The mileage Destiny has managed to squeeze and pilfer from its vanilla form is honestly quite impressive, if it wasn't so fucking irritating. I certainly hope other developers don't try to copy the success of this game with the stingy design practices. It seems obvious to me. If you want to limit the amount of content in your repetitive, grindy MMO shooter hybrid thing, then you cannot undervalue the importance of variation. I mentioned earlier that I didn't count the Taken or Siva Fallen as new enemies, because in my opinion, they aren't. Sure, the Taken behave slightly differently, but guess what? They're reused character models with a slightly different look. Sure, it makes sense in-universe, but they made us pay for this shit, and we still haven't even had moth people. The exact same principle applies with the Siva Fallen. It's just Fallen with Siva on it. They don't act any differently. How many times can you repackage the same enemies before more people start to take note and complain? Look, it does make sense to asset flip to save dev time. I understand that. But the only 2 times we've gotten more enemies is in paid DLC. I'm not even asking for much, just chuck a few extra spikes, wings, claws, fangs on the enemies you already have, and just add them into the game for free. Just stop being so fucking stingy about it. Also, fucking add moth people. I'm not going to stop asking until we get moth people. If the game was infinitely varied and had procedurally generated elements that were different every time, I could forgive a lot of the staleness of the game. I mentioned earlier, but Destiny is really lacking an extra gameplay hook or two. Give us some kind of vehicle missions, mini-games, or just anything to break up the constant shooting. Go in a room, shoot. Scan something, shoot. Walk forward, shoot. It's just constant fucking shooting all the time. Variation, I can't stress it enough. So with everything I've said in this video, you're probably going to assume that I despise this DLC. Well, no, it's well made, incredibly polished. Apparently there are even rumors that it was even shambled together in a very short amount of time as well. But for what it is, in terms of the systems and hooks that are already in place, it's just more of the same content we've come to expect. The pudding after the main course. If you like Destiny, you're gonna like this. If you don't like Destiny, you're not gonna like this. Simple. And all of this goes without even mentioning the fucking fantastic raid, which I swear is where all the work goes. The raid tells an infinitely more interesting story than any fucking boring Destiny cinematic could, but the barrier to entry entry is so high. You can't just casually play a raid. It's an entire ordeal that can take hours of planning and looking for people. It seems strange that they clearly pour so much work into an activity I bet only a minority of the player base even get to engage in. They did do a good job of making rewards more satisfying in general. The whole challenge activity book is a good idea. And not to mention the music, which is stellar as always. My favorite track being Brave the Storm. Let me play you a little segment. You know, the thing that's keeping me going is that I have this really strong feeling that Bungie is just playing for time, doing what little they can get away with to distract us while the majority of the studio is hard at work on Destiny 2, the one they have to prove everything with. It's their final chance, at least for me. Pretty sure I said that before, but I actually mean it this time. I don't want to describe my affection for this universe as Stockholm Syndrome anymore. I want to be able to point at real things I can actually say are good and encourage people to try for themselves because it's worthwhile. Or maybe all of this is just me being optimistic, who knows? Only time will tell. If my next Destiny video has something along the lines of, "They did it," in the title, you'll know they succeeded a little bit. I'd like to thank you for making it this far in the video if you have. I hope you've enjoyed my ramblings. I don't always want to be a misery, I swear to you. I would love to compliment this series at some point, but they need to earn it first. Also, please just put fucking moth people in this game. Normal videos will return after this, but let me know your thoughts, and if you'd like more of these in-depth analysis on other games that aren't Destiny. So as always, thanks for watching. All comments and ratings are very much appreciated. I'll see you next time. Bye!
Destiny 2 2017. I'm still butthurt about this, the approach they took to this game. It started this pattern where the bigotry of low expectations would prop up extremely mediocre pieces of content just because they were there now, even though outside of the vacuum of Destiny, these elements would still be quite subpar. In particular, I'm talking about that Cabal campaign with Gaul. Pretty much from this point on until the Witch Queen, which is 4 years from this point for the record. Every campaign was the same thing where it might have an interesting or highly produced first level to get you in, but then the rest of the campaign is just utterly forgettable combat encounters with no hook to them. You couldn't even change the difficulty or just basic features, with this obsession about trying to grab the biggest audience possible. So it was almost an inverse of the original Destiny, where people started figuring out in the end game that there was more going on and there was more to dig into. It was flashy on its face and looked expensive, but once you got to that end game, there was nothing to do. The double primary thing, so many weird choices, controversy after controversy. The only real plus I can give it is that it was a huge leap as far as introducing a bunch of new planets, loads of new locations, and while there were little tweaks to certain enemies within the already existing factions, there wasn't really this overall sense of newness beyond the environments you're fighting in. I found this to be a greatly disappointing expansion that didn't really expand anything, and actually kind of reel back the complexity and quality of life that was there at the end of Destiny 1, Rise of Iron. I found it to be quite embarrassing.
I played the original Destiny for a grand total of 60 days, 6 hours and 24 minutes. I really can't tell you why I did. I think I was depressed at the time. I would do a deal with the devil in a heartbeat to get those 2 months back, but unfortunately, that's not how real life works. So before you say I'm not qualified to talk about Destiny in a critical light, which people have genuinely told me before, up in the corner of the screen there's a nice little X you can press if you can already feel your blood boiling. Go away. At the time of me writing this, I've spent 1 day, 12 hours and 42 minutes in Destiny 2, which I think is plenty to give the game a fair rap. So many people have asked me what I think of Destiny 2, and I've stayed pretty tight-lipped until now. Let me give you the short version before I get more in depth. My expectations for Destiny 2 were meteorically low, and I was still left dissatisfied. I wanted to stop playing on the second planet. The story isn't nearly as good as people are saying it is, but at the same time, I think if vanilla Destiny launched in the same state of Destiny 2, no one would have really complained in the same way they
did about the original Destiny. Yes, I know, I didn't like it. Ha ha ha, I hate everything, didn't like something. That's not predictable at all. I suppose you can decide for yourself if you think it's because I'm burnt out on the series or because the game is actually horribly flawed. I'm sure you'll let me know even if I don't want to hear it. Destiny 2 is bigger, louder, more epicer, more funnier.
That's a good job, Colonel.
More cinematic, more repetitive, more Destiny-er than ever before. It's a game designed for two types of people. The first being Destiny fans who will accept anything with the name on it, and the second are people who like first-person shooters, grindy loot-based games, and don't mind general repetitive Ubisoft-style mission design and collectathons. Unfortunately, if you're like me and you find the art style, world design, and science fantasy universe to be the biggest draw, this is not the game for you. Well, unless you also fit into the two groups we just established. At the very least, I was hoping for the story content to live up to the promise of being a rich cinematic campaign. Buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. Just like it says on the back of the box. I guess if by rich they meant vapid, and by cinematic they mean there are cutscenes that show things that kind of look like a movie, then I guess they'd be right on the money.
Ha! Yes! Yes!
Destiny 2 starts in a weird place.
Okay.
There is only one character people care about, that being Nathan Fillion's character Cade 6. This is evident by Cade 6 being the main focus of the marketing. Meanwhile, basically everything else in the game is completely expendable.
There was a time when we were much more powerful. But that was long ago.
In fact, a reboot would actually have been much easier to work with in terms of story and narrative, because it is such a hilarious mess.
All ends are beginnings.
We start the game with a bunch of characters we don't care about in a world we hardly know against enemies we don't really understand. I have so little knowledge about the way Destiny works in terms of lore that I might as well know nothing. And this is coming from someone who has played Destiny for over 1,000 hours. Oh yeah, and if you feel compelled to combat some of my points about the narrative with a sentence that begins with any of these following things, in the lore, in the grimoire, on the wiki, I want you to shut up and go away because in my opinion that does not count. Of course there should be a way to expand your knowledge of a universe you want to know more about, but if it's not presented in the game in an obvious way, I do not consider it part of the story that the majority of people will experience. To my utter disbelief, there is still no Mass Effect style codex page in any of the menus of Destiny 2. Some things give you the option to read or scan extra details about them, but it's rare and few and far between the constant. Say for example I wanted a quick recap of what the Hive enemy type are all about. If there was a codex, I'd happily have a read to refresh my memory, but I guess typing some text and adding a tab in a menu would be too much work. It's not like it's been 3 years since the first game or anything. I'm going to be spoiling the single player campaign now. You've been warned. When you load up the game, you're greeted with Nolan North's unfiltered ghost voiceover.
I never knew you in life. Your first life anyway. You died on a battlefield long before my time.
I actually much prefer how he sounds without the ghost sound effects. His voice actually has texture and holds much more emotion without the constant bleeps and bloops.
They called it the Traveler. And when it arrived, it changed your world forever. It was a golden age. And for centuries, humanity thrived. Until it didn't.
Nice to see the god-awful atrocious writing is back in full force. And that's basically the same line I criticised in the last Destiny content called Rise of Iron.
I didn't even know someone with the Traveler's gift could die. Until they did.
Until it didn't.
Until they did.
Until it didn't.
Until they did.
Just pitifully bad.
An ancient enemy pursued the Traveler across the universe.
The opening serves as a very basic setup for the world of Destiny that slightly retcons the original game.
The Traveler had an enemy. A darkness, which had hunted it for eons across the black gulfs of space.
In the original game, the all-knowing bad guy was simply known as the Darkness, which was personified as black sludge that inhabited 3 Vex robots. And then you killed it. Now the Darkness is simply referred to as giant triangles that were an ancient enemy. Thank God the blobs of darkness are triangles now at least. They're gradually evolving into shapes that children can understand. Finding out what the Traveler is and giving more explanation as to how this universe functions is what I was hoping Destiny 2 would do at the very
least. But all you get are annoying teases and a Marvel-style credit stinger that shows the giant triangles that I remember seeing in some concept art once. I guess we'll be seeing them in Destiny 3. This game doesn't want you to know because they're more interested in showing you the boring bad guy who's coming to kill everyone you don't care about. That's much more important.
Battle stations!
There's a bombastic cutscene where the tower from the first game that houses Cade 6 and the other people you're supposed to care about is attacked. There's a neat shot of a strange machine enveloping itself over the Traveler. It's suitably menacing and it does the job. Your character is introduced in a cutscene where you're flying back to the tower after doing something. Doesn't really matter. Your ghost is worried because all communication seems to be down at the tower.
What is going on back there?
You arrive to everything being in utter chaos. You find out that an elite section of the Cabal called the Red Legion have invaded the tower with the intent of harnessing the power of the Traveler for themselves. They're led by a big goofy looking marshmallow called Ghoul, who we'll discuss in a second. You fight your way through the tower in a fun fan-servicey way and wind up in a spaceship with a shipwright.
Alright, Guardian. Time to kick them where it hurts.
Oh, hell yeah. Are they finally introducing some kind of dogfighting with our ships? Are our ships gonna do something? Oh, baby! This is so cool! This is what I've wanted all along! Finally! Oh, hang on, I loaded up the wrong footage from a game I actually like. Okay, this is what actually happens.
Let us know when the shields are down and we'll hit that ship with everything we got.
You're tasked with getting the shields down from the inside of the Red Legion command ship so the other Guardians can blow it up or something. You do a whole lot of... and end it by... ing the shield generator and then fleeing the ship.
How do we come back from this?
You don't. Welcome to a world without light.
Guardian, something's wrong.
You wake up with your movement inhibited in a scene very reminiscent of Mass Effect 3. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but a lot of this game reminds me of Mass Effect 3. The opening with a surprise attack, wandering around ruins, taking Earth back. I don't have any real point to make about this, but I did think it was interesting to note. I forgot to mention that before you wake up from your ridiculously high fall off the ship, which may I add is a bizarre way to set up this scene, seeing as it was just established that Guardians can now die for good, and no one could survive a fall from that high. I guess his armor protected him or something. Anyway, you have a vision that shows some vague imagery of the Traveler defeating some triangles, with a bird flying around. The purpose of this vision is to show your Guardian that there is a shard of the Traveler that's crashed on Earth somewhere, and also to continue to sow the seeds for another game or DLC or something. I really don't like it when games or movies use itself as a platform to set up future sequels. I'd much rather be left saying that I want more, over them constantly telling me that there is going to be more, and that I should stick around and be excited. Just shut up and tell me the story of this game before you move into DLC or sequel territory, please. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to not care. And believe me, I already do not care.
You're alive. I thought I lost you. I can heal you, but I can't resurrect you.
You wander through the abandoned wastelands of Earth in search for basically anything friendly. Luckily, there's a bird that keeps appearing that points you headed in the right direction. I read comments from people saying there is more story in the first hour of Destiny 2 than there is in the entirety of Destiny, and they aren't wrong. However,
It is kind of like comparing which is more edible out of my moldy, stinking toe cheese and a cake freshly baked by Paul Hollywood. But even so, if Bungie are good at anything, it is presentation, be it the user interface, which I have to shout out for being amazing in a world where UIs can be so astonishingly bad that they're basically unusable. The cutscenes, the art direction, the lighting, the music, the sound. Honestly, it's in the upper echelon in terms of quality and polish for the things I just listed. For the first hour or so, I was actually quite interested in where the game was going to go. While your imagination is free to run wild, basically anything is possible. If this level of presentation and direction was consistent throughout the entire game, I probably would have enjoyed the campaign a lot more for what it's worth. But we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. After fighting a pretty tense section where you have none of your powers, you wind up being rescued by a new character who wears a poncho. It's not really important that she wears a poncho, but I just felt like I had to mention that.
Oh look, somebody left a perfectly good guardian lying around. Things must be worse than I thought. And that's our cue. Time to go, people!
But wait, where are you all going?
As far away from here as possible.
That Falcon, it belongs to you?
The name's Hawthorne, and this is Lewis. Best pilot we got. What about you? Fit to fly?
The first major hurdle for me in terms of the story are the inclusion of these Ghoul cutscenes, which is what you're shown next. Every one of them starts with his logo or something. These two red lines. What, do you want me to buy a t-shirt with it on, or? I've never really seen a game or movie do this before, and it's quite jarring. Instead of pacing scenes that cut between each other with establishing shots, music cues, flowing transitions, or basically any other pacing technique, instead they opt for basically grinding everything down to a halt to shout, "This is a scene with the bad guy now!" What's wrong with an establishing shot? Every other part of this game is a hard-on for long establishing shots, so is it because you don't know where this scene actually takes place so you can't show us? Every single cutscene ends with a fade to black anyway. What would have been wrong with fading in from black to an establishing shot of a spaceship alongside a musical cue for the bad guy or something? Did they think we'd be confused by who this guy is? Well, you think I'm a dummy? We're introduced to Ghoul's right-hand man who's simply called the Council, and they talk in a way that no two beings who have known each other for a long time ever would. You know, like calling each other old friend, or simply monologuing in such a way that conveniently catches everyone up on who the hell these freaks are. Basically, they want to harness the Traveler's power for themselves to become invincible like the Guardians. But first they need to finish construction on the machine that's around the Traveler. Also, they've captured the Speaker. You know, that bloke who does nothing but whisper exposition? Yeah, that guy we all care about a lot.
This victory is as much yours as mine, old friend.
All that remains is the completion of the cage around this great machine.
There are a number of things I don't like about this scene. Probably the biggest aspect that might not bother you personally is simply how these characters look. It's distracting. They look like naked mole rats in power armor. They look ridiculous. I always thought the Cabal were the least interesting and frustrating both visually and gameplay-wise out of the 4 enemy variants in the original game. In the concept art, they kind of give off this Jawa combined with a Tusken Raider on steroids vibe, which I guess is kind of cool, but in practice they just look like goofy pig rats with ludicrous chunky armor on. Visually, they are very hard to take seriously in a world that takes itself so seriously. Now make them speak English out of nowhere and monologue about how powerful and unstoppable they are.
Victory, as with all things, is yours to claim.
Do you understand why I find this weird and hard to get into? In the Taken King expansion, I thought Oryx did exactly what he needed to. He looked like an intimidating devil bug creature and you wanted to kill him simply because he was evil and looked gross. Look at some of the previous big bad guys from Destiny and its various DLCs. Ghoul, along with his stupid name, is easily the least intimidating and goofy out of the lot. But he's supposed to be the biggest threat you've ever faced. Sure, what he's done at the beginning is the most eventful thing any of these villains has ever done in the universe that we've seen. But this guy should be scary. We should feel like he would be a challenge to take down instead of looking like a big marshmallow mole rat. I find the characters in Destiny so boring and dull already that complex villains with fleshed out motivations and backstories are the least of my worries about this universe at the moment. Every character in Destiny is written one of two ways. These two ways being either funny or boring. I haven't got to it yet, but this game is obsessed with trying to make you understand why Ghoul is evil.
But why? What's the point? Why spend precious time developing a pointless mustache-twirling villain who's going to be dead by the end of the game, when there are countless other people who are in desperate need of characterization? In my opinion, the Cabal would work much better as a mindless, war-hungry, power-obsessed race of creatures who want to destroy the Traveler, not take it. I remember these guys being established as the dudes who take whatever they want and literally blow up planets once they're finished with them.
Here's what I have on the Cabal. 800 pounds and highly militarized. They blow up planets and moons just for getting in their way. Just so you know what we're dealing with.
Like, that's a pretty bullish and idiotic thing to do, right? They're not exactly the brightest race of creatures, are they? I know Destiny is obsessed with the Traveler seeming important, but it makes more sense to me that the Cabal would see it more of a threat than a weapon to be wielded, and through a childish, warmongering way they would just prefer to blow it up out of the sky. Does this guy really strike you as the type who asks questions, figures out the science behind something, interrogates people for information first, and shoots later? The answer is no. These guys are at such odds with themselves. I could see the Fallen doing this kind of thing way before the Cabal, honestly. They strike me as being way more sneaky and cunning like that. In this cutscene, they allude that the Traveler is referred to as something more accurate than just the Traveler by other species of aliens or something.
They call it the Traveler. I would contend that other civilizations may be more precise in their naming.
It's really frustrating when you want to know answers to things you find genuinely interesting, but you never get them. I do not care about Ghoul's history. I care about something more important to this world. At the end of Destiny 2, basically nothing seems different to how it begins. You beat the bad guy. Woo? It's not like we haven't beaten a big bad guy who's posed a threat before. It's literally the only thing we've done for years. Why has it been a total of 3 years playing this damn series, and I still have no clue what the Traveler even is? You can't keep such an important element of your story so damn vague. The reason the Force works in Star Wars is because they don't visualize it into a big floating ball that gives everyone their power. If Obi-Wan turned to Luke and was like, "Luke, it's the ball that gives us the Force. That ball is so epic, it's everything." Don't you think the first thing Luke would ask would be, what the hell is that ball? Why is it there? The fact that the characters in this world do not question what this thing even is makes them way less relatable to me. If Guardians just got their power from being good or something, then I wouldn't care, because at that point it doesn't matter. But if the Traveler is in every bit of marketing and nearly every line of dialogue, you seriously cannot expect me to just be okay with such an important part of the universe remaining unexplained. It's not like this universe has anything else going for it. I do not care about any of the characters because they failed so miserably at establishing them. So the only thing that could interest me at this point is developing the universe. They've built it up to such a ridiculous degree at this point that whatever the Traveler is revealed as being is going to be disappointing no matter what. And that's if they ever even do reveal it. My bet is for it either being an ancient spaceship or piece of technology, or it is revealed to be alive or something. Then they can have that really dreadful line, "What? It's alive?" That's the kind of level Destiny's storytelling is at, so I wouldn't be surprised. Back with your character, you fly to an abandoned old farm that's conveniently quite close to the Traveler Shard you saw in your vision. You journey to the Shard and get your powers back from it because the game has to happen at some point.
Hold on to your helmet. Do you feel it? The light is back. We're back. Eyes up, Guardian.
So now all the tension they created by taking the light away is completely evaporated because you're now unkillable again. I guess everyone else can still die, but who cares? You're gonna be fine. I don't know why they didn't put some kind of limit on this power to not deflate all the tension, such as the odd line of dialogue from the ghost saying that it drains a lot of energy from him to bring you back to life over and over again, and that you should be more careful as to not waste the light, or something like that. At least then I'd feel a little more worried about running into an area and dying instantly. Now you're set loose in the first large map called the EDZ. This is when the narrative takes a complete nosedive because there's basically none anymore. This is where the premise of a light MMO loot-based open world horribly conflicts with the story. I know a lot of people don't even care about this kind of thing, but alongside there being hundreds of other chosen one Guardians breaking how integral you feel to the story, I can understand that if you just enjoy the gameplay, this really won't bother you. But just imagine if you were playing Skyrim and there were a million other Dragonborns running around. it would sure make you feel a hell of a lot less important. At first I felt a little overwhelmed by the amount of new stuff they're throwing at you, but once you figure it out there's actually much less to it. You have side missions called adventures. They're basically what the main missions from vanilla Destiny were like. Except a little bit better, but not by, very much. I played all of them, and there was only one that I thought was even remotely interesting because it involved you doing something other than shooting. You also have what are known as lost sectors, which are caves with enemies you kill for a reward that respawn after a certain amount of time, and also chests to collect and find that also have loot. Nothing too crazy. For the first few hours of the game, I insisted on exploring every nook and cranny, expecting that Bungie would have included something new to find, or at the very least, some cool environmental storytelling. But after a while, I just gave up because the maps are basically empty. It's weird because every map feels like you're running through a movie set. Something designed to trick you into thinking it's a living, breathing world, when you're actually just Truman Burbank. What an immense waste of talent. The art direction and visual design of how the environments look is so flawless that it blows my mind that they did absolutely nothing with them that forces you to actually interact and explore with it in a way that forces you to appreciate the work they put in. This game would much prefer you to just run through as fast as you can and shoot at the boring, mindless enemies than do something like that. You do an uninspired mission where you help Hawthorne get communication online so you can receive messages, and you pick one up from Commander Zavala, who is all the way on another planet.
We rally on, Titan. Be brave.
You abandon Hawthorne because you think the Vanguard leaders are integral to taking back the tower, and she gets annoyed. There's another awful ghoul cutscene where he interrogates the speaker. Two masked characters who cannot emote because they're wearing masks have what's supposed to be a tense interaction, but it falls completely flat.
The light lives in all places, in all things. You can block it, even try to trap it, but the light will find its way.
I really like Bill Nye normally, but his delivery is so intrinsically bizarre that it really pulls you out of it. I mean, he's trying his best, but it's so uninteresting. He has nothing to work with. The dialogue is so incredibly awful, we're talking next level bad, that it seems like they learned nothing from the first game. They even have that mind-blowingly atrocious line,
We are not so different, your traveler and I.
The animators really struggle to dramatize anything Ghoul does because of his hyper-constrictive design, meaning that they have to settle for hilariously overblown hand and arm gestures, and the odd exaggerated movement of his disgusting naked mole rat eyebrows. Every shot is dull and uninspired, mostly shot reverse shot with close-ups of the two boring characters' stupid masked faces. Who thought this was a good idea? The scene has no point other than to elaborate on the fact that Ghoul is desperate to figure out how to take the light from the Traveler and use it for himself. Once you arrive at Camino, you're informed that you're too late because the Hive have already infested the planet.
It's too late. The Hive have overrun Titan. I was wrong to bring us here.
Halfway through the second mission of this planet, I was bored to tears to the point of nearly abandoning this entire video. I did not want to play it. I had had enough. I knew it was not going to get any better than this. At the end of the last Destiny video, I said I had hope because I'd theorized that the reason all the extra content they added was so terrible and stingy was because they've been using the majority of their time and resources developing something really impressive for the sequel. I have no idea what they've been doing for 3 years because this game is fundamentally identical to Destiny 1. The only things that have changed is that they've marginally improved the cinematic design for the campaign, improved the graphics a little bit, and tweaked the enemies and super abilities with a couple of new bells and whistles. Apart from the environments, there's nothing particularly new, and even then I noticed a myriad of areas they straight up reused assets from the previous game and its expansions. I'm convinced that the EDZ, or the farm, is unused assets from Destiny 1. You can even see a place in one of their first teaser trailers that looks just like it. There are 2 new weapon types, a grenade launcher and a submachine gun. You have an elaborate science fantasy world with crazy magic, spaceships, aliens, and all sort of insane design. But the only new way you have to interact with it is a grenade launcher and a submachine gun. This is putting me to sleep just having to describe it. Okay, so the guns and everything are basically the exact same. What about what you're shooting at? Well, all 5 of the enemy types from Destiny 1 and the Taken King come back, and they're all completely identical, aside from some tweaks so minor I doubt any casual player would even notice them. The only new creature you have to fight is a 4-legged Cabal dog thing. That's unique. I wouldn't particularly mind this too much if the AI for these different enemies required more dynamic ways of taking them out.
or if these worlds were filled with crazy, dangerous wildlife or something, but they all follow the exact same formula. The game encourages you to hide behind cover, look down your sights, aim your reticule up with an enemy's head, and pull the trigger. You do this until everything is dead, and then you run along, and then you repeat until the game is over. Destiny 2 asks so little from you that it might as well play itself. Every encounter feels the exact same. Every enemy feels the same. If you get too close to them, they push you away with an AoE attack. If you damage them too much, they run away and hide. They all do one of these two things. A lot of the enemies specialize in flinging you around the map to keep you away from them, but luckily you can basically fly, but most of the time it's still incredibly aggravating. Sometimes they try to break up the monotony of the constant shooting with platforming puzzles, but seeing as you can fly, there is no challenge to it, and it's basically a way of cheating in how they can design the maps so as to not need to be tailored to a specific type of movement. Okay, so if all the guns are boring, the environments are all like two-dimensional movie sets, all the enemies are dull and reused from the first game and all require the same technique to kill, how else do they mix up gameplay? Well, you have super abilities that depend on what class you are, but they're either identical to the last game or slightly tweaked versions of the last game's ones. I guess now you have an extra ability at your disposal. I played as a Titan who can now make a piece of cover you can hide behind to reinforce the hide behind cover and shoot everything in their weak spot gameplay loop. It can even reload your gun for you. You basically hardly have to do anything. Now, if only I could unlock an ability that plays the game for me, then I'd be set. Okay, so at the very least you can choose between 3 different character classes. That's like a decision you can make. That sounds fun and interesting, right? The best part of Borderlands is playing around with the different classes with all their mad skill trees and super abilities that all feel really different. Well, in Destiny 2, the same 3 classes are back from the first game, and all the supers are the same. They have a skill tree now that you use skill points to unlock abilities, but it feels like they put it in there just because that's what games with loot are supposed to have. A skill tree. It hardly changes anything, really. The differences between a Titan, Warlock, and Hunter are minimal at best. They all feel the exact same to control despite a few minor differences like your jump. But again, this is no different to how it works in Destiny 1. It's not something fun like, let's say, the Titan is a tank who specializes in melee weaponry or punching at close range, while the Hunter is twice as fast and runs around scouting or sniping, while the Warlock is buffing them or casting spells. It's the illusion of choice. Fundamentally, you are all the same, no matter what you choose. Okay, so if the gameplay is boring, your character class is boring, the story is boring, the environments are boring, the enemies are boring, I guess the only thing left is the RNG loot that makes the game so addictive for people. Hey, I guess at the very least you can use whatever gun you like the most, right? Well, not really. The way you level up and get stronger in Destiny 2 is attributed to your gear power number, so you're forced to use weapons you hate that have a higher number if you want to stand a chance at leveling up. Forget holding onto that gun that you really like using, or armor that you thought looked really cool, because it doesn't matter if the power isn't high. Instead of chasing fun loot that is enjoyable to customize or use, you chase a number. So you're forced to use weapons you hate that have a higher number if you want to stand a chance at leveling up. For some reason, as well as this power leveling system, there's also an XP leveling system which caps off at level 20. Everyone who plays the game enough will be at level 20 within a few hours, so it's completely meaningless. Whenever you see other Guardians running around, 99% of the time there'll be a 20 above their head, as if it's supposed to mean something, or display some kind of valuable information. Why doesn't it just show the power level? You know, the thing everyone is chasing and comparing constantly. Again, I guess they feel like they need to have experience points because that's just a thing that games have. Also, it worked out for them quite nicely because once you pass level 20, you can still fill an experience bar up which, when it's full, grants you what's called a bright engram, which is full of loot, to customize your character. And because this game was released in 2017, you also have the option to buy these bright engrams for real money. I mentioned years ago when microtransactions were first cropping up in Destiny that they need to be careful to not completely ruin the hook of the game. And in my opinion, they have with this. Not only is it insulting to me that they've put to ransom a bunch of content to encourage you and play mind games with you to spend extra money in a game that already costs $60, but it makes the idea of loot completely meaningless when the story behind you getting it was just, oh, I bought it for real money. The stuff they're charging money for is the kind of thing games used to include as actual content. And don't even try to tell me that it doesn't affect gameplay. It's part of the game, so it's affecting my gameplay. That's the end of it. One of the major reward systems in the game can be broken by throwing money at it. That's completely unacceptable. The games industry has done a brilliant job at gradually pushing me away from it with a sickening lack of respect for its audience. I've watched over the last decade how game series I used to adore have been shredded apart for the sake of loot boxes and microtransactions, and Destiny 2 is no different. So all of that is literally every major aspect of the game. and I enjoy none of it for the reasons I just stated. I know this was a ridiculously huge tangent from the story, but I hadn't even touched on the gameplay you've been seeing constantly in the background yet. And seeing as it's the meat of the game, I had to at least acknowledge as to why I was so insanely bored and wanted to quit at this time. Everyone says the gameplay of this game is great, and I guess on a really meaningless level, it does feel pretty good to pull the trigger and feel your gun shoot. But you know, every game does that. But it asks so little of you that I don't even think it's impressive on its own anymore. Especially when there are so many other games in the same genre that are so many leagues above Destiny 2. This game categorically does no aspect of the actual game design better than its competition. But please just let me remind you that I don't think there's a problem with liking this game. These are just my personal reasons as to why I do not like it. Now that that's out of the way, maybe you'll understand how I feel a bit more, so we can continue on with the story. Back on Camino, they establish a new character who's just as boring as the others, who only exists to hand tokens into. You do a whole lot of busy work for people and wind up with Zavala again. It's yet another one-sided flat cutscene where you're talked to. The only thing your character ever does in any cutscene in Destiny is stand there in silence and listen to people natter on at you. It is not interesting. I am so sick of it.
Without the light, are we even Guardians anymore?
Commander.
What is the point of a silent protagonist if your sidekick just says exactly what your character would anyway? I would much prefer my character actually have a personality over them doing nothing and saying nothing. Why is the focus of the game not you having banter with your ghost, instead of the story cucking you and doing it with someone else right in front of you? Silent protagonists don't bother some people, but for me I don't think it's the right fit for this game. Zavala sends you on a mission to restore power through a generator, which of course means you have to do a mission which involves killing a lot of Hive and doing a whole lot of... They mix the gameplay up by putting you in a heavy machine and telling you to drive in a straight line. Then the mission ends. It was pretty much invincible. What was even the point of that? As if Destiny needed any other Star Wars comparisons, out of nowhere they reveal that Gaul has a Death Star that can destroy suns. It even looks like a Trade Federation landing ship from the Phantom Menace, but on its side. I guess the machine that's trapped the light from the Traveler is not threatening enough. They also need a Death Star that is threatening to destroy the sun. Okay. Zavala tells you to find Cade 6 and Ikora Ray because he needs his fire team so he can efficiently grind public events so he can be strong enough to do the raid. Just joking, that's not why he wants them. He wants them so he can take the tower back.
How long before the fleet's combat ready?
Zavala, wait.
So that's what you go and do. You go after Cade first, who's on a planet that looks just like the Black Garden from the first game.
Just help me place these beacons and I'll explain.
You find out he's got himself stuck in a teleportation sequence and needs help.
Quick! Hurry! Come on! I don't know how long this portal's gonna stick.
Cade? What have you...
Stop. Look. Long story, and it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. Killing the power source at the origin point should break the loop and get me out of the portal system. Have you got that? Say you've got it. Say something!
Fine, I'll say it. We got it, Cade. Now how did you...
Oh my cotton socks! Did you not hear what I just said?
I'm guessing this is why they don't like him leaving the tower.
You get help from a quirky AI called Failsafe.
Should you return, I will be happy to assist you in researching the Vex.
We could steal their stuff.
That was a joke. Stealing is wrong. Usually. But the Vex are alien robot monsters. Standard moral parameters do not apply.
It's not murder if it's robots.
Please come visit me again.
Everyone I've ever known is dead, and their bones are dust.
I am very lonely.
So alongside Cade, this section of the game is filled with so much comedy, you'd think you're playing Borderlands. It's so strange because the tone of the game hardly has space enough for Cade's goofiness, let alone another comedic relief character. You do some more busy work and bring Cade a Vex teleporter. He makes a whole lot of jokes, some of which work, some of which really don't.
The Cabal are bad guys who do bad things. Yes, I get it.
What, may we ask, were you going to do with a Vex teleporter?
Get up close and personal. Go! Put a bullet in his head. Then maybe eat a sandwich.
And he cares more that Zavala said he needs him than that the sun is going to be blown up. Okay.
Zavala said he needs me?
I think it's a shame that Cade 6 is stuck with his weird robot design. Surely Zavala should be a robot over this guy. Maybe it's to play on the irony that the only interesting characters in Destiny are the machines or something. But that's far too complex an idea for this game, so it's probably incidental. The trend of your character standing there doing nothing with lots of shot reverse shot continues. Did George Lucas direct this or something? Cade 6 conveniently knows where Ikora Ray is hiding because there's still one more planet to visit.
Zavala lost her after the city fell. We don't know where she is.
Io. Io, it's where she'd go to look for answers.
So that's what you do. You immediately find her and she monologues at you that this planet is the last place the Traveler touched, so Ghoul is trying to find any secrets to help him with his stupid task.
The last place the Traveler touched. I came for answers. I stand here, still, with nothing.
Ikora, Zavala is forming a resistance, and he believes...
What good is a resistance when you are the only one who would survive?
Amazingly, I found her character to be the most interesting out of the 3 Vanguard leaders in terms of how she dealt with being made mortal again. They don't fully embrace or explore it, but I like how she seems genuinely quite scared to die after being immortal for so long. A neat concept which is much more interesting to think about than it is presented in the game.
And I believe they will continue to desecrate all we hold sacred. Save this place, Guardian. Do not squander this second chance.
She asks you to save this place, so you guessed it, that's what you do. There's another Ghoul cutscene. He's sat down now because his legs hurt from being in this room and standing up for so long. Ghoul monologues his entire past to the speaker for no reason at all, as if we're supposed to care and relate to him. It's clumsy and pointless. Ghoul and his mate have a disagreement over how they want to get the Traveler's power, so he leaves in a huff like a baby.
But it is the way. The only way. Not for me.
There's another cutscene that doesn't have you in it, where Cade is random with a chicken. Chickens are random, you know. Basically, we need to steal a Cabal ship so we can stop the Death Star while everyone else takes back the city, and finally use the Vex teleporter to get into Ghoul's ship and then kill him. There's a tank mission, which is a nice mix-up. It's basically the same as the last one, except you can shoot this time. Then after you kill a whole lot more dudes, you finally wind up on the Death Star. This mission is significantly better than basically everything before it because they actually use the environment to force you to do more than stand still and shoot. It ends with you disabling the Death Star so the others can start their attack, which is shown in a glossy cutscene depicting an event I'd much rather be playing than watching. There's one final Ghoul cutscene which is just bizarre. Ghoul gets angry at the Council because he wants to earn the Traveler's light fairly instead of just taking it.
Look at your Traveler, Dominus. The cage is complete. The time is now. Claim what is rightfully yours and take this power. Tell me, Speaker, what more does the Traveler want of me?
But I thought it was the ghosts who chose where the light goes, right? There's literally a line of dialogue in Destiny 1 that goes,
"In its dying breath, the Traveler created the ghosts to seek out those who can wield its light as a weapon. Guardians to protect us and do what the Traveler itself no longer can."
So what, can the Traveler decide now? Is it healed? And then at the beginning of The Taken King, they literally say that the Traveler is dead.
I was born the moment the Traveler died.
Has that part of the universe been retconned too? It's kind of a gigantic plot hole when the entire motivation of your main villain that you've spent so much time with doesn't even make any sense in this universe. See, this wouldn't be a problem if Ghoul just wanted to blow it up. Just saying. I only ask questions when you make me ask questions. And if these questions were those that you didn't intend me to ask, then that's just bad, confusing writing. The Council kills the Speaker off screen. I think. It's really poorly choreographed and is super unclear. Then Ghoul kills the Council. Great, so that's the payoff for all of these expensive cutscenes. He just decides to take the light anyway. So all of this was completely pointless and could have been achieved in 30 seconds. We learnt nothing except for the backstory of Ghoul, which I personally do not care about. I would have been much happier to just read it in a codex. If you really wanted Bill Nye's character dead so badly, why not just say he died in the attack at the beginning? I doubt anyone would care. About 12 minutes of the 50-odd minutes of cutscenes is completely wasted on these scenes. You return to Earth to join the fight and battle your way through more waves of bad guys. You make your way to the Vanguard leaders who have the Vex teleporter set up and you warp yourself onto Ghoul's command ship. Then you kill him. Once you beat him, light bursts out of his body and he turns into a big goo monster. Then for the first time in the series, the Traveler does something. Kind of explodes white light everywhere and kills him. Why didn't you just lead with that? Could have saved everyone a whole lot of time. So that's it. That's the story of Destiny 2. That's what everyone is raving about. Have you ever experienced a story before? I have to say that the first time I finished it, I thought it was fine, but it's one of those things that gets worse the more you think about it and analyze it. Like the very final cutscene has the dreadful quote of the speaker going on about the light as if he's Yoda talking about the Force.
The light lives in all places, in all things. You can block it, even try to trap it. But the light will find its way.
Who thought this sounded good? It doesn't sound good. It sounds ludicrous. Destiny has always had such a confidence and almost cockiness in the way it tells its stories, no matter how awful they are. With enough conviction, you can make even the most flowery, pointless, meaningless dialogue sound weighty and important.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
It's basically all they ever do. They say a whole lot of words, but none of it really means anything. I've been comparing this game a lot to Star Wars because it's very obvious they're heavily inspired by it. The problem is they don't seem to understand what makes Star Wars good. Star Wars deals with incredibly simplistic themes of good versus evil, but when it's at its best, it explores the grey area in between, all meanwhile establishing lovable characters who we genuinely care about because they seem like real people, and robots, and fluffy bear things. Destiny has the same hyper-simplistic baby themes of Star Wars, but adds nothing to the mix. There aren't any good characters we care about, they don't explore what being good or evil actually means, and they don't examine the grey area in between being bad and good. The story has nothing to say about anything. It's serviceable action schlock that gives you the bare amount of motivation to propel the player forward. It reminds me a lot of one of those lesser Marvel movies, where the plot is just junk, the villain is boring and forgettable, and the characters are dull. But there were just enough laughs and it was lighthearted to the point where it gets such a minute, insignificant reaction from me that I forget about it the moment I stop watching it. The mystery and intrigue that is interesting is never expanded upon. Everyone is the same at the end as they are at the beginning. Cade 6 is still a funny book boy, Zavala is still stoic and boring, and the other one is just the same. It's just nothing. If you can sit here and tell me that this is a great story without a single caveat, then you must not have been listening to anything I've said. It has its moments, I guess, especially if you really love Cade 6, but I 100% guarantee that the reason you think this game feels more weighty and impactful than it is because Michael Salvatore is such an incredibly skilled composer. The music does all the work. I wish he was working in film because more movies need a score this good.
Here goes nothing.
If Destiny 2 is comparable to a Star Wars film, it would be one of the prequels. The flat direction, combined with the music doing all the work, is strangely reminiscent of how I feel about those movies. I think if Destiny 2 was a more traditional game without all the unnecessary forced-in MMO nonsense, it could be made much, much better. In my opinion, I think the game would be much stronger if they focused on creating a fun, semi-open world co-op game for just a couple of players, instead of having competitive multiplayer and instances where other players are running around the map. It contradicts the story so hard that it completely diffuses what little tension there was to begin with. My friend is even convinced that the only reason for the always online mechanics is so Activision has more control over piracy, which I'd never thought about before. It makes sense. At least if it was a more traditional loot-based open-world game, then they could get way more creative and wacky with the world, when they don't have to restrict design to having to work in PvE and PvP. It is so unbelievably dull in its current state. I know what I just said will never happen because they seem to be happy with what the game is now, unlike Destiny 1, which had no idea what it is. At the very least, Destiny 2 does know what it is. But I'll be long gone from the equation for the next one, so I really don't care anymore. After you finish the campaign is when the grind begins, or continues. You have various side quests, strikes, multiplayer, public events, and more, with the main goal being to level up high enough to do the raid. I was really struggling to get to a high enough level because I refused to grind public events, like everyone told me to do, because it was boring me to the point where I wanted to eject the disc and stamp it into pieces. I feel like a drug addict who's managed to kick the habit, who's watching all these poor souls chase the same dragon I used to. That is what Destiny 2 is, chasing the dragon, the game. None of the side quests are very interesting, the strikes are all bad. I cannot believe they still use the exact same design principle of having the boss at the end be a giant version of a regular enemy. They have been doing this for 3 years with the same enemies. Let that sink in for a second. Public events are kind of cool the first time you do them, but the novelty wears off extremely quickly. They finally added a map for when you're exploring, which is useful, but for some reason you can't see where any of your fire team are on the map, which is just bizarre. And when you're looking for the collectibles, the map takes about 2 seconds to load, so within about 5 minutes I just gave up because it was just too infuriating. Finally is competitive multiplayer. I always thought the Crucible was atrocious in the previous games, and admittedly it does seem better in this game because it's slightly less of a mess, and has been slowed down considerably so you can actually tell what's going on. It's not to say I had much fun with it, I think it's fine. It's a serviceable multiplayer. Is it worth ruining the rest of the game for? Hell no. But there are plenty of people who like it, and I can see why. It's just not why I'd ever play a game like this. And finally we have the raid, which I have to admit I didn't play. To be fair, it was released a week after, so it's basically DLC. I know that might be blasphemy for some of you to hear, but after everything I just said, can you really blame me for not being at all interested in grinding for hours on end just to be ready to play it? I realize that a lot of people love the grind, but I've done it 3 times before and I simply refuse to do it again. I hardly doubt a mode that has such a high barrier to entry would change any thought I had about the game. After spending weeks playing this game, researching it, writing about it, recording it, editing this video, I sacrificed what could have been 2 or 3 regular videos I upload for the sake of covering just this game. I think I've made it clear where I stand in this video and why I do. If it really bugs you that I didn't play the raid, then just go away. This video clearly isn't for you, and you have not been listening to what I've been saying. I may have come across as overly negative so far in this video, and that's because I am utterly defeated by this franchise. Go back to the first video I made on Destiny, and with each new video about this series, I get less and less forgiving. Ironically, because I gave Bungie such a huge benefit of the doubt from the beginning, I have been hurt the most by being an early adopter. People who are enjoying this game the most seem to be people who didn't endure the crap from Destiny 1 for the last 3 years. They would have just played a couple of hours from the first game and then bounced. I stuck around because, much like the characters in the game, I had hope. Bungie was my traveler. I trusted them without knowing anything about them, who they are or what they want. And then they screwed me in the end and made me look like a dumb idiot. They couldn't even give me moth people. Not one. This planet would have been perfect for it too. They'd look amazing flying around like the elegant beasts they are. You know, if those giant triangles they show in the Marvel Stinger section house moth people, I might just have to see that just for the meme. At least then it would be revealed that the entire state of this universe is thanks to the moth people. That'd be pretty amazing. I think I've said in every one of these videos that I was desperate to care about this universe because I can see the potential, but I don't care anymore. You can't keep giving things credit based on potential. If that were the case, then everything ever could get a pass. This game feels like an HD remake of Destiny 1. I criticized the first game for being all middle without a beginning or end, and this game is all beginning and end with no middle. Everything about it is the pinnacle of style over substance, and once you see through it, you'll never be able to see it the same way again. I do not care about Destiny 2. I will not be playing any more Destiny 2 after this video goes up. I will not be covering anything to do with Destiny anymore. I have said my piece on the matter. I am done.
So Destiny 2 Forsaken, this is definitely my most controversial out of all my Destiny videos. Most people consider it the Taken King of Destiny 2, oh, we fixed it now, where kind of, on principle, that bothered me, being like, guys, we've been through this before, why are we just letting them get away with this mess and supporting them through it? But maybe I'm being just too hardline on that. From a campaign perspective, nobody ever talks about it because there's nothing to talk about. Again, there's one kind of interesting opening mission with all of the drama and the stakes set up there, with nothing narrative-wise interesting happening until the admittedly cool reveal of the Dreaming City. But most of the complexity and depth and what people like about it is the quality of life, the expansion to these multiple areas. They added Gambit, there were heaps of content. In fact, it is single-handedly the biggest injection of new stuff in a Destiny expansion ever, which I can respect from that point of view. So I can see in totality why this video might have bugged people, but the campaign here might even be weaker than the vanilla Destiny 2 one. There's just nothing to it. They were trying to tout it as this non-linear revenge mission, which I don't mind in theory, but the execution was awful. Again, there was no difficulty options. You're a slave to whatever your power number was. The aesthetics of the Tangled Shore did a hell of a lot of work in making it interesting, and I am also bitter that that area is just not in the game anymore. And one of the coolest characters they've ever introduced, Spider. Again, opening these books and like going to the first page, and then they kind of close it. It feels like they were constantly in this cycle of starting to get interesting or veering in directions that were cool, but never indulging enough. So yeah, huge miss from a story perspective, but from a content perspective, honestly, the ideal Destiny expansion would be a campaign like the Witch Queen or the Final Shape, but with the total amount of content of Forsaken. So respect to it for that.
Okay, maybe I'm not done. I want to leave you, Destiny, but I can't do it because I hate you.
The wizard's here.
Its dying breath.
Need the eyes.
Let's go lost once.
Until they did.
It's been a minute since I last played Destiny. In fact, to ensure that I wouldn't, I instantly sold my copy of Destiny 2 on eBay right after I made my video, vowing to never play it again. However, things change, and honestly, I just find it interesting to talk about. Initially, when Destiny 2 launched, it was met with thunderous applause. Everyone was talking about how good this game was. The campaign was revered as being almost as excellent as a Halo title of old, and the game still sits with a very respectable 85 on Metacritic. Then what, 24 hours passed? And controversy after controversy led to Destiny 2 winding up being one of the most bashed and disappointing games of 2017, just as it deserved. Like in the original Destiny, they released 2 expansions after release. We'll talk about those in more detail in a moment. That were arguably so embarrassingly bad that the future of the game seemed pretty hopeless for many. Fast forward to the latest paid expansion, Forsaken, and history seems to be repeating itself all over again. Destiny 2's Forsaken expansion might be the best the series has ever been, says The Verge. IGN calls the new story memorable, awarding it a very solid 9 out of 10. With a darker, more nuanced story, loads of activities and clever tweaks to its core systems, Forsaken vastly improves the quality, quantity, and structure of content in Destiny 2. PC Games N reports. It's all looking very positive, but remember children, context is important. Sure, after playing Forsaken myself, I'll give you that it's slightly better than Destiny 2's vanilla offerings. So yes, in comparison, it is marginally better depending on what aspect we're talking about. However, it's still quite bad in a number of different ways, mostly in regards to the story. In the 4 years that Destiny has existed, it's established itself as being about as engaging as Crochet. Now don't get me wrong, plenty of people enjoy Crochet, but what I mean is that it fulfills the same need of a pretty mindless, repetitive action that helps to kill a bit of time and keeps you busy. Except the biggest difference being that instead of winding up with a nice blanket or something, all you end up with by playing Destiny is repetitive strain injury from pressing the shoot button so much. I think it's fine to enjoy Destiny for simplistic reasons such as, I'm bored, shooting feels good, it's something for me to do, me like loot. But you have to admit that any real potential is totally squandered in favor of milking its player base for all it's worth, using manipulative, scummy business tactics that bank on you getting addicted to its total mediocrity through its occasional bursts of dopamine and scarcity tactics. Ultimately, Forsaken doesn't change the story issues, mechanical failings, or lack of overall direction or cohesion in the world building of this series. It's still a muddled mess that only really excels at a small handful of things that it's trying to achieve, and when it does work, it's not in any meaningful way that can convince me that it isn't already being achieved elsewhere in the industry to a much greater effect. It's basically confirmed at this point that the original Destiny was a complete disaster behind the scenes, with the production over at Bungie, leading to this shell of a game being shambled together at the last second. I was willing to forgive this, it was an ambitious idea, until I played Destiny 2, which mind-blowingly also looks to have been plagued with similar development issues, which is completely inexcusable for a game of this clout. How do you manage to learn from your mistakes, but then also make the exact same mistake
again. What on earth is going on behind the management of this series? So in typical Activision Bungie style, I don't even separate them anymore, instead of allowing their development team enough time to finish what could resemble a finished product, they threw together what vaguely resembled a AAA game and expected their audience to effectively pay for a beta to give them enough time to fix it, and then eventually charge another premium for access into content that resembles the state that Destiny 2 probably should have released in to begin with. Does all that sound familiar? Well, it should, because this is exactly what happened with Destiny the Taken King 2 years ago. The Destiny Reddit seems to be more than aware of this, but it's not fool me twice, shame on you, it's fool me once. There's a reason so many people see this series as an embarrassing joke. I'm sure that from this footage you're thinking, well, this don't look so bad. And that's how they get you. That's how they get you every time. They've gotten so far on superb art direction, massive advertising budgets, and this air of mystery, because that's all they've got. That is all they have got. Destiny is like the most gorgeous building ever designed, but once you go inside said building, the walls and foundation are made out of toothpicks. Again, there are still things to like about Destiny 2 and its expansions, but my god, how the mighty have fallen. I'm going to apologize in advance if I end up repeating things that I've mentioned in my previous Destiny videos, but the same problems just aren't being addressed, so I have to keep bringing them up all the time. So with the setup out of the way, let's quickly go through Destiny 2's first 2 expansions, so we know exactly where the story is at the start of Forsaken. Obviously this video is going to be full of spoilers, not that there's really anything significant to spoil. If you hadn't noticed already, this time I'm playing Destiny 2 on PC instead of Xbox One. Partially because I didn't have any clue which version I was supposed to buy on console, but more so because I managed to get the entire game, first expansions, and Forsaken for pretty cheap. I only mention this because Destiny doesn't have crossplay or the ability to move characters across platforms, so I had to start a new one. The newest Forsaken expansion comes with a one-time use item called a Forsaken Character Boost, that when used skips over all of the previous campaigns so that you're ready for Forsaken. So in order to even play Osiris, I had to make a new character, grind my way through the vanilla campaign, then continue to grind up just to be strong enough to even partake in the content. This is something that would have been fine at the time of the release of this expansion, but is retrospectively extremely frustrating for a lapsed player who has completed vanilla on another platform but missed out on the expansions. This would not be a problem if they did not force you to own Destiny 2 and its previous 2 expansions to even play Forsaken. Of course, I want to play what I've been forced to pay good money for. Destiny 1 gave you the option to replay levels. I don't know why this is a necessary change. Anyway, it took me just over 2 hours to complete the main story of Curse of Osiris. That's including cutscenes and loading screens. The cutscenes themselves make up about 12 minutes, if you're being generous. Like, I'm not looking for any sort of arbitrary length in particular, but it does give you an idea of what you get for your money here. Personally, I'd always prefer 2 awesome hours of content over 10 hours of boring, monotonous filler, but hilariously enough though, the 2 hours of content here is basically nothing but filler. I found the setup of the story to be genuinely quite intriguing. That was mostly when my imagination got hold of the concepts though. The actual storytelling itself is not good at all. It starts off with some Guardian who is established as being able to travel through different simulated realities thanks to some complicated Vex technology. It's kind of a weirdly similar setup to that really bad piece of DLC for the original Mass Effect called Pinnacle Station, if any of you remember that one. But during one of the simulations, the Vex shoot at him and he gets stranded in the program called the Infinite Forest. At least, I think that's what happens. It was skipped over so fast that upon revisiting this story to try and describe it to you guys, I really have no idea why or how anything happens. Basically what it boils down to is the only story Destiny knows how to tell. There's a new freak of the week that is threatening the entire galaxy, and you need to kill it. This time it's a big Vex creature, the only new enemy in the expansion. You'll mainly be fighting the usual waves of enemies that are still being reused from the original game. A couple of the Vex are reskinned at least. I guess that's something. They don't behave any differently though. The only interesting idea that this DLC has is that thanks to this Infinite Forest concept, they're able to show you scenes from the past and possible future. There's a pretty good moment where they show the before and after of how the Vex transform planets to
suit their liking, giving good, much-needed context and explanation as to what the hell these enemies are and what they're actually trying to achieve by showing it to us instead of just telling us, like Destiny always does. The Vex are probably the most interesting out of all the main Destiny races. There are some really good concepts in there. It's still such a shame that with the amount of time I've spent in this universe that I still feel like they've only scratched the surface on who anyone is and why anything is happening. There's a new map on the planet Mercury which looks pretty cool but is quite small and sparse, and unfortunately all of the missions on this planet boil down to you running into the infinite forest, jumping and killing a bunch of enemies on various platforms until you kill some kind of mini-boss, and then repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat. The campaign variety is so half-baked that they force you to even go back to the EDZ map from Destiny 2 Vanilla in a desperate attempt to inflate the length of the content. Every mission is usual Destiny level design, which of course is pretty much only one thing. At the end of the DLC, you kill the big baddie in a semi-interesting boss fight, and then it ends. There are a couple new strikes, and a public event, and the usual stuff, but you really not just give this out for free? Like, it's pretty worthless. The best thing about this content is the new music. Nothing new there. And of course the art direction. Also nothing new there either. There really is nothing else of note. I don't understand why this is necessary to own in order to play Forsaken, aside from the fact that they need to reuse old content to pad out the new stuff. It's a shame that they've now wasted the Infinite Forest. It could have been used as a framing device to explain more about this universe's past. Oh well. Once I finished Osiris, I had to grind some more and able to play possibly the worst piece of content ever released for Destiny. I think Warmind might be the most insulting con job this fraud of a series has ever tried to pull. That's including the Dark Below as well, which was also pitiful. This one I managed to beat in barely over an hour, and the cutscenes hardly scrape over 10 minutes long. Of course, they reskin the worst Destiny enemies ever created, the Hive, by putting ice on them this time. Great, because new creatures to shoot at would obviously be too much to ask for in the game series that is all about repeatedly shooting at enemies and literally nothing else. These bionicle looking fools, they're just not fun to fight. Yet again, they set the story up with an overly produced, slickly animated, unnecessary fight scene, introducing an incredibly lame new character called Anna Bray.
Guardians aren't supposed to investigate their past. That's the rule.
What? Since when was that a rule? Anyway, the story of this expansion is that you need to kill a giant worm because that's what the Hive worship, apparently. Alright.
It's a giant worm! They're sinking cities with a giant worm!
The dialogue brings me straight back to the "that wizard came from the moon" garbage from the original beta way back in the day.
We found a Golden Age research facility buried inside a glacier. Where do you think? Meet me at the entrance to Clovis Bray.
Again, they completely waste all potential with the Warmind, an ancient artificial intelligence for strategic warfare that has been teased in Destiny for countless years, and the only reason I know any of that is because I read the wiki before writing this. At the end, once you kill the giant worm, you go to communicate with the Warmind itself finally.
I am Rasputin, guardian of all I survey. I have no equal.
What have we done?
Don't worry. We've got this.
What do you mean we got this? That was the most menacing and foreboding setup I've ever seen. I wonder where this story's going.
We've got this.
Oh, that's the end. That's the end of the story. This shit's like a bad Skyrim side quest. And they expected money for this? It really seems like they've learnt nothing. These DLCs would be disappointing even if they were free. They always introduce these cool looking new areas to set the campaigns on, but they always send you away to old maps from old content within the first couple missions because the gameplay is so limiting that they can't think of what else to do to pad it out. Of course, both of these expansions introduce more levels, strikes, maps, and loot to grind for, but it's basically all made irrelevant because of the release of Okay, let's stop talking about old shit and let's talk about something new. First and foremost, Destiny 2 Forsaken has a brand new story, which everyone seems to be complimenting for being darker and more focused than ever before. Except when you actually play it and really think about it. The story sucks. Anyway, to start the expansion, I made a new character with the same character creator from Destiny 1 that still hasn't been updated. Really good in the game that's all about customizing your character, huh folks? And then I used that boost that I mentioned earlier, so I was ready to play. Once you get past the ridiculous bombardment of informational pop-ups and notifications, ignore the constant dot on the map that's trying to get you to buy the annual pass, and then head over to the microtransaction hub in the tower that gives you a reward for accelerating your journey to the reef. I wonder why they get you to do that. You head over to the Prison of Elders and the new story begins.
Any last words? How's your sister?
I don't normally like complaining that much about cliche tropes, but I guess we are talking about Destiny, so... But a cut to black gunshot? Not a fan of that. It's not even one of those ones that's left up to mystery, because they show you him dead in a scene later anyway. We cut back in time a bit to the Prison of Elders, a location from one of the first Destiny expansions. That expansion wasn't very good, by the way. Where we're told that there's been a breakout, so of course it's our job to clear up the mess.
Just another day at the office.
All right, partner, this is a Cade riff in 6. Watch me for the changes and try to keep up. Now let's go to prison!
Those of you with special ears may have noticed that Cade 6 sounds a little Nolan Northy, and that's because for some reason they didn't get Nathan Fillion back because he couldn't make it. So you're telling me that the one character that added life and made Destiny even remotely interesting couldn't make it for what could potentially be this character's last ever appearance in the expansion that completely revolves around him? Right.
Well, this is awkward.
I'm not trying to knock Nolan North's performance, because he's a really good actor, and he does a fine job here. It's just so distracting because Nathan Fillion has such a unique voice, cadence, and delivery that is extremely difficult for anyone else to recapture. He literally made that character what it is. Without him, there is no Cade 6. You run through the prison, killing the usual enemies, while this amazing piece of sweeping, swashbuckling music called Gunslinger on the soundtrack plays. I say this every time, but thank God for the team of composers working on this game. It really helps capture the mood and tone that they're going for, because it sure ain't the cardboard characters that do it. It makes what would otherwise be pretty mediocre events seem so much more impressive and grand. Just imagine hearing this in a story that I actually care about. A man can dream.
How did these guys even get guns?
A lot of the dialogue is still delivered through the somewhat detached comms, no changes there. The environmental team did a pretty good job filling this first level with interesting details.
Can I just say I'm having the time of my life right now?
They make it feel more alive than the usual Destiny level. They even have characters interact with you in person. It's almost as if it's a real video game. Again, showcasing how a much more linear and controlled setting works much better for communicating story information to a player, instead of a vast, static museum-like map, with exposition delivered by nothing but dull phone calls via your ghost.
Okay, there's a big Vex signature just up the coast. Let's kill it, whatever it is, and bring it to Mine Core, to one of the old Academy research labs.
Destiny's been pulling this trick for a while. Hey, let's just make the first level good so we can trick people into thinking that we've actually changed everything. Nope. It's normally just the first level and the last level that they put anything remotely interesting in. Everything in the middle always sucks. The actual mission design is nothing special. It's the setup of a chaotic prison riot that helps drive the gameplay along. There's a pretty dull moment where you have to fight waves of the worst enemies ever. The Hive. Cade does some more funnies, and you're treated to a pre-rendered glossy cutscene.
no, 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 no! Cade, he's gone! This isn't a prison riot. It's a prison break!
So to stop this mysterious he from escaping, Cade drops a huge platform in what feels like a moment from Guardians of the Galaxy or something. He explodes himself because remember that Guardians are invincible as long as they have their ghost. That's very important.
Never felt better.
Cade is greeted by a bunch of fallen-looking creatures and deflates all tension by turning into Deadpool for a minute.
And cue the ominous music.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, Cade. There's a stupidly long, unnecessary fight that I guess has some fun choreography, but I'd much rather his character be developed more instead. I can see this shit anyway. You're constantly just showing me Guardians fighting all the time. I'm already doing that in the game. Like a dumb idiot, he gets out his ghost, which gets sniped and destroyed, which remember, now means that he can die. He says that he's coming home.
I'm coming home, Ace.
Which no one would understand, because they never explicitly explain what he's talking about. I had to look at his wiki page to find out the answer. I guess he used to be a human or something, and he had a son called Ace. It's kind of massively important that we know that before you try and make a dramatic moment out of it. Otherwise, it's just confusing. You're back to playing and you've got to try to get to Cade. You find what's called an ether trail, which is wrong somehow.
Ether trails. Look out for escaped fallen. But this ether is wrong somehow.
It's just nonsense. You're introduced to a new enemy who look like weird headless zombies. Of course, it's instantly revealed that they used to be the Fallen.
These things, they used to be fallen.
Well, that's fun. The fourth time they've been reskinned as a new enemy type if you count their original form, the Seaver from Rise of Iron, the Taken, being reused in Destiny 2, and now the Scorn. Well, I guess that would be 5. These Ravager enemies have a weak spot on their flame thing, so exploding them with that feels pretty good, and has really satisfying sound design attached to it. Thumbs up there. Literally anything that isn't constant headshots is refreshing in this game. Next, you meet these teleporting creatures called Raiders. They seem more like a direct reskin of the Fallen. They're serviceable. Next, my favorite new enemies are these things called Screebs. They aren't mechanically any different to the same exploding suicide grunt like enemy archetype every race in the game already has, but that animation is fun nonetheless. Look at their arms flail. You fight a demented abomination, which is kind of like a headless hive ogre that can shoot lightning out of his hands for some reason. Again, they're serviceable. Once you beat it, you head on through a door, find Cade's body, and then you're supposed to fill in the time gaps with the cutscene we were shown at the beginning. So this blue guy is supposed to be the same dude from the original Destiny, the one who did nothing and wasn't a character, who then in the Taken King expansion, if you remember, you don't, was shown to be flying a little ship as Oryx sent out a big pulse explosion and then presumably died. But I guess he didn't die because here he is. Cade 6 has his final moments with your player, where he makes fun of you for being speechless because your character never says anything.
Speechless. Typical.
And he has a genuinely great last line of dialogue.
You tell Zavala and Ikora, the Vanguard, is the best bet I ever lost.
So let's talk about why this death scene doesn't work. 1. Cade isn't a character. He's a fun character archetype, and his personality and performance is good, but we know absolutely nothing about him, unless you read his wiki. 2. The same thing applies to his killer, the blue guy. He's not a character we know anything about, so it's not shocking or interesting. It's a shame all the content before this has been so underdeveloped, because if this guy had been built up and properly written as an imposing villain or something, this could have been an actual good setup for a revenge story. 3. Is there actually a chance that this is permanent? I know Bungie have said that this is supposed to show that death is a very real thing in this universe, but why would they choose Cade? Unless Nathan Fillion really wanted out or they couldn't get him back or something. He's basically the only character anyone knows from this franchise. Are you telling me they've permanently removed the face of their game? He's been all over the marketing ever since people attached themselves to him. All I'm saying is don't be surprised if this character comes back in the future. Number 4. For some reason they used Cade's death all all over the marketing as the biggest draw to pull people in, which sure, is alluring, but they blew the one surprise they had. If this had happened out of the blue, this would have been so much more effective to me. Would have raised the stakes. But ever since I saw the poster, it's like, oh, I guess Cade's dead then, okay. Now all we're left with is the boring, identical non-characters back at the Vanguard.
This is on the head of Uldren Sov. But if he thinks what he's done is the end, it's not. It's the beginning.
What is with this dialogue? Of course it's not over, because you said it's not the end. Who wrote this? The bald woman wants to send every Guardian ever born to murder Cade's murderer, but the bald blue man says,
We need to keep our eyes here. On our home, our people, the Traveler.
The scene is weird because they're both right and wrong at the same time. Sure, it's unreasonable to want to send every single Guardian to the reef at the same time, because that would be absolutely moronic, but doing absolutely nothing as a response makes the Guardians look weak. So why not compromise somewhere in the middle? Isn't that the whole point of having a sort of council vanguard type deal? Why not send a small team of perfectly capable soldiers like Shax or Hawthorne to exact revenge to show that you can't mess with Guardians without consequence, especially one that everyone seems to know and is kind of a huge deal? Surely these guys are a very real threat either way. Who's to say that they wouldn't eventually coordinate some kind of attack towards important Guardians or the tower in the future? It's not like we haven't been sent to deal with threats in a preventative way before. It's basically the only thing we ever do. Hell, the last DLC was about killing a giant worm that presented a possible growing threat, and Zavala himself even came along for that one. How is this any different? If anything, this should encourage them all more to be proactive, because whatever tactic they're choosing to do is not working.
I refuse to bury any more friends.
You won't have to. Uldren Sov is mine.
So my character has a voice again? Why bring the voice actors back to do, like, 9 words? What is the purpose of this? Anyway, the reason this entire setup is so bad and nonsensical is because they desperately wanted to tell this personal revenge story. Except they somehow forgot that for a revenge story to be personal and impactful, the lead character needs slightly more motivation than some random dude killed that funny guy that I sort of knew. Think about any number of stories with a similar setup. In John Wick, his dog, which was his last reminder of his dead wife, is killed. Personal connection. In Kill Bill, the bride is put into a coma because her ex tries to murder her on her wedding day. Again, personal connection. What about a literal western, like True Grit, which is about a girl trying to avenge the death of her father? Personal, emotional connection. The point is, without that personal driving motivation, it just seems hollow. My Guardian isn't even a hunter, so why would this be such a personal attack to him? I do really like that they tried to go for a smaller, more personal story that is a lot less lofty, with direct inspiration from classic revenge western stories of old, but nothing about it makes any sense based on the entire setup of the whole "you're one of many" thing from the original game, especially when contrasted to the original campaign of Destiny 2, where the entire theme and point of the game is that everyone needed to work together, Guardian or not, to exact revenge on the evil villain that wronged them and took what was theirs. It really isn't that much of a difference.
I wish I could help you more. But the city needs a unified vanguard. Or at least the illusion of one. And this is your road now.
So if you completely ignore this section here, that is unfathomably lazy and convenient in its setup and writing, the story is simple and effective for what needs to be done. All you need to know is that Cade's killer, Uldren, and his fallen barons are gathered on a stretch of the reef called the Tangled Shore. For all intents and purposes, this expansion has the exact same story as New Super Mario Bros. Wii. I'm not even trying to be facetious. Listen, you have your princess stolen, or in this case, brutally murdered, and the rest of the game is you taking on bosses one by one until you get to Bowser, or Uldren. I think gameplay-wise, this is a good setup, but as far as a memorable or genuinely good narrative is concerned though, well, I mean, no one's raving about the story in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, are they?
You embraced me when I was cast out.
There's another dumb cutscene where Aldrin, the villain, gives a motivating speech to his fallen buddies, encouraging them to cause chaos for some reason.
Go, unleash upon the fallen chaos.
It's revealed that Aldrin is hallucinating his sister, the Queen, who he's weirdly obsessed with, and she has an abysmal line that goes,
"Love is fleeting, but devotion, now that is forever."
Love is fleeting, but devotion, now that is forever. Destiny loves this kind of writing. It's this dialogue that sounds cool and weighty when these dumb space aliens are saying it. But then when you sit back and actually think about it for a second and remember that love and devotion are completely interchangeable because they are literally synonyms for each other, and it kind of falls apart. I can't believe so many people genuinely think these stories have improved when really they're still pretty similar in quality to the very first game. For now, I'll just say that his motivation is that he's completely crazy, so nothing he does even needs to make any sense. You'll see what I mean when we get to what is actually making him hallucinate later. It's pretty bad.
The Tangled Shore. A lawless frontier of outlaws, scavengers, pirates. Murderers like Aldrin and his fallen would fit right in.
Finally, it's time to explore a brand new area. It's basically the Wild West, but in space, which is pretty cool. At first, I thought they were going for a much more open type of design, because the only direction you get at first is find Cade's killers. So I thought maybe I'd be exploring the map and would have to find clues to hunt down the Barons all by myself. But then I remembered that this is Destiny, and it has to be designed for stupid dum-dums who need constant hand-holding. So a quest marker eventually pops up and shows you where to go. After you defeat what feels like 600 million waves of the same enemies over and over, the woman from the first level hits you up and it's like, "Hey, come with me and meet my friend the spider." Then for the first time I can think of in Destiny history, you actually fight alongside friendly AI players.
I'm sending you some backup. Please, don't shoot the backup.
Sure, it's a small thing and they're reskinned Fallen, and they're basically completely useless, but it does help to make the world feel slightly more frantic and alive. You have to kill 4 huge waves of enemies, then finally...
Shine your shoes, Guardian. You're about to meet the spider.
Well, if it isn't Petrovenge, the worst jailer in the solar system. What brings you to my home away from home? Away from home. On the run, are we?
I heard you lost the shore.
You lost my shore.
This spider guy is freaking cool. His design is amazing, his whole room looks pretty great, the performance by Robin Atkin Downes is genuinely really good, but he never even gets out the chair, or does anything really. They continue the disappointing trend of introducing new characters only to not develop them in any way, so they only exist to be a vendor. Seriously, stop doing this. You do not have a lack of characters, you just have a lack of any developed ones. If needing new vendors is such an issue, why not just pull a Warframe and let you pick up missions and bounties from your ship or something? However, before you're able to exact your revenge on the Barons, you have to do some busy work for the spider to pad out the runtime a little. You do this by purchasing wanted bounties, but unable to purchase wanted bounties, you have to find ghost parts by doing dull patrols and public events. Luckily, Peter Vengeance gives you a kick-ass new weapon to play with, the compound bow. This thing is easily the most fun weapon that has ever been added to Destiny. The gameplay team absolutely killed it with how this weapon feels to use. It's probably the most fun bow I've used in any game, and I've played what? 3 games? I don't really understand how a contemporary Olympics-looking bow fits aesthetically into the world of Destiny though, or into the Western theme they were going for. It could definitely do with looking a little more sci-fi, but whatever, I'll take anything new.
10 seconds left. Do that. Bury another.
Anyway, despite the fun new weapon, this was the least enjoyable part of the entire game for me. There is absolutely nothing fun about a campaign forcing you into doing side activities just so it takes longer to finish. It ruins the pacing and flow of the story, and it's just mind-numbingly dull. Not to mention that when you get hold of one of these bounties, which you have to do 5 of to continue the story, they give such vague instructions such as hunt down a Prison of Elders escapee hiding out in the drain in the EDZ. I could deal with this if it wasn't for 2 things. 1. Navigating the maps in Destiny is still a total nightmare. At least you actually have a map to look at this time around, but you can't place waypoints of your own accord, you can't zoom in, it's slow to load, and they're under-detailed for what you need. And 2. These enemy bounties just spawn in the open world maps, some of which are in areas populated by other players, so to get some of them to spawn, you have to leave and join the same area multiple times until you wind up in an instance where one happens to appear. It was very frustrating. Pick and choose when you want to hold my hand, Destiny, for God's sake. So to complete this section, I had to Google the bounty locations and follow a guide on the internet, because I had no idea where these places were. Does this sound even remotely enjoyable to you? Because it's not. Now you've earned the spider's trust, he tips you off to the Scorned Barons location, so your new goal is to assault their hideout.
Petra is out for blood. But we're here for justice. Aren't we?
Yeah, we're out for justice by carefully hunting down and murdering anyone that gets in our way by spilling our target's blood. Not really much difference there, I'm afraid. You recover a couple of Spider's caches, are forced to fight one of the same tanks they've been showing off since the original game came out. You're ambushed, and then you're teased by a bunch of the Koopalings, and the level ends with you killing a mini-boss. There's a weird, extremely goofy cutscene where each one of the Barons gets a small introduction.
Cannings, the Mad Bomber. Emphasis on mad.
Reminds me of something a cartoon might do. It's extremely simplistic. I remember them doing it in one of the Transformers movies, and it was just as bad there. They tease that Aldrin is only at the Tangled Shore because of some mysterious place called the Watchtower, and 6 adventure missions pop up on your map, each labelled as one of the Barons. I made the stupid mistake of doing the first adventure right away, which has a power recommendation of 390, but I only had 360 power of my own, so this fight was difficult to the point of extreme frustration. The damn thing would kill me in 2 hits. I still really don't like the way Destiny handles difficulty. It doesn't make activities fun in a challenging way. You have no choice or control over it at all. It always just leaves you in one of 2 arbitrary states. You're either under-leveled to the point where you'll die in 2 hits, or sometimes can't even deal damage to enemies because you're so weak, or you're so over-leveled that everything is an absolute cakewalk. So what happened was completing this first Baron wound up taking about as much time on its own as all of the following ones combined, simply because I was slightly under-leveled. I guess that's my fault for not realizing that I was supposed to grind. So I'm not going to go over every one of these bosses because I'd really quite like for this video to end eventually, but I'd say overall they're a mixed bag. I like how each boss has its own gimmick, so it keeps things relatively fresh, especially the Trickster, who uses common Destiny mechanics and features to, well, trick you. But one thing I really get tired of in Destiny boss encounters is how you can't just fight a big enemy on its own. You constantly have to fight hundreds of faceless minions at the same time, and we all know how I feel about minions. It kind of takes some of the punch away when a huge hulking boss goes invincible or hides for a few minutes until you deal with the mindless enemies around it. Makes them feel a lot less threatening, you know? I feel like they only do this because encounters would be far too easy otherwise, so they need to do something to hold you back. Just when you do this, it's kind of lame.
This guy's file says he's obsessed with creating his own throne world, a pocket dimension in the Hive's ascendant plane. When the Hive kill powerful beings, their throne worlds increase in size. But that should only work for the Hive.
What are you talking about? Somewhere in this expansion, you'll wind up unlocking a new move for your super that makes your previous ones irrelevant because they're so weak in comparison. I happen to get one of the less flashy ones for the Titan. It makes a big shield wall, which at the time of me recording this seems to be super overpowered. It's probably been nerfed by now. Aldrin goes to the Shard of the Traveler that gives you your powers back in the original campaign of Destiny 2. He shoots a hole in it and takes a bit for himself. Surely the Guardians should have tried to quarantine or recover this incredibly powerful piece of magic technology. No? You're just gonna leave it there in a field with a bunch of Fallen? Okay. These guys are idiots. The penultimate Baron is after a pretty lame tank mission. I appreciate the attempt at trying to recapture the magic of Halo vehicle missions though. The sandbox is just so boring in comparison. We're on the last mission now, where you kill the final Baron. Whatever. Then my second least favorite enemies show up. They're Taken. Well, at least they've only been reused for 3 years instead of 4, like everything else has. What? So I guess Aldrin was being manipulated by this giant squid's asshole to free it from some realm. God damn, this is stupid. They never explain who or what this thing is. I looked on the wiki and apparently it's a shape-shifting creature that was made Taken by Oryx and manipulated Aldrin into freeing her from the Dreaming City. A major turning point for Destiny's storytelling. So after you kill the squid, I guess Aldrin is fine now and wasn't eaten alive. The only reason you fight a squid instead of Aldrin is probably because this is a game for babies, so they can't have you shooting at human-like figures. God damn, this is an unsatisfying ending though. Imagine if at the end of Gladiator, it was revealed that a ghost squid is what made the Emperor's son issue the kill command on Russell Crowe's family. It would kind of completely ruin the entire point of a revenge story, wouldn't it?
So, this is to be a reckoning.
Come on, he's being manipulated by a giant squid. Give the guy a break.
Funny. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Do you know which side you're on?
I swear, if they tried to pull the "you were a villain the whole time" twist the original game was supposed to have, I'm gonna lose my mind. Anyway, you show no mercy at all and shoot Aldrin at the same time as the blue woman. Don't you have a prison that you can go in? They try to show that what you're doing is justified, but if you really believed in justice, surely you would take all of the barons back to the prison. That's what Mario would do. He's a true hero. Oh my god, so it's over. Well, so that's the end of the story. That was so bad. We learned nothing about any character. The plot was so simple that a toddler could follow it. And the one thing they promised, revenge, you get slighted from you because of the stupid squid reveal. I don't want to fight a squid, I wanted to fight Aldrin. Who thought this would be a good idea? I think I might hate this even more than the original story for Destiny. At least everyone was in agreement that that one sucked. The thing that hurts me most when looking back at everything in Destiny now is that there are enough art assets, characters, weapons, music, landscapes, and lore to tell an interesting Mass Effect style character-based story buried way deep in here somewhere. I saw this complex flowchart of how each piece of content has led to where we are in Destiny at this point, and imagine how cool it would be if any of this had weight, drive, and character growth behind it. But because this game has to be an online service, everything has to be half-baked and lean more towards grinding than anything else, which I guess nicely leads us into the end game is personally where I usually peter out because I'm more of a story guy, but the never-ending grind for loot is what attracts most people to this game. So how is it? Well, it's certainly better than Destiny 2 Vanilla, that's for sure. In this regard, it might even be better than any state the original game ever ended up being in. Quality of life changes such as the Triumph achievements. Make sure you buy the best edition for the Triumph. In-game lore tab for the hardcore fans. Collections so you can see what weapons and armor you're missing and how to get it. Are all much needed changes hardcore fans have been after for a while. It's basically the bare essential stuff you'd expect in a game of this type. I'm sure plenty of people will get a lot out of painstakingly customizing their characters by grinding for thousands of hours, and that's all Destiny is for at the moment. Hardcore fans of Destiny and hardcore fans fans of RNG loot grinds. They seem to have slowed down the unlocking of new content, so players won't blast through it so quick and hit the level cap instantly, like in every other expansion and game previous, which seems like a good change. I don't know, it gives people something to chase. They even have an entire endgame area that you never really go to in the main story, aside from one mission that kind of unlocks it. This map is really cool and is full of a bunch of mysteries that supposedly change every week on a rota. This game really seems to excel when it keeps itself shrouded in secrecy and not trying to explain why giant squids are controlling blue dudes who killed a robot voiced by Nolan North. In my opinion, this game would be so much better if they leaned into what they were actually good at, which is how good the shooting feels and the concept of varied, interesting loot to chase in a mysterious environment. The past 4 years have proven that Bungie are simply not very good at telling traditional narratives in this universe, so why not use that weakness to their advantage and tie the lack of a cinematic story into gameplay instead? People absolutely love a mystery. You just have to look at the success of something like Souls Dark. Make people explore your big empty maps. Litter them with things to collect and environmental storytelling to find. The most fun I had in this game was exploring these caves for mysteries and chests all on my own accord, without the bad dialogue or cutscenes. Move away from these expensive, time-consuming, pointless cinematics that are embarrassingly bad, and use the extra resources to improve what is already there. If shooting is fun, and literally the only thing you do, then make it better. Make it more varied with a wider selection of enemies, more creative weapons, more player agency and choice, with other types of gameplay like ship combat to break up the repetition a bit. Let the impeccable art design and music speak for itself a little more. You're a video game, you don't have to just copy movies. With just the music and the art alone, you already have a fantastic atmosphere. You just need the mechanical backbone to hold everything else up. I should not be frustrated at how little control I have over customizing my character in a game that is about customizing my character. It seems like the designer of the game fights against every choice that I want to make. For most of my time playing this expansion, I hated the way my character looked. I hate these shoulders, look, they just glitch through in the cutscenes. And this is because of the way the game forces you to chase power levels. I know you have the option to infuse power items that you like, but as a new PC player, I have no materials to do it with. And at the time of me writing this, the drop rate is so low for Masterwork cores, which is what you have to use to upgrade weapons now, that I never once even used this feature. What's the point? Shaders being one-time use is also still a complete joke. Even the most passionate Destiny players won't disagree with me on this one. You can't give us a feature in Destiny 1 that worked fine, then bring it back in the sequel with dreadful implementation and expect everyone to just be okay with it. It encourages hoarding because you want to save your colors until you get the perfect drop that you're looking for, which in such an RNG-based game could be a long time. I guess selling them for real money is more important. Back to a couple more positives though. The Strike playlist is a lot more fun than in vanilla. The amount of them now is a lot greater than before because of all the content that has been released up to this point, and some of them are quite fun. It was actually a viable way to level up as well. I still really despise the fact that PS4 players get a plethora of extra content because of their deal with Sony though. I normally don't care about this kind of thing, but in a game like this, where it actually matters, it's really frustrating. And it's kind of a massive kick in the teeth, especially when the Triumph system constantly reminds you about the cool stuff that you literally cannot get until the exclusivity timer runs out. And even then, that's like a year. I'm not going to care in a year. There's a new raid as well that I can't be bothered to play because I don't want to grind to be strong enough for it. I'm sure it's fun. It's especially interesting how, after the new raid was first completed, new events actually affected the world as a result. That's the impactful feeling that is lacking from the campaign content. More of that, please. I actually played a bunch of multiplayer this time around, which I've always bashed for being lame and bad before, but I actually had a good time. It doesn't suffer from the immense boredom that comes from the repetition of the dull AI enemies in PvE. It feels a lot more balanced and snappy than vanilla did, but also not slowed down to the point where everything was kind of droll. But where this game really shines is in the new PvEVP mode called Gambit, where you have to work with your team to collect motes from AI enemies and bank them before your opposing team can on their side of the map, with every now and again a portal opening so one of your team can jump through into the enemy's map and you can hunt down the opposing players while they're still trying trying to kill their AI. It's an extremely complicated concept to try and explain, but trust me, within a round it makes perfect sense. It's vaguely like that terrible mode from Halo 5 called Warzone, but imagine if it was actually well designed and wasn't a broken mess of one-time use items and microtransactions. I noticed Gambit had a couple of balancing issues at the moment, but I'm sure that'll be fixed as time goes by. Can't believe I'm actually praising the PvP in this game, but they actually seem to have done a decent job this time round. Take this with a grain of salt though, I'm not exactly an expert in PvP or anything. I just have fun because of how tense and unpredictable it was, unlike in the PvE stuff. It also shows how the mechanics of this game can shine when put in the right setting. I mentioned earlier that on the planet map in Destiny 2, you're constantly teased with something called the annual pass. It seems they've ditched the idea of a season pass because of how much controversy and hatred it seemed to garner, but I'm still not a fan on the way they insist on monetizing this game. There's no mention of anything story related, so it seems like they're moving away from the stupid cutscenes, and will hopefully be focusing on improving the scope of gameplay. Based on the history of Destiny and how all over the place their content drops have been, I'd really advise to hold off buying this until they really prove that it's worth it. I never trust these vague descriptions these types of passes promise, but only time will tell if this turns out to be a better or worse deal than the original season passes. Well, now's the part of the video where I complain about Eververse. It's probably the worst thing about the game, if I'm being honest. It's not enough that you have to pay full price for Destiny 2 and its various expansions, but of course they are to try and nickel and dime you by gating off content behind this insulting vendor. I know people like to try and defend it by saying it's only cosmetic, which is already a crap excuse, and also isn't true, because you can buy armor that has gameplay perks attached to it, but we're talking about a game where the main goal is to collect cosmetics for customizing your character. So instead of expanding the loot pool for the other types of content, with all these art assets that are being tailor-made for this one vendor, even with exclusive stuff sometimes, they instead specifically made a reward system that is designed to constantly bring you back to this menu screen, like a mobile game basically, in a sleazy attempt to get you to purchase silver, their BS fake currency, which is also a total ripoff. I warned about this when they first introduced Eververse into Destiny 1, and it's only gotten worse. Please do not spend any money on this, even if you like the game. At the very least, you have bounties which you can do to help you earn Bright Dust, which lets you purchase things that are gated off behind this, but it's still incredibly sad that you even have to do this at all. Another sickening detail is what they're charging for these Forsaken character boosts, which are 3,000 silver, aka $23.99 in the UK. What a completely absurd amount of money just to be able to quickly play the content I paid for in the game that encourages you to have more than one character so you can experience everything. I really wanted to try out the other new character classes for this video to see how much fun they were, but I'd have to grind so much content that it would not even be worth my time, and I'm sure as hell not going to hand over 50 quid just for the sake of doing so. All in all, Destiny Forsaken seems to be hitting the spot for what Destiny players are looking for, but there wasn't much here that I found very impressive or worth the time. The story was pitifully bad. The level design in the campaign is pretty lackluster. Gameplay variety is sorely lacking, and I still don't like how little control I have over customizing my character or the way I like to play. That's not to say that I didn't have any fun at all, but I found that for every positive, I had an equal negative to match. Destiny still manages to be not much more than Skype with gameplay, and I find it much harder to forgive the inane repetition of history. We should not be in the same place the original Destiny was after 2 years, 4 years later, and I fear that in another 2 years, we're going to be in the same place again. I really hope they're not doing this on purpose, because that would be sick. For the love of God, Bungie, just build on what works instead of stripping it down in an attempt to appeal to the casual market and annoying everyone as a result. Why abandon all the previous years of work anyway? Stop wasting time trying to develop cinematic cutscene-based stories when the majority of people playing the game are racing through with their friends as fast as they can to get to the end game, and are probably making fun of the cutscenes while they're playing in a party anyway. Stop doing your best to manipulate people into buying microtransactions just so players have some control over the customization they want. I really don't know what I expect from the same company that has embraced the random rolls RNG so hard that on their official merch store they sell weapon pins that themselves are a 1 pin per package order with a chance for a rare pin. Says it all really, doesn't it?
Right, Destiny 2 Shadowkeep. This is probably the video I would change the most if I were to do it again. My logic, and I think a lot of people's thinking, were that, okay, Bungie is an independent studio now, they're no longer attached to Activision, and obviously Activision is the naughty bad guy that is ruining the potential of this franchise, and now they're unlinked, they're untethered, they can make what they truly want to make, which didn't quite pan out or turn out to be true. In fact, Forsaken is the biggest expansion as far as pure content, and that was only because of Activision and the support studios that were able to help Bungie along the way there. The Shadowkeep campaign was one of the more egregious reuses of content we'd seen. Reintroducing the moon from Destiny 1 and acting like it was a nostalgia fanfare thing was barefaced to me, and the entire crux of it being all these interesting pyramid ships are here, there's a big mystery we're leaning towards and starting to answer questions on, but you don't really get anything outside of these reused encounters in the forms of these shadows. I was way too kind to this expansion in retrospect, especially from a campaign perspective and even from a just overall content perspective. There's basically nothing from this era of the game that I'd recommend to anybody curious to play. You can skip over this entire expansion, miss nothing, except maybe a cutscene which you can catch on YouTube anyway.
Look, I made some mistakes the last time I talked about Destiny. Not only did I not explain myself thoroughly enough, but I made some factual mistakes that unintentionally misrepresented small aspects of the game design, which I do apologize for. I still stand by the video for the most part, as long as it's understood that my perspective is one of a relatively casual, more solo, story-oriented player. I've tried no-lifing this series in the past. I always used to know every single detail about Destiny in the old days. I went in so hardcore in the original, but I mentally cannot prescribe my life to a video game that requires this much of a consistent time sink to be fully rewarding ever again. Not in the same obsessive way, anyway. So in a sense, you could say I partially ruined the series for myself by burning out too early by playing the game the way it's truly designed to be played. And while my familiarity does play a factor, I still have plenty of thoughts on the game that goes beyond somewhat petty, subjective rants, both positive and negative. To tell the truth, Shadowkeep is the first time since 2015's Destiny the Taken King expansion where I felt compelled to go back to the game for reasons other than to record footage for a video. But even with that aside, Destiny as a package at this point, somehow simultaneously is probably the best the game has ever been for a player like me, as well as also being fairly familiar territory in ways that feel stretched and repetitive. Before we get any further into this, let me remind you that again, I'm really not an expert on this game anymore. I'm not Dato, I'm not a daily Destiny Reddit user. Small incorrect details here and there that you Destiny experts might notice may slip through the cracks because of how much technical information is available about this series at this point. With that being said though, this review is based on over 80 hours of gameplay by a mostly solo player on the Steam version of the game. Also bear in mind that Destiny arguably, now more than ever, is a continuously evolving online service, so things may be updated or changed that is perhaps for you watching right now no longer relevant purely because of this video being tied to its upload date. So try to keep that in your mind in case I mess up, which I probably will. And if I do, be sure to leave expansive novellas in the comment section for me to not read. It's shocking to me how the entire lifespan of Destiny 2 has almost been a complete retread of the first game. You launch with an unfinished but functional husk, release 2 mediocre or straight up bad mini expansions, then later follow up with a bigger expansion that fixes the previous year of mediocrity and puts it in the state it probably should have launched in to begin with, then follow it up with a medium-sized expansion that isn't as bad as this, but isn't as good as this either. So for those of you who are in the know with pointless Destiny franchise knowledge, Shadowkeep kind of boils down into what is essentially the rise of iron of Destiny 2. This is yet another case of if you're already into this thing, then it's just more of the same thing you already like. And if you think this looks repetitive and boring, then it sure will be repetitive and boring to you. I fall somewhere in the middle at this point. I think Destiny is slowly but surely getting there. It doesn't have nearly as many identity issues like it used to have. Overall, it seems a lot more confident in the awesome action MMO service that it wants to provide. And overall, the game feels more generous and open in terms of how you want to go about earning loot to increase your power level, which is one of the main gameplay loops of the series. Every time Destiny releases an expansion that actually
expands on what works, then we tend to be in good hands for the most part. Why remove all of the minutiae that people liked when you can build on top of what's already there and grow it accordingly? And to be fair, no one seems to understand this more than Bungie themselves.
We want to build Destiny for its core fans. We want to make sure that we're building it for the people who love it.
Who in their utterly pretentious and annoying behind-the-scenes Vidoc they released shortly before the release of Shadowkeep made sure to emphasize the fact that they know the exact type of person they're making the game for now. It's a confidence I haven't seen from Bungie for a long time, and a singular vision is obviously a whole lot better than trying to design something that pleases everyone, because as we all know, that's pretty much impossible. It makes me wonder if the split from Activision has shifted the company's values a little. Instead of dumbing down everything to appeal to a broad audience of idiots, they appear to be honing in on the obsessive addicts who actually play the game for longer than a week, which to me is the most obvious and sensible way to treat this. With the more complexity, reward loops, and systems you can offer for a player to mess around with and learn, the more likely a community is going to form that likes to strategize, communicate, and min-max every piece of loot and armor in an attempt to figure out that very vast meta. And these are the same people who are going to spend hundreds of dollars in the microtransaction store because they're just so into the service the game provides. This does mean that Destiny at this point is a fairly overwhelming experience to wrap your head around at first, which I imagine would only be more confusing for brand new players who have never touched it before. Or I don't know, maybe my preconceived ideas actually make it harder to understand. But either way, this isn't exactly a new or surprising thing for a typical MMO or online service. They are inherently complex beasts. But it does mean that trying to figure out the onslaught of different menus, icons, symbols, quests, bounties, rewards, raids, strikes, weapon sets, crucible, collectible campaigns, side quests. It's a lot, is my point. It's a lot. Which honestly is a good problem to have. This is the first time in a while in Destiny where I've actually felt like I had a lot of fairly rewarding and interesting content to get through. Do I want to level up by doing weekly bounties, grind strikes, work on a quest for a guaranteed powerful weapon drop? There are just enough carrots on the end of just enough sticks to encourage that FOMO addiction the game is designed around. Although I still despise the mere concept of designing games around something like the fear of missing out. Now admittedly, I had not played the game at all since my last Destiny video from 2018, so as well as having new Shadowkeep activities to complete, I also had an array of quests that would have been drip-fed over time before this to keep the player base somewhat interested. I almost felt bad for the people who have already obsessively played Forsaken and its updates to death, because part of why I got any enjoyment out of this was because I did take a break, so the loot pool was all fairly new to me. I've heard mixed reports from fans about the current loot pool. Some seem to be fine with it, but others feel like there's a distinct lack of new options. I'll expand on my thoughts on that subject later though. I briefly mentioned how Bungie split from their publisher Activision, you know, the most money-first, bottom-line focused developer in the entire business, and somehow managed to take the Destiny IP with them. Yes, they're free! When are you guys gonna learn to stop accepting blood money? Shadowkeep is the first major piece of content Bungie have released without the disgusting, veiny publishing arm of Activision, so I can completely understand why they didn't attempt anything too mental with this expansion. From what I can gather, behind-the-scenes management of this series has been a mixed bag, to put it lightly, since they started to work on this franchise, allegedly scrapping entire builds and restarting projects that were shambled together in as little as a year. But no matter what happened behind closed doors, it was clear there was a certain level of tension building between Activision and Bungie, peaking when Activision announced that the sales of Destiny 2 Forsaken had failed to re-engage the core fans of Destiny. Whatever the hell that means, which obviously upset Bungie, who had busted their balls to get the content out in time for those obnoxious earning calls in the first place. This all came to a head with the two companies forming some kind of agreement behind the scenes and parting ways. I can't say I shed a tear for the fact that now when I buy anything in Destiny, it's hopefully actually going more directly to the studio that makes the game, and not into the slimy pocket of some Activision bigwig. So this news was reassuring to me, and surprise surprise, the moment Bungie ditched the oppressive, money-hungry publishing nightmare that is Activision, suddenly a fair few user-friendly, inviting features made their way into Destiny in time for this expansion. One greatly helpful feature I specifically asked for in my last video was cross-save, which is now in the game and works great once you set it up. It would be nice if they could implement cross-play, but I'm sure that's a lot more complicated to figure out. Maybe we'll get that in the future. Another neat addition is that there's now a free-to-play branch of the game called Destiny 2 New Light, which has pretty much every piece of content released before Forsaken available for free, and even bits and pieces of the new stuff
growth is in there too, I think, with the obvious hope being that you'll get addicted and will buy in to be able to play Forsaken and Shadowkeep. I really do appreciate the generosity, but their business model is so incredibly confusing to figure out and describe to people. Even those who are in the industry find it difficult to explain how to access what content where and what features are free versus paid.
What do I buy, and yeah, what's it called, and do I need, which now I think they sell all together. And now, just for clarity, right, Destiny 2 Shadowkeep is the new SKU. It's if this season pass. Oh, what weapon do you have?
The way Destiny has implemented new forms of monetization has always been a groan-worthy, predictable reaction to industry trends, be it loot boxes, season passes, annoying fake currencies that you're forced to buy the wrong amount of, because they always price things in a manipulative way to try to coax you into spending more. Unless we forget, of course, because of Fortnite popularizing the Battle Pass concept, that means Destiny now has their own equivalent Battle Pass in there as well. So let me get this straight. You have to buy the expansions, then you can also buy optional extra cosmetics in an in-game store that is built into the reward loop, and on top of that there's also now a battle pass system that you have to buy to get full use of, the first of which being included with Shadowkeep. I guess next season there'll be a new battle pass to buy, just like so many games are doing now. Of course, a game this generally convoluted also has ridiculously convoluted and somewhat predatory monetization streams. I really had an inkling that Destiny might go fully free to play and follow the Apex, Warframe or Fortnite models of making cash, but instead they want to believe that they're above being free because they know they can charge for as many layers of irritating monetization as they want, and everyone's going to pay for it anyway, so why am I even complaining anymore? These designers seem to completely ignore the fact that the reason Fortnite got such good feedback for their battle pass is that it's free. So asking people to pay a couple of bucks to earn a few cosmetics is pretty reasonable for what you're getting. I have to admit though that out of all the games I've played recently that have a forced-in battle pass in their reward design, it by far makes the most sense for Destiny. It's easy to level up, the rewards genuinely help you power up your character, and you always feel like you're building towards something because of some of the desirable items you're guaranteed to get if you just put the work in. I enjoy random drops, but it's also nice to know that no matter what, you'll be able to earn gear as a safety net of dopamine drops in an ever-progressing line of unlocks. So many of these battle passes are filled with so much guff that it's hard to get too addicted when the rewards are so bad. It's the first time Destiny's ridiculously broad pool of currencies and items has proven to assist with one of these trendy bandwagon business models. I just wish they could streamline the process of getting into Destiny a little more, because surely it'd be a win-win for both sides. You'd probably frustrate less people and, you know, make more money, possibly. If the mere act of trying to get started playing the game feels like work to me, and I've got to look at all these graphs to figure out what I'm supposed to do, then I'm just not going to bother playing because I could just turn on something that doesn't do that. This all kind of reminds me of that mobile game, Plants vs. Zombies 2. I really enjoyed the first game and was excited for the sequel, but instead of just letting you buy the game for one lump sum so you could play it without feeling like you're being hounded for spare change, you're forced to play the game in this stunted, piecemeal way, so I quickly got frustrated and uninstalled it. When games try to nickel and dime you all the time, it barely even feels like you own a copy of the game, and you're more paying rent to have the privilege to exist in this mobile game world. I get tired enough of paying bills and subscriptions in real life, and just generally being constantly tempted by the sweet mistress that is free enterprise, but it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth because I feel like I'm being slighted of content I think generally is lacking from the regular paid game for the sake of having microtransactions. No one likes a flip-flop of Destiny, pick a path and stick to it. My vote would be to keep with a battle pass system and phase out the Eververse. I genuinely cannot stand that place. Every time I start getting sucked into the universe, I get an engram that has to be opened there, so I'm reminded that this is all basically a really expensive and pretty looking mobile game at its very worst. Every normal vendor in the game has a pretty plain menu compared to Eververse, which is bursting with all the real fun customization that is locked behind all of these annoying layers of currency and microtransactions. Honestly, I have no issue with extra monetization streams, but I consistently do not like this store and the way it constantly tries to tempt you to spend money in it because you're so desperate for a meaningful reward to aid your player expression. That's enough about the monetization side though. I know it's really boring and repetitive to talk about, but it has to be said, I'm afraid. It's annoying to me. Lone Wolf. Usually by now in the video I probably would have talked about the campaign a little more, seeing as that's what usually takes up the biggest section of my Destiny videos. People get so angry at me for saying that the story in Destiny is bad, even though
I think it is pretty consistently terrible from a top-level campaign perspective, without studying the lore like a history book. And really, Shadowkeep's campaign is no exception to the precedent that is set by years prior, which means it's pretty awful. If I had to rank each major piece of Destiny content based on their campaign alone, for me it would probably go The Taken King, Destiny 2, Forsaken, Destiny 1, Shadowkeep, Rise of Iron, Osiris, Warmind, House of Wolves, Dark Below. So we're looking at what, campaign-wise, is a pretty mediocre affair. If not straight up, kind of bland and forgettable. The storytelling is about what you'd expect, which usually means some pretty corny, annoying dialogue, vague teasers that imply a depth that isn't really there, unless you become a student of Destiny lore. And of course, it wouldn't be Destiny without an inevitable build-up of some reskinned enemy or location. Thing is, I can feel the steam coming off the people who get annoyed when I talk about how bad this universe is from a storytelling perspective, but you can't really blame me for expecting a little better from these guys for two reasons. One, they kind of made Halo, and two, they are selling this idea that you can play your way. They're the ones who set my expectations a certain way by selling this idea that we can discover Destiny's rich world and characters through cinematic story missions. I'm sorry, but you can't use the word story, or cinematic, or characters even, and not have any of those things. Is certainly a step down storytelling-wise than the Mario Bros. Wii story of the Forsaken expansion, or even vanilla Destiny 2, which also wasn't very memorable. If anything, Shadowkeep kind of reminded me of that forgettable DLC for Mass Effect 2 that was supposed to bide people over until the third game was ready, except obviously with much less story than that. Destiny campaigns are like playing wiki pages, and not like an awesome sexy Brad Pitt wiki, more like a Rob Schneider kind of wiki. They're so weirdly detached and formal, it always feels like you're playing someone else's memory or something. Your place in the story has no real significance or importance, you barely impact the world with your actions in any meaningful way, you just kind of feel like an ant in an anthill, lost amongst thousands of others who are all doing the exact same thing as you, which at some points is strangely reassuring to know you're not alone out there, but other times it's just dull because you can't feel any tension or urgency. I've always liked the idea of pulling the whole Darkness story back and focusing more heavily on the discovery of the unknowns of this universe. What I mean by that is that we still basically know nothing about anything that isn't implied or buried within the lore. Everyone already seems to be fairly familiar with the 4 enemy factions from the first game, so we never got a good chance to really learn much about them. Everyone in the tower seems to have known each other for a long time and have a history together, but it's not really a history we know anything about though. I swear we've been introduced to this universe at the most uninteresting time. What aspect of the story are we supposed to attach ourselves to? Because it isn't the characters, it isn't the plot, so what the hell is it? The lore? This is why I chose The Taken King as my favorite Destiny campaign. There were character moments, you were sent to a new location, and it was up to you to figure out what the deal was with this scary, uncharted demon ship. And there was a clear, threatening villain. And at this point, the clear, threatening villain was a simple, understandable motivation to keep you going. But they've done that exact same story so many times now. There isn't much of a threat at the moment in Destiny. At least not anything I can muster any more than a feeble, okay reaction for. Sure, the pyramids you've been teasing for years look like imposing star destroyers, but why should I be fearful of them? I know nothing about them really. They do such a bad job of establishing a baseline narrative hook, or conflict, or characters that are interesting or flawed, or any scenes of drama, or basically anything that makes a story interesting to an audience. Every story in Destiny so far has either been worse Star Wars, Creature of the Week villain showdowns, or a string of Marvel stingers. Think about it, the small tease at the end of Marvel movies is what makes up the main chunk of cutscenes in Destiny. How many times has Destiny pulled a, oh, what's gonna happen next cliffhanger? I can think of at least 5. Rise of Iron ended right as it started to become interesting. Warmind did a similar thing. The Taken King has a Marvel stinger at the end. Destiny 2 was full of teasers for the pyramids, and now Shadowkeep continues the trend of not giving any real answers to anything, and leaving it to my name as Bife to make a 4-hour video explaining why we should care about this universe. I even kind of like the idea, seeing that it's my idea, and all of my ideas are obviously incredible, that seeing as the game is already so devoid of emotion or character in any way, of exploring this universe in a more
more scientific or factual way. On similar lines, perhaps it'd be kind of neat if they had an almost Red Dead Online system where you could choose a subclass that specializes in something like documenting certain enemies for research, or they could expand on the bounty target system from Forsaken, or any number of dorky roles which could expand on the enemies we've been fighting so we can actually learn something a bit about them. I'd take gameplay variation every single time over one of these half-baked campaigns. If they really want to lean more into being an RPG, like they keep saying, we're gonna need more interesting classes and playstyles available to stop the current game from becoming even more stale than it is. The fact the original Destiny was so bad at introducing us to this world has always left a hole for me. I feel there are gaps in my knowledge of this universe that I really should know by now if I've been playing for half a decade. That's not to say there's nothing of note though. My favorite examples of world building being when I'd discover random scannable objects that would lead to my ghost giving expository dialogue about some of the alien races.
I read maybe something from the Cryptarchs, a theory that the Vex are actually that goo in their bellies. The constructs are just exoskeletons that they drive around.
I really enjoy dorky world building like that, and seeing as there are absolutely no characters I care about enough to see this information be delivered through, you may as well build up this universe in a more subtle codex-like fashion, which in a way is basically what they're half doing. This would be neat if it was actually more in the game. The cryptic lore tab is neat for those who care, but I still don't know why we can't have a more simple introductory in-game codex with information specifically related to the types of enemies and planets and races we interact with, so we can refresh our memory every time a new piece of content comes out. So I don't have to sit there wondering, what are the Hive again? What is their motivation? What is the deal with the Fallen? What is the Traveler? What is happening? I may have gotten a little carried away with complaints and lofty ideas there, but what I'm saying is that I don't particularly know why they even bother with these tiny one-act stories that go nowhere. If they don't have enough development time to create something more interesting, then maybe they should reel it back and focus more on combat or map variety or something. Because I don't know why anyone would care about this story unless they are a lore nut. I'm very much aware that it's easy to enjoy Destiny without even caring about the story and just enjoying the science fantasy backdrop as an excuse for fun, guns, and loot, but I always just wonder what it would be like if the story was good, as well as everything else that's already there that people like. I'm not looking for a Spec Ops The Line type of narrative from this series, I just think a more varied campaign design couldn't hurt. And maybe a few more cutscenes to expand on the characters or something, because that's kind of what it would take for me to even start to consider Destiny as a solid single-player cinematic campaign. While the game, in ways, is fairly focused from a mechanical perspective, I think Bungie, in general, have struggled with adapting this type of game design into a platform for telling any worthwhile, engaging story. They've just kind of left it to the fans to make interesting. Let's play Shadowkeep. I started off by loading my 750 power level Titan that I hadn't touched since Forsaken. When I loaded into the game and ventured past the onslaught of pop-ups, I spent some time reacquainting myself with the main social space. I knew that there were probably a few new additions since the Destiny 2 annual pass was released, which I didn't play any of because I heard nothing about how mediocre and not worth the money it was. There's this moment at the start of every new Destiny content drop where you kind of have to figure out what has changed and what works differently now. I swear they've adjusted the menus, quest logs, and quality of life details so many times over the years that if you don't pay close attention, it's easy to get confused. It's one of those things that's kind of half fun for exploring the unknown of something new, but also half kind of annoying because you just want to get on with it. I spent a bit of time looking at the fun stuff I'll never buy in the Eververse store because I had an engram I was instructed to open there, and went around picking up various quests and bounties, as is drilled into the head of every Destiny player at this point. You're introduced to a new gameplay mechanic called finishers. They're kind of like assassinations from Halo or executions from Doom, except not as fun as either of those examples. Now you have an option to instantly take out low health enemies in a slick animation that gives you some handy invincibility frames. I don't know if this edition really improves much, it kind of just makes the combat a bit easier in general because you can fling around instantly killing enemies while you're invincible. It's a shame you can only equip one animation at a time, so you mostly just wind up seeing the same thing over and over.
but I can see how this kind of mechanic could be developed to add more ways of interacting with the enemies. I've complained before about how it bugs me how Destiny's combat has always encouraged you to deal with most encounters from range, and not let you have much of a choice otherwise. So it's nice they're experimenting with ways to reward players who like it up close and personal. I've noticed most people tend to ignore this mechanic though, when I've played in any activity with matchmaking, because killing things from afar is still so much safer and efficient for the most part. I do like how they look and feel to perform though, despite how it mostly seems to be implemented to encourage money being spent in Eververse. Oh well. The sheer amount of quests I'd racked up at this point had me concerned because I couldn't properly figure out what was new and what was old content I never finished, but eventually I just decided to focus on doing the Shadowkeep campaign. You head to the moon, a new old location, which is new to Destiny 2, but is largely made up of reused art assets from the moon map in Destiny 1.
Players are going to be called back to the moon, a place that they're very familiar with if they were players in Destiny 1, but they're going to find that it's been changed.
It's kind of like a remaster. They greatly improved the overall design of the map with plenty of new areas and tweaks that justify its price-tagged existence. Thing is, I'm so used to Destiny reusing old maps and content at this point that I barely have the energy to get upset about it anymore. It always annoys me when people describe it as nostalgic though. I guess in a weird way it could be, but Destiny 1 had some really awful missions set on the moon map. I always thought gamers hated companies reusing map assets. I remember there being a controversy about Far Cry Primal reusing the map from Far Cry 4, and everyone got really upset about it. But here I guess no one cares because it's Bungie doing it? Whatever. The open world patrol maps in Destiny, to me, are nice purely for the change of scenery and visual variety it adds to encounters. Gameplay-wise, they're fairly bland areas though. You can do public events and infinitely spawning fetch quest type missions by picking up beacons, and you can explore to find chests, various collectibles, and lost sectors, which I do like doing a little bit of. But the infinite monster closets these maps are designed around always remind me I'm playing a game instead of exploring a real living, breathing world like they're always going on about.
We wanted to feel like everybody has something new to do and feel like they're all doing it together. We're here to build something that lives.
Oh, shut up. I nearly always prefer it when enemies have a logical, contextual reason as to why they are where they are, like being dropped off in a vehicle or having explanations in universe for being able to just appear. Like the Vex, which have always been the most interesting faction to me. I don't know why I find it kind of boring to travel around these maps. Perhaps it's something to do with how physically able your character is. Traveling any distance is easy because of your speeder bike, and traversal is even easier because you can literally fly for a short period of time. Perhaps if there were more sandbox elements, like enemy vehicles or weapons that were actually worth stealing or messing around with, then maybe the maps would feel more lively and interactive and less like monster closet farms. They try it here and there, but it always feels half-baked. And like, yeah, you have the option, but why would you ever bother? I guess what I'm saying is that these semi-open world maps have still never really impressed me mechanically. They're just not that interesting to me at the moment, without a specific mission to guide me through them. And it's potentially something I'd like to see improve in the future, seeing as we spend so much of our time on them. Seems like a waste of a lot of geometry and artwork to not give me a good reason to want to explore every nook and cranny of them. So a character called Eris Morn is kind of the main focus of this expansion. You see her walking around on the moon and stumbling across a ghost or whatever. Not like a Destiny ghost, but more of like a, I don't know, a ghoul or spirit. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of sick of this setup in Destiny by now. I thought after the Dark Below, the Taken King, and all of the Hive moments in Destiny 2 Vanilla that we'd kind of had our fill of Eris Morn or Hive-based content, but I guess not. I only say that because the Hive are my least favorite enemies in Destiny. They're much more generic monsters compared to the Vex or Fallen, and their entire aesthetic is starting to feel fairly repetitive to me at this point. I'm sure they could be made interesting, but currently they probably have the most irritating enemy types to fight. Does anyone actually like fighting these clam things? I know I don't. Shadowkeep is a pretty simple setup. There's been a seismic disturbance on the moon which has attracted countless Hive, so I guess you're sent in kind of as pest control. Effectively. The first mission does what the first level in all Destiny campaigns do, which is have a high production intro to trick you into thinking this campaign is about to be cinematic and grand, when it largely isn't. There are friendly AI ships flying around and NPC robots who are covering you. It feels like there's an exciting conflict going on. It makes the space feel so much more lively when it's populated with battling AI, but seemingly would be doing this whether you were there or not. You do some fairly basic puzzles and clear out a new area with the same tank from Destiny 2 Vanilla. It's fun enough. You head into a scary keep that looks like something from Lord of the Rings in search for Eris Morn, and you're greeted by those floating, creepy ghosts who are lingering everywhere on the map. There's a neat moment where you peek around a corner and you're greeted by one of those pyramid ships, which I remember from the concept art they released years ago. Of course, my imagination started to run wild with possibilities, my main thought being, oh nice, does this mean we're finally going to get a new enemy faction, and they've somehow managed to keep it a secret? The answer is no, so don't get too excited. All the pyramid really boils down to is beautiful imagery that the artists would have enjoyed putting together, but of course, more importantly, it's a tease for what I assume is going to be the next big expansion in Destiny. Can you see why it isn't that much fun to finally be shown something new and then it not actually affect the game or gameplay in any meaningful way? Maybe in the future this will retroactively wind up being kind of interesting, but for now it just feels like blue balling. You're eventually met with a firefight where your ghost exclaims about how these famous Destiny enemies are back again.
Crota? But he's dead.
You have to fight the Nightmare of Crota, which is reused from the worst Destiny content of all time, the Dark Below, which is also, by the way, basically a reskinned Night enemy from the base game. Then towards the end of the encounter, a few more nightmares show up, which again are reused characters from older Destiny 2 content. These nightmares are what are technically considered the major new threat in this campaign, despite all being reused enemies. Say what you want about a similar expansion like Rise of Iron, but the reskinned Fallen, at the very least, had a completely overhauled distinct style to them, which was incorporated into the map as well. I'm okay with them doing this kind of reskin concept once, maybe twice, which is basically what they did in the Taken King with the Taken enemies just being reskins. But at this point, it just comes across like they're trying to bide time, which feels a little sour to me because you're paying a premium to basically experience the same thing I mastered 5 years ago. I've said it before, but surely enemy variety should be one of the top priorities for PvE in Destiny. All you do is shoot monsters, so why not strive to have a vast selection of monsters to shoot at to keep encounters fresh? This whole game is designed around replaying content. It just seems obvious. I feel like I've fought every possible combination of these enemies at this point, and I don't think their AI is anything that complicated or groundbreaking from a design perspective. And I mean, I don't know, I don't code these games. I don't know how complicated it really is. But why have they been so stingy about adding completely new creatures to shoot at? The only time they seem to want to flex that muscle is when they design raid bosses, that only a small percentage of players will even experience. Sure, you want to reward the hardcore, but at the same time, you don't want to alienate the people you've promised a rewarding story and gameplay experience. I think it's just a messaging problem. If you actually market what your game is capable of delivering, then you won't disappoint people like me. The end of the first mission has a cutscene where your character talks to Eris Morn about what the pyramid is, but instead of basically just saying that she doesn't really know what it is, she spouts annoying rhetorical questions in a cheap way to build up intrigue without having to develop or show anything actually happening.
Was it struck down by the Traveler? Left here on purpose? The truth is ours to discover.
It's implied that the only real information they know about these things is that they are what is responsible for the collapse. They're kind of like a physical embodiment of the darkness concept that they always played around with from the beginning. They tease that your main goal is to try to get inside the pyramid to find out more, which is a neat idea and a good hook to get you going. That's the thing about cutscenes in Destiny. When the dialogue isn't being noticeably esoteric and frustratingly vague, it's mostly just fine. If there were more than 3 cutscenes in the Shadowkeep campaign, then maybe there'd be more to talk about. But as it stands, what I would consider as the cinematic section of this content is literally about 4 minutes long. That's obviously not including the more descriptive dialogue you get through lore collectibles and vendors, or the extra cutscenes that are added as the seasons progress, but hopefully you understand my point. One positive I can say about how additional story is delivered is the way that vendors have a slightly more animated style to them. It's a huge improvement, especially considering the way it used to be in older content. This update may have actually been added in Forsaken or its annual pass, but I don't think I mentioned it in my video about that, so. From this point though, the campaign is mostly delivered through the more typical Destiny quest design. Investigate the strange hive behavior near the Scarlet Keep is where we start, which involves killing enemies in an area until 6 phantasmal particles drop. And then once you've collected them, that's just sort of it. The quest is more of an excuse to force the player to mess around in this area that has a new public event system to mess around with. Next, you're tasked with cleansing the essence of despair, which again is basically teaching you about gear quests that you can pick up from vendors. Next, the objective is simply complete activities as a way to prod you into exploring the new map and get lost for a while. I did a couple of patrol missions, which are the same as they've always been, and a few public events, which are also largely the same as they've always been. Once you're done with that busy work, you're rewarded with some armor, which which aids you in the hunt for the Nightmare of Omnigul. Omnigul's a reused enemy, again, from the Dark Below, one I always found annoying too. The mission itself doesn't do anything particularly interesting. You run through a bunch of areas that will be extremely familiar to you if you played the first game, and then fight a reskin of a boss that you will also be extremely familiar with if you played the first game. The next step is to complete the new strike, the Scarlet Keep, which is an interesting looking but mechanically bland affair. There was a time when strikes in Destiny were the perfect level of replayable and fun for me, where there are a nice amount of gimmicks, loot, enemies, and outcomes to keep it entertaining. And I swear they used to be a bit shorter, they feel so long now. But this one is fairly simple and has an uninteresting boss encounter at the end. Again, it's just fine. What? Next, you cleanse the Essence of Anguish by completing 3 bounties. Do you see a trend of what is happening here? The campaign is used for what is effectively an extended tutorial, which makes sense from the perspective of this game being all about repetition and endgame content, but it does make me wonder who really enjoys this type of delivery. I guess it is effectively what every game does to introduce you to its gameplay loop, but the thing is, this same tutorial-esque design has been fairly similar for a really long time now, so it's starting to feel like we've just been doing the same tutorial for what, 5 years? They've put themselves in such a strange position by designing Destiny to only really be properly fun in its endgame, so they're forced to design these campaigns that everyone rushes through and largely ignores. So is it really surprising that they barely have narratives? It always feels like 2 steps forward and 1 step back as they figure all this stuff out. I just wish they could use all of these art assets they have in the bank at this point to craft together a 3 to 4 hour campaign with a little bit more going on. It looked like they were heading that direction with Destiny 2 Vanilla at points, and Forsaken had some okay moments, but overall they're still a bit lacking for me. I think if something like this was included in the next significant Destiny drop, it would be a really great addition that could help to build up a bit of personality in this fairly drab world. Maybe down the line we'll get something like this, once they've found a more stable development cadence behind the scenes. But I know they have the capacity, I know they have it in them, so I want to see it. At this point I was having some trouble with how difficult it was playing solo, because of my lower power level, and because I'm fairly terrible. So I decided to jump in the weekly Nightfall strike to make my life a bit easier by getting some new higher level gear. This is the part of the new Destiny content where it seems like the primary goal is to reach the new power cap as fast as humanly possible. It's the chase everyone goes after so they can be prepared for all the new endgame content. Most of the gear that drops in Destiny will be of a blue rarity, and seeing as it costs a fairly valuable currency to infuse higher power into the gear you already have, I usually find that I just wear blue drops until the game takes me to the various level caps. I never used to do this when I played Destiny like an addict because I had so many resources that I could just upgrade whatever I wanted, but this is kind of how I play the game now. They really don't do the best job of explaining how power actually works, so you either have to play guessing games, watch YouTube videos about it, or just zone out and barely pay attention to it, like I did. Is the number higher? If yes, then I'll equip it. It's as simple as that. I'm sure there's some mathematically perfect way of maximizing your drops to level as fast as possible, but I just played without rushing and in my own time, and enjoyed the gameplay loop a hell of a lot more as a result. After you mess around for half an hour, doing bounties on the moon, your next step is to retrieve a new vendor from the bottom of the Hellmouth called the Cryptoglyph. Because Eris Morn can use its power to create a set of armor to help you get into the pyramid. Wait, hang on, this is basically the same idea as the main story in Anthem. Oh dear. Well, Anthem certainly is the level of quality I think every game should strive for.
Get glitched.
This is the only mission in the campaign that has a bit more going on mechanically. A large chunk of it is set in the dark, so you have to navigate by torch, which is a nice extra challenge. It also sets the mood quite well. There's a visually striking arena that has the looming pyramid in the background, which I have to say, gets me off a little bit. Bungie's artists are so talented. The guys and gals over there, they really understand the color wheel. Makes their environments pop. You grab the cryptocurrency and mine a few Bitcoin as you run away in a tense chase sequence which reminded me of that mission from the Taken King. Except, not as good. Because, yeah, we've already done it.
I'm sorry. The immense darkness of the pyramid kept me from you.
Glad to see the dialogue is as well written as ever.
Cryptoglyph.
Next, you're tasked to go through a portal and watch a cutscene. Nothing too much of note here, they're basically setting the stage for what might be a serious threat in the future. I wish they'd stop ending cutscenes with a dramatic crash to black, though. It's really melodramatic and silly to me. It's like they know how little drama's going on, so they've got to act and pretend like it is, to trick us into thinking that there is a bit of conflict to get attached to. So the bulk of the remaining campaign is killing more nightmares, so you can get a full set of plot armor. One mission is a reused strike from Vanilla Destiny, another nightmare is a reused boss from the House of Wolves. Yep.
Really ain't that cute anymore. Once you finally have a full set of Dreambane armor, the pyramid awaits. Finally, this is like the only interesting thing about this entire premise. You climb as close as you can to the pyramid and it tractor beams you in. Whatever power lies within the pyramid controls your ghost and makes him say scary things.
Violence, beauty, truth. These things await inside.
The architecture is intriguing and the atmosphere is kind of frightening, and you see some weird blob in the distance that you can barely make out. It's all suitably mysterious. This must be it. We must be about to meet the new big bad in Destiny. This will be fun. Finally, something to think about. Really? Really? Isn't this the last boss from Vanilla Destiny 2? Do I really have to do this entire boss? Okay. Oh, it's this guy again. It's this guy. Remember him? Come on, step right up. Who's next? I suppose the theme of this expansion is kind of like a fan service celebration of what came before, but I don't really see it that way. It seems much more like an excuse to rejig old content while they work on new stuff instead of showing us anything new that isn't a static art asset. Next, you fight the second raid boss from Destiny 1, and finally head up a staircase to inspect an unknown artifact.
You made it. We have heard your cries for help, and soon we will answer. Who are you? Don't you recognize us? We are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation. Salvation.
So that's the final cutscene in the Shadowkeep campaign. I'm just as confused as you are. Yet again, another interesting premise or first act of a story, but not much more than that. All I really have to say is that these new enemies better be worth all of this hubbub, because at the moment they're just seeming a little bit like the Reapers from Mass Effect, but without any of the things that made the Reapers from Mass Effect an effective force of evil. The way the final few seconds of that cutscene unfold are just so confusing to me. I guess it's implied that it's a vision, shown through the artifact or something, but once it's over you get no reaction shot of your character leaving the vision, so you just spawn back on the moon like, what? Did I skip something by accident? The main quest comes to a head as you talk once more to Eris. She takes the artifact from you and informs you that she believes that the pyramids have used us from the start. You don't have to be a genius to look at this and come to the conclusion that it's a scary force of evil that wants to destroy everything, but okay. The end. Game. With that fairly bland nonsense over with, the game actually begins with the endgame content being unlocked. You're given a nice selection of paths to choose, how you'd like to continue to level up your power and collect some loot. One of the new activities are called Nightmare Hunts, which honestly don't feel much different to strikes, so I can't say I got any new experience out of them, or really anything of note to even say about them. I started to mess around with a new reward mechanic called the Seasonal Artifact, which is another layer of grind to unlock mods for you to equip on your gear. I actually really like this idea. The more reward tools, the better. That way you're always close to some kind of reward feedback or drop that encourages the grind. It keeps the rewarding dopamine hits more consistent and aids the feeling of progress. However, I think the mod system definitely needs a bit of rework. The skills they grant seem pretty granular to me, so I didn't feel that motivated or tempted to properly experiment with the system and express myself through the options of the customization. This artifact changes every season apparently, so I'm sure it'll be adjusted and tweaked as the game goes on. Either way, I like the idea. I leveled up a bit in the Strike playlist to get my weekly challenge gear drop. It's a decent mode for when you just want to mindlessly kill hordes of enemies. My biggest issue I have with it at the moment is the map selection though. Destiny has never let you vote or veto maps in its various activities, which isn't necessarily a problem, but what I found kept happening was that I was playing the same two strikes over and over again. I used to really like how in Destiny Vanilla, strikes were on a predictable rotation so you knew what was coming and wouldn't be forced to repeat the same exact content over and over. There are actually a fair amount of strikes in the game at this point, so it's frustrating that you can't get the variety you factually know is there just for the sake of RNG. RNG, everything is RNG. I swear the only thing RNG winds up meaning when talking about Destiny is really not good. Aside from little things like the lost sectors, which I enjoy exploring, now is kind of when Shadowkeep content has come to a close, aside from the odd thing here and there. Except of course for the true endgame content like the raid and the dungeon, which I couldn't do because I'm a solo player. If you want detailed thoughts on those activities, I'd recommend a channel like Datto. I know a lot of people, for some reason, don't enjoy the fact that I kind of retired from raiding in Destiny, but I'm just not at a stage in my life where I can sit around for hours having up to 5 people rely on my probable lack of ability, knowledge and skill. The first drops of content from the season pass kicked in about now, because remember, for some reason when you bought Shadowkeep it also included the Season of the Undying. I guess that's how they justify the price for all the slim pickings that are offered when just Shadowkeep is isolated. Although in saying that, all that's really included in the Season of the Undying is a mode called the Vex Offensive and an exotic quest. I'll excuse the first season pass being pretty lame, because they nearly always are in these games at first, but if the next season is this light on content, let's just say I didn't get the digital deluxe edition for a reason. Besides, I can just jump in for the next major expansion and probably get everything I would have missed for free. So anyway, Vex Offensive is pretty bad. It doesn't have any standout aspect to it that differentiates it from any other activity in Destiny, so again, I have very little to say, except that it didn't really feel like new content to me. Same location, same enemies, same gameplay. I've seen it all before. I enjoyed the exotic quest for what it was worth. I like when Destiny has you actually use its environment for quest steps instead of just being kill, kill, kill and kill. One interesting detail they've been experimenting with of late, and part of why this video has been much more truncated than usual, is that Destiny has adopted a breadcrumb approach to the release of new content. This is to avoid the problem they used to have of everyone rushing through every piece of new content in 1 week and then abandoning the game because there's nothing left to do. On the plus side, it's a neat idea to get new cutscenes as the weeks go by, and even some elements of the map change here and there a little bit each week. Again though, there isn't much substance to them aside from vague teasing or bitter disappointment.
Really?
Really?
Ooh. Really?
Truthfully, around this point, I took a break from the game for a while. I think I'd hit some kind of soft level cap or something, so my progression was ridiculously minimal, to the point where it seemed more sensible to wait until a seasonal activity appeared that had a powerful piece of gear associated with it. And luckily, that's exactly what happened. Destiny has an annual Halloween event called the Festival of the Lost, which features a cute tower reskin, a bunch of cool new customization stuff in Eververse to tempt you into paying real money. God, that's scummy. And new limited time currencies to earn various pieces of loot through another temporary activity called the Haunted Forest. I saw that the gun I could get from the event had significantly higher power than anything I already had, or would drop in the world for me at that point, so I grinded this festival activity, which is a reused version of the Infinite Forest concept from a few expansions ago, with a couple of horror-themed twists here and there, which were actually kind of entertaining to me. Once I grabbed the weapon, I started getting worthwhile drops again, and went on to casually enjoy the weekly challenges for guaranteed pinnacle drops that will always level you up slightly. This section of game time was definitely when I had the most fun. It felt like I had a lot of things to do and a lot of different activities to mess with, to keep things relatively fresh. I can't say I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. It especially helped that the pace at which new weapons dropped for me to play around with seemed fair and satisfying. I had a good time watching some garbage movies in the background and gradually leveling up from that addictive loop. When I was looking through my recordings, I noticed I'd accidentally recorded the audio from Netflix that was open on my other monitor. Hearing audio from what I think is The Hangover 2 while playing in Destiny is a bizarre thing.
Alan, it's time.
Here we go.
Ready?
However, this is where I need to talk about armor in this game. As rewarding as some of the gear drops are in terms of consistency, it is a real downer when nearly every piece of armor is a literal copy and paste from content that's come before. It was an awesome feeling in previous expansions when everything that dropped was completely new, so as a result your experience felt refreshed. Vendors in particular didn't get their usual loot refresh for Shadowkeep, and the absence is felt. As a rule, I gotta say I'm not enjoying how Bungie is slowly adding Destiny 1 into Destiny 2 and acting like it's new or nostalgic content. If the next expansion is another remastered map from Destiny 1, I'd be pretty disappointed. Unless maybe they went all in and just put everything that's missing in one sizable expansion that literally did add all of the content from Destiny 1 and its expansions. The decision to move on from the original and create Destiny 2 seems to be a huge mistake in hindsight. Honestly, I think Bungie probably didn't even want to do it this way, but were contractually obligated to release a full sequel. It would just make a lot more sense for Destiny to have been a platform that is updated over time, unless they wanted to completely overhaul the engine or mechanics, of course. It's the same thing everyone said about Overwatch 2 when it was announced. It looks like effectively the exact same game. Why is it even necessary to add this much confusion, aside from pleasing Activision Blizzard investors just like what they did for Destiny 2? Imagine how much more variety there'd be in Destiny at this point if every realistic old piece of content was always built on top of instead of being abandoned. That way, through better or worse, you'd at least be able to see the progression the game has gone through. It's a shame that these service games are so absurdly complicated to manage and maintain on a back-end level, because I fear that a lot of the real work that goes into making games like Destiny possible is an aspect that barely affects the actual front-end experience of playing the game. They must have so many employees who spend all of their time trying to solve the problems they continuously create, like PvP balance and power creep. Also, all of this is probably made worse because of how high of a standard Bungie put on the overall polish of their games. I have only very rarely experienced any technical issues or bugs since playing the original all of those years ago, which is saying a lot considering the state many games are releasing in nowadays. It basically feels like they've opted to have less, more polished content over a bit more overall variety. Why is The Hangover 2 a complete copy of the first movie but with a monkey instead of a baby? Oh yeah, and conclusion to Destiny 2 Shadowboxing, or whatever it's called. I don't want to call Shadowkeep The Hangover 2 of Destiny, but Shadowkeep is The Hangover 2 of Destiny. It's the same formula. All the stuff you liked the first time is there in spirit, but you can't help but notice that at the end of the day, it's kind of the exact same thing with absolutely nothing new to show you. I heard someone describe this series as a work-in-progress blockbuster, which is such a good way of putting it. It has always felt like Destiny has never properly nailed a consistent style because they have changed every possible system so many times at this point that it's basically completely unrecognizable to how it was in 2014. Sure, it's kind of neat to effectively be beta testing a product that our collective feedback and data is shaping, but it has always had to balance that concept with marketing that has treated this series as if it was on the same level as something like COD or Mass Effect. I guess it just goes to show how important information communication is. Of course, if you order a pizza and they deliver a burrito, you're going to be annoyed. Doesn't make burritos bad, but I ordered a goddamn pizza. I was told I was getting a pizza. You play Destiny for a loot grind, to experience the crunchy feedback from the gameplay, and murder a few 100,000 enemies, to master its reward systems, to hang out with your buddies and form weird little communities, to hear an awesome suite of new music, or to appreciate the work the artist put into the slick presentation. It's just really not a very good lone wolf experience in my opinion, and if they just got rid of that promise, I'd have much less to complain about at this point.
Destiny 2 Beyond Light 2020. I think the way I kind of contrasted Beyond Light to the Witch Queen was a good angle, as far as it's nowhere near the worst expansion either of the Destiny games have seen. However, there are some associations with Beyond Light that are so deeply negative, you can't really detach it from it. This was where the controversial sunsetting concept was put into the game, and it made it feel the most bare maybe it's ever felt. It did not provide enough for how much it was taking away, and from a campaign perspective, it really didn't do anything interesting outside of introducing quite a cool area in Europa, with the hook somehow being, oh, we're bringing the stranger back from Destiny 1, that character that did nothing and stands for nothing and resembles nothing, we're going to explain who they are now. And some of the post-campaign content stuff was cool, mostly because of the lore implications of Europa and the Exo stuff, but that's hardly in the campaign, with the best thing about it being that raid. The Stasis subclass was so busted when it first came out and was so boring to grind for, so overall quite a bad expansion. Light on campaign, light on story, light on overall content, and the way some people were talking about it as if it was Destiny 3 or better than Destiny 3 or the concept of one, it just made me feel like I have no idea what the expectations of this fan base or what people actually think are good about it are even looking for.
The real tragedy, especially if you're an artist, is your content really only gets used once. Players charge through all that beautiful stuff you've made, this narrow pipe devouring all your hard work, and you really have very little reason to return to those spaces. And we didn't want Destiny to work like that. We wanted to build a big world that encouraged you to explore off that path, a world that evolved and was always giving you new reasons to come back to all that art we made.
When you're world building, once you know the heart of your world, you can build around it. But if you don't define your heart up front, all you're really doing is spinning your wheels in a pile of awesome concept art.
Destiny obviously isn't the story of one man or even one group of people. It's the story of the world, the solar system, the galaxy, the universe, huge. How has your technique, what tools narratively have you been finding yourself moving towards in order to tell this much larger story?
Well, I think if you like the way that we tell stories at Bungie, I mean, we're cinematic storytellers. We like that approach to storytelling. But the great thing about Destiny, I would just say, is that for us, story isn't confined to the campaign in this world. Story informs other activities that you'll be playing in as well, and in a way that we never really could with Halo. So I can't talk too much about it today, but I would just say when you're building a big world, you want that narrative to go everywhere. And most importantly, the story that you're telling, the legend that you're building, it follows you from every activity. The character that you are in campaign is the character you are in multiplayer. And so it's really about creating one cohesive story across all the activities.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
This is the ramblings of a casual, mostly solo player mix of Steam and Xbox Series X footage, primarily focused on the single player, storytelling campaign side. This is a big video, so use the timecodes to skip around if there are any sections you aren't interested in. A lot of people adore this game. It has a loyal, passionate community who will probably pick up technical mistakes I might make, but the live service model is ridiculous to keep track of. As a result, some of the points in this video may already be addressed by Bungie, but that's the nature of service games, they're always changing. Let's just get on with this.
If you like games with standalone campaigns like Doom, Titanfall 2, God of War, and Halo, then the Witch Queen is for you.
In this video, I want to talk about my casual, mostly solo experience with not only the major Destiny expansion, the Witch Queen, but also go unnecessarily deep into my general experience with this franchise from the perspective of a lapsed hardcore vanilla Destiny player, who has still played every major expansion but has never felt the game has reached the same relative heights or potential that it seemed like it was once approaching towards the end of its original lifecycle. In fact, when the Taken King dropped, it seemed like Destiny had a bright future ahead of it. It made it seem like the original Rocky launch was just a one-off event they'd learned from.
It's a day for pretty speeches and medals. But we know the real fight takes place out there.
The layered systems of rewards were coming together in a way that felt new and fresh, with a kind of new enemy type, 3 wonderfully crunchy new subclasses, a fascinating new location, creative strikes with exclusive rewards, a raid that redefined the scope of their franchise, and on top of it, everything that dropped was new loot and the leveling system was simplified and addictive. It felt new. It was starting to finally find its personality. It set the standard for what to expect from one of these larger expansions. Right, let's fast forward a bit to when Destiny 2 originally came out and was a rushed, pointlessly tweaked and redesigned version of what we'd already been playing for years, but all those finicky systems they'd been experimenting with and nailing down and figuring out seemed to be thrown aside in the typical desperate attempt for a casual wide appeal and to hit contractual quarterly earning deadlines, a move which ironically shifted me into being more of a casual fan of the franchise. Not even a fan really, more of an observer. I like it sometimes, I hate it sometimes, I don't know, it's complicated.
I mean, that sounds like madness, right? We'd never even attempted to build something like this before. We had no idea really how we'd achieve this goal.
I couldn't help but ask myself, what was the point of this supposed 10-year plan if this was going to be the cycle? There was clearly no concrete idea for this. The 2 major vanilla releases were content-bare disasters, who used their unknown experimental standing in the games industry to peddle content that otherwise would have been shafted in any other context. It was bizarre to me how the same studio who, for better or worse, played a huge role in shifting the AAA industry into this miserable, fear of missing out, half-complete, always-online landscape of gear-based co-op looter shooters who painfully ascended from the depths of development hell, turning the optics around, only to then have to spend years doing it again. For me, enough was enough. This entire business model seemed inherently predatory and almost like Bungie had figured out a way to farm dopamine for the most amount of gain for the least amount of actual gameplay design, variety, innovation, or progression. The raids were always the bright spot for me in Destiny 1, but the grind and frustration to get there just stopped being worth it for me when Destiny 2 rolled around. Previous to this, I was a hardcore Bungie fan from the Halo days, and gradually had to come to the realization that the games industry simply was never going to be like 2007 ever again. I stopped reading the weekly weekly updates, I stopped logging in every reset to do my chores, and by the time the fanbase considered the game to be good again, with the Forsaken expansion picking up the pieces and saving the franchise, I was pretty much checked out. I made my Forsaken video and barely touched the game until Shadowkeep released. With the split from Activision, I was intrigued and wanted to see how Bungie presented themselves while free from the clutches of megacorps such as the unwieldy Microsoft or oppressive Activision. However, if anything, the scale was stripped back, with the Shadowkeep and Beyond Light expansions being prefaced by the warning that the corporate restructure was going to impact development scope. However, games like Fortnite and Apex Legends shifting the live service model into being about battle passes and smaller, more regular updates gave Bungie an opportunity to beef up the live team and carry the game through seasons, as opposed to dropping one huge expansion that everyone rushes through and then complains for months that there's nothing to do. A move which simultaneously kept the fans relatively happy and addicted, but also allowed Bungie yet another avenue for monetization, which is honestly one of my least favorite aspects of this game and franchise as a whole, but we'll cover that later.
And create a brand new way for players to, well, a brand new-ish way for players to enter the universe.
How to start, how to buy, is it even worth a try? I never even did a full video on the Beyond Light expansion, partially because of a waning lack of interest in this franchise as a whole, but also because the ever-changing nature of the game makes this kind of video fairly difficult compared to how static the releases used to be. To be clear, I used to be the guy who knew everything about the gameplay of Destiny, raided multiple times a week to chase the maximum power level, obsessively going through each and every checklist for content. I was there for when you needed to use an external website for public events, when you needed to use an infusion calculator to make sure you weren't statistically gimped when upgrading gear. I was there before there was a mobile game store inside of it. I was there for the loot cave. I was there for the broken Crota runs. I've done this cycle so many times at this point that it's just a part of my life now. It's the blessing and curse of a live service model. On one hand, it's kind of cool to have been taking part in an ever-changing piece of software, effectively as playtesters, helping the developers with their expensive, polished beta concepts. Over years of mistakes, learning, and feedback, symbiotically, in theory, only improving the product with time. On the other hand, I'm stuck in a position where if I'd simply ignored Destiny from the beginning but started playing now, I might be confused as to how anyone could call the game content light or repetitive, but simultaneously it's so overwhelming I don't know how you'd even begin to get into this game at this juncture. You just had to be there, okay? In fact, they should put that on the box that will be irrelevant in a few years. The game where you just had to be there. We're at a point now where we have so many different Destiny expansions to contrast and compare to, so many different highs and lows. It's all about that waiting game. The potential of the future. They have literally figured out how to monetize potential. Destiny's a bit like the stock market in the way its value seems to wildly fluctuate depending on variables that are completely out of your control. It used to be a complete luck of the draw as to when this game was considered to be in an acceptable state. The unfortunate reality of the live service model is that it makes games pretty much critic-proof.
Man, you know, this is one of those things. We're on our own now, and it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's a duck.
With the promise of ever-shifting, perpetual band-aid updates, it's easy to write off genuine critiques with the doubt in your mind being fettered by the hopeful promise of what's to come.
We're thinking about Destiny beyond just any given year and thinking about it over time.
You can justify pretty much everything with the promise that things will get better, especially when now and again they do. We have hope now. Oh, they'll get to that. Don't worry, that they have plans for that. Next season they'll deal with that. Sure, it sucks now, but they'll fix it eventually.
You know, we haven't gotten everything right out of the gate. You know, for example, we've already begun working on changes that we're going to make to our seasonal model in year 4 to get a bunch of the FOMO that's in the game right now out of it. And this is a response not only to your feedback, but just, you know, we took it in the wrong direction.
The games industry often relies on your short memory and slick, expensive marketing to push out polished-looking products that are often behind the scenes, forged from a background of pain, strife, frustration, and the delicate battle of how to best monetize something as lucrative and versatile as a video game.
Like, we didn't have the design down, we didn't have the story down. Once we actually started to see how long the missions were taken to produce and how long they were taken to design and script, and it just wasn't going to work.
Most creative industries are like this in some capacity, varying wildly depending on the nature of the project, but as I alluded, the monetization especially spits in the face of the very nature of its intended, open, social, cooperative design, and continues to be a sore spot I can't get over considering the relative value you can find elsewhere in the industry. Right, so bear with me here. This is painful. Destiny 2 is a free-to-play, but also has major full-price expansions, an entire inbuilt store packed full of cosmetics, boosts, and items, has a skippable battle pass that you have to buy or get bundled with an expansion, is also partially on Game Pass sometimes, and they recently have set a precedent for content in between this, such as the Bungie 30th Anniversary Pack, which includes the best gun from Destiny 1, as well as containing a 3-player only activity centered around going back to the loot cave from Destiny 1 for some fan service. Why would I buy that?
Yeah, I get goosebumps just thinking about that. You know, it really gives me that nostalgia from Destiny 1.
We're at a point now where they figured out they can monetize nostalgia for Destiny 1 and add content from Destiny 1 under the guise of member, just because it's been around that long and this game reuses assets like no other.
The moon this time around is something really scary that is playing on your fear in a way that hasn't happened before. Before it was, oh, it's a big giant thing and it's scary, but now there's actual, like, some psychological elements to that.
The fact they're still charging for outdated, irrelevant content like Shadowkeep is a shame, because you're putting new players in a position where they feel like they need to buy multiple different expansions at the same time to make it feel like a complete game. But the old expansions are often made irrelevant the second a new one is released, which you wouldn't know until you play it and realize how pointless they feel, let alone the issues this causes with cross-save. As someone who bounces between Steam and Xbox, it's irritating how I sometimes need to change platform to do the weekly Nightfall activity simply because I'm missing a certain expansion on that platform that contains the correct content, which I guess is my fault for not realizing that Beyond Light was removed from Game Pass at some point. This confusing, convoluted, overwhelming nature of the monetization is telling, because this approach seeps into every individual aspect of this game. From the story, the menus, the gear management, the quest logs, the bounties, the FOMO, the currencies. It's kind of all on you, or your clan, subreddit, or Datto, or My Name is Bife to figure out. When your fanbase needs to create guides to explain to new players how to buy your game properly, I think it's time to adjust. Destiny is effectively a subscription service that has somehow figured out a way to also get you to pay even more of a premium on top of it.
When we say MMO, we don't mean like subscriptions.
This has been a growing problem ever since they added the Eververse store under the guise of it supporting the live team, proving to Bungie that any new predatory follow-the-leader game design trend designed around sapping your time and money would be welcomed and eventually accepted by the whipped fanbase. They want the pros from every single type of business model with none of the leeway or cons that at least make it appear more consumer friendly. Think about it, the game is already built around random gear drops that you grind for and have no control over, which are basically already loot boxes you can get duplicates in, as a way to get you addicted to the chance aspect and to get you to replay content. Then layer on top of that a season pass and events that only exist for a certain amount of time, and expansions that are also only relevant for a limited amount of time. Nearly everything you do in Destiny is on the game's terms. The value of everything seems completely random and tweaked to make as much money as possible from whales. It's not a great feeling to drop a premium for a new expansion, then get a bespoke engram that you can only open in the mobile game store tab designed purely as a way to get you to browse and spend. The store which, by the way, is full of cosmetics in the game that is all about cosmetics. I know this battle is long since lost, but this is why the "it's just cosmetic" argument never worked for me. You cannot argue cosmetic stores in games designed around collecting cosmetics doesn't affect the gameplay experience, especially when it's so obvious that some of the most fun and interesting designs are locked into the store. I enjoy having a gameplay path to unlocking cosmetics, especially when they need as many avenues as possible to reward the repetitive, grindy content. Destiny 1 was a lot better for this. It especially stings when paid-for gameplay features like finishers have no clear path for unlocks without using the store to spend real money. I know their band-aid solution is to offer a pitiful selection of items on a rotation that you can use the bright dust currency to buy, but these items are limited and again totally on the game's terms if and when the thing you want will be on sale for that specific currency. Yes, just what Destiny needs, more currencies to micromanage and remember. I was under the impression that the style of business model you go for reinforces an unspoken rule about how far you're going to push the anti-consumer practices. The Battle Pass was introduced by Fortnite as a means of monetizing a free-to-play game and encouraging the fear of missing out. The same with these obnoxious skin stores that have to keep escalating the wackiness of their designs like in Apex Legends, another free-to-play. I would be fascinated to hear from anyone who plays the truly free version of Destiny. This seems like it's mostly an excuse to get the buzzword advertisement and peddle what most people would more accurately describe as a demo. You can't do any of the real content in this version of the game, but because it led the live service charge, Destiny has been able to dictate whatever it wants depending on pushback from the whipped fans. But I'm glad they get the best of every world for the sake of their bottom line. because I care about that. On top of all this is the most controversial aspect of all.
The fact is, the game is too large to efficiently update and maintain. We're on track to be like 115 gigabytes on PlayStation alone, and our updates to the game are huge, and we're starting to reach the limits of our ability to patch.
And that's the moral debate that has come about due to how Destiny has approached retiring or vaulting old content.
Here's our plan. Each year, just as a new expansion comes out, we're gonna cycle older, less actively played activity and destination content out of the live game and into what we're calling the Destiny Content Vault, the DCV.
Due to various limitations in how the core design of the game functions and in the interest of reducing file sizes, various bits and pieces of paid content have been completely removed from the game. So even if you wanted the full context for events such as the Red War or Forsaken, crucial events in the world of Destiny that are still referenced in the game to this day, sorry, I guess you'll have to watch it on YouTube? To highlight how bizarre this is, you literally can't play the main content from this older full physical release now. It's hilarious. This is a defunct, unusable product. Like a Daft Punk concert, you just had to be there. Sorry. A truly strange example as far as consumer ethics is concerned, and highlights the unique position video games are in. Imagine going back to your favorite book and a chapter wasn't there anymore, or returning to an album on Spotify to find that now it starts at track 6, but they've added 4 new songs after track 12 to try and make up for it. Yet another example of the control being out of the hands of the consumer and a big question mark when thinking about game preservation, and perhaps shining a light on the short nature planning and thinking for this ambitious 10-year investment. A strange outcome considering you would have thought that this game would have been designed to be as modular and varied as possible, considering how its core loop from the beginning has been all about grinding the same content over and over, especially when content such as the Strike and Crucible playlists have such limited scope compared to the overall massive content that has been designed during the life cycle of this franchise. Clearly it's totally unwieldy. At least now there's a handy timeline actually in the game, but I can't help but feel like this is a short-term solution to a long-term building problem. Now, I don't know how they would do this without increasing file size, but there needs to be some kind of location in-game to serve as a catch-up hub that's more expansive than this timeline. An in-universe archive in the tower where you could at least read through or watch old cutscenes to give you some context would be a huge quality of life addition to the game and would serve to help introduce old and new players in a way that at least gives you a choice without having to go to fan-run YouTube channels and websites. Even a text-based codex with minimal production would be all I need, just so I can quickly refresh my memory of the dense history of the Awoken, Eris Morn, or whatever random factoid I want to refresh my memory on at the time. Again, what other artistic medium requires this much heavy lifting before you can even begin to try to engage with something you weren't there at the exact right time for? To me, this is all about balance. I want to feel compelled to learn more about the universe because I want to, not because I have to understand the base level of what is going on. But that's the most frustrating thing. I didn't quite realize how simple the story of Destiny actually is. It's just been trickled out in the most obtuse delivery imaginable. Before this point, out of pure frustrated principle, I made an effort to not go down the Destiny lore rabbit hole, as a means to criticize the bare bones delivery present in the final product, the actual game. But times change, Destiny has been around for a long time now, and the years of people bickering and suggesting to engage with the lore has finally worn me down. So I read a bunch and watched a lot of YouTube videos, and here's what I had to say about Destiny lore. It's neat. Now, is this anything new or groundbreaking? Not particularly. The hook, to me, has always been the presentation and art direction, the juxtaposition of the medieval fantasy imagery, mixed with the slick science fiction, the scale, the implied history of the environments, the music and sounds, color palettes, and the varied locations. Taking all of these disparate sources of inspiration and beautifully combining them into a universe that feels ancient, mysterious, yet somehow contemporary. It strikes your imagination and lets you lose yourself in truly alien environments. But these locations and vistas without any proper framing would often land as more of an interactive piece of science fantasy concept art as opposed to a fleshed out universe where the characters, ecology, and story all complement each other and build out a world as engaging as some of the material that inspired it.
You know, when you're world building, once you know the heart of your world, you can build around it. But if you don't define your heart up front, all you're really doing is spinning your wheels in a pile of awesome concept art.
At the heart of Destiny is a science fiction story as old as time. Some kind of godlike technology appeared one day called the Traveler and saved humanity from the brink of collapse, using the newfound godlike powers with the help of the Traveler's ghosts, aka Light, to terraform and expand across the solar system. However, much like the Reapers from Mass Effect or the Flood from Halo, there's some kind of ancient, all-powerful evil force that acts as the central horror or mystery that gets the overarching plot rolling. A plot which
which Destiny 2 specifically had put into motion long ago, with these looming fleets of pyramid ships being teased as far back as the concept art for the original Destiny.
And of course, a good game needs giant onyx pyramid ships. But that's a really cool image I love showing, but I'm not allowed to talk about those yet. Maybe someday down the road.
Bungie clearly knows that the intrigue, the mystery, is what keeps people around, as far as the story is concerned. Once Marvel started putting stingers in the credits and everyone started copying the format, it was not surprising that the game about the impending future actually started teasing and building up to the major threat of the universe. The problem, though, is that Destiny never had a good foundation to provide the storytelling basics.
Are we going somewhere with this story? Because we started it already in like a very obscure, like, what did we just do in the Black Garden? Like, what? Okay. And then like, okay, now the Oryx storyline, and then the Riven storyline, and then this storyline, and then this one, and we have 18 different branches that all seem like they're doing their own thing. It seems like we're just living in the world of Destiny and maybe not experiencing like an overall story.
It treats itself as if it's playing in a universe like Star Wars, a direct inspiration that you're already familiar with because of other media. Can you imagine playing something like Jedi Fallen Order and barely having an understanding of what a Jedi is, or what any history of this universe means or is referencing, or what a Star Wars is? Although that game has a better story in a vacuum than anything in a Destiny game, so maybe it isn't the best comparison. Part of what is so frustrating about this universe is that arguably the hardest part is done. The world building and art direction are so well researched and thought out. The creatives who laid the foundation, your Joseph Statons and Christopher Barretts, created an intriguing universe that can capture you in a single image.
Your job as a world builder is first and foremost to make your audience curious, to give them just enough information and detail so that they can begin to fill out your world with their own imaginations. Because guess what? 9 times out of 10, their answers are going to be way better than yours.
Before Destiny was in the hands of the players, the concept art and production design was so striking to me that I was sold before anything was proven, and we didn't quite yet realize how messy the production had been behind the scenes. So this isn't the case of the story or lore being inherently bad or flawed, it's a storytelling delivery problem. Production is spread so thin over the various pillars of design that a cutscene-heavy traditional narrative like Bungie used to make is clearly a lot more difficult under this game's restrictions. This is a case where officially produced transmedia could do wonders for this universe. An animated show with the production quality of something like Arcane would be a smart way to establish those world-building basics and invite you to delve deeper, if adding these things into the game is proving to be impossible. So what has happened is that over its life cycle, the ultra-limiting design of the game's core systems meant Bungie have been forced to flesh out the universe through clunky and hard-to-follow exposition dumps that have typically been so badly written or explained that trying to keep track of it was subpar compared to nearly every other type of similar story out there, or arguably more importantly, failed to meet the correct expectations that were established and set up by Bungie themselves.
Well, I think if you like the way that we tell stories at Bungie, I mean, we're cinematic storytellers. We like that approach to storytelling.
As for the Witch Queen, I'd say we're just about in a state where I at least understand the motivation and history of the major enemy factions thanks to content actually present in the game. But what a bare bones comment. I now understand the villain's motivations. What do you want, a medal? The Hive, for example, have gone from being one of my least favorite factions into potentially the most interesting of them all. When you get into the Worm Gods, the Hive family tree, their gothic monoliths, and their general eldritch design, coupled with the Hive having the best through line in terms of intertwining the ongoing story with real gameplay events and moments we've actually experienced firsthand, shows the potential of what can be done with this type of game. But this is why I always, from the very beginning, took the stance that this game needed a solid story mode or campaign at the forefront to ease you into the universe and get you through the door so you have some kind of idea what or why you're fighting beyond a children's cartoon monster of the week. If you're going to build up this game around this idea of these central pillars, it has never made sense to me how the campaign has always been sidelined when in every single expansion they still force you to play through it anyway. That was always the routine. Rush through the campaign as fast as possible so you could get to the end game and grind in time for the raid, the real content. A campaign which was usually paced similarly to activities such as strikes or lost sectors, which from a gameplay design perspective nearly always had the exact same goals, with each expansion boiling down to what is effectively an easy, extended tutorial to ease you into the gameplay loops and remind you of how the various systems intertwine, usually ending with a simplistic bullet sponge boss to mow down. Here's the level where they introduce you to the new area. Here's the level where you have
have to play the new strike. Here's the part where they show you how to explore in the same way you've been doing since 2014. Here's a random unfun roadblock that extends playtime because we know this content is so short and hardly fleshed out. So effectively, Destiny, until the Witch Queen now, has never had what I would call a good campaign. The soft bigotry of low expectations tricked people into thinking Destiny 2's vanilla campaign was good, simply because it had one. It's hilarious thinking back to how many Destiny campaigns I've reviewed over the years and just how little I've ever felt the need to reference the actual game design, because nearly every level was indistinguishable from the last. And we all know if a story is predictable in its structure, if you know the level design before you've even played it, then the game never puts itself in a position to surprise you. It's boring. I remember way back in the Taken King expansion there was a level that tricked you that it was over. And that was a huge moment for me because it was the first time a campaign mission advanced a formula in some way, or played with my tired expectations for what this franchise can offer. But again, remove that comment from the context of Destiny and it sounds hilariously battered and bruised. There was one level that was different, so it stood out. Wow.
I can keep reviving you, but maybe we should start running.
The fact Bungie are even willing to remove old campaigns point to me as a backhanded acknowledgement that they weren't even particularly good to begin with. Can you imagine a universe where they just stopped selling Halo 1's campaign because Halo 3 came out? The webbed model of design, where assets are used for multiple purposes, ultimately trapped Bungie into this decision. You can't just have a campaign hosted separately, without bringing along entire maps and geometry and old systems. I'm going to use this next section of the video to recap and review the previous campaign expansion quest I never covered on the channel, Beyond Light, as a means to highlight the old, unfun, stretched approach to campaign content and move on to contrast with how the Witch Queen handles it, as well as make sure I cover every major expansion for this game to scratch my own FOMO itch. We've come this far already, and as of the time of me writing this, it's still for sale, so why not? Use the timecodes if you want to go straight to the Witch Queen campaign review.
I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. My future does not begin here, but yours does. It's time to step beyond the light. And it all begins with a splinter.
I played through this campaign twice, once when it first released on my Titan, and secondly on my Warlock to refresh my memory after I finished the Witch Queen on Solo Legendary. The time gap between these two playthroughs was over a year, and the difference is uncanny. When I first played it on my Titan, I was under-leveled and had a miserable time, honestly, because of how pointlessly difficult it was solo, and especially with how bad the loot pool was at the time, a drama I'd completely forgotten about, where Bungie started trying to sunset weapons. The combination of this core aspect of the gameplay letting me down, and being overall disappointed by the stingy, grindy nature of the new Stasis subclass, and the campaign just not being very interesting. I mean, let's just say I didn't stick around for long. It wasn't until I started hearing about the seasonal model introducing interesting concepts and rewards that I later checked back in around Season 14. I was shocked to see content that had actually been added in a meaningful way that fleshed out the universe and had a fair amount to do, including temporary upgrade paths and story delivered through characters interacting in-game, which I know, wow, what a high bar, but it's an improvement nonetheless for Destiny. For my second recap playthrough on my Warlock, I was over-leveled, had the 2022 Void 3.0 subclass rework to play around with, and the rewards were tuned to Witch Queen drops, so it didn't feel like the loot part of the game was as much of a waste of time. The lack of difficulty options hurts because I steamrolled every encounter and rushed through the entire story in only a couple of hours. A story which is by no means the worst Destiny has seen, but perhaps suffered due to this previously mentioned corporate reshuffling, happening in tandem with an unprecedented global pandemic, which would have required another corporate reshuffling.
Before we started the show today, we wanted to just acknowledge the circumstances and the unprecedented times we're in. This is not how we had planned this several months ago. To talk about the future of Destiny 2 and reveal where we're headed with the team.
I was very confused by how people would talk about this expansion, some even going as far as to hyperbolically describe it as Destiny 3 with less baggage, which obviously isn't and has never been true. The way Destiny fans talk about Destiny is the least reliable, most caveat-filled, borderline abusive relationship-sounding dialogue.
And I think some of the other main campaign stories have been great, like D2 Vanilla strikes me as like a really good campaign in terms of its story, and Forsaken was awesome, because I do think, you know, the story has always been one of those things that I assume most of the community doesn't actually care about all that much, right? Like Brian is a guy who plays Destiny every single week, and he didn't know about paracausal bullets being able to kill Cade and stuff like that. And I think that's sort of the problem with Destiny, is most people don't know that the lore is actually good and that the characters have depth and that the world building has depth, because Bungie doesn't focus on that stuff in game anyway. They focus on it in kind of peripheral lore books and that sort of stuff. So
the biggest additions were the Europa playspace and the Stasis subclass. Europa maintains the standard of being visually stunning and has particularly unique implications in how it relates to the lore of the underdeveloped Exo machine race. It's a shame the actual design of Europa is so stale and empty though. This is one of the pillars of Destiny I've always been confused by. The patrol or exploration aspect. For how much dev time and art assets are spent designing these open world areas. For every public event, lost sector, or the odd random activity, I never feel compelled to explore Destiny maps unless the quests or bounties force me to. There's nothing spontaneous or exciting about the Destiny open worlds. They are static and rarely offer me anything worthwhile. They usually just become repetitive hallways that lead to missions. Beyond Light is one of the worst expansions for simply wasting your time, using the huge spaces as a way to artificially extend playtime, simply because moving around is so awkward and limited. The map is obtuse and slow to load, you can't place your own waypoints, you can only fast travel to pre-decided areas, one of which had to be patched in because the gameplay flow was so obnoxious, yet another reason I gave up back when it first released. And this design is all intentional as an attempt to get you to participate in random activities on the way to your destination, to make it feel busy like there's lots to do. It's the same thinking as Red Dead 2, except in that game you might actually stumble across something interesting. To me, they're on the right lines with content like the Lost Sectors, but as is the same with every bit of content in Destiny, they expect you to run through the same couple missions that are near identical and surface level every time. If this was a pillar of the game I could sacrifice to strengthen everything else, I would in a heartbeat. It's impossible though, because these maps are the core of all content. Everything is linked. I'd at least like to see them adjust how many enemies fill these areas. Beyond Light did do slightly better with this, but if these maps were like war zones with enemy density like a Dynasty Warriors game, so you could mess around with builds and grind bounties, then maybe I could see the appeal. In practice though, what winds up happening is people have quests where they have to get kills in certain areas of the map, but then have to compete with other Guardians who also want the kills. What about that is fun? Please tell me, I'm earnestly asking. Am I doing something wrong? The juxtaposition of the robotic, mechanical design of the maps offset against the draw-dropping art direction is a shame to me. Instead of the art complementing the design and vice versa, you're stuck in a situation where the art is kind of carrying the heavy load, with the hope being that it will distract you from the surface level design. A good example of this are the Sparrows, your own means of quick traversal that you can summon in most areas of the open world maps. So unlike some past Bungie games that make excellent use, where vehicles needed to be found or jacked and played a crucial role in the balance and movement within the sandbox, in Destiny their main feature is to flex cosmetics you can buy in the store, with the actual gameplay and speed statistics being mostly meaningless, effectively turning you into a hovering advertisement, which was part of the hook from the beginning. Every piece of armor and item was supposed to have some kind of meaning.
What'd you get?
Check this out. I knew you'd be jealous of a sniper rifle.
Oh, I do like the long rifle. What's its name?
Shut up and get behind me.
So you could glance at a player and see their accomplishments through how they choose to express themselves with the customization. However, unlike the guns and armor that can have immediate effects on gameplay and are at the core of the FPS design, Sparrow gameplay is a solution to a problem Bungie created. They knew how boring it would be to run around these empty maps on foot, but they also realized that being able to summon a capable vehicle at any point means that the vehicle has to be useless, otherwise you'd never get off it. So when you break down a chunk of gameplay like the 3 hours it took me to finish Beyond Light a second time, a total of over 15 minutes was spent purely boosting around on my Sparrow doing nothing. And this was after the fast travel point patch, so it would have been much worse when this expansion originally released. Not personally what I would consider worthwhile or fun gameplay, in the same game that already made its mission to demand fulfillment from a mostly arbitrary amount of time investment. If this wasn't also the same game that requires you to slowly sign in, slowly load to each and every area as you jump around for quests, slowly manage gear, slowly navigate through countless different menus all with different types of user interface, slowly look for help on LFG, slowly wait for you to find a game with matchmaking. Destiny is a slow game when you're not in immediate combat. It is very rare for Destiny to implement some kind of challenge where Sparrows are specifically involved. The most interesting example being an old strike where you have to dodge trains that would destroy you. A fun idea, but in practice one of the more tedious strikes to actually replay. There was also the Sparrow Racing League, but I think they only did that once for some reason. Europa was the first map to feature some kind of weather system that actually affects gameplay, a type of interaction this game desperately needs more of. The fact that this is the first time that open world design has even considered adding weather systems says a lot. It isn't pushed much beyond a randomly triggered storm that moves your sparrow around or carries your grenades in an unpredictable arc. To make this open world system truly shine, it would need so much development work that it simply wouldn't make sense considering how many other pillars and demographics and types of gameplay Destiny is trying to accomplish. So the odd quality of life adjustment aside, I fear this part of the game will always be lackluster for what I'm looking for from true open world exploration or gameplay. The game is still so broad. I don't know if they can or will ever release an expansion that doesn't sag in at least one of these core pillars.
Cling to your machine god. With this power, we make our own fate.
This is another Fallen branded expansion, a crucial race to the Destiny universe that, lore and story-wise, act as a more sympathetic foreshadowing as to how committing yourself to the Traveler can ultimately spell your own doom. As their name implies, they fell from grace after the Traveler fled their planet to escape the darkness, once relying on its technology and power to bolster their communities and keep them safe, who were largely shafted once the Traveler ran away, leaving them in ruin to fend for themselves and build up a lot of resentment. They obviously have a chip on their shoulder about what the Traveler did to them, and are splintered into different houses we've been fighting since 2014. In comes the villain of the week for Beyond Light, Eramis. Perhaps the first villain in the franchise to have a more complicated and interesting motivation that's properly communicated in-game. You see, Eramis was there when the Traveler abandoned the Fallen, so she saw the destruction that was left in its wake with her own eyes. This acts as a nice piece of foreshadowing for the stakes of the universe. It's not unreasonable to assume that Guardians putting their faith entirely in the Traveler could ultimately come around to bite them when the pyramids eventually arrive. This one detail adds some much needed tension and sympathetic dynamics to what have been mostly two-dimensional monsters up until now.
In darkness, there is only one truth. Death.
Kind of a nitpick here, but I've always thought this. I really wish they came up with terms other than the light and the darkness. I know it's a standard good versus evil framing, the light and the dark side of the force, yin and yang, but the way this impacts dialogue specifically means nearly every spoken sentence has some mention of one of these terms.
Light. Darkness. Light. Darkness. Light.
Darkness.
Light.
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 Darkness.
Light.
Light.
Light. Dark.
Light.
Dark. Light.
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 The dialogue is already such a weak point in my eyes, but these kind of crutches hold me back from engaging because it can feel like an overly simplified kids show. I'm honestly fine with it in something like Star Wars. The tone is slightly lighter and it's a goofier universe inherently, and they also make an effort to explain what these concepts mean in the universe a bit better. The darkness has gone from this amorphous gunge in the Black Garden to being more of a paracausal power or energy you can wield. I guess visually I was always confused by how one side had a physical entity that can embody the concept of light, whereas it's only recently that the darkness has been additionally personified as a fleet of intimidating ships. Now that I can work with, that's tangible, that's the Reapers. I kind of wish they never felt the need to kill off the speaker character. What a useful tool for exposition this guy could have been if fleshed out properly. Maybe he could have been the lore storyteller in the Tower Library. Oh well, could have even recast Bill Nighy with My Name is Bife. In Beyond Light, Eramis started wielding the power of the darkness as a way to introduce the Stasis subclass. The subclasses have always been one of the most fun aspects of gameplay to me. Aside from guns, they are what allow you to add some variety to the combat encounters, and generally mess around with different powers, grenades, and abilities. The last time subclasses were added to the game was way back with the Taken King in Destiny 1, so to me this was one of the more appealing aspects to this expansion. However, unlike the Taken King where you get your new powers fairly early in a unique class-based mission, so you can play around with it for the majority of the new content, Beyond Light, in contrast, took a stripped-back, grindy approach, simply teasing the powers in curated moments slowly trickled out through the short campaign, with Bungie doubling down more so on the idea of unlocking new aspects and abilities through quests and grinding, giving you much more control and customization than how the subclasses worked previously, effectively reverting to how the classes worked in vanilla Destiny, where you had way more options. Bungie and their general stinginess, though, made me lose interest in how long it took to grind for new abilities until I could double up on content I actually wanted to play months later when there was more to do, a choice Bungie did not repeat when it came to their Void 3.0 subclass free update, which is only limited by how much Glimmer currency you have available. Overall, I do enjoy the feeling of the Stasis subclass. Chaining exploding crystals combined with a crunchy sound design and visuals keeps the abilities feeling satisfying. It caused absolute bedlam in the largely ignored competitive PvP pillar of the game when it first released, but I've never thought the Crucible made that much sense for this game anyway, considering how many unfair variables are attached to the loot and how stretched the development team are already, but we can elaborate on that later.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Beyond Light reintroduced an old character from Destiny that needed addressing, the Exo Stranger. A botched character from the vanilla storyline who never gave you any context as to who they were because they were too busy to explain why they couldn't explain.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
That line will never not be funny. Part of the storytelling problem has been the pure lack of time available to tell a story. With campaigns as short as 2 or 3 hours, that boils down to only about half an hour of traditional narrative, excluding the radio conversations in-game, which I consider to be mostly supplementary. This half an hour of narrative breaks down to about 12 minutes of pre-rendered cinematics you might expect to see in a Halo game, with about 14 minutes being dedicated to vendor exposition, a more stripped-back style of presentation mostly for the purpose of quest updates and delivery, using procedural animations that are somewhere in between a custom animated cinematic and a detached radio conversation. The other style of delivery that breaks up the pace are the black and white, blotch ink cutscenes that are used to recap events of history and lore within the universe without having to fully model and render elaborate, expensive flashbacks. These tend to be my favorite as the stripped-back minimal style works well with the delivery and provides just enough visual flair to get your imagination going to fill in the blanks. Another showcase of Bungie highlighting their art teams and allowing them to flex in a way that adds to the mythic grandeur of how they want the Destiny universe to feel. Again, I wish there was a way for me to conveniently watch all of these without having to go to YouTube. I'm sure that's on the list titled Maybe One Day. We open on a familiar character, Varix, who was introduced in Destiny 1 in a forgettable expansion. I always enjoyed his visual design and voice acting, and allowing one of the alien races to play a main role in the story adds so much to help you understand sides other than your own. This is the first time I felt like Destiny was using the chess pieces it already had in play to feel like it was building on one continuous narrative, instead of purely relying on Creature of the Week side quests that seemingly have nothing to do with each other. House of Wolves had nothing to do with the Taken King, Curse of Osiris had no effect on Warmind. These events seemed to exist in a vacuum, so it never felt rewarding to pay attention. Contrasted with here, where the starting off point is a character who's been established for years, who played a crucial role in the prison break at the start of the Forsaken expansion, and is now on the run after regretting lending his assistance to the lead villain of Beyond Light, who he had a long-standing friendship with. Contrast this with something like Rise of Iron, where it's only at the end of the campaign where the basic setups start getting interesting.
Until they did.
But is over before it truly gets a chance to begin.
Darkness walks among us.
The Stranger appears and steals something from Varix, who's being chased by Aramis.
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty.
Meanwhile, your Guardian happens to be investigating an empty pyramid ship that showed up on Europa. You catch the distress signal and leave to save Varix. The introduction to Europa is breathtaking. Anytime Bungie properly utilizes the scale to make you feel puny and insignificant, like there are insurmountable odds before you, I'm into it, especially when it's an event that's happening in-game. You clear some kind of base to find that it's old Braytech, the leftovers from a Golden Age colony who used to reside on Europa. You retrieve the true distress signal and after some combat are treated to a pre-rendered cutscene properly introducing Aramis. Unfortunately, we're in another Destiny cutscene with 2 masked alien creatures who can't emote with facial expressions, so the poor animators have to do every trick in the book to make the interaction work. Aramis doubles down on her newfound darkness abilities and rips off Varix's robot arm, making a point about how it's time for the Fallen to make their own fate.
We make our own fate.
You free Varix from the stasis and he explains that the pyramid grants the darkness power in opposition to the light of the Guardians. According to Varix, the darkness has corrupted Aramis and that Europa was supposed to be a haven for the Fallen. If we don't stop her, she'll have some kind of darkness army that is capable of snuffing out the light. Varix acknowledges the Cade elephant in the room.
Varix knows of the elephant in the room. Cade 6's death was not my intention.
A funny phrase for an alien to use in a post-apocalypse. Maybe an elephant is something else to a Fallen. You traverse to an area that looks like frozen Jabba's palace, an area you'll see a lot of for the short run of this expansion. You unlock a pre-rendered melodramatic speech from Aramis, who shows the power of the darkness and loosely establishes the bosses you'll be dealing with for the rest of the story. It's basically Forsaken again. You're forced to run because the stasis is too powerful and escape on your ship. First you do the Rising Resistance mission, which involves establishing a secret communications network, translating into gameplay of you driving around to 3 different locations in the storm, ending with a pyramid crux appearing and communicating with you through your ghost.
We beckon answered. We've kept you waiting long enough. Come to us. Salvation awaits.
They even have some good points about how, as a Light Guardian, you're basically a mindless soldier who only follows orders, with no real reason to have such adoration for the Traveler aside from it resurrecting dead people with superpowered amnesia to use as its personal army. Everything about this thing has been suspicious since day one. I'm glad they've finally taken the time to discuss the implications of what this machine god is actually up to, instead of bathing in the binary of pure evil and pure good. An uninteresting pre-rendered piece of advertisement reintroduces us to the stranger, Eris Morn and the Drifter.
And here comes our Guardian. Right on time.
It's a pet peeve of mine for action games to use pre-rendered action scenes instead of using the action gameplay for the same effect. If this weird ship teleported in while you were in combat and they hoped you clear the area as AI companions, that would be significantly more impactful and memorable than watching these guys slaughter the new faction you just tried to add depth and sympathy for epic marketing points. It's not like Destiny is missing on action, it's the majority of what you do. So every cutscene that wastes time on pointless action that doesn't expand or advance anything, I'm left wondering what the money and resources could have been spent on that actually give us lore or story we'll remember, like they do in the next expansion. With the camp clear, you have an opportunity to briefly talk to Eris and the Drifter. Drifter hammers home the theme of abandoning the overly simplistic light and dark dogma, and you finally get an explanation from the Exo Stranger as to what is going on and why she's no longer voiced by Walking Dead.
I owe you an explanation for all this. I once asked Guardians to destroy the Blackheart, to prevent Darkness's arrival. Success may have been achieved, but I now know that fate comes knocking sooner or later.
Just how many Hollywood actors have they had to recast because of their brain-dead marketing decision of casting expensive big-name actors instead of reliable voice actors who are actually available? So she explains she is wielding the darkness to stop our enemies where the light can't, and that because of our resilience within the pyramid, we're capable of wielding it too. I don't know what she means by resilience, because every scene where the darkness has directly communicated with us have been in instances where we're completely out of control and overwhelmed by the mysterious, untrustworthy power. She goes on to explain that you need to train with a ziggurat, which exists to tempt you, by the way, and she gives you a splinter of darkness to start your journey. From a gameplay perspective, this is alluring. The promise of a new subclass system to tinker with and unlock is the heart of the gameplay. Story-wise though, this is clunky and weird. After all this time, why would you take her at face value and not at least communicate with the Vanguard leaders first? Especially if the darkness is specifically stated to be an expert at mind games and manipulation. Your ghost tries to warn you, but gameplay has to happen so you ignore him. These 4 cruxes mark what is left of the campaign. You need to attune all 4 before you can finish, so let the busy work begin. As you commune with the Crux of Darkness in Nexus, you're temporarily gifted with stasis powers to allow you a taste of what's to come. You're briefly taught about these darkness locks you can unseal, then it's back to Varix, who also warns you that playing with darkness is a risky idea, and that you must prove yourself as a worthy opponent in order to summon Phylax, one of Aramis's underlings. So like the disappointing Halo Infinite or any number of previous Destiny expansions, we're back to the classic loop of a mustache-twirling bad guy at the top of a hierarchy, with your job being to fight your way through the ranks and eventually murder whoever sits at the top. Your next campaign objective is to kill Fallen in a single life in Eventide Ruins, the type of objective that has never been fun in Destiny, and screams to me like side filler content designed to force you into specific areas of the boring open world. After a while, random squads spawn in on the map that you have to find and take out, including a new enemy type for Beyond Light, the Fallen War Mechs, a much-needed addition to add variety and a feeling of newness to a familiar faction. A change I'd hoped was going to set a new precedent for the variety and scope of each expansion, especially with how the Vex also received a new enemy addition with the Wyverns. It's a constant surprise to me just how little the major factions have been iterated or expanded upon when compared to where we were in 2014. For the premise to be a constantly evolving universe that is never supposed to be static, it's unusual just how unchanged the enemies and the way they fight are implemented. It was a big missed opportunity to take the random nature of of the loot and gear, but not apply similar ideas to the enemies you're fighting. I just think about how Bungie changed the design of a faction like the Flood drastically with each major Halo game, to try and push the design in new directions and make something familiar seem new. How boring would it be to load up Halo 3, but functionally every enemy was nearly identical to how they functioned in Halo 1. And that's only a 6-year time difference. We've already been playing Destiny alone for 8 years. That's not to say that nothing has been changed or upgraded or added with time, but for the game built around repetition, you'd assume enemy variety would be one of the core pillars. I guess this is one of the inherent problems to designing a PvE-heavy live service with hundreds of different branches that constantly need pruning, testing, and control. The expectation for every other genre of game is that usually an expansion, for the most part, expands the content. Destiny simultaneously expands and contracts depending on the unwieldy nature of the state of the game at the present moment you happen to be engaging with it. Eventually, Elinax spawns in and you destroy it. The next step being to complete the Warrior Empire Hunt mission. What's an Empire Hunt, you ask? It's an activity where you hunt down a member of Aramis's council. What makes this different from a strike? I have no idea. It's just another thing to remember. A very similar formula to Forsaken, which was also a checklist of bosses to take out with minimal story or development. Back to Stranger, back to Ziggurat. Next is the next crux. Do you see a pattern emerging here? This kind of content is what I'd normally consider additive or unimportant side quests in any other game, not the leading campaign quest that's supposed to guide you through some kind of story. Pretty much every expansion before Witch Queen did the same thing. The first level is usually quite good, with the most production value and flair to get you in. Then it devolves into busy work, rarely with cutscenes or anything too memorable. Picking back up again for the ending level, which usually has some kind of more memorable final encounter. You do some more communing while you're talked at, clear some ads, and go back to Variks to retrieve some more busy work. This time you must collect tracking devices by defeating Vex in an Asterian abyss. Not fun, but I guess it only takes 5 minutes. But now it's time to head to the Vex conflux created by Praxis, another filler moment, where you sit in the open world area killing ads until you're allowed to do the next Empire Hunt. While these missions are nothing memorable or special, I do have to note that the interior design of the Clovis Bray labs are some of my favorite environments to traverse through. Whoever is deciding on these mood boards and color palettes are on point. Some basic mechanics for the boss include having to destroy shield generators before you can deal damage, or like the previous encounter where you had some kind of minor platforming and environmental risks. I appreciate the mix-up.
Without Bilax and Praxis, Aramis will grow reckless.
Perfect time for us to strike.
Oh, I guess we're nearly done here. We get to see another pre-rendered cutscene where Aramis tells one of her council to go and get the raid ready, and also to show how the darkness appears to be making her lose control and become more mustache twirling. As much as I like her motivation and backstory, every time you see her she does angrily monologue like a G.I. Joe villain. I find it extremely hard to care by this point in the story. You go to check back with the Exo Stranger, but find that our favorite blue guy is there instead, who was excellent in The Wire. I've seen it all now. What a show. Now that is a story right there. He informs you that he has a tip on what Aramis is up to, but it involves heading to the steps on Earth. I was kind of expecting him to be more upset about the whole embracing the darkness thing. He gives a half-assed warning, but he really doesn't seem that fussed. I get he's a stoic titan, but Destiny is a stoic world. I want some emotion. This is why killing off Cayde 6 was such a mistake. Having the comedic relief wedged in between two stoic leaders is much better than two stoic leaders. Cayde was more relatable and warm, and it would have been such a jolt of life and energy if he was still involved in the story somehow. Yeah, have the cold, stoic titan who's dedicated to his faith in the light, the wise warlock with a slightly more open mind, and the swashbuckling lone ranger who's more of an independent hunter somewhere in the middle. This drifter character is okay, but seems to fill a similar role anyway. I guess I'm still annoyed and confused by how they marketed an entire expansion around the one character of note at the time being killed off. Huge mistake. With the Cosmodrome added back into the game with Beyond Light, we can continue to relish in the content reuse. Sorry, I mean beautiful nostalgic ode to Destiny 1. Don't know who the hell this guy is, but he's here now, with the next step being yet another fun quest to run around gathering intel, aka waiting for ads to spawn in a specific area you have to waste time traversing to. Once that is over, you're tasked with completing a nearby lost sector to eliminate Bakris. While the doubling up of content is on a roll, next is the Glassway Strike. A fairly standard strike for the most part. These missions have minimal story as they're designed to be grinded out 40,000 times. It's kinda cool that Aramis is there at the end and escapes you. The more events happening in-game, the better. I'm starting to sound like a broken record. You're treated to a neat blotch cutscene visualizing the collapse of the Fallen and providing some imagery to go along with the exposition, so we understand what is being talked about.
Oh, Pawn,
In another life, we may have been allies, but instead, you put us at odds. So I have no choice but to use darkness to rip, shred, and tear through every single one of your kind.
We won't let you.
Man, I wish ghosts just wouldn't talk sometimes. That's really your comeback?
We won't let you.
The stranger explains that darkness is a parasite that feeds on your most selfish desires, that it's expert at tainting and twisting you into whatever it wants you to be, that in that world there's no future for any of us. I guess your character is sitting there nodding along like a naive moron. I don't understand how what we're doing is any different to being manipulated by darkness anyway. A robot from another universe comes along, tells you how the darkness destroyed everything in a timeline she's seen, only to then say that the solution to stop this is to use the darkness. The same darkness that is known as a parasite that manipulates and controls you. Why would we not assume that the darkness is manipulating her to convince us to embrace it? I think they're trying to go for some kind of indoctrination concept like Mass Effect, but if this doesn't turn out to be some kind of ruse, I guess it's just bad writing. The text explains that by murdering Aramis's council, that somehow proves that you are good at resisting the temptation of darkness. So you're resisting the temptation of darkness by utterly embracing it and chasing it down and using it, despite everyone around you warning about how much of a dangerous, unprecedented, short-sighted, and untested approach this is. Oh my god, my brain. Next you have to backtrack to Frozen Jabba's palace and commune again, followed by my least favorite section of this campaign. You're told you have to help some innocent fallen refugees escape, because of what happened with the hordes of Vex being unleashed in the strike you just completed. Honestly, a neat idea for a mission. Its implementation is so bad though. In practice, you backtrack to the same area from earlier, take down 3 field emitters, kill some ads, the end. Would have been nice to actually see the refugees in some way before you save them, so you understand the stakes a bit better. This is something admittedly the seasonal model did pick up some slack with. They went as far to add an entire play space packed full of fallen refugees taking solace in the last city, introducing interactable objects with dialogue and world building. You know, like a video game. This one area added so much sympathy and greyness to the Fallen, something which over time Bungie seems to have learned from. Other seasons include uneasy alliances with Cabal characters, just like I was saying was needed to add some texture and interesting dynamics to what is already in play. If this interests you and you hadn't already played it though, it's gone now, so you have to watch clips on YouTube. Backtrack to Frozen Jabba's palace, but this time the Vex are there.
You think me insane, don't you, Pawn? One day you'll understand. When your city falls and your people die. When your traveler abandons you.
You know what, she's kind of right. At least, I mean, she has the potential to be right. I know she's supposed to come across as taking it too far, but how neat will this be if come a later expansion like Lightfall, and there's some kind of cataclysmic Ragnarok event that forces the Traveler to flee or even be destroyed? Then she retroactively would become a stronger character. Instead of coming across as more of an unhinged doomsday prepper, she'd be the one speaking truth in a sea of idiots. I guess I instinctually side with her because I don't know why everyone is so inherently trustworthy of the Traveler, especially knowing what it did to her people. Like, she's right. It seems like it's totally ambivalent and only cares about protecting itself, using Guardians as a way of self-preservation. Kind of like how you know there's those birds that floss a crocodile's teeth? We're the tooth birds in this situation, blissfully chowing down on meaty chunks while the looming dagger mouth hovers above. The development of the Witch Queen only goes to confirm this trepidation, which we'll talk about in more detail in a moment. Anyway, you kill Aramis and she's frozen to death. The next step was unusual though. Destiny 2 services will soon be brought offline to undergo scheduled maintenance. Once maintenance has been... The stranger explains that in a world she's seen, Guardians abandoned their light at the call of temptation, but somehow that's different to this world where the darkness has shown up again, and we embrace the call of temptation. This is awkwardly explained with one line saying, but here in this world, light and dark swell within you side by side, giving you strength, and you take her word for it at face value. The message obviously being that a balance is what's needed instead of a didactic commitment to either side, a theme they've been attempting to explore since Forsaken, and with how they've handled the Crow character since then. I missed most of that though because I didn't play every season because the story sucked back then. You attune the final floating thing, teleporting into the empty pyramid, and holding X to embrace the darkness within.
just like I do every Friday night. The stranger admits she has some kind of truth to share with you, where she fully explains that in another timeline the temptation of darkness thrived, pervaded the minds of the good, and preyed on their desires, bringing about a new dark age. Then she admits she fears this is unavoidable, but she now has hope because of us. The repetition in this dialogue is ridiculous. So many wasted words. I stumbled across the perfect noun to describe the dialogue in Destiny, that being let me just twirl my mustache while I say this. Circumlocution, meaning the use of many words where fewer would do, especially in a deliberate attempt to be vague or evasive. A vagueness and evasiveness that only seems to exist because of the railroaded design restrictions, and the result of having to scramble together this universe after its brainchild left the studio, and they hid the good stuff away in cards you had to read on a website. Zavala calls you a naughty rascal, but he doesn't really mind that you've been using the darkness that much. It's not like a suspicious, untrustworthy threat that has literally been foretold from the beginning to be our impending destruction, but whatever. So that's the main campaign of Beyond Light over with. There are other bits and bobs to do, but for the most part that is the campaign. Done. I never did the raid despite how interesting parts of it looked. Destiny 2 had never convinced me that the grind I'd been doing since 2014 to be able to do the raid was still worth it.
Destiny 2 The Witch Queen. This is probably my favorite era of Destiny 2. It's definitely my most played era of the game. It took them 7 years to make a good campaign that had a legendary difficulty option, which then, in retrospect, makes every campaign before it even worse. And then you're kind of stuck in a situation where, yeah, I want to recommend this campaign, I've really enjoyed playing it on all my characters on Legendary, but how can I recommend this to someone when we are 7 years into this franchise and you don't know any of the characters, you don't know any of the context of anything that's been set up, and there's no easy way of doing so. So it kind of started this downward spiral of making this more and more niche content for a smaller and smaller amount of players. But what it did have in strides was hope. It really felt like they'd finally figured out a release cadence that was working for them as a studio. And it ended with the tease of The Witness, and it felt like, oh, we're finally going in this direction that you've been claiming we've been building to forever, and maybe we're gonna get it.
What are they aiming at? Savathun.
Throughout this video I've implied that The Witch Queen is the first Destiny expansion to have a truly good campaign, and the truth is, this is the kind of quality I was kind of expecting from day one from Bungie. The complication arises when talking about this as the 6th expansion for Destiny 2 alone, forgetting that vanilla Destiny also had 4 expansions of its own, and every single one of these did technically have a campaign. It literally took them 8 years to get Destiny to the point where they created a more traditional campaign experience I'd be willing to recommend to someone. As it turns out, what I've been suggesting since the very first video I made about Destiny, 8 missions, only 8 missions was all they needed to greatly improve the package and presentation of this universe. 8 fully curated, carefully designed and balanced missions that prioritize story, variety, and challenge. Fair challenge.
Witch Queen campaign, I think, is probably the most ambitious campaign we've made in a very long time.
It's hilarious watching the Vidocs about the Witch Queen, where they backhandedly admit that the campaigns they've been making all this time have never been top priority.
I love campaigns. They've always been a cornerstone of the Destiny experience. They're rich, deep stories interwoven with big combat sequences and memorable characters. They take us to remote worlds in our ever-changing universe. And so we're putting extra care into the campaign for the Witch Queen.
In marketing speak, they're effectively admitting that every campaign prior to Witch Queen was not even close to the quality of a Titanfall 2, Doom, or Halo, and I would agree.
If you like games with standalone campaigns like Doom, Titanfall 2, God of War, and Halo, then the Witch Queen is for you.
The way I see it, the Witch Queen is Destiny 2's real equivalent to the Taken King. Not only did it mechanically reinvigorate aspects of the game that have been lacking for years, but narratively it's also directly linked to the events of the past. In the Taken King, you fight Oryx, a big bug leader with a spaceship. In the Witch Queen, you fight Savathun, a big bug leader with the spaceship, who was Oryx's sibling. I mentioned earlier in this video how the Hive have shifted from being my least to most favorite enemy race in the game, and this building narrative is part of it. After completing the Witch Queen, I feel like I've truly witnessed the story progress without having hundreds of caveats or disconnected sources found online. Let's go through the main campaign quest and break down my thoughts.
It seems all I can offer are more questions. And now, with Mars returned, I hardly know where to start.
The initial mystery centers around the planet of Mars reappearing in the solar system. Now, as you surely remember, before Beyond Light was released, there was a one-time live event in the tower where the Traveler healed itself and the darkness engulfed Io, Titan, Mars, and Mercury, so they were no longer playable. A lore or story reasoning for old content going in the Disney Vault. Okay, I am lying a little bit. I didn't remember that. I watched a YouTube video of it because I didn't know what the characters were talking about when they said Mars is back at the start of the campaign. The Warlock Vanguard leader Ikora Rey gets us going with a clean pre-rendered cutscene. Side note, if you notice any strange or bizarre stuttering specifically in my cutscene footage, this may be something to do with the Destiny 2 memory leak issue. I only found out about after recording all of my footage, god damn it. The issue seems to get worse the longer the game is left running, so any particularly bad clips you spot were probably from a longer play session. This hasn't been an issue when playing on my Xbox, but I didn't record the footage there as early on I did try to, and lost a few hours to my Elgato corrupting, so that was good. The general bugginess is kind of unusual for Bungie as their quality bar is usually so high. However, I can imagine the technical debt being a real challenge after so many years of code rot iterating off this ancient engine. It's not really my problem though, it would be great if they could fix this. Ikora chats to Eris Morn and confirms some kind of relic is linked to the pyramids, but before you know it, the Cabal has already airlifted a huge cannon to point at the ship from Alien that was hiding in plain sight. I really like the color scheme with the arid orange desert contrasted against the looming ghostly blue ship, highlighting the scale and intimidation of the mystery laid before you. Once you're down on Mars, Eris Morn explains that Mars has returned with temporal instabilities.
We're in some kind of crop field.
What you see is a window into the Golden Age. Mars has returned with temporal instabilities, and Savathun's presence here is no coincidence.
I have to admit I was hoping to see this concept explored a bit more. It's a clever way to reinvigorate familiar areas and deliver environmental storytelling, but isn't explored that much deeper beyond this introductory level. Before you can deal with the alien ship, you have to deal with the giant cannon.
I heard Savathun went into hiding thanks to the Awoken Queen, Mara Sov. So why is she showing herself again so soon? Seems too reckless for a god of cunning.
This kind of dialogue is the necessary evil to compensate for the missable seasonal stories, so they have to write in a way to accommodate both old and new players, which can lead to repetition but is fine for throwaway ghost dialogue.
Okay, got it. We need fuel, power, and projectile control. You'll be the projectile, of course. I know what you're thinking, but trust me, this will work. My plans always work.
Now, old Destiny, this would be the end of the level, but this is only just the beginning. Nothing highlights the pacing problem this game used to have better than the way this campaign flows. No longer are you limited to bite-sized missions that are over in a few minutes. These levels allow you to breathe and travel through a real adventure with dedicated checkpoints. You know, like video games do. You know what, every time I praise Destiny 2 for implementing the most basic, bare-bones, expected gameplay design decisions that are only impressive in a vacuum, like checkpoints. I'm just gonna put Tiger Man on the screen for a second so I don't have to keep clarifying that this is specifically an improvement for Destiny.
The Tiger Man. Tiger Man was wise.
Finally, campaign missions feel like an actual mission. 8 levels might not sound like a lot, but I would take 8 memorable, different, replayable, and varied missions over 20 that feel the same every time. A big part of this is simply environmental. When playing something like Beyond Light, you get tired of the repetitive aesthetic after a while. In fact, the one mission set on Europa in The Witch Queen is far superior than every mission from the entire Beyond Light campaign quest, which is embarrassing. I mentioned in that segment how Beyond Light only took about 3 hours to fully complete. My legendary run of Witch Queen took me well over 9 hours. One of the biggest differences being that the gameplay was actually fun and challenging. I did play as a Warlock though, which is basically an easy mode in and of itself, lol. The way Destiny has handled difficulty in the past has driven me insane and made me feel like I'm being punished simply because I didn't grind my number high enough. The legendary mode here has a fixed difficulty so your power is capped. As a result, the challenge is able to be finely tuned to feel like a more fair experience. I've always enjoyed the brutal struggle of chipping your way through the hardest difficulty of a Halo game, and this is the first time a Destiny campaign has managed to successfully mimic that kind of experience. In the future, I'll definitely play the first time on Legendary as long as they keep doing it, especially considering how it allows you to skip the grind to the soft power cap, so you can move straight into endgame activities as opposed to the usual grindy flow. It even scales depending on the amount of players, and the rewards match the challenge, so the dopamine you feel once you clear a particularly difficult boss or checkpoint takes me back to what was promised and advertised about Destiny from day one. It's funny how much small tinkering with the framing can drastically improve the gameplay experience. The introduction of the throne world is Bungie flexing their art teams yet again, and I can't blame them. They talk about how they wanted this location to feel like an impressionist painting, and I can definitely see it. From the unusual interpretive shapes, soft airy color contrasts, and especially the use of light, Bungie yet again have established a setting that feels familiar yet new. The vistas and skyboxes in this game never get old to me, with some of the imagery being so innately exciting that sometimes I can't help but stare.
Did you see that moth just now?
What did you just say?
Did you see that moth just now?
Oh my god, they said it. They actually said it. They mentioned moths. This really is everything I wanted. Now, is it moth people? Well, that would be too good to be true.
It was glowing with light. Not corrupted light, Guardian, but light like ours.
I'm gonna have to take what I can get here and accept that Savathun is basically a moth person, and that's the real reason this campaign is good. Good night, everyone. These light moths are a simple mechanic to add a bit of variety to the reskinned hive, and are established as being not corrupted light. Once I refreshed my memory on the wiki, I was reminded that the naked mole rat from Vanilla Destiny 2's campaign, that you can't play anymore, established that light can be corrupted by darkness. Or something. I hope you're taking notes. Up to this point in the campaign, there have been a couple of different mechanics established to break up the gameplay. Every Destiny player at this point is familiar with the picking up a thing and putting thing in the thing, or standing in circle and returning thing to circle. While these are not the most fun systems, I'm so glad they built the campaign in a way that helps a player learn the basic mechanics that are usually carried forward or elaborated on and made more complicated for endgame raid activities. The single player campaign of games like Halo, while having a fun story and set pieces, also did act as a tutorial to ease you into the systems without throwing you in the deep end. So by the time you take the plunge into harder competitive content, you have some idea as to what you're doing. It was ridiculous that this was a lesson that companies like Bungie and Respawn have had to relearn, despite being the ones to lead this kind of charge in the first place. They missed the forest for the trees in terms of how imperative a good campaign is to establishing the setting, mood, characters, style, and gameplay.
That statue doesn't look hive. I've never seen anything like it.
One of the advantages of this pyramid mystery is that there's this constant dangling intrigue of what is coming. So seeing teasers for what turns out to be the raid boss is a fun way of layering different kinds of setups. By being more delicate with the teasers, they're able to avoid the Taken King problem of the campaign feeling meaningless, compared to the payoff and scale of the accompanying raid. You pick up a fragment from the statue and briefly traverse the outside of the ship, and finally get your first glimpse of Savathun in the mothy flesh.
That was Savathun. Hurry.
This is one of my favorite combat arenas based on pure aesthetic, especially impressive considering this is achieved without yanking the control of the camera away from the player. Everything's so well placed. Before you can get to her, you're ambushed by a light bearer knight, who after you kill leaves behind a ghost that will endlessly revive it unless you crush it like the Doomslayer.
That thing is not like me. You see that, right?
Your ghost comments that this thing is not like them, with annoying, heavy-handed dialogue that undercuts the animation work and body language that communicated the same message perfectly well on its own. Half of the challenge of dialogue is knowing when not to say something. Video games are a visual medium. You can communicate ideas and story without triple reinforcement through distracting, focus-tested dialogue. Despite my dialogue gripes, this new ghost mechanic was a much-needed addition to the sandbox that completely shifts the flow of combat. Ranged weapons have usually been the go-to win option in Destiny, with only the odd enemy forcing you to move around and not camp a single safe spot. The revival time limit adds a sense of urgency to combat and forces the player to make quick, tense decisions. These hive mini-bosses have the same abilities Guardians do, so it's in your best interest to take them out quickly because, well, they can take you out quickly. But when you surround these tougher enemies with ads, the freedom of engagement shows that Bungie isn't quite done figuring out small, clever ways to iterate and improve the gameplay. It was crucial that Destiny addressed the ghost rules better in the game at some point, the Witch Queen being the first time they've incorporated the endless ghost reviving directly into the story in a way that is easier to follow, and sets up interesting dynamics for the future.
What is this place? This doesn't look like a hive throne world.
You're treated to a stunning new suite of music. I really like how each expansion, going all the way back to the original Destiny, has had distinct and memorable compositions that do a great job of expressing the tone they're going for.
It was Osiris's obsession.
The Witch Queen in particular has an incredibly earwormy central theme, pardon the pun, with a great use of esoteric vocals and the familiar heavy drum beats that drive the player forward. The quieter and underplayed tracks are strangely my favourite though, but that's not to say the more intense action pieces don't land either. There's always an interesting palette of instruments and production, ranging from emotional violin, rockin' electric guitar, classic heart-pounding orchestra, and strange warped electronic sounds the Hive has typically been accompanied with. This eclectic range of sounds reinforces the same juxtaposition as the visuals, contrasting old and new to guide you through the universe. The soundtrack is often my favorite takeaway from Destiny content, having the old school Salvatore combined with a selection of other musicians has managed to maintain consistency better than any other part of the game, even despite the loss of Marty O'Donnell all those years ago.
Tell me, oh honored guest.
It's her.
How did you do it? How did you find the strength to destroy something so like yourself?
It is I, Deborah Wilson, aka the voice of Savathun from Destiny 2, the Witch Queen. Yeah, wait. Oh, yeah.
Savathun is voiced by Deborah Wilson, a prolific voice actor who some might know as Seer from Jedi Fallen Order, which I referenced earlier, and was first brought to my attention with her memorable performance in Machine Games' Wolfenstein 2. It was about time Destiny brought in someone with a unique personality and voice to bring some life to a villain that would otherwise be a cold, expressionless bug.
There you are.
Wilson's casting was so important in properly communicating the deception and confusion the character is supposed to embody. The design doesn't necessarily communicate this on its own, but the voice work is so strong it carries what otherwise would have been another forgettable creature of the week to add to the pile.
So you cleared the first day. And you think you deserve a little plastic trophy and a Happy Meal from McDonald's? Are you Guardians or are you a Little League team?
The first mission ends with you battling a fake-out version of Savathun, who escapes you while tormenting you over comms.
That was too easy.
It did seem too easy, didn't it?
You wake up on Mars and inform Ikora about what you just saw.
There's something else. Before we left the ship, we ran into one of her knights. And
It had a ghost, Ikora. Same as any other light bearer.
One of the reasons the dialogue feels so unnecessary is because it's often repetitive. As the audience, we already know all of this information because we just played it. So aside from explaining how you got off the ship, cutscenes like this feel mostly needless and could easily be inferred through other means. Similar dialogue is repeated again when you visit her at the vendor point. I don't know if this is because Bungie expects players to miss important dialogue if they're playing co-op with their friends, so they feel the need to reiterate beats they see as crucial. Especially because right after you get a different type of flashback ink blotch lore cutscene that summarizes Savathun's origin and recaps a story event from the season that led into this expansion. It turned out that the character Osiris, first introduced into Destiny with the famously bad piece of DLC, Curse of Osiris, was in fact being puppeted by Savathun all along. A neat idea that shows her power, which I enjoyed watching on YouTube because I honestly didn't think Bungie had it in them to deliver interesting story beats based on their track record record with Destiny up to this point. It's not too important to the immediate story to understand this, but it's a shame that one of the more interesting story beats is hidden behind the live service FOMO that you had to be there for. You're pointed towards the previously mentioned Pyramid Relic, which is an excuse to introduce the weapon crafting system, an idea that should alleviate some of the pains of RNG, but in execution winds up being a pointlessly stingy and awkward system that is designed in a way that actively discourages me from tinkering and experimenting due to the high amount of resources required that I don't have the time or patience to grind for on its own. The art design of this hall is immense though. The swinging pendulum that's perfectly timed with the spinning obelisk is the creative imagery that keeps me coming back. You place the item on the relic and craft a new type of weapon, the glaive, a first-person melee ranged shield weapon that I found enjoyable to play around with for my normal mode run. It doesn't seem that useful for endgame activities compared to the other options available. Bungie are experts at game feel and satisfying feedback, and the glaive is no exception to their track record of maximizing fun. It makes me long for a bigger variety of melee weapons though. As a Titan main, it would be great if we could have gloves to hammer, pardon the pun, home their tanky role in the sandbox. I just want to punch things. The potential for more role-defining gear is endless, and while I enjoyed my time with the glaive, I feel like it still needs more work and loot variety to sit comfortably in the overall sandbox. I'm sure it's something that will improve with time, like the bows or sidearms before it.
The questions just keep piling up. It seems the answers are buried within Savathun's throne world. I need someone to go in and dig them up.
Next up is the investigation mission, where you head back to the throne world in an attempt to figure out how Savathun stole the powers of light to begin with. Luckily, you're contacted by a new character, Finch.
Hey, listen closely. You're not supposed to be here. Guardians aren't safe in a place like this.
Who is this?
Well, that's neat to know, pal, and you don't. Need to know, I mean.
With your exit blocked, you're introduced to a new mechanic to break up the pacing of missions. You're granted the power of Deep Sight, which allows you to traverse temporary platforms before a timer runs out and you have to start again. The more variety, the better, and it fits nicely in with the powers of illusion the lead villain wields. Once you get deeper into the ship, Finch finally agrees to help you.
Hey, you're stirring up the hive. This is exactly why I told you to leave.
What do you know about Hive using the light?
That's why you're here.
That's need to know.
Yeah. Look, all right, I really shouldn't be doing this, but come meet me outside the fortress. Just be discreet, all right?
There are a few combat encounters to slow your progress, and your ghost gives you more reasoning as to how strange and confusing it is that the enemy is using the powers of light.
Not sure I'll ever get used to seeing ghosts serving the Hive. All ghosts were created after the collapse. The Traveler released us just before it went dormant. These ghosts had thousands of opportunities to choose a guardian, and they passed right over humanity and chose our enemy instead. I can't forgive that.
Now it's time to meet Finch.
You brought us here?
Hey, take it easy. Just let me explain.
It turns out Finch is a Hive ghost who has made the decision to not revive his Lucent Hive based on a hunch that Savathun is up to something. It's a good idea to have an untrustworthy turncoat enemy on your side, as a clear way of explaining motivations and better exploring the concept of morality and greyness that Destiny's trying to explore in more depth than the black and white framing of everything previous. It's also kind of a fun way to characterize the ghosts, highlighting they can have independent thought and make decisions on their own. I personally wish the dialogue wasn't written to be quite as comedic and light-hearted considering the context, but with characters like Cade out of the picture, they desperately needed a more comical voice that could lift the heavy tone just a tad. I think there's something about the visual design that doesn't quite match the casting, but I can see the reasoning at least. This mission is okay, not one of the standouts compared to the other 7, but it does its job.
There's an old Hive temple nearby with Savathun's secrets inside. That is all I know. The what and the why? That's your game, yeah? And when you get there, radio me. Private channels only. Oh, almost forgot. The name's Finch. Honor to meet you. Yeah, for real.
The Ghosts is up next. You delve into a dingy cave system and challenge Finch on why he's so quick to trust us.
So, Finch, mind telling us what exactly it is we're looking for?
Oh, you know, what's his name? That old warlock Osiris? Yeah, it's his ghost. Well, was his ghost.
Wait, You mean Sagira?
That's the one, yeah.
The Scorn, who were introduced in Forsaken, an undead faction of Fallen, make up a large chunk of encounters for this expansion. They remain largely unchanged for how they've been for the last few years, even being the focus of the Deep Crypt raid that came out with this expansion. I do get tired of the dialogue that has to justify the return of a familiar faction. Oh, these guys are here again. What are they doing here?
More Scorn. What are they even doing here?
While you shoot the wall pustules to light up the path ahead, you get some illuminating dialogue from Finch criticizing the didactic line of thinking of the Guardians.
More traitorous ghosts serving the Hive. Good riddance. They deserve what they get.
Oh, so, by that logic, I should be crushed into pieces too.
You turn tail back to the Hive, then yeah, maybe.
That's, some pretty blind judgment there, my friend.
Meeting you confirmed a suspicion. Siding with the Hive was a choice. You all made it willingly.
Look, making a choice doesn't always mean you have multiple options, you know? Look, I am not saying buddying up with the Hive was right, and yeah, maybe a lot of us do deserve what's coming. But me, I'm just trying to right my wrongs. That's gotta count for something.
I guess we'll see.
It's time for me to put my tinfoil hat on. It seems like Destiny is slowly building its story to some kind of twist or reveal that will explain the true nature of the Traveler. Going back to the Jason Schreier article and the supposed leak from a playtester who broke his NDA for the original Destiny, all evidence seemed to point to a story that was originally built around the Traveler being revealed to be more ambivalent than initially described. With how rocky and all over the place the production of the game was behind the scenes, with so much being rewritten and reworked and reused and slowly trickled out over time, it seems like now, after years of tinkering, the jerry-rigged story is starting to take final shape into something more akin to the ideas that Joe Staten conceived from the beginning. The Traveler, for how important it is for the world of Destiny, has been weirdly sidelined and romanticized in most of the content thus far, boiling down the conflict of the universe into vague, amorphous concepts, or simplistic creatures that need to be assassinated. The decision to start unraveling the black and white nature of this universe is so much more interesting to me, and the Witch Queen is a major stepping stone in shifting the framing of this narrative into something less predictable and more exciting. There's more evidence as this campaign goes on, but we'll get to that as it arises.
So to get this straight, we're heading into a dangerous temple filled with deadly scorn to find Sagira, who was placed there by Savathun.
Well, that's about the gist of it, yeah.
And this definitely isn't some kind of trap.
No, come on, look, interrogate me all you want, but I am not hiding anything, I promise.
Honesty goes a long way with my guardians.
Is that?
Ikora Ray, a leader of the Vanguard. I signal her just in case.
Let's call it insurance. A watchful eye. In case your actions differ from your words.
Ikora Ray, wow. It's, yeah, whoa. I always wanted to work for the Vanguard.
I don't love this kind of Marvel-esque dialogue where characters are written to be fans of each other as shorthand to skip over natural potential conflict or development. It's strange you'd establish a turncoat and take such a comedic slant with him, diffusing most of the tension between the characters. Perhaps if it was an intentional misdirect, I'd be more into it, but it more comes across as kind of corny and annoying.
Got a boyfriend? Cute boyfriend?
That's the last of them. Let's head down.
The end of this level is a boss fight with an invincible Scorn Baron who is constantly on your tail, while playing off the established mechanics from earlier in the level with the light pustules and crystals, a thoughtful counter that builds on itself and pays off nicely at the end.
I stand before a being with 1,000 names. It whispers one. The witness. Remember it. Remember that name.
Did anybody else hear that?
Sounded like Savathun.
Who's the witness?
No clue. Something tells me this witness Savathun mentioned is directly tied to her theft of the light.
Next is the Communion, the level I referenced earlier that takes place on Europa. The challenge is to venture into the heart of the pyramid in search of a better understanding of Darkness power. Going back to the pacing, it's nice that each one of these levels has a different setting or gimmick. Bespoke, changing locations, color palettes, and environments that enforce the sense of progression, with imagery and beats that keep things varied. Doom, Halo, and Titanfall 2 all have key moments that I'll always remember, be it a set piece, the framing of a cutscene, or an ingenious implementation of a creative mechanic. This is the first Destiny campaign that has locations and moments that are burned into my head for reasons of its own merit and design, and there's still so much more to show.
This pyramid granted darkness to the Guardians and the Fallen. It gives power to our enemies as easily as it gives power to us. I don't trust it.
On Legendary, this was probably the level I struggled with most for some reason. The Cabal tank at the beginning can instantly kill you, and the boss arena is absolutely brutal. I largely enjoyed the challenge though. As far as the feeling of newness is concerned, the architecture and general pyramid aesthetic really helps to mix things up. The verticality of the design emphasizes your smallness. It's a shame it's also not complemented by a new enemy faction to fight, but I'm sure they're saving that for later.
Eris, the pyramid is reacting to our presence somehow. Opening doors, moving platforms.
Once you finally defeat the Cabal mini-boss, there's dialogue that continues to tease the entity that may be controlling these pyramid ships.
Something must control these ships. We've never seen a pilot.
You stumble into a hallway with these bizarre statues, and they don't feel the need to pointlessly drop exposition and have the restraint to leave the weirdness to your imagination. More of this is awesome. Let the art speak for itself.
Ikora said that this new ability allows you to see psychic imprints of past events. And if you commune with the pyramid, you might be able to see the imprint on Sagira's shell. It's strange. The light made you forget, and now the darkness helps you remember.
This boss destroyed me, but once I finally got over the hump, you commune with the statue.
Eris, we communed with the statue. We can't tell yet if anything has changed. It seems like we might not notice the effects until we're back in Savathun's throne world.
And with that, we're on to the next mission, the Mirror.
Guardian, the psychic energy my hidden detected is concentrated in this area. Find the source, and you might be able to learn more from Sagira's shell.
There's some more minor puzzle solving with the deep sight to break up the flow, eventually leading to this imposing chamber.
Ikora, I think we found it. There's something here.
After some combat, you have to align some strangely placed symbols.
Those distorted symbols. I can't quite make them out.
In order to unlock a portal that takes you to a new location.
What is this place? Ikora, we've been transported somewhere. It doesn't look like the rest of Savathun's throne world.
You place the ghost you retrieved on this cryptic table and reveal a memory.
It is not darkness, but something that wears it like a cloak. It gives darkness a wicked shape. I refuse to be its servant.
To give Bungie credit, the way this story is trickled out is so much more effective than anything previous. Typically, many of the answers to the big questions in this universe are bluntly explained to you by dry NPCs, or not at all. It's nice to feel like you're a part of discovering and solving a mystery that has an interesting balance of payoffs and intrigue.
Okay, here's the tip. Ever heard of Oryx? The Taken King? Savathun's brother? Yeah. Okay, I thought so. Savathun's got a temple dedicated to him.
The next step is to play the Light Blade Strike, a spin on the Dark Blade Strike from the Taken King. I don't particularly find strikes as a very effective way of delivering story, important story at least, but the design is okay. Calling back to the Dark Below raid with the weight affliction, and kinda reminding me of the boring missions in Halo 2 where you have to sit on an auto-scrolling lift. A lift which seems kinda glitchy with how it anchors you to it for the journey. The boss is fun and aggressive though. This seemed like a filler step to me, with a couple touches of interesting dialogue, but not nearly as crucial as the regular missions. I'm okay with this as long as the balance is weighted towards the missions having the important beats in the campaign, and not relegated to strikes in order to double up on development time, like they've done so many times before.
Finch, you were right. We found something. It's a piece of the Tablets of Ruin. The tablets Oryx used to create Taken.
You briefly return to the Altar of Reflection and receive the information from the tablet.
The portal that was here before is gone. We'll have to find another way forward if we want to manifest the memory.
There's a simplistic symbol-based puzzle, and you get more answers as to what Savathun is planning.
I will never be the Taken Queen. I refuse to play second fiddle to my brother Oryx.
It feels really natural with how this story ties in with the Taken King. This is what I meant about the Hive feeling like they've been slowly developed into the most interesting and deep enemy faction we've seen yet.
Savathun is planning to pull the Traveler into her throne world and seal it away. If that happens, we could lose our connection to the light forever.
The Cunning is next, which contains perhaps my favorite environmental artwork yet. Finch informs you of a secret underground temple.
Okay, how about a secret underground temple? Because I found one deep in the tunnels there. And guess who it's dedicated to? Savathun.
This mission continues with the deep sight mechanics, this time requiring you to scour the environment and shoot various symbols with your gun. Any mechanic that requires you to engage with the environment is a plus to me. It must be infuriating as a map designer seeing your work rushed through as quickly as possible. So roadblocks like this that force you to slow down and actually have a look are appreciated.
So that's the temple Savathun dedicated to herself.
Goddamn, what a memorable image. What's even cooler is that you seamlessly jump straight down, clear the entrance, and make your way inside.
Have you found the object yet?
The only thing here is the statue.
What?
I felt a wave of disappointment, however, when confronted with a reused Scorn boss who winds up being the main combat challenge for this arena. I think for one of these campaigns to be truly great, they'd need to introduce more memorable final encounters with the enemy design specifically. It seems counterintuitive to establish these legendary settings and environments, but populate what's inside them with bosses and enemies we've already seen before. I understand the practicality of why they do it, but any other game would have a bespoke enemy to highlight the importance of what you're doing, instead of being reminded of the limitations the overall framing of this game brings with it.
That worm familiar looks like it's a separate piece.
Of course.
Now this is more what I'm talking about. Those who have played all of Destiny's content over the years will recognize that this is also technically not a new boss, but I've always wondered why the game that is infamous for its content reuse has not reused raid bosses for single player content before, especially once it's been vaulted or is irrelevant in the grander scheme of the story. I understand that you want to keep raid content unique and compelling. When you're trying to deliver a story, you want the variety to be maximized. I genuinely didn't see this coming the first time, and as a result, felt as if there was still more to be shown that I wasn't expecting. A rare treat for this franchise. The level just keeps building on itself even after you beat the Ahamkara illusion, turning into a sequence requiring you to backtrack and escape in a vehicle set piece, spinning the mission on its head. This one mission is more of a campaign on its own than anything previous, and I can't get enough of the potential this formula has for further expansion. Finally, the story and gameplay complement each other instead of impeding each other.
We never should have sent the Guardian in on such shaky intel, even if it was our only lead.
Well, we made it out in one piece, and if this object shows us how Savathun got the light, the risks were worth it.
Now's when the story really ramps up. Just when you think you're approaching the end, you hit a standstill, where the portal you're relying on won't open. You head back to Ikora, but find her being berated by the guy from The Wire.
Ikora, why would you keep this from me? If I had known...
I didn't keep anything from you, Zavala. Not intentionally.
It's nice to see scenes of characters interacting in-game without it being pre-rendered. Personally, I prefer the look of in-engine cutscenes over the glossy polish of the others. The conflict makes sense, we know where each character stands, and it even manages to include your presence without it feeling like you're a guardian on the wall. The stakes are clear, there are character dynamics at play, there are still mysteries to solve. It may not seem like much, but the progress since where we came from is admirable. It's just a shame it took nearly a decade to get there. It's time for the penultimate mission, the last chance.
Eris, we're in position. Where are we headed?
Your destination lies deep within the fortress, Guardian, in the Apothecary Wing. There you should find a particular shard of crystal. Before her lucent transformation, Savathun was in the custody of the Awoken, securely bound within a crystalline cell. Or so it seemed.
So this crystal is a piece of her former prison, which means it was likely on her when she stole the light.
The main mechanic for this mission is a sword you can wield that can fire a projectile that destroys aberrant structures. It's the typical roadblock we've gotten used to by now. I'm just glad every mission has a different gimmick to give the illusion of variety. After you bip, bap, bam your way through some combat, you reach the Apothecary.
You're trespassing on the testing grounds for the Lucent Hive's most wretched experiments.
There's some juicy world-building dialogue, using Zavala as the usual reminder that harnessing darkness is a risky procedure. The sound design for when Deep Sight is activated is particularly neat, with these ethereal pops and muted screams, subtly reminding you that your time is running out. The level is capped by a challenging encounter with some Lucent Hive, and you get your hands on the crystal.
Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. And sacrifice.
That was Savathun, all right. But what does that mean?
Off we trot back to the altar to reveal the memory.
I've read some of Ikora's notes on the Darkness and the Light Guardian. She thinks the Darkness is closely linked with memory. You access this place with the Darkness power. What exactly have we tapped into here?
It's taken a long time, but it's nice that they've finally established and explored the world-building rule that when a ghost revives you with the light, you lose your memory, with the darkness having the inverse reaction. This gives the story more depth, and is delivered through direct events in the game instead of heavy-handed, detached exposition.
I saw the end before it happened. My own death, brought on by the separation from my power. And in these final moments, I looked to the sky. Hello, old friend. I've chased you for a long time. First as an enemy, then as a collector, and finally, now, a supplicant. What is it the Guardians say? Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. And sacrifice... Here we are. Wouldn't it be clever of you if after everything, you simply let me die? Oh, what a trick. Elegant. Is that it? If there is an answer, I don't hear it. Because now the world begins to fade.
Initially, I was kind of confused as to what exactly this meant, with only a small flash of a cutscene you can't watch anymore being the only hint as to how Savathun was injured badly enough to die in the first place. But the reveal that the Traveler was willing to bring her back with a ghost raises a fair few interesting questions, with more yet to show. With how much I've complained about monsters in this universe doing a terrible job at emoting and being so alien to the point where you have no reference point to feel any emotion or attachment, the combination of the animators working in tandem with the voice acting gives this scene its intended emotional weight, despite what you're actually looking at being a giant moth monster that couldn't possibly be less relatable on paper.
Incredible that I could forget something like that, isn't it? Such a storied life, erased. The light offers us a fresh start, but if we don't know where we came from, how will we know where to go? I'm so grateful to you for reminding me, for telling my story.
Wait. What is she talking about?
She remembers. We helped her remember.
Thanks for the memories, Guardian.
This is what I mean about the architecture of the story building upwards, instead of being buried in the lowest roots that you have to dig for to understand or see. They're finally using the elements at play to build towards something instead of running in circles. In one small scene, they have a twist reveal, build on the established lore, up the stakes of the conflict, and reinforce the lead villain's character trait of being a master manipulator. I even really like the "thanks for the memories" line.
Thanks for the memories, Guardian.
It's snide, and its literal double meaning helps her feel like she's an unstoppable force without falling into the same mustache twirling this franchise has suffered from for so long.
I knew Ikora had nothing to do with Savathun having the light. But the truth is so much worse.
So, you're saying Savathun was dead? Our most devious adversary, the one who nearly decimated the last city from within, was dead. And the Traveler resurrected her?
I wouldn't have believed it either, but...
But why would she need us to recover her memories if she never lost them in the first place?
This has to be another trick. A lie to fool us into surrendering the Traveler without a fight.
This has been the Traveler's approach from the beginning. The Books of Sorrow detail many civilizations it blessed with the light, then abandoned.
High propaganda.
The Fallen tell the same story. When the Witness and its Black Fleet came to call, the Traveler moved on to our system.
Or it sacrificed itself to save humanity from the same forces. Forces which included the Hive! After all that, why would the Traveler give our worst enemy the light?
It's nice to have the lead characters be in a position where they're just as confused as the audience. It makes them so much more relatable, and you feel like you're part of the ride instead of being a third wheel. The conflict is genuinely intriguing as it affects the greater world building and brings into question the entire standing of the setting. Ikora takes the worm to the relic on Mars to see if she can find answers, where more dark truths are revealed. The creative choice to show the worm awkwardly flashing through different poses is a nice horror touch, but the horror doesn't end there.
These frail siblings will soon be claimed by the light. Unless we claim them first, we will tell the most cunning sibling of Cataclysm, the prophecy of great loss. We will feed her fear and pride. We will say, young Sathona, the end is coming. A great cataclysm. A god wave. In the sky, there is only death. But salvation lies in the deep. Lead your sisters down. Your cunning will spare their short lives. And you will be reborn, the Witch Queen.
They were tricked. The Hive were lied to.
Using these cutscenes to elaborate on lore is exactly what I've wanted from this universe. The implication being that the Witness, this creepy voice that seems to be made up of a man and woman speaking simultaneously, are responsible for the origins of the Hive, making their incoming arrival more menacing, and providing some ancient backstory that adds a sympathetic angle to the most horrifying enemies you've been fighting since the beginning.
The Hive god of lies was lied to. This changes everything.
This idea of weaponizing memories is really neat, and is a great excuse to drop exposition and lore without it feeling awkward and clunky. And with that, it's time to tackle the final level, the ritual.
The Traveler! Ikora, the Traveler is already here. I think we're too late.
We are in the domain of the god of cunning. Things are never what they seem. It's not too late. I can feel it. Scorn are flocking to the fortress because of the ritual. The Hive are summoning heavy reinforcements from the portal.
That will block our route into the fortress.
Hold off the Hive and the Scorn as long as you can, and leave the portal to me. I'm on my way. Hold your fire, Guardian. I've got this. Go on. I'll draw fire here. All that matters right now is the travel. Whatever you hear, whatever you see, don't let it distract you from stopping the ritual.
I always appreciate when characters we know actually do something in-game to show their power instead of telling. It helps this feel like a tense last level with something at stake. After a bunch of combat, you make your way into a huge area with an invincible witch, being protected by crystals that you need to take down to proceed. This involves you exploring the immediate map in search for void charges to deactivate the corresponding crystals using teleporters. Personally, I don't particularly love this gameplay section, as at this point in the story, it feels like padding to make the level feel longer and hurts the nice urgency they'd been building up to. But it's not too bad once you figure out what is required of you.
You're back. What a surprise. Only joking. This throne world is indistinguishable from my own mind, Guardian. Every step taken, every bullet fired, every thought whispered. I keep and count them all. Remember that.
You find yourself at a lift that reminds me of the ones in Halo 2, and you're greeted by an imposing bell that looms over you, reminding you of how small your chances are in defeating such an immense and overwhelming threat. A fantastic combination of art and sound to create a memorable setting for the final showdown. The fight with Savathûn begins, and on Legendary this is quite a test of patience and skill. The hardest part being figuring out a way to dodge and learn her attacks while juggling the other enemies that are dotted in the area.
There's her ghost.
Fight, run. The pattern is always the same for you. Don't you ever get tired of it? Don't you want to escape?
Right when you think the fight is over, a bridge appears and takes you to the true final arena.
My ghosts make no concessions. We serve the traveler's true interests.
No concessions? How stupid do you think I am? You and your siblings, you killed my friends!
A really nice touch to have this location be the same as the one that appeared in the memory, bringing everything full circle, this being the same place Savathûn was born and eventually defeated. After lots of attempts, so many attempts, in fact, that I had to stop recording as to not fill my PC up with clips of me dying again and again.
She's too powerful. What do we do? We have to reactivate that portal to access the memory altar. Showing her the truth won't stop her, but we need to try.
I enjoy how the fight is broken up with you unleashing the memory of Savathûn to get her on her back foot enough to deliver the finishing blow.
Focus on those wizards.
Isn't this interesting? I miscalculated. So did you, Guardian. So protective of your traveler that you wouldn't let me keep it safe. But the witness is coming. The game is yours to play now. Yours to win or lose. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that's a foreboding way to end. Again, embracing the idea that you're trapped in death as long as your ghost can't get to you, leaving the option to bring her back if there's more story to tell in the future. A much better choice than killing off a character with so much personality and potential. It's also interesting to get more evidence that the Traveler is in trouble, and perhaps that removing Savathun from the equation is only going to expedite the collapse. She at least had some kind of plan with how she was going to deal with the Witness. Humanity is hilariously uninformed and unprepared for whatever is coming. Speaking of,
we have seen enough. The children of soul cry out for salvation. You promise them life, but deliver only death, as you have for so many before. Enough. Enough death. Enough life. You have no pieces left to place. The game is over. Do not be afraid. Your pale heart holds the key. This time, there is no escape.
okay, so what the hell am I even looking at here? When I first saw this, I was kind of thrown off by how bizarre and unlike anything in the universe it appears. But as long as you can observe it in motion, with the creepy face smoke and the ever-moving echoes of itself, I'm at least intrigued as to what this means or what it's going to bring. I've been clamoring for some kind of new enemy faction for years. Like truly new. Not a reskin, something new. And as long as Bungie doesn't come up with another excuse to reskin an already existing set of enemies, I'm hopeful that this means an entirely new gameplay flow is coming to the game. The raid boss shows that they are capable and willing, but I hope there's more than just the occasional boss encounter. With how terrible the building story has typically been for the early years of this franchise, Bungie were effectively forced into this corner where the only real option they had was to slowly build to some kind of existential threat that was looming in the background. We are naturally intrigued by what we don't know. The true problem comes with when and how you get the answers. Mysteries and questions are easy to throw out there, but time and time again have stories flubbed the landing when it comes to satisfying reveals that don't undo said intrigue that had been meticulously built. I'm genuinely curious how Bungie's going to attempt to address this. With so many threads and spinning plates, they have no choice but to deliver something exciting and different. And with the promise of Lightfall, as the name suggests, it's looking like we may be fighting a losing battle. In fact, I hope so. A true Ragnarok event would totally refresh the story, especially if all this foreshadowing of the Traveler running away does bear fruit, maybe leaving humanity in a position where they have to embrace some kind of new subclass in order to stand a chance. With the public statement that the final shape is going to officially end this saga, that leaves room for a true low point in Lightfall, often the most dire and exciting point of any ongoing story. The potential is all there, it's just a matter of how they stick the landing. So with that said and done, that's the Witch Queen campaign. Of course there are other bits and bobs to explore and complete, but nothing quite as polished and interesting as these main missions, and I actually want to release and complete this video at some point. This campaign puts all the previous Destiny campaigns to shame, and has set a new standard with what to expect from these major expansions in this regard. However, the conversation isn't over. There's a lot more to this game than just the story missions, and why I'm still kind of torn in if I could truly recommend this to people. Here's the thing. I mentioned earlier how Bungie have yet to release a content drop that doesn't sag in any of the core pillars, and for a game that promises to house all of these different playstyles and gameplay types, it's kind of a problem. Sure, the campaign on its own is a step in the right direction, but outside of it, what do we have? Or more so, what do we not have. The gameplay loop once the story is over usually devolves into a mixture of activities that are designed to be open enough to appeal to different types of players. For example, do you like strikes and nightfalls, gambit, competitive PvP, raids and dungeons, or map exploration and public events? Each one of these is supposed to represent a core pillar that holds up most of the replay value, except most of these activities have not been properly tweaked or given the love they need for such a long time that taking part in so many of them feels like a grindy, repetitive waste. To compare some numbers for a minute, the Forsaken expansion introduced 2 entirely new locations, the Gambit game mode with 4 maps, 4 strikes, 5 PvP maps, and a raid. Beyond Light introduced 1 new location, 2 new strikes, and 1 raid. The Witch Queen introduced 1 new location, 1 new raid, and 2 new strikes. The point I'm trying to make is as far as overall content is concerned, it's inconsistent and all over the place. You never quite know what you're going to get, and each expansion only satisfies certain members of its intended multiple sub-audiences. The main 3 playlists especially are bare bones and have suffered greatly from the need to vault older content, and are simply not meeting the promise of appealing to the different pillars. It's such a shame that it's largely impossible to pull from the full swath of legacy PvP maps and strikes because of the limitations of this game's breadth. In theory, there should be so much content available that I could jump into the Strike playlist for a couple of hours and not see a single repeat. The opposite is often the case. This would not be as much of a problem if it was not encouraged of you as the core loop to how you level up. So especially in the case of activities such as Gambit, where it's still the same maps as Forsaken, which released in 2018. You have irrelevant feeling game modes which are a victim of Bungie being forced to focus on pockets of development, especially with the split from Activision minimizing production scope. For me to ever care about this game in the way I used to, they would need to figure out a way to trim the fat and simultaneously expand the content variety that doesn't have me groaning at how repetitive and small the overall game feels in certain key areas. As someone who always enjoyed the Strike playlist in Destiny 1, it's never scratched the same itch in Destiny 2. The mere fact that I played Destiny Vanilla so much is weirdly ruining my time with Destiny 2. Sure, it's great that you're bringing all this old stuff back, like the Vault of Glass, but I've already played that raid countless times, and this is exactly why I was against a Destiny 2 to begin with. I know the shareholders wanted a Destiny 2, but the shift to a sequel just didn't make sense, just like it doesn't for a modern counterpart like Overwatch. Except somehow Bungie managed to get away with it. Different times, I guess. This brings us back, like it always does, to the core live service problem. I hate to be in a position where I'm praising a game for features such as difficulty options, which was literally in vanilla Destiny until they randomly took them out at some point, and is standard in basically every other game available. It forces me to ask the question, would this game have been better if they just built something with a stable foundation that could be played at your own pace, with a complete timeline full of events that could be experienced as many times as you like, much like every single other entertainment medium that has ever existed, including games? The pros to cons for this live service business model does not seem to add up for how much is lost overall, with basically every major positive leaning towards the developer. Be it how it's impossible to criticize as it's always changing, how you don't own any of the content you're paying for that can disappear at a moment's notice, how your time is manipulated on the game's terms to try and maximize engagement with gross Skinner box design that abuses the human brain's dopamine release cycle and fear of missing out, or how content over the years has gradually been split up into various special editions to nudge you into spending extra for exclusive exotics or activities in the game that's about collecting things. So all these mind games, it feels like a constant battle before you're even in combat. In 5 years' time, quality of life updates aside, I'm going to be able to sit down with Elden Ring and have a similarly enjoyable experience that I did the day it came out. I can load up Halo 3 whenever I feel like and play my favorite moments. My time with Destiny is ironically limited to memories, much like the villain of the Witch Queen. Not all art is permanent and video games are unique in how they're able to be updated and improved upon, but there's something about this shambled implementation that doesn't feel like it's fair to its passionate audience, and is effectively impossible to get into for anyone that isn't already in. And as I said, it's not like the story is complicated. So many compliments toward this game come from the veteran fan base who have fallen into the sunken cost fallacy. I was there once, and breaking the cycle was a light bulb moment for me. This game is bewildering to players old and new. In some ways, it's even more complicated for fans like me, who have outdated knowledge based on how the game used to work. So seeing currencies or systems return that you vaguely recognize, but this time have a different purpose, can be truly confusing. Let alone if you find this game appealing and want to give it a try, but have to go through the painful process of learning to maximize your gameplay. Now, some may call this depth, but I tend to describe this more so as needlessly overwhelming and complicated. So you have the core power level grind, which is the heart of the loot loop. This is what people grind to maximize each content drop. A loop I personally get very little excitement from. It just feels like a number going up that barely affects gameplay. Why would I grind to get to max power when in a few months when the next season drops, I can just do a couple of easy activities and skyrocket past the old cap in no time at all. You have gear management, sifting through menus to delete duplicates when your inventory is full, with no simple or easy to identify indicators that the loop that dropped is not a repeat or something you already own. In fact, this system is so clunky that most hardcore players use external gear management applications such as the Destiny Item Manager, an absolute must if you play this at any level above the most casual possible. While we're on the topic of external apps, why not mention Today in Destiny or D2 Checklist, websites built to help you manage your time with information displayed in a much easier to follow list than anything that exists in the game proper. Which brings me onto the bounty system, the most effective channel for leveling up, which instead of being background trackers that automatically reward you for certain milestones, require you to manually pick up specific challenges from vendors or through the mobile companion app, as a nasty way to get you to spend glimmer currency on a short-time challenge that makes you feel like you're missing out if you don't get them done in time after you buy them, as they expire in a day or so. This is alongside seasonal challenges that you don't have to acquire but just have to remember to click on them when they're complete, as well as systems like the seasonal artifact that help you alleviate the power level grind. Then there are features like the XP boosts that you have to remember to equip to your Ghost mod slot. On top of that are limited time consumables that you buy with silver or sometimes drop as rewards. Then there's the terrible stingy transmog system, a great idea for a game all about cosmetics, but of course the currencies that are required to do it are so minimal and balanced to encourage you spending silver, so why would I ever want to sink time into something so blatantly thrifty? The same can be said for weapon crafting or gear upgrades, which I don't think you can pay to speed up but actively discourage experimentation unless you're the 1% of hardcore addicts with the materials to spare. The currency situation is beyond a joke. The original proposed transmog system was so ridiculous with how many currencies it was going to introduce that Bungie actually had to remove a step to try to simplify the process. All of this is absurd. Sit someone down in a detached combat scenario, and there's no doubt you'll hear nothing but compliments as far as the game feel is concerned. It's genuinely really fun and interactive. The shooting mechanics are the reason this game has stuck where Avengers or Anthem died a death. It has no direct competition, so it can do whatever it wants and the fans just have to deal with it. Instead of feeling like I'm overwhelmed by how many menus and systems I have to learn in order to improve my gameplay experience, I often ask, why does it have to be this way? This is stupid, if the answer is not for the sole reason of purposefully wasting my time to keep me playing. When listing out all this stuff, it actually makes me sound like I've gone insane, I've lost my mind, and trying to keep track of all of it is kind of a game in and of itself that obsessive people like me can get lost in, but more like a boring game that's akin to sending an email. I'm not alone in thinking that this game is almost more of a lifestyle than a video game. It makes it very difficult to be a casual fan, and no matter what approach I take, I always feel like I'm playing the game the wrong way. I'll continue to check out the major content drops to play through the campaigns, because my Stockholm Syndrome is just too deeply rooted at this point, but the game will probably always be a disappointment to me because of this approach. Destiny fans will often surmise how the raids are the true content, the cream of the crop, the real reason to justify the grind. And to an extent, I agree, but even this brings a host of problems. For this video, I tried out the LFG system that Bungie houses on their website, the only realistic way to take part in endgame content without committing to a clan or having friends that play, and the whole experience kind of reminded me of why I stopped raiding to begin with. There's no doubt that this system works better than the third-party websites from back in the day, but the gatekeeping continues to be off the charts, and I don't understand why it can't function within the game. If you're lucky, you might be able to find a group that is willing to Sherpa you to teach you the mechanics you're not familiar with, without trying to charge you for the privilege, but the time required to get to this point is often not worth the headache. I eventually managed to find a cool group of dudes who are willing to put up with my lack of knowledge, but the majority of players are looking for KWTD.
and will kick you if you don't KWTD. So in turn, I tend to KWIT even bothering. Once I finally got into the flow of the new raid, I did have a good time. The environments were as impressive and alien as I was expecting. The final boss was new and challenging with how aggressive it was. Barrier to entry aside, I'm glad I gave it a chance. In contrast to my experience revisiting the older Vault of Glass raid, tucked away in the legacy corner of the map directory. There was this one guy who was a needlessly angsty, aggressive asshole who made the environment generally unpleasant. I guess the raid is only as enjoyable as the people you can get to play it with you. God, I wish I could play this content solo without having to interact with 12-year-old Zoomers.
Alright. Become invisible, we stay behind.
My journey with this game has taught me a valuable lesson about a lot of different things, be it optimism, disappointment, mindless fandom, the power of advertising compared to reality, manipulative game design, and my own addictive tendencies. And this core question of what is enough content? What is quality content? What is consistency of content? And what is even fair to mention or criticize for a live service product? The answer to a lot of these is going to be totally subjective and comes down to your own beliefs and experience. However, the story is not yet over, with the collection of dramatic exposés seeming to only increase with time. Who knows how this game is going to sit once it's truly over? But as of right now, I kind of hate how and where it's gone, and how it's affected the industry and expectations at large. I'm just glad I had the time to explain the time I had to explain.
Wow, Lightfall 2023, what a bummer this was. After I was so into The Witch Queen, I played it so much. Still such a confusing choice, just from a tonal perspective. This breezy 80s thing was a really silly decision, considering the crescendo and how it was building to this great enemy that they themselves had been saying we're building up to. So to undercut that took so much wind out of the franchise sails. It's crazy that they did this. I still cannot believe it. Even if it was an expansion that had to kind of be plucked out of thin air in order to give them more time to make the final shape, even if the tone was just more serious and less goofy, they might have fared better and not hurt the build up to the final shape as much as it wound up doing. I don't know what they were on when they were making this. Like, if we're talking about The Witch Queen, Lightfall, and the final shape being almost a trilogy, seeing as they're the only 3 Destiny campaigns with an actual structured campaign with these detailed design missions with replayability to them, why would you make the middle one the breeziest, silliest, and goofiest? This, if anything, should have been the darkest one. And for me, it was a shocking reveal from an art design perspective where I just didn't like the new location. I didn't like the look of it. I didn't like the atmosphere to it. It seemed synthetic and fake and passionless. Had some cool skyboxes, I guess, but just providing these answers to questions that nobody asked. These Neptunians, these giant dudes, like these surfer bro dudes. Why are you introducing this now? This would make way more sense post-final shape. If they wanted to go in this kind of direction, why would you kick yourself in the shin with such force and hurt your world building like this? It really was a stunningly ridiculous decision to approach this the way they did. And there's no reason it had to be this bad, even with the delay. And for it to be the best-selling expansion in the Destiny 2 era is so sad, because their model was working for them. The Witch Queen had its issues, but it had such good word of mouth. By the time Lightfall came around, people were curious, they wanted to see what was up, and they just dissipated all of that momentum and had to spend all of the time building up to the final shape, trying to build it back, and they just never did.
The stakes are higher than they've ever been.
What the hell happens when evil finally arrives and confronts the Traveler?
Systems are late. With 80% of defenses now operational. I'm full of fury, she's got an army, and you got magic green strings. Let's crush this callous guy.
Even when that passion is being expressed as like anger or frustration, anger, we eventually learn, like, anger is not the opposite of loving a game. Anger is like 2 degrees off from loving a game, and they both come from passion, from people who are highly engaged with what you're making. And the opposite of loving a game, the thing that could kill you, is apathy. And that's so much more scary than anger.
I hope you sold your Destiny stocks while they were high, because the Destiny 2 Lightfall expansion has somehow found new ways to reinvent how bad its story can be. As we creep up to the 10-year anniversary of this franchise, I am in shock that Bungie tripped this hard so close to the finish line. Most of the campaign had my face scrunched up in a ball exactly like this. To sandbag the narrative as hard as they have here is shocking given the direction things were headed with Witch Queen and some of the seasonal stories, but ultimately I guess the definition of insanity is playing Destiny over and over again and expecting different results.
Yeah, so let's talk about Destiny.
As Bungie continues to carve out aspects of the game to sell in awkward, overpriced chunks, like the 30th anniversary event, or the various a la carte dungeon keys, I made the vow to never waste my money on them outside of major expansions. Luckily for me, when Destiny 2 released on Epic Games, they were giving away the 30th anniversary pack for free, which after downloading and playing for a little bit made me say, wow, I'm glad this was free. In my Witch Queen video, I mentioned that I didn't really experiment much with the seasonal content as I didn't quite realize how much it seemed like they were doing in terms of smaller bite-sized stories, subclass redesigns, and various systems. In preparation for this video, I played a slice of Season 18 and the entirety of Season 19's main and exotic quest.
We are running out of time.
And all of Season 20. You quickly realize that the overall seasonal design is pretty simple and repetitive, and up until recently it was reliant on a bunch of random new currencies like most activity in Destiny. There's always a time-gated campaign quest that staggers you with each weekly reset, and there's always a seasonal activity thrown into the mix. These vary in quality, with the pirate-themed Catch Crash and Treasure Hunt being fun to run once or twice, but lose their muster extremely quickly with how linear and uninteresting the minimal weekly tweaks and reused bosses we've seen thousands of times before. Season 19, directly leading into and setting up Lightfall, was actually quite a pleasant experience for me.
Crude, incomplete shell. Still, I must admit that its storage capacity vastly exceeds that of a standard exoframe. It will have to do for now.
I started fairly late, 2 or 3 weeks before Lightfall released, so I could rocket through the main story quest without having to wait until the next weekly reset. It is fairly irritating how they often require you to run the seasonal activity a bunch of times to slow down progress, but overall I found this season to be surprisingly effective and varied. I don't know if my expectations were just quite low. Even bringing back locations from Destiny 1 for a brief moment. Ooh, nostalgia, there we are. Or a particularly standout final mission set on the Deep Stone Crypt raid. Something I previously mentioned I wanted more of since they used the raid boss from Forsaken as part of the Witch Queen campaign. It seems to me like seasonal content should really be the home of smart content reuse, with the bigger expansions being where they add the truly new environments and enemies. Not that it always works out like that. While the plot and dialogue isn't anything special, especially the clunky delivery of it, it was nice to see the Rasputin story come to a close. The Braytech tunnels and old overgrown bunkers have always been one of the best aesthetics and locations in Destiny, and with the seasonal battleground activity relying on these visuals combined with environmental risk factors such as these threat detector towers that instantly kill you if you're not in cover, it kept things just varied enough for me to carry the story. It was interesting to see the horrible story of Beyond Light get wrapped up here. It kinda seemed like they needed an excuse to remove the Rasputin character from the picture because of how powerful it was, and they need to be vulnerable for the Witness invasion to mean anything. The most eventful cutscene was the closer to Season 19. Showing the Traveler abandoning Earth and hovering outside its atmosphere. This is a crucial moment that has been foreshadowed and teased for years, and quite frankly, this 4-minute cutscene is more of a complete story than the expansion it teases. I still don't fully understand the overall implications or consequences, but that was supposed to be the job of the Lightfall expansion to explain. The problem with this seasonal model is that it seems like it's halted overall production in favor of quick hit content that mostly isn't designed to be revisited and replayed. If each season was adding a strike or two with some PvP and Gambit maps, it would be reasonable to assume that the overall content package would only grow and enrich the scope with time. But this FOMO season model yet again traps Bungie into an ultra-restrictive content pattern and greatly damages onboarding and accessibility. If I could trade the seasonal structure for a significantly more robust catalogue of core activities to enjoy, I probably would. Right, enough teasing, let's talk about the main event.
Because only in the end are we free.
Now that a bit of time has passed, it's safe to say that the Lightfall expansion is quite easily the most embarrassing release this game has ever had the gall to charge money for. That might sound hyperbolic, but that's kind of my thing, and also hear me out. I was so positive in my Witch Queen review, probably too positive. It felt as if they'd finally figured out a way to deliver a solid, varied, and well-designed campaign at the forefront of the expansion package that redefined the replay value, challenge, and mission design expectations from what came before it. But that did come with a hell of a lot of caveats. This was the first good campaign in the entire Destiny franchise, nearly 8 years since its original release, and the 6th major expansion for Destiny 2 alone. There was a sense of confidence that perhaps all this time being paying beta users near the end of the supposed 10-year plan, that finally things were starting to come together. That with all these disparate setups, threads, and failures, maybe it was time for Destiny to go out on a high, or at the very least, a consistent level that could deliver quality on par with what came before. When Bungie first revealed the marketing logo for this expansion, it definitely conjured a specific style and mood. The implication of the word Lightfall alone implies something dire. The lack of color and the central imposing pyramid carried with it a tonal promise. That we're getting towards the end now, the stakes are being raised, and the endless teasers were all somehow building to this moment, the beginning of the end. The Empire, or Avengers Infinity War penultimate dark chapter, the rising action right before the satisfying blowout ending that brings it all together. Then in August 2022, the official reveal trailer dropped and I was immediately confused. An 80s inspired, droning synth neon color palette with a reused boss enemy from vanilla Destiny 2's raid, and a reskinned Cabal looking to be the main threat. Again. Even more distressing than that though was the entire premise of this new location. The rundown post-apocalyptic fantasy sci-fi fusion was almost entirely gone, going as far as to establish an entirely new race of gigantic humanoids that aren't Guardians, but harness some other kind of boring nanotech or powers we haven't seen before. Up until this point, the one thing I've consistently praised every single expansion in this franchise for is the environmental art, color usage, music, and overall presentation. To me, outside of the minute-to-minute gameplay feel, this was the central quality that always gave me something to enjoy, even if everything else was letting me down.
We were created for this moment, to deal with this conflict.
The more they showed, the more confusing and weird it looked, simultaneously advertising this as if it was going to be a huge event in the Destiny universe that's going to fundamentally change everything and answer aching questions, but also promising a goofier, campy 80s tone and setting.
The color, the graphic design, the vibrancy, and yeah, there's some mysteries in there.
The cool thing about Neomuna is that it's like this big neon-soaked city, but it has quite a spectrum of different environments.
I think my favorite absolutely is the Thrillodrome. It is an arcade lost sector, and I think we can relate to spending our days in a sticky arcade playing games with our buddies.
I'm also so excited for people to see the puka pond with all of the pukas that have been like such a mystery since Beyond Light.
It's typical that I spent an entire chunk of the last video drooling over the art direction and color theory and research they put into crafting this universe, then in their penultimate expansion dissolve the one quality that was actually consistent about this mess of a franchise. The 80s jerk-off has got to stop. It was already kind of old when the fun and silly Far Cry Blood Dragon came out at the height of synthwave and the resurgence of the 80s aesthetic that pervaded the 2010s. It's not that there's anything inherently wrong with this aesthetic per se, it's the implementation into this already established visual language and setting that bothers me. It's not like they'd exhausted every possible option, every biome ever. All you have to do is look at concept art and contrast it with the horrible neon of Neomuna to see the disconnect. Oh, hang on. Let's rein this in slightly. I've got a lot to say about this expansion, so without this video becoming as scattershot and nonsensical as this joke of a story, let's take a step back and focus on the campaign and its plot specifically.
Once thought to be a force known as the Darkness, the Witness revealed itself to be an entity that instead wields the darkness against us. It spoke through our ghosts and offered us salvation if we submitted to it. We refused. Though we do not know its true intentions, we can only assume it seeks to finish what it started during our collapse.
After the events of Witch Queen and the Osiris character returning, it was revealed that Savathûn somehow passed on her knowledge of a way to stop the Witness with something she hid on the planet Neptune. The story opens on a space battle above Earth, highlighting the Witness's ability to control the pyramid ships and kill ghosts with a flick of the wrist. The Traveler fires some kind of energy beam into the Witness's pyramid, causing a crazy-looking natural explosion of veins of some kind of plant matter. The Witness traverses the beam as the Vanguard watches in horror, arranging the pyramids in a pattern around the Traveler, and starts cutting into it before it's interrupted by a vision. This leads to the Witness contacting Callus and commanding him to do what must be done. Osiris reacts by shouting, "They found the veil!" Wouldn't it be weird if they just didn't explain any of this? Osiris chases after Callus and his fleet by himself, so I guess it's our job to help Osiris reach the veil and sort this mess. The first mission is standard Destiny affair. You work your way through the Cabal ship interior, a network of similar tunnels and passageways with various locked doors that require working through a simple keycard mechanic.
If the Witness establishes a link with a veil, it'll be over for the entire system. All of our losses would have been for naught. We've never faced a threat of this magnitude. Even if you stayed, you wouldn't have stood a chance against the Witness. None of us would.
The way the dialogue and marketing has to do all the heavy lifting in this story is more and more laughable the longer this franchise goes on. It's like none of the story or imagery can speak for itself, because often it can't speak for itself. You're simply not given the information to properly engage with what is happening. You have to verbally state this as a new magnitude of threat we've never faced before, despite you spending the majority of the campaign killing hordes of the same enemy faction that have been around since 2014. Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Wow, okay, a new enemy design, color me impressed. At first I was excited and assumed this expansion would be the first time Destiny added a new faction of enemies without some kind of caveat or reskin. Maybe they kept it under wraps, maybe it was a fun surprise for the fans. Outside of this one enemy type though and the raid boss, there's nothing else new in this field. I'm starting to seriously doubt that this series will ever get a properly new Darkness faction with new mechanics, character models, and animations. Which is a shame because this new enemy is genuinely fun to fight, especially on the legendary difficulty. Similarly to the Hive Ghosts from Witch Queen, their design is based around forcing you to move around the arena to keep the combat tense, although kind of the inverse of the Hive Ghosts. Instead of having to get to the enemy to dispatch it with a finisher before it revives itself, these guys will chase after you and grab you if they get close enough. A much more exciting dynamic that I wish there was more of. I don't know if it's the workload, the tech debt of this ancient engine, or the timetables to get all these concepts done, but this sandbox is desperately in need of a new enemy faction. Desperate. Not only is it a huge missed opportunity to keep things mechanically fresh and feel new, but if the final shape comes around and it's yet another reskin or reuse of already existing content, it would just be embarrassing. Is that really how you want to win this? I mean, it's expected at this point, but still embarrassing. I would argue that it's actually highly injured the Witness as a villainous force. For all the empty pyramids we've explored and reused enemies we've dispatched, there's a static feeling to all of this. Oryx from Destiny 1 at least brought in the Taken, which, yes, are reskins, but at least it was something a little more varied and was only the second year into the franchise before we knew how little would be added in this regard over time. I've often compared this series to Mass Effect because of its story similarities and the resemblance between the Reapers and the pyramids and premise, but the second you start to compare, you notice just how pathetic and uninteresting the pyramids are in contrast. Over the 6-year journey of the Mass Effect trilogy, you're blown away with the truly intimidating cosmic horror in the first game, with more and more gradual escalation until a full-blown invasion that you're trapped in the middle of by the start of the third game. Bungie themselves describe this expansion as if they want it to feel like a war zone.
Lightfall should feel like you have stepped into the middle of an active war.
But it simply doesn't. Again, we've only been told how scary and intimidating this fleet of pyramids are. We've never seen them actually do anything. Nothing impactful anyway. If the Witness isn't transporting an army, why does he even need a fleet of empty ships? In fact, him effectively having to hire Callus as a mercenary and borrow his troops makes the Witness even less intimidating. This Megamind Boobar guy, he's not leaving a great first impression, I gotta tell you. The only real standout portion of this level is when you're hopping around in space and Callus's enormous ship flies beneath you and gives you a great sense of scale, something Destiny's always been quite good about.
Okay, here's the plan. Destroy the engine.
Of this ship, the one we're on.
Crazy or not, we need to stop this invasion. I'll do whatever it takes to stop the Witness. So if you aren't going to help me, then leave me alone.
I think calling the expansion that introduced Osiris the Curse of Osiris is a fitting name, because this character is a curse. You get it? He's unlikable, irritating, and instead of the writing coming across like he's desperate and manic to win the day in an endearing or exciting way, it more feels like he's just a whiny asshole. Then there's the whole aspect of his story that happened off-screen, where his ghost was killed so now he can't be revived, which is supposed to also enhance the tension. I assume this was shown in some way in a seasonal story that I might have missed, but it turns out all of it happened off-screen. Nice.
Hurry up!
Are those things safe?
Can't be that.
You hop into a Cabal launch pod, and I started getting kind of excited. I thought this might be a throwback or ode to the extremely memorable introduction to Bungie's old release, Halo 3 ODST.
Reports Covenant troops are massing beneath the carrier.
They're pulling back? Why?
Not gonna find out way up here.
Troopers! We are green and very, very mean!
Oh man, look at how vibrant and energetic this is. Amazing music, sound design, and voice acting. And what a great, lonely way to introduce you to a new environment. Let's compare with how it goes down in Lightfall.
Here goes nothing. This is Neptune?
This was so rushed. Couldn't even get an establishing shot. Even vanilla Destiny did that when you went to a new location. Welcome to Neomuna, the worst location in all of Destiny. A small section of an empty neon city with little environmental storytelling, sights to see, or places to explore. At least ODST sold the idea of a war-torn abandoned city and leaned into it, establishing a strong atmosphere with plenty to explore, audio logs to find, and teases to this horrible franchise.
There's a whole city here. An entire civilization. I've got a ping on Osiris's coordinates. Let's find him.
You on the road. Identify yourself. Are you with the invaders?
We're Guardians, from the last city.
Light bearers?
We're fighting the same enemy. We're here to find something called the Veil.
Nimbus and I are a little pinned down right now, but we'll be there soon. Stay frosty, Tyrant.
You clear a bunch of Shadow Legion from the city streets and wind up by a strange energy source.
Osiris, I'm detecting an anomaly on my sensors. We'll check it out while the coast is clear.
Understood. Patiently note that it is quite confined in here.
So this is the subclass Social Strand. Without this new set of mechanics, I likely would have given up playing this altogether, but luckily it does feel very satisfying to play. Especially as a Titan matched with the exotic boots you get for completing the legendary campaign, you're able to BDSM enemies and trap them for a generous amount of time. The Titan melee has quirky tracking, but they kinda make up for it by giving you multiple uses of charge. Most of the advertising was hyping up this grapple hook, making out that you could Spider-Man swing your way around the city. And you can, to a certain degree, especially if you're willing to dedicate your build towards its recharge speed, but honestly I was more often using the BDSM grenade with how ridiculously powerful it is. This whole strand system is kinda the real story of this campaign, much like how the awful, awful, awful Beyond Light campaign was effectively an extended tutorial for stasis. The majority of this campaign is dedicated to mastering the social strands. Fun. Now, if I put my spinful hat on for a moment, there's a fairly convincing theory that this subclass was originally intended to ship with the Witch Queen, partially explaining those segments where you need to harness deep sight. Perhaps it would have made more sense for Strand to be linked to Savathun, with her entire gimmick being threads and messing with silkworms. The hunter is literally called Thread Runner.
So we have the Hunter Threadrunner.
And the Warlock Broodweaver.
The Warlock Broodweaver.
It's the most hive-sounding stuff I've ever heard. So it seems like at some point in the Destiny 2 roadmap, there was a plan for 3 expansions, each with a new Darkness subclass. Something happened with the development, which meant they needed more time, so what was originally the concept of Lightfall suddenly materialized as the final shape.
A side should always be taken. Even if it's the wrong side.
We are building Destiny's future today, right inside of Destiny 2. It starts with Beyond Light coming this fall.
It's going to continue with the next major expansion, the Witch Queen, and Lightfall is going to kind of drive this all to a moment.
This 10-year journey we've been on since Destiny 1, it's drawing to its dramatic conclusion. The Light and Darkness Saga will end. But make no mistake, Destiny 2 will not. We're building not so much to an ending, but more to this transformative moment for Destiny 2's future.
Last year, we announced the Witch Queen and the following expansion, Lightfall.
And now we're excited to announce the release after Lightfall, the final chapter in the Light and Darkness Saga, Destiny 2, the final shape. It's going to be one wild, continuous ride.
Yes!
Leaving the Lightfall we did end up getting to be a desperate scramble to fill an expansion so they had more time to work on the real ending, which if I had to put money down would probably be at least to the quality of the Witch Queen, at least you would hope, right? But man, there is something so insulting about the positioning of this expansion, advertising one thing, delivering another.
The big question has been, what does it want with the Traveler? What will happen when it finds it? And in Lightfall, it does find it.
Banking on their frantically always moving, consumer-unfriendly business model and fan Stockholm syndrome to release totally subpar content and rely on the promises of the future to hold everyone over until then. But I'm here now, and I just paid a lot of money for something that isn't what you said it is. That sucks. I could die before I see the end of this. Normally in a situation this dire, you'd just delay it, but the live service business model insists on constant movement no matter the quality. This comes from a company culture that is so out of whack, a culture that considers the regular business model of releasing a game like Elden Ring as over-delivering instead of the gold standard.
Because it's hard to tell a team that has extra cycles and they have energy and they want to do something amazing and they know how to do it. And it totally would be amazing and awesome for the game. Sometimes we have to tell them, like, we shouldn't ship this because it's an over-delivery that is going to set us up for failure on future trains.
An extremely weird self-admittance of their commitment to the race to the bottom. But who on earth is this actually serving aside from them? All you have to do is watch the insane 2022 GDC conference, where the Destiny 2 general manager explains in simple terms the company's attitude towards quality. They effectively don't care about it because they learned that it literally doesn't matter to their business.
Then what is the service approach and mindset by contrast? And more than anything else, being a service is about being fast. For a live service, more than anything, more important even than quality, a live service is about being fast.
In their own words, they prioritize engagement and velocity. This makes it a great expression of a business model, but not a very good artistic one. As you continue your way through Night City with your new social strand abilities, you reach a point where your body can't handle that much power.
Your body can't handle this much power.
But don't you worry, something extremely cool is about to happen. Nimbus. Why do you want me to hate this? Right, so before I even begin on these radical, gnarly, totally firing Cloudstrider dudes, I don't know why I get so many performance issues with this game on PC, outside of its widely documented issues I've talked about before, but this awful cutscene froze right as Nimbus was about to get eviscerated by a scythe, which not only got my hopes up, but weirdly the game wasn't actually frozen, as I could still access my gear menu and could only proceed when I skipped the frozen cutscene. It's almost like the game was trying to save me. I played through this campaign twice, and this happened here both times. Don't worry though, I found the scene on YouTube and we can watch it in full together. Let's see what I missed.
Welcome to Neomuna. On your face! Hey! I had that one!
You work fast.
We don't like to waste time.
Well, good. There isn't a moment to lose.
We regroup at the watchtower.
You don't understand. We've got to get to the Veil.
I understand what's at stake, Lightbearer. Far better than you. Not all of us have lives to spare.
Did you like that? I liked that. Can't believe I'm admitting this, but I genuinely thought, the naive dreamer that I am, for sure, that they were going to pull the rug from under us and reveal that these Neomunian people were actually somehow agents of the Witness, and perhaps that would be a fun way to introduce a new type of enemy to fight. Because without this being a ruse, the amount of questions this raises is almost never ending. So you're telling me this whole time there's been a hidden planet of hyper-advanced humans that not only avoided the apocalypse, but have used technology to ascend into gigantic dude bros who fly around on surfboards.
I'm Nimbus. I'm the rookie Cloudstrider here in Neomuna.
But there can only be 2 of them at a time because the backwards engine can't render anything more dense. So the rest of the civilization conveniently lives in digitized networks,
so they can manifest as blue ghosts, which are easier to render in-game.
You can't even make it up at this point. You can't. With just a couple of tweaks, you could make this location so much less ridiculous. Take the exact same city, destroy it, and make it run down like the rest of Destiny, leave some of that mystery intact, completely abandon the intensely cringy idea of the Cloudstriders, fill the abandoned city with giant moth monsters, and instead of centering the story around the worst character in this entire franchise, perhaps give a larger role to Keitel, the daughter of the main antagonist of this expansion. This is the absolute worst time to introduce so many new characters and concepts into the universe. The fact there are already so many Guardians kind of inherently dissolves some of your individual importance, but now these superhumans meet us, instantly turn out to be chill guys who trust us without question, and we act as if this is all accepted and normal. Like, isn't this a huge deal to this universe and has massive implications?
Neomuna has existed for hundreds of years. It branched off from Earth during our collapse and shut off any communication. So they've been secretly existing on Neptune for a very long time and keeping themselves safe.
Why couldn't they just wait? Why couldn't they wait and play around with dumb, lame concepts like this once the Light and Dark Saga was over? A lot of choices in Destiny have confused me in the past, millions of them. But at least it always still felt like Destiny. If you showed someone a picture of a Cloud Strider, never in a million years would they guess it was a character from Destiny. Take a look at this. This would be quite a cool Cloud Strider, wouldn't it? Maybe even this. Perhaps even these. This is all unused Destiny concept art that would be much more fitting in this universe. My point is, this is such a departure from the expected art design, and even on its own as a visually noisy mess of angles, flesh, and random shapes. What on earth were they thinking with this? I would be very shocked if Bungie doesn't quietly shift away from the Neo Muna angle of this universe.
Delicious power. I should be grateful that such power has come to live in me.
So another bait and switch to this expansion is this random raid boss coming back and having a tense relationship with the Witness and whatever it's doing. These mustache-twirling Cabal characters are so uninteresting and feed straight into the expected villain of the week the majority of bad guys in the Destiny universe fall under. Even the cringy mole rats from vanilla Destiny 2 have more development and moments than this guy.
The veil is before us.
With another mention of this veil thing, clearly the major MacGuffin of this expansion, I can't wait to find out what it is. Wouldn't it just be completely insane if they never addressed what this thing is? Callus mentions that the Neptunians don't pose a threat with their tawdry or cheap and or poor quality technology.
The Neptunians won't pose much of a threat with their tawdry technology.
Even though what we were just shown a few seconds ago were a couple of extremely capable superhuman warriors who seemed to have things quite under control, actually. Even made little jokes.
Welcome to Neo Muna.
Imagine if the Neptunians were a secret enclave of more primitive and vulnerable people who were only just scraping by, instead of a hyper-advanced civilization that can do anything, digitize people, put them in a network. Maybe at least then there would have been a drop of tension instead of none.
Looking good, pal.
Oh my god. Unfortunately, knowing how Bungie historically structured and delivered the story in Destiny, the simple fact that Nimbus is the main vendor all but confirms that there will be a completely static and unmoving character, so get used to their annoying presence. You know, I guess the one thing missing from this franchise was their own Jar Jar. Now there's an over-delivery for you.
Now, you know the Veil's in danger. I know where those big guys are headed. So let's go do some hero stuff.
Time for the Under Siege mission. You pick up a few corrupted keycards, then defeat 3 waves of enemies while your ghost hacks something.
The closer we get, the more I feel strange. Ugh, something is wrong. I feel drained. Some of our powers are gone. What is this device?
I was kind of hoping that the design would incorporate a type of restricted gameplay that would limit certain abilities in order to craft a fun gameplay challenge to overcome, but it's not really implemented that way outside of it blocking your usual super for a bit. You fight a boring boss in an equally boring environment, and the level's over.
That's a lot of Shadow Legion.
Is it?
We're too late. They've got the veil.
What? What is it? So somehow when the Witness talks to Callus, your ghost projects the message so you can also see it. Luckily, this is all fun and games to Nimbus, who lightheartedly describes this conflict as fun, and diffuses any possible stakes with the casually written bro dialogue that's desperate to make you like them.
You've been dealing with this whole Witness thing a lot longer than we have. It's okay if we lean back and try a little trust fall. Well, if you drop us, it might be my funeral, but whatever, it'll be fun.
Okay, so at this point in the story, we have the Veil, the Radial Mast, the Cloud Arc, the Neo Moony. It's honestly complete nonsense. Explain the proper nouns, please.
You know the Veil's
the Veil. Need to get to the Veil.
The Veil have the Veil.
Power the Veil has from the Veil.
They've got the veil. The veil?
The Veil's safe.
Reaches the Veil.
We want to protect the Veil.
You're almost at the Veil.
This is ridiculous. From the visual design, voice acting, art, and corresponding location, contrasting this with the characters in The Witch Queen is embarrassing. It's utter whiplash, and I'm still confused as to how this was approved to be added to the game. For no reason, they put mission start flags on places on the map that you have to traverse to, probably to bump up playtime or try and distract you. But next up is the Downfall mission.
Lightbearer, you have a dangerous mission ahead of you. Storming Callus's stronghold won't be easy.
So I guess we have to destroy this radial mast thing now for reasons. Now, the dialogue has definitely never been a strong point in this franchise, but just about every line in this expansion is the same 2 or 3 sentences repeated over and over again, like a monkey with a miniature symbol. Veil this, radial mast that. In fact, this reliance on MacGuffins is so bad that it even sent the most hardcore Destiny players into a frenzied angst. How is it even possible that My Name is Bife, the biggest Destiny lore channel on YouTube, was able to make a 42-minute long video purely speculating what the Veil could even be? And not even in a fun way. People are pissed about this. Oh, sorry, I guess I spoiled the reveal that there is no Veil reveal. In fact, the backlash to this was so bad that Bungie promised to patch in a Veil explanation in Season 21, which didn't release until June 2023, and mostly consisted of uninteresting audio logs that still keep most of what's happening extremely vague. Then, believe it or not, in the 5th week of the Season of the Deep story mission, which involves you completing a random lost sector on Savathun's ship, almost 4 months after the release of Lightfall, Bungie dropped a 4-minute long exposition dump cutscene that gave a little more context as to what the motivation of the Witness and the Traveler actually is. It turns out that the Witness is actually an amalgamation of an ancient planet of aliens who found the Traveler themselves and used it to reach their own equivalent golden age. Although without guidance and meaning, they reached the conclusion that they needed to look to the stars in order to find the answers to control the light powers of the Traveler and grapple with the open-endedness and chaos of the universe, which led their scholars to discovering the Veil, which maintains some kind of cosmic connection to the Traveler and showed them the potential power of the darkness. This darkness gave them more of a distinct purpose with how they were able to wield and manipulate it, somehow moving the Veil in direct contact with the Traveler in an attempt to reshape reality itself. The Traveler protested and fled. The aliens used the darkness to combine themselves into one all-powerful entity, an entire planet's consciousness squished into one person, and they started the search, explaining the intent behind the Pyramid Fleet that has been teased since vanilla Destiny 2. They've been looking for the Traveler and they finally arrived and found it. This is single-handedly the most important lore cutscene in all of Destiny 2, and it isn't even included in the Lightfall expansion. This brings up a hell of a lot of problems and questions, but let's break this down. First off, this is admittedly an interesting cutscene. It's far more of a story than anything in the actual Lightfall campaign. It poses broad cosmic ideas about the search for purpose and meaning, and the time-lapse of the visuals is beautifully put together. However, big however though, I don't understand why this was not included in the Lightfall campaign when you reach the Veil, and you literally stumble across some old archives and databases. The other detail this cutscene undoes is diffuse any tension or meaning to the Pyramid invasion, so I guess they literally are just empty ships that don't do anything. They aren't carrying troops, there's only one Witness character, so I guess that means a new enemy faction is out of the picture. What a mind-blowing, what an amazing anticlimax. How did we not see this coming? Of course there was nothing to this. Of course. Outside of this imagery being established from concept art years and years ago.
And of course, a good game needs giant onyx pyramid ships. But that's a really cool image I love showing, but I'm not allowed to talk about those yet. Maybe someday down the road.
This is the ultimate payoff to this franchise. A pathetically squirted out cutscene randomly dropped in the 5th week of a season that you have to pay for separately from the campaign the Veil was established in. For a season which, by the way, was content complete and made at the same time as Lightfall. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but this is a new low point for the storytelling in this franchise. This is ridiculous. I feel like I'm going insane with how backwards this is. This is the equivalent of if that great cutscene from the Witch Queen that explains the origin of the Hive was not included in that campaign, and was instead randomly shat out as a blotch cutscene in Season of the Haunted many months later, at a point no one cares about. This is supposed to be the big bad of the entire franchise. All of that repair, all of that momentum and goodwill that has been meticulously built up over years, gone in an instant, in one expansion. And for what? So a giant underwater worm in a boring seasonal story could reveal these vague details and eradicate any notion of interest going forward. This all feels made up as it went along. There was no plan here. I had to go back and write this segment in as this happened right as I was finishing up my script, so apologies for this long tangent, but this game is such a mess that organizing this information in a reasonable order is just as much of a Goliath task as its delivery in the game proper. In a backwards way, this almost makes the final shape more interesting because there's basically no possible way to conclude this in a satisfying way with the ball being dropped this hard. This sucks, and it absolutely did not have to be this bad.
This is awful.
Sure is. You're losing valuable time. This is exactly what I was concerned about.
I think they were trying to use Osiris to accentuate the urgency of the mission with dialogue like this, but it mostly adds up to him being an irritating hater who always pesters you to be faster. God damn, I'm trying my best, okay? I'm not used to the Warlock jump. They establish an extremely simple door unlock mechanic with these things you need to shoot at that feature in the raid, but never amount to much in the campaign. You reach this gravity lift that glitches out for me every time I use it.
The Shadow Legion must use this grav lift to move equipment and troops across the ship. It should take us deeper in. I still can't believe my sensors. Could the radial mast really be a light artifact?
There's still a great deal we don't know. What is the radial mast capable of? How will it affect the Veil? And what is the Witness planning?
I don't know if this is an engine glitch or a physics thing. I couldn't figure out if there was supposed to be some kind of mechanic to this. On my Titan, I managed to finagle my way through in a way that was definitely not intended.
What is the radial mast capable of? How will it affect the Veil? And what is the Witness planning?
With how glitchy and unreliable the physics are implemented in the raid, it's hard not to blame the game for buggy moments like this.
Fuck! Holy shit!
Refresh my minute over.
Burning light.
As much as I loathe her, I must apply.
Then I try it again and it suddenly jankily just sort of works. The game never used to be like this. Say what you want about Activision, but the game was extremely polished in comparison when they worked under them. You stand on a circle, move a thing, kill a tormentor, traverse deeper into the ship, and finally reach the radial mast, TM.
That monument must be the radial mast. There's no mistaking it. That's light energy radiating from it. Oh no.
At last you have arrived, God. Welcome to this fine test of strength.
Destroying it consists of navigating a big circular arena, standing on a circle, and delivering dark resonance twice. Right when you think you're trapped, there's an attempt at a hero moment with Keitel coming to save you.
Guardian, your recklessness will be the end of you one day. But not today.
Stranger, have you come to disappoint me one last time?
Followed by a Sparrow escape sequence where you drive in a straight line as it gets progressively darker.
We made it.
There's something deeply unpolished and uncool about the execution of this sequence, but at least it's something. You get a short cutscene with some context for the relationship between Callus and his daughter, but it's only a glimpse of what probably should have been the heart of this story.
I am contemplating your most recent outburst with Strand to see if there are opportunities for improvement.
It was out of control. We did the best we could.
We need to do better!
What the hell is this guy's problem?
He must rein in his tempestuousness to hope to defeat Callus.
The absolute state of this dialogue. There's no actor that could save this mess.
Osiris and Rohan can go process their differences over some fermented tea or whatever.
We're off to go protect the people of Neomuna.
I'm glad we're all taking this very seriously. Next up is the mission Breakneck. Before we start, I just want to highlight again the needless journey to even begin this mission. Let's travel there together. Watch this. Alright, here we go. Let's jump down here. Head over here, like. Can't get your sparrow out yet. Okay. Got this rooftop. Alright. Let's keep going. Yeah, come down here. Yeah. This platform down here. Oh, here we go. Nice. Nice. Get a little trick in there. Yep, let's make our way. Do a bit of driving. Yep. Nearly there. Right, just go through a few of these corridors. Yep. There we are, you can see it in the distance there. Cool. Nearly there, guys. Just about there. Just got a few more bits to go through. Yep, let's ignore that for a second. Sorry guys, coming through. Cool, right, get a boost in there. Ah, here we are. Okay, I think we just about made it. Cool, nice. What is the purpose of making me do this? That's a minute of game time for nothing. Is it just to justify the sparrows? It's so weird and pointless.
We need to be looking at the bigger picture. We want to protect the Veil. We first and foremost need to protect the Cloud Ark.
Oh. We kill a lot of Vex in hallways, like we've been doing for a decade. Is something going to happen, or...?
This station's power output is unbelievable. Earth was decades away from technology like this, even during the Golden Age.
The Cloud Ark needs a lot of juice. Like we said earlier, it supports all the Neomuni, the city's defenses, and also the Veil's defenses. That's it!
Power cycling. Once it's back on, it'll be running the Cloud Ark.
Something feels off here. That was a little too easy.
The best combat encounter in this level is this confined room where you're forced to take on 2 tormentors. One of the better moments on Legendary, where you have to react quickly and continue to move around the arena. The perfect level of challenge. Cool skybox, inconsequential level.
Darkness is something entirely apart from light. A paracausal union, conjoining intangible conscious realities, discursively linking to...
You're talking about the River of Souls.
River?
Yeah, it's a story we tell kids on Neptune. You know, I think I know of a place where we can find some of that power.
I guess we're going to this Strand River then.
Everything that's come at us, you're just like, oh, bam, pew, pow. And suddenly whatever's coming at us ain't coming at us anymore.
Outside of this shambled together beauty, I consider Borderlands 3 to maybe have the worst writing I've ever experienced in a video game. For the small handful of hours I played it, I was forced to turn off the vocal track in order to find any enjoyment. There have been times in Destiny's past where it's veered into Borderlands territory, not where the dialogue is simply bad, but actually grating and irritating to hear. Be it cringy Cade 6 lines, the Marvelesque Finch from Witch Queen, or the over-the-top failsafe AI from Vanilla D2, but this is the first time a Destiny character would be right at home in the Borderlands 3 universe. I'm not even inherently against Destiny having a comedically toned expansion, but time and place, guys, good lord. Why would you destroy the serious tone that was brilliantly cemented in Witch Queen and the seasonal missions leading up to this for something like this? It is truly baffling. On the Verge is the next mission.
So, Nimbus, want to fill us in on where we're headed?
There's this place where Cloud Striders go. A place to be alone, meditate, pray.
So, exactly like Stasis before it, in order to trickle out the meager content and lock everything behind time-gated unlocks, for the entire campaign, each instance of Strand gameplay is limited to highly selective events you have no control over.
There, another Strand source.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's begin.
It was a neat touch in The Taken King when you were handed a separate side mission you could do when you chose to, where you could go to retrieve your new super and abilities. So you could customize and experiment with the new options as you made your way through the campaign. This blue ball delivery is not only boring in comparison, but winds up being ridiculously repetitive the more times it happens. It's just not that interesting to trickle out for so long. Disable the Vex barrier with 3 balls, swing around a canyon, ending with the training grounds where this tutorial campaign can continue.
Whoa, this is... wow.
Again, you do some extremely simple platforming while carrying a ball around so you can beat a boring boss, and the level is over.
Guardian, listen. Don't strain for the energy. Drop the effort and just let it flow through you. Now that thing sends a Vex packet. Nicely done.
Yes, that was a challenging fight, but you pulled through. Still, we cannot afford any faltering when facing Callus. We should be able to wield Strand without strain. We're still missing something, but what?
I don't know. A reason to care?
They're going to attempt a link. We have to stop them.
We're approaching the end of the story now. I know, with the no time left mission.
Callus encroaches upon the Veil. The activation of the radial mast is imminent.
If the Veil is compromised, the Imuna will fall. Then all of Sol will follow.
Strand will be our edge against Callus. The Guardian is ready to wield it. I think.
In order to get past suppression fields, you must use Strand to destroy them.
Your Strand readings are higher than they've ever been.
Your training's prepared you for this. Strand flows through you as it flows through everything.
Kind of running out of ways to make fun of this, so instead I'll just use this image every time something intensely cringy happens.
Strand flows through you as it flows through everything.
The landing zone's clear. What were these, Terran toys you mentioned?
Something called a drink tank. Looks like fun.
You stole those schematics from my files, didn't you?
Information wants to be free.
Yet another of these unengaging tank sections they insist on inserting into Destiny content to give the illusion of variety. There really is no gameplay to these sections. You're an overpowered turret that can infinitely respawn. The power fantasy and sandbox fun of older Bungie games are night and day compared to these sequences.
Getting delayed. How close are you to the radial mast?
Almost there.
Remember, the radial mast must be stopped before it forges a connection with the Veil.
Cool, I'm glad you reminded me of that one.
If the radial mast links with the Veil, it's all over. You and Rohan are our only hope. You and Rohan are our only hope.
The radial mast! It's activating! I'll buy you some time, Lightbearer.
Be careful, Rohan. Even you can only deter it for so long. There must be a way to destroy it.
Guardian, as long as I can hold the line, the radial mast can't create the link.
Quick boss fight, then back to the humor.
Give me some time to expose its weak point. When I give you the signal, use your strand. Now's the time! Lightbearer! Destroy it now!
We can't.
Then I have no choice. Nimbus, see you on the other side.
Rohan, what are you doing?
Rohan.
He chose a Cloud Strider's end.
Gamers and nerds, man, we love a noble sacrifice. So many great stories include one as a way to escalate the conflict, hammer home the stakes, and change the established character dynamics. Other stories try it and it doesn't quite work out or leaves you asking more questions. This is more one of those. You can't sacrifice a character we've just met, who only has relations to another character we also only just met, and expect us to be invested in this sacrifice.
My witness, there have been complication. Our hold over the veil has been temporarily loosened.
Another uninteresting cutscene with the mustache twirlers pontificating about the veil and how they need their hands on it. I don't really understand why the witness can't handle this themselves with how powerful and unstoppable we've already seen it to be, but I guess this filler had to happen to fill an expansion's worth of content, so here we are.
We need to get Neomuna's defenses working again. I've got reports of Shadow Legion attempting to get up close and personal with the VexNet. I have absolutely no idea why, apart from the breathtaking views this time of axial tilt. But we're not waiting around to find out. That sounds like a good plan, right? It's what he would have... No, that doesn't matter. You and I are gonna see this through. Ready when you are.
Next, you have to play the one new strike added with this expansion, which mostly consists of reused assets from Curse of Osiris and imagery and enemies we've all seen before. This is perhaps one of the least exciting strikes they've ever designed.
Hey, Guardian! I hope you're feeling a little more confident with Strand. Sure sounds like Osiris is. Earlier I asked him how things were going with the green strings, just to mess with him. But after correcting me, he started explaining more of his theories. In great detail, and a lot of proper nouns got thrown around.
What? You do not get to joke about the misuse of proper nouns. Are you kidding me? The penultimate mission is Headlong, a strangely placed and paced level that mostly boils down to a Titanfall-esque time trial sequence that in any other game would be a tutorial or side mission, but because Destiny is so lost in its own source, this is somehow the build-up to the end of the campaign that is supposed to begin the end of the Light and Dark Saga.
Systems are late, with 80% of defenses now operational. I'm full of fury, she's got an army, and you got magic green strings. Let's crush this callous guy.
Oh my god, shut up. An incredibly corny 80s training montage starts things off. It can't figure out if it wants to be funny, cool, inspiring, glitchy? You spend 10 minutes traveling to get to the training ground with a puzzle that involves you killing harpies in a certain order, then you wind up inside Osiris's training program. A platforming puzzle that's supposed to test your proficiency with Social Strand. The final boss room is okay in premise, another large circular room with a rotating electric wall that hurts you if you touch it, so you're incentivized to keep moving. However, the big electric wall hitbox is unreliable and unfair, and especially on Legendary, this encounter is absolutely maddening in the worst way possible. I thought the addition of the Legendary campaign was a great inclusion in the Witch Queen, and all of my memories of playing through it were tough but fair. I never felt like I was hitting my head against a brick wall. I made the mistake of playing through Lightfall on Legendary first, expecting it to be more like Witch Queen. But this Strand tutorial nature of the design makes it needlessly infuriating and punishing in ways that simply aren't fun, which basically led to me resorting to using a pretty overpowered exotic weapon to cheese my way through most of the harder sections, which I didn't even feel the need to do in Witch Queen. Let's wrap this up with the one good mission in this awful campaign.
Guardian, all of our training, all of our losses, it's brought us to this moment. We must stop Callus from reaching the Veil and establishing a link to the Traveler.
Final stand, baby!
It feels like every mission has the exact same objective, but this is the only one where something advances or changes. After running through the same environment you've already traversed countless times, you wind up platforming up a building in order to take out a couple of anti-air guns, and finally wind up in a combat arena with some fun gimmicks. There are a couple of friendly turrets you need to defend, and even get to use the Hammer of Dawn to take out some tanks.
Shadow Legion cowards, this is Empress Kayato, the true sovereign of the Cabal. You've chosen to ally yourself with a gutless traitor worshipping a false god.
Despite the jankiness, it's a simple wave-based tower defense style setup, but combined with the enemy density and the fact you get to fight side by side with a character you know, is a small glimpse at the potential this game once had. It's so confusing to me why this game does not have some kind of horde or rogue-like replayable wave-based mode to keep things varied. The baseline gameplay would suit it so well, but it's a little late at this point. It's a shame that interactive sandbox elements were completely abandoned over the years. The unpredictable AI fights and interactions were what lured me to Bungie's game design in the first place.
Callus? What is... Guardian! Kaido! Are you okay? The Veil's exposed. Keep them away from it, at all costs. Leave the Emperor to me.
According to Neomuni lore, the Veil is deep beneath the ground. Like, way deep. Whatever you find in there, just keep going downward.
We're keeping an eye on the surface. Kaido's holding off Callus for now, but she's outnumbered.
That must be the Veil. It's massive. I feel a little strange. Don't know how to describe it. It almost gives me the same feeling as the Traveler. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
You'd imagine that now would be the time to drop some exposition about what the Veil is, now we've reached it and seen it, but I don't even believe Bungie knows what it is. Could it be a massive cosmic fungus? Buy the season pass and you sort of maybe might find out if we get round to it.
I held them off as long as I could. Callus is coming for you. It's in your hands now, Guardian. Give him the end he deserves.
It's a shame the lead villain's daughter couldn't be here for us killing him. That would be some innate drama, wouldn't it? Well, here's the final encounter. Callus whips out a chain gun and you run in circles around him until you whittle his health down, and the arena shifts into a close-up melee fight with him. It's an okay boss as far as Destiny is concerned. I'm just kind of questioning how or why we got here.
Kaido, we've done it. Callus is no more.
You gave him a Cabal's end. I'll believe it when I see it for myself.
Hey, do you guys feel that?
No clue what you're talking about. We're almost at the Veil. Hang tight.
The following cutscene is so badly communicated that I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happens. Nimbus and Keitel show up, and Nimbus shows his respects for her recently deceased father with a fist bump.
Right? No? Come on.
Followed by your ghost being possessed by the Witness and making a huge beam shoot all the way to the Traveler. Luckily, Nimrod saves your ghost, but for whatever reason, that means we lost.
What? What just happened?
We just lost.
Zavala, come in.
The final cutscene is a pre-rendered return to the setting of the opening of this expansion, where the Witness is shown to cut a triangle in the Traveler and go inside it with its ships, followed by it cutting to black. The theory here is that the beginning and closing cutscenes were originally one, likely being the real opening cutscene to whatever the original Lightfall concept was supposed to be. You can test this by stitching the beginning and ending cutscenes together, as they flow into each other seamlessly without pause or disconnect. What this means is that every single thing that happens in this campaign is entirely inconsequential and has no effect on anything, making this the most pointless, waste of time expansion they have ever released. For a company that's all about velocity, they have completely lost every inch of goodwill and momentum they've been building for years prior. It's simply not good enough for the game to be in this state so close to the end. With Lightfall also being the most expensive expansion released to date, with the following seasons also being price hiked and only available to purchase with awkward amounts of silver that force you to buy more than you need. Even for Destiny, this is an unprecedented mess the community community should not forgive them for. The quality of this expansion is shocking and kind of a slap in the face to those who've been paying attention. Like every other product going right now, you're paying for more and getting less. I defended this concept within reason in the Witch Queen video, using the quality of the campaign to offload the lack of expansion in other areas, but what do we have here? A terrible campaign, the worst location ever added to the game, characters so bad they're actively unfitting and irritating to interact with in here, one strike, which is one of the most dull they've ever made, no new PvP or Gambit maps, one new raid, with the best part being an admittedly fun new subclass. This might be the worst deal in Destiny history, and that's saying something. Luckily, I'm not alone this time, with mostly negative reviews on Steam, with the highest rated review on PS5 saying, "While the story has holes, I'm excited to learn how Bungie fills them in over the following year and on. Listen to the cope, the Stockholm Syndrome." Even IGN gave it a 6 out of 10, which might as well be a 1 out of 10, let's be real. The frantic changes after the backlash, like bumping up the release of exotic quests and making more strand customization available sooner, did little to change the tide. Although I will note how hilarious it is that they're trying to retcon the original ending of vanilla Destiny to make sense within the new context of the Neo Mooney and Veil.
I'm sure they were merely told to destroy the Black Heart's architect. I doubt they were aware its knowledge is the true threat.
You really think this blueprint will help us with the Veil? After all, if the Black Heart was meant to be a copy of the Veil, it didn't exactly succeed.
True.
Many similarly observed that the season accompanying Lightfall probably had a better story. They still attempt epic moments that fall comically flat on their face. This scene is so bad. Why would you care about this?
That's all that matters.
The more I experiment with the seasonal model, the more trite and restrictive it becomes. But seeing as Bungie doesn't care about quality anymore, with the only metric of importance being engagement, like it's f***ing TikTok, let's look at the Steam numbers. Unfortunately, the marketing and lies must have paid off, because the month of Lightfall's release marks the biggest month for Destiny on Steam in its entire history, plummeting less than half by April with small bumps when seasons release. Unfortunately, I don't think this means anything would change. The numbers aren't dire enough for them to deliver something promising, only the bare minimum. Outside of the expansion, there were multiple tweaks and quality of life changes, like the atrocious and pointless Guardian rank and commendation system, or finally giving you the abilities to make loadouts that still aren't nearly as good as Destiny Item Manager. I guess it will all work properly in a few years. Let's just give them time. They just need a bit of time to make their game. They just need a few more years. Give them 10 more years. Go on then. The weapon balancing changes so often it's pointless to mention in my videos, but the biggest quirk I did notice at the time was how weak the primary weapons felt. So I shifted my build to favor my exotic machine gun, which melts everything almost a little too easily. Outside of the new raid weapons and the new exotics, there's not a single new weapon to reinvigorate the sandbox that isn't a reskin. A suite of legendary weapons used in marketing and even present in the imagery used as the background for missions were not in the game either. With how well the expansion sold and how high engagement still is, the fact of the matter is the quality really doesn't matter. By the time the final shape rolls around, the Destiny Goldfish will be deeply rooted back in the hype cycle. This toxic business model is so predatory and anti-consumer, but it's already lost. This is just what the game is now. It didn't have to be this way, it didn't used to be this bad, but greed always wins. There's a final shape teaser showing Cade 6 will be returning in some form, confirming that even all of these years later, Cade 6 is still the only thing this franchise has to leverage. Kill him off when the game is in a bad state, bring him back when the game is in a bad state. It's honestly shameless what Bungie have done over this cycle of releases. Personally, I don't know why anyone would care about the release of their new game Marathon, supposedly a PvP-only extraction shooter loosely based on the bones of their classic single-player franchise. With how well they've supported the PvP in Destiny 2, I'm sure it's going to be great. The only reason I was initially excited for Destiny back in 2014 was because of the history and goodwill they had built up over time with Halo. A history and goodwill that is now totally spent. They are a ghost shell of their former selves, abandoning their motto of making games they want to play for this embarrassing anime-sounding corporate we make games that forge friendships thing.
Because we took down that motto a little while after D2 launch as we evolved our view of what success really meant. And our new studio motto, this is a more recent picture, is we create worlds that inspire friendship.
A totally meaningless statement of intent that communicates nothing. Is that a f***ing ice cream truck? Get out of here. I truly think the success of this game has been awful for the industry at large, and with Sony purchasing them outright and banking on them to steer the future live service games in a similar direction, it's looking to be a sad future for this space. Come on guys, stop over-delivering. Make your games worse. People will pay for you to make it, as it goes. The truth is, there was a groundswell of creativity and originality in the AAA space in the early 2000s because no one quite yet understood the potential of how much money games could actually make. Look at how much money Fortnite makes. Actually look at the numbers. This is ridiculous. This is more money than some entire countries make. In a way, I'm glad we're so close to the end. The final shape will be a lot of people's time to say goodbye to this franchise. I can only hope the sunken cost fallacy is the only thing leading a whipped community of fans to the same point. I only got this far because of these videos, and I nearly quit a couple times. I don't understand why anyone would have stuck through it this long without an incentive like that. Just thinking about the money required to play the franchise to its potential from beginning to end is eye-watering. The onboarding is worse than ever with countless packs and predatory engagement decisions. The price continues to go up while the overall amount of content goes down. The story is so bad the biggest lore guy can make multiple significant videos complaining about its state. The microtransactions are so bad that big channels like Aztec Cross can upload a 35-minute video about how extreme the monetization has become, fully explaining how the game has become a pay-to-win nightmare that I would recommend watching.
All you need to do is spin some silver, and just like that, you have enough deep sight to instantly craft any weapon you like. Sure, you have to get it to actually drop, but that's not a problem when you can focus all the seasons.
So, just so I understand, you can expedite getting these pieces of gear by buying levels of your battle pass that will give you the items that allow you to craft these things that give you god rolls for your weapons. Guys, I think that's kind of bad.
The most committed PvP players, who have got about one new map in 4 years, by the way, are experiencing issues so bad that I don't know why they would even bother to play.
I have built the rest. The rest wasn't even able to move.
Next time, my friend. Next time.
What? Hello?
What? All these lessons to the next fight. I know it. I look forward to that.
Bungie? What? What do you mean?
It is still a community suggestion to lock the frame rate at 30 because of the bizarre bug that changes the damage output of enemies based on the FPS you run the game at. And ever since Lightfall dropped, the game has had significant issues every single week, needing to go down for large chunks of time, servers shitting themselves, hackers and cheaters galore. Aside from funneling money into developing Marathon, what on earth are they actually doing over there? The community has given them an inch and they've taken a few 100 million miles. Things appear to change, but the flavor is always the same. This is a company with over 1,500 employees, a market evaluation of $3.6 billion, hundreds of millions in turnover. They do not care about you. The game is not designed for enjoyment, but instead is simply designed to be played a lot, fixating on generating revenue instead of generating fun, and my god is it obvious. Every single pillar of the game is suffering, and what do the community have to show for it? It's no coincidence that the game released the best content it has ever seen shortly following the lowest engagement and most critical points in its history. The Taken King after the disastrous vanilla, and Forsaken after the disastrous Destiny 2 vanilla. It's all about the numbers, and the numbers aren't quite low enough for anything to change. There is nothing quite like Destiny on the market, so Bungie can continue to do whatever they want. The protesting fans are built into the business model at this point. To me, this Skinner box has been out of treats for a long time now. Everyone in the AAA industry was so occupied trying to be the Destiny killer, the Destiny copier. Yeah, we're gonna be Destiny. We're gonna be Destiny and even better. When all along, Destiny was always the one destined to kill Destiny. The live service idea is inherently unsustainable with this type of design, and I feel no sympathy for the mess they've created for themselves. When the final shape winds up being yet another collection of reused assets being sold back to us as nostalgia, don't say I didn't warn you.
Naughty Dog has been working on this Last of Us standalone multiplayer experience.
If you didn't know, Knockout City is permanently shutting down forever.
BioWare has announced that the Anthem 2 project has been officially canceled 2 years after the original game was released.
There's no easy way to say this. We have made the incredibly difficult decision to stop development on that game.
Arcane Austin was reportedly set to release a big Redfall update this month that would have added offline play to the always online game before Microsoft suddenly shut the studio down.
It's going to be this whole live service, essentially.
Warner Brothers is doubling down on live service games.
I'm going to be talking about the real reason Rumble Wars is getting shut down.
In my heart of hearts, I believe games as service is a mistake.
Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League is as good as dead.
We know there are high expectations for the way that we're going to put a bow on this 10-year saga of Destiny 2.
Bungie, basically dead at this point.
To be upfront with everyone right now, we've got bad news and badder news, and a side of terrible news.
I was a big part of the Destiny community. So why did I quit talking about it?
It is overwhelmingly bad, worrisome, confusing news. It has to do with both Marathon, Destiny 2, and I guess Bungie as a whole. And while it is sort of a continuation of past bad news we've heard, there's some new things in here that, I don't know, are worse. I guess things are not improving, to say the least.
There you are.
Guide them.
Lords of Iron.
You never made it.
Hey, you too.
Then speak Osiris's name.
Guardians aren't supposed to investigate their past.
How's your sister? Don't you recognize us?
But driven with an army of darkness.
Your theory was correct. This may be our only chance to...
Lightbearer.
The witness.
Now, where were we? Ah, yeah. If Lightfall wasn't enough of a downer after scathing reviews and, more importantly, an exodus of Destiny 2 players that marked a new low point for community aspirations, and more importantly than even that, money was looking tight, and Bungie needed to get their Zavala ducks in a row. So what do you do when you're Sony and buy a company like Bungie to help make Destiny-like live service games, but then miss revenue targets by 45%, which is a lot of percent, and can't make their only currently existing live service game profitable? That's a good question. So Sony, who have admitted that they don't understand how to make live service games, hence buying Bungie to begin with, wind up in a lose-lose situation without the chicken or the egg. They certainly are farmers now though, with the Zavala ducks they have to milk. It is like spending millions of dollars or billions of dollars for the endless potential of a golden goose, or let's say golden Zavala duck in this case. But when you get the Zavala duck back to the farm, you realize it's made out of hollow paper mache with nothing but a timid IOU note inside. Bungie isn't exactly known for the stability of their production timelines, but something snapped this time. Something needed to break, and it did. You see, during 2020, many morons running games and tech companies saw the increase in engagement and sales because everyone was trapped inside and didn't have a choice otherwise. So, like the wise soothsayers they are, took advantage of the low interest rates to overhire, invest, and plan for growth that my golden retriever with one brain cell could predict was going to reverse when the global pandemic started to recede. The opportunists in management at Bungie saw this as a wonderful chance to flip the company while its value was disgustingly overinflated, somehow crossing their fingers and practically scamming Sony into giving a small handful of owners obscene generational wealth and a level of autonomy most studios could only dream of. Meanwhile, in the background, in reality, Destiny was quietly on fire with the development of the final shape, or at the time what we knew as Lightfall, not going particularly well.
A side should always be taken. Even if it's the wrong side.
No one quite yet understood the damage the release of Lightfall was yet to do to the potential and growth of this franchise, as well as other compounding ignored issues. So Sony reflexively dropped nearly $4 billion eye-watering dollars in a reactive environment where tech companies are swallowing up developers to bolster their various streaming and content initiatives without concern for studio culture or potential return on investment. Bungie, in order to retain that valuable company autonomy under Sony and not be absorbed or managed by them, were contractually obligated to deliver revenue targets, obviously. 45% misses would destroy most companies. It arguably did here. What Bungie management would have done without Sony stupidly bailing them out for no reason other than a misplaced belief in live service business models is interesting to think about. So presumably they got an incredible deal using inflated COVID engagement data to exaggerate their potential growth and value as a company, cashing in on the collective live service psychosis of every out-of-touch businessman who thinks they have the next Fortnite on their hands. Bit late to Zavala duck out now, isn't it? Sony's CFO, Hiroki Totoki, incredible name by the way, was quoted in a 2023 Q3 earnings call, "I felt there was room for improvement from a business perspective with regards to areas such as the use of business expenses and assuming accountability for development timelines." Translation?
Heads! We need heads!
As is unfortunately usually the case, those in charge of the decisions that led to poor returns are largely fine, while the people who do the creative work are culled, starting with around 1,300 heads, brutally chopped down to around 850 after 2 massive rounds of layoffs. Starting in October 2023 with the likes of my one true love, Michael Salvatore, amongst the unfortunate souls let go. Salvatore has been around since Myth, so his paycheck would have been very healthy, so of course, he was a sitting Zavala duck. This firing in particular marked a sad moment of clarity for my feelings towards Bungie. Say what you will about Destiny, but the soundscape and music is such a powerful and consistent part of its identity, arguably the most consistent single part of its identity.
I think I make Marty's music more accessible. I think he makes mine more interesting.
Oh. So to let part of that identity go for cost-saving measures represents a carelessness that goes beyond this single example. Bungie can function without the likes of Salvatore, sure. There are many names attached to the soundtrack at this point, but that DNA used to be what made this company stand out to begin with, that gave it its value. Much like BioWare or Visceral before them though, they're a shadow of their former selves, unrecognizable even. It was a gradual process. Marty O'Donnell, and now Salvatore, who established the sound of Destiny, Jamie Griesmer, who helped establish the gameplay of Destiny, Joseph Staten, who established the story and world of Destiny. They're all long gone. Even Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy, who Smith was only months ago assuring the audience that Destiny had a secure future they were going to discuss in due time, are now gone.
But facing the witness is not the end of Destiny 2. And it's definitely not the end of Destiny.
This was before we knew that none of the 5 incubation projects at Bungie were Destiny 3. Insanely stupid, but we'll get back to that later. Since 2008, the company has peaked to 10 times its size. But did we get 10 times the output, 10 times the quality? No. Obviously that's wildly simplified and scaling doesn't necessarily work like that and games are way more expensive to make now. But the answer's still no. In fact, I'm still trying to figure out what we did get. Half of it is gone. Bungie carried themselves as if they had the turnover of Epic Games. Their financial model is horrendous and new players are impossible to introduce to their only game. So obviously you're locked into a release cadence that is producing content for a smaller and smaller amount of ducks. The reason I tell you this sad tale of Bungie outside of Destiny is twofold. 1, it's a better story than anything in the game, and 2, it also explains why there's a Slimer skin in my sci-fi fantasy post-apocalyptic gear collection game. The final shape feels like they were doing everything in their power to make the best out of a bad situation, and to be fair, they did make perhaps their best ever expansion in a few different ways, but it's impossible to remove from the bad situation it's trapped beneath, or to detach from the sadness of how this is shaken out so close to the finish line. I've heard this game described as a plane that was being built while it's in the air, with the idea being that the final shape was supposed to be the gentle descent and majestic landing. And yeah, they might have landed the plane, but they landed it into the apocalypse, and everyone is dead. And if they're not dead, they are tired. My god, are they tired. So how am I supposed to feel about that holistically? It took them 10 years to release a campaign that's about as good as a Halo campaign, but took triple the time and 10 times the staff to do it. I was kind of hoping for this video to have a more positive slant, to put the cherry on top of this 10-year journey and documentation of these releases. A happy ending could have redeemed some of the rocky journey to get here, but like everything related to this damn franchise, it just has to be so complicated. The rise and fall of this game is a Greek tragedy, rises and falls is. It helps establish a new status quo, perpetually changing service games. It wildly vacillates in quality but has good engagement, causing the competition to copy the business model and shift into this style of development. So many copycats fail. Only a small handful are able to keep it sustainable, until inevitably the stagnancy catches up. The snake comes back round and eats its own tail. Destiny wasn't killed by anyone except Destiny. The community knows what's wrong. I'm sure the majority of developers working on it know what the game needs. But if management isn't directing the ship, then of course it's going to capsize or hit an iceberg. I can't help but shake the feeling that this is a pathetic whimper of an ending that is being wrapped up on another company's terms, souring what was supposed to be a celebration of everything that has been and building toward. Was it worth it? I guess that's what this video is about. Now let's talk about the actual game. Despite the story of the game, post-Lightfall being deflated and uninteresting, there were actually a fair amount of tweaks and changes that kept my playtime quite high. I've mentioned in previous videos how it was really the original Destiny that I knew the deepest and was most addicted to. Destiny 2 took a really long time to become good, or at least equal to where the original peaked. Outside of the main expansions, quests, or the odd mission here or there was very little stickiness about Destiny 2 for me. And when they gradually started selling back slightly tweaked versions of places I'm already familiar with, I kept it mostly an arm's length. Running around the same locations I've already rinsed or collecting a gun I've already got in the original game is not appealing or fresh content to me. The Witch Queen marked the moment where I felt some compulsion to stay in touch with this universe again beyond a surface level. I started caring about my builds, how my Guardian looked, making lists of exotics or weapons I wanted to collect. There was a fun loop in that. It seemed like there was a hope for the future of the game and a reason to invest time into it. The last time I truly indulged in the seasons was the build up to Lightfall, which was a turning point with my relationship with this game, as I was fairly impressed and genuinely intrigued with what was to come. It was starting to feel like a well-oiled machine that might actually live up to the potential of the premise and fire on all cylinders. It felt as if they'd finally figured out a more sustainable way to keep the game interesting.
Shadow Legion. We'll kick him out of Neomuna in no time.
Then Lightfall happened. Lightfall was horrendous, but post its release, like Bungie, I mostly ignored its existence and focused on the seasonal build-up to the final shape. None of these seasons stood out to me as being particularly relevant or strong. In fact, Season of the Deep might have the worst seasonal activity and dungeon I've experienced, with awful underwater platforming and air bubble sequences built into them. No thanks. None of it felt like it enhanced the build-up to the final shape. In fact, it felt more like a blatant scramble to make something to fill time until the last expansion was ready. They toyed with systems that dipped their pinky toe into roguelike customization or game design, something they should have embraced years ago or built into strikes or lost sectors, instead of ephemeral seasonal content that is relevant for a couple of months, then clogs up sections of the map or disappears entirely. The truth is, once you've played one season, you've kind of played them all. The storytelling is unengaging and structurally awful. Trickled out loops of talk to NPC, do mission, farm seasonal activity, talk to a hologram, then wait a week, and repeat. Isn't the most exciting incentive? Now and again you'll get an important cutscene which you can catch on YouTube anyway, as they are also ephemera and missable. The real enjoyment I got from this section of gameplay was playing around with the LFG system that they finally built into the game. The reason I hadn't done much raiding or even dungeons in D2 was that I hated using the LFG sites that were full of scumbags selling paid Sherpa runs or elitist players who gatekeep your loadout and game time. The elitism is still a problem, especially as the community continues to shrink, but I did have a good time running through all the dungeons with minimal effort. I didn't even have to use voice comms, which is ideal for me. I don't want to talk to you freaks. Some of the earlier dungeon designs are plain and forgettable, but getting my cowboy hat, storming a castle, and venturing back to the loot cave were all memorable and rewarding encounters to me. Not quite fun enough for me to run them countless times, but I feel like I got my money's worth out of the experience. My money's worth being mostly for free. I still think the dungeon key is a waste of money. I got the best edition of Lightfall on sale for really cheap and played the anniversary pack when it was free on Epic Games. Even if the baseline mechanics of this game have been stretched thin to the point where I genuinely don't know where else there is to go without a full sequel refresh, I was never bored with the design outside of these awful underwater sequences. Sure, have an underwater setting, but why do you have to restrict my movement in a snappy FPS that's all about chain reactions and moving quickly? I cannot stand this. These dull, elongated seasons leading to the final shape cemented the fact that there's no way I'll be playing one of them ever again. Partially because they are boring and unrewarding, but
but also because they aren't really doing them anymore. They rebranded them into what are now called Echoes, which is just a corporate change of scenery, which basically boils down to these are seasons with less content. We just can't call them seasons because you'll expect a season's worth of content. And hilariously, in the time it has taken me to make this video, Echoes have already been assessed as a failure and seasons will be returning at some point or something. Now let's talk about the story, the main event, and where were we with the story?
Is it possible? There you are. You don't know how long I've been looking for you.
The big bad Megamind opened a portal into the titular traveler hovering above Earth and went inside it. The attempts to enter the portal were thwarted until Crow made a wish and used the paracausal link with his sister to provide the ability to guide us safely through. Or something. The emphasis on nostalgia is immediate and on the nose, and I kind of like it. It makes every previous attempt to weaponize the sentimentality of the fanbase even more barefaced and obvious, but there's something narratively satisfying about looping back to end where we began. Even if their attempts to act like this was always the plan is obvious bollocks and retconning if you've ever been paying even the slightest bit of attention. A glossy pre-rendered cutscene heads us off once the recap is over, which is cool but so distractingly reminiscent of Mass Effect 3 that it's hard to ignore or not contrast, especially with how much stronger the imposing oppressive force was in that franchise by its equivalent point. The Witness has quite a complicated and abstract motivation for a game as simple as this, and the cutscene does a decent job reminding you what it is. A godlike entity that is trying to freeze all of existence into a permanent, controlled, eternally calcified state of perfection, aka the final shape of the universe, in order to stop the eternal cycle and chaos of life, is genuinely existential and veering into cosmic horror that this universe probably should have reveled in more from the beginning. It quickly creates problems as far as the endless questions as to how and why we are even able to interact, let alone defeat, a being so powerful it is able to reshape time and space itself, but we'll get into that more as it comes up. The corny, irritating 80s aesthetic of Lightfall is quickly forgotten as Bungie go back to flexing their art department for an art style in this expansion that is memorable and striking, finally giving them a mind-bending excuse to push their use of color, asymmetry, and geometry that feels off-putting in the best of ways. If the thesis from the beginning of Destiny has been to remix and take something old and make it feel new again, this is the first time it properly feels like something has been made new and fresh despite the reminiscence of the past.
Good. You're here. Need backup.
The strong bronze, greens, and golds give it a distinct color palette, and the abstract villain brings with it a freedom to embrace dreamlike horror imagery with limbs and faces protruding from random environments. I still lament how they undercut all of this with how the design of the Witness itself is so inherently goofy and stupid looking that it damages the overall threat it imposes. It's so close, it's nearly there, but those big loving cat eyes, pinchable nose, and brushable monobrow are extremely hard to take seriously. The face smoke is perfect and looks so great in game. I just wish it either obscured its face more or felt rooted in a design more fitting for this universe. Even concept artwork with the same design but a more abstract face makes such a difference to how imposing it feels.
The Witness nears the final shape.
We're initiating Operation Ahamkara. No.
With that said, it's our turn to enter the portal, ending with a jaw-dropping establishing shot teasing the mind-bending powers of the Witness. This is the first mission of the campaign, Transmigration. You deal with some Taken who are working with the Witness. Outside of obvious gameplay reasons, I don't really understand why a godlike entity even needs foot soldiers, or why there were years worth of build-up for pyramid ships that all turned out to be empty, but here we are. You use an orb of light to make real some theoretical structures and climb deeper into the chaotic dreamlike mess.
Scans are inconclusive. I'm getting conflicting readings on age and material composition.
We're finally back to the expertly staged map design to make the player feel like a cinematographer. The light source is perfectly complementing the purple hue and organically leading you to the objective.
Guardian, I'm not sure what that creature is. It reads like a scion, but its genetics are scrambled, changed.
Reskinned Scions are the first new enemy to be introduced, with their most interesting quirk being a strand pull ability that keeps you moving around the battlefield. A lot of Destiny mission design is structured around events that force you to slow down or stop you blitzing through in mere minutes. These usually involve some kind of basic puzzle like this barrier that needs to be opened by destroying hidden nodes. The asset reuse is obvious yet justified with the creative reframing of the reshaped world, and manages to hold on to its novelty for the entirety of the campaign. You're greeted by a handful of enemies you seem to be unable to damage on your Ghost Warns.
Guardian, I don't think we can win this fight.
They attempt to create a sense of urgency with the VO reminding us how difficult it is for the Queen to hold the portal open.
The witness is pushing back against me.
I tend to find this sort of thing a lot more effective when you can actually see characters in the world with you or in a cutscene, instead of having to imagine to bridge the gap between obvious gamey platforming and feeling like you're part of the story. Kill a sized up knight, shoot a handful of dingles, and then have to run past some of the pink bar invincible guys while the witness taunts you.
You have lost.
The Traveler Spirit Duck from Vanilla Destiny 2 is called back to, and guides you through the portal to a goofy cutscene filling in some details about the light and dark conflict. We see images of ghosts being born, musical stings from the original Destiny soundtrack. The Venom goo even gets a cameo. Hi Venom. Then the witness gets mad. I've wanted to visit the innards of the Traveler. That didn't sound right. Since the very beginning, when it was theorized that the Black Garden was somehow inside the Traveler. It has long been a mystery box waiting to be opened and explored, so I'm glad we get to see it. I enjoy this moment where the Traveler makes a path for you with these jelly platforms. Mechanically, you just kind of run in a straight line, but anytime this game takes a moment to cool off and build up some kind of anticipation or atmosphere, is a surprisingly rare occurrence for a game reaching its 10th year as a franchise. You're seamlessly led into a tunnel system which exits onto yet another beautiful establishing shot of what's known as the Pale Heart, the new location. Deep natural greens and inviting earthy tones are juxtaposed against trippy giant ghosts and unnatural shapes warped into the landscape to create an environment that is truly fresh for this franchise. Asset reuse when it's used creatively can make something unrecognizable, let alone when they're allowed to get weird with it. Get freaky, man.
I can feel the light here. It's everywhere. The grass, the air.
This is genuinely very cool. Freaky bat guys reveal themselves as another new aspect of this expansion, and that's something truly new without a single caveat. Hooray! The prismatic wellspring mechanic is established, so we finally have the chance to defeat those pesky pink bar enemies.
There! Light and dark are colliding nearby, forming a wellspring. We can use it.
This adds our own pink bar beneath your super bar, that when both thumbsticks are clicked, plays a satisfying animation depending on your class, and gives you access to the prismatic subclass abilities in a temporary form.
We want it to feel a little broken.
This whole prismatic thing is less new, as much as it is a remix and added layers of complexity to the sandbox, with these enemies that can only be damaged when this ability is activated. We'll get deeper into prismatic shortly, but I will say we're about at the limit of what can be added to the sandbox without needlessly overcomplicating it and requiring some kind of base redesign through a fully fledged sequel.
That's the tower. That's our tower, before Gaul destroyed it years ago.
After an encounter with a couple of familiar mini-bosses, we reach a familiar location, familiar, from the original Destiny for a nice surprise.
This was the old Vanguard command center, but it's changed. Light and dark are welling up here, more than I've ever felt before. The line between light and dark it's gone. It's gone. Guardian, you fused light and dark into harmony. How?
Corny baby dialogue aside, thank God you're handed the Prismatic subclass so quickly. It only took them nailing new subclasses in the Taken King all those years ago, to then undoing it with the dull stasis grind in Beyond Light, and topped off with the equally badly implemented Strand subclass in Lightfall, for them to finally get this one right. Prismatic is kind of the final port of sale with how far this system can be pushed, while still calling it new. The combination of light and dark means you can, within reason depending on your class, pick and choose abilities to your liking. A clear indication that any future of these systems should probably be simplified and built around the idea that you can use any combination of abilities without the need to switch subclasses at all. Prismatic is fun to play around with on your first normal difficulty campaign run, but with how some of the better fragments, abilities and aspects are locked behind later game grinding, I learned the hard way that your older subclass build is probably a lot more reliable when it comes to that legendary difficulty run. Or maybe I just suck. I'm sure you'll tell me, this is the subclass system taken to its logical extreme. Completely break it open and let us have our fun, I say. Who cares about balance at this point? I did notice that as a Titan main, it seemed a lot less powerful than the other two equivalent Prismatic classes. Warlock in particular felt like easy mode even on Legendary, but that wouldn't be the first time you Warlock losers have had it easy. There is still room to expand on this system for a potential unlimited freedom, but Lord knows how they will balance it in the end.
We can use this. We're stronger than we've ever been. We can use this. Let's go.
The ghost dialogue continues to be pretty corny and irritating. Otherwise, we're reaching the end of this first mission with yet another new tasty treat. A fragmented witness corners you in the familiar location of the overgrown tower from the original Destiny, with a swarm of dread enemies.
The Dread are this new witness faction.
This time pitting you against a Subjugator mini-boss. Interestingly, when the final shape was first revealed, this was the only new enemy type that they were touting.
And so you're going to fight these new enemies, the Subjugators.
Subjugators are the new unit you're going to be facing in the final shape.
The lukewarm response to the reveal, low pre-order numbers, alongside the company troubles, must have made them feel desperate and cornered. So after the delay, this one new enemy type suddenly morphed into an entire enemy faction. See, if you just lower your standards to Mariana Trench-like depths, you can over-deliver to standards that used to be, well, standard.
And so if box products are in the business of over-delivery, live service is the business of constant delivery.
Overall, I really enjoyed the inclusion of this faction. I can't even imagine the lack of punch this would have had without them included. The decided lack of fanfare over them in marketing and frankly, in the design of the missions themselves does point to a fairly rushed inclusion with how nonchalantly they're introduced. The forgettable moths in the Witch Queen arguably had more fanfare to their introduction. Also, does this not make you question where these minions were when the pyramid ships arrived? The cope I read from the Destiny fan cult justifying why their 1,000 plus people company, well not anymore, couldn't add more enemies to shoot at in the game where the main objective is to shoot at enemies, just because it didn't make sense in the lore. We've seen everybody in the world, in the universe. Well look, they clearly can do it when they're scared enough. While in 2018, the last time they did this, the new faction was effectively Zombie Fallen, these guys have a much stronger identity of their own. The idea being that each dread unit are visages of the witness's previous subjugators. The quote-unquote feeling of new that this edition brings cannot be understated and should be a core pillar or expectation for what helps define the idea of an expansion.
So, what's next?
Oh, you gotta get better boots, Crow. I could hear you coming a mile away.
So, Cade 6 is back.
Well, I'll be damned.
With Nathan Fillion thankfully returning instead of Nolan North's Nathan impression. Can't say that too quick. Which was used way back in Forsaken when they killed him off. A story beat I criticized at the time for being a frustrating choice as it lacked either impact or surprise with how it was handled. They killed off their only character that had personality or charisma as a seemingly desperate marketing stunt for when the game was struggling. Luckily, a fair amount has changed since then, with other characters who have blossomed into something more. But I was still concerned with how it looked like they were doing the same thing again, but in reverse. Oh god, the game's in a bad place. Let's kill the fan favorite. Oh god, the game is in a bad place.
Let's bring back the fan favorite, especially with how those without goldfish memories will remember the meaningless promises made in 2018 that Cade is 100% dead and will stay dead. And I guess is technically still true in a very fantasy excuse kind of way, but that's what's fun about a science fantasy setting. You can basically just do what you want if you present it well enough. Although unlike last time, which really didn't work for me.
Now let's go to prison!
The framing and explanation for his return is tasteful and very well done. They avoid the cringe, Reddit, random minion, chicken humor from vanilla Destiny 2.
Indeed.
And give him enough screen time for it to feel like they're actually doing something with him as a character and that he has purpose being there, with specific rules to explain it, which we'll get into more as we delve deeper into this campaign. The mixture of in-engine high-polished cutscenes for immediate character moments, flexing skyboxes and environmental art against the exposition dump ink blotch style comic cutscenes works well for me, as an efficient use of resources to get the context across. A particular touch I think is wonderful is the video game ass establishing the basic goals of this campaign through the visuals.
Pain I can feel. Somebody's up in that monolith with their hand on a knife. Crow calls it the witness.
Who would have thought that the solution to their convoluted, nondescript, circular, dull map design was to simplify it into a literal straight line? But when you think about it, it's kind of the obvious solution. The best Halo missions were always just get to place with whatever tools you can find. This whole campaign is basically taking the vastness of a single Halo level, but stretching it out into one enormous trek with checkpoints and an end goal lying at the edge of the level. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the best ones. We can argue about how this helps or hurts replayability as far as how social spaces are impacted by this decision, with some upset by how isolated it might feel in comparison with spaces from older releases, but isolation is a feeling. A Destiny location evoking an emotional reaction from me is a win in my book, as something that is new to the franchise and was an element I was not expecting them to address or fix so many expansions deep. Our next mission is to find Crow so he can join the campfire.
We gotta get out there and find Crow. I was expecting him, not you, and that ain't a good sign.
The base of operations that acts as the moving hub as you go deeper into the Pale Heart. Your ghost acts as the main vendor, which also gives a nice through line that reminds you of your link to the Traveler.
So, Cade, I looked him over while you were talking. Scan says that's really him. There's a few readings I can't explain. He's made of light, like me.
This leads us to the mission Temptation, starting exactly where the last mission ended.
Last transmission I got from Crow was just before you showed up.
You take a leap of faith and hear some light sprinkling of lore to open the floodgates as far as trying to explain the dreamy nature of being inside the Traveler.
The inside is a composite of the outside. You're gonna see some things you recognize, and some things you don't. Treat it all as real. Unless it ain't. But I can guarantee you the Shadow Legion up ahead are as real as they come.
The difference it makes when VO is delivered by someone with as much screen presence as Nathan Fillion is compelling, and you're always left wanting more of him, which can't be said for a lot of other characters in the history of this franchise. As you proceed past some combat encounters, you meet the Vision Bird again.
The bird from our vision. That can't be a coincidence. Let's follow it.
I tried to follow, I did! That barrier, this place, the cave, it's impossible for me to push past it all.
In order to lower this barrier, you must solve 3 puzzles which involve you killing an Insight Scion for a buff that allows you to move a dial. Nothing groundbreaking, but the puzzles on each level here are varied and different enough to break up the pace and not get too repetitive.
I think it's pretty obvious to you too. The real mystery is why nobody wants to say it out loud.
I will. A traveler. It's helping us.
The final combat encounter is with a large Taken Cabal, which again is strange that it's not a remix of one of the new, exciting enemies.
This must be it. Lynn's right. This feels cancerous. Like a blight.
Using the Witness as an excuse to characterize the inner turmoil, combining show and tell with the environment, honestly feels like the Bungie I used to know and love. It's accentuating the overwhelming knowledge and power of the Witness, catching us up on characters like Crow, and giving us context as to where we are, using the environment to aid the dialogue. It complements itself so well and is what I've been asking for since the beginning.
We offer to erase Prince Baldwin's stain from the Dreaming City.
Even basic traversal through tunnels is enhanced with these blocky, sharp, geometric structures that guide you through the environment, subconsciously feeding into the unnatural motivations of the villain, with its want for uniformity through its brutalist architecture and cubism influence, contrasted against uneasy natural shapes of pained faces that hit you with its uncomfortable beauty. Outside of Lightfall, the art direction has always been utterly stellar and one of the best parts of this franchise. But this is on a level I haven't quite seen from them before. It's clever, memorable, and brilliantly staged all round. Moving from these claustrophobic tunnels steeped in darkness and red lighting, then immediately set against a huge open environment with ethereal greens for a completely different type of unease. It's not the most replayable delivery as far as gameplay is concerned. It's more of a walking simulator style, but if you're looking for replayability, to me that's what content like Strikes or Dungeons are for. Let the story-focused campaign be packed with story and atmosphere. If you hadn't caught on, I quite like this.
There, up ahead.
I've seen these veiled statues before. You have too.
After each mission, you get a character-led reward nugget at the campsite, this time in a crystal cavern. The mixture of pre-rendered, hand-animated audio-only and procedural is a good balance for the type of narrative they're trying to tell.
Listen, the others spotted a location nearby that resembles the Io Cradle. Sounds like something that would be of interest to a warlock we know.
Next up is exegesis. Exegesis, with the goal this time being, find Ikora. While I've been gushing a lot about the presentation, the actual plot itself is fairly weak as far as structure is concerned. You quickly figure out that about half of the campaign is exactly this. Find Crow. Find Ikora. Find Zavala. It's not the end of the world, but it does feel repetitive as far as immediate goals, and doesn't leave much space for the characters you want to see to have time to interact with each other.
Exegesis.
It is one of the more puzzle-heavy missions, combining the pick up a thing and place the thing, the light shield from Vault of Glass, with the kill a thing and collect two different things of thing that correspond with platform things. It's fun enough.
More of the Witness's abominations. Careful, Guardian.
The final new enemy type is introduced at the start of this level, those being the sharp and explosive husk enemies. An aggressive melee unit that punishes you with a heat-seeking worm projectile if not taken out with critical hits, especially nerve-wracking to deal with on harder difficulties.
Any sign of Ikora? Or her ghost?
Nothing yet.
The longest part of this mission for me is a sequential puzzle involving you activating 4 founts of light and darkness in a particular order. Now, my dumbass finds the Destiny puzzles quite obtuse, so on my first playthrough this took me forever. Not because it's even difficult, but more so the process is kind of maddening if you mess up on the 3rd or 4th fount. Make sure you tell me how easy you found it though, and how smart you are.
This is definitely Ikora's ship. Let's take a closer look.
To check if you've been paying attention, all of the previous mechanics are combined with a Hive Ogre boss. Not particularly inspired, and probably the weakest level in the campaign overall. The Crystal Cave setting isn't anything fresh, and despite the new enemies, you're mostly dealing with Hive for the 40 billionth time. The level picks up towards the end once you're out of the caverns, with another stunning establishing shot moment.
I made a promise. Then I broke it. I died.
And a combat encounter with a mixture of dread.
Guardian, the Witness's forces are heading your way.
We found Ikora. She's deep in meditation.
If Ikora zenned out, she might actually get some answers from the Traveler.
He was always ready with a hypothesis. But here's mine.
You're shown a repeat of information as to what is going on inside the Traveler. At first, I kind of understand why they did this, as the motivation is quite confusing to communicate, so it's probably good that they made it as clear as possible.
If light is powerful enough to destroy the universe, then light is powerful enough to destroy the Witness. Come back safe.
Out of the main cast of characters, Ikora is the one who's remained the least interesting and has never really clicked with me. They found angles for Crow, the Queen, Zavala, and Cade, but there isn't much to this character outside of the obvious wise, stoic, wizard, sage archetype. She's fine.
Hey. I did my best, all right? Given the circumstances, I think Big Blue will forgive me. Will you?
No. It's too much. It's just too much.
Ikora and Cade have an awkward reunion at the campfire. It's nice to see some emotion and understand the dynamics. It just doesn't really land for me as we barely saw these characters interact outside of this, so their closeness is mostly implied or expanded in lore I don't know anything about. In contrast, the Crow-Cade dynamic is instantly compelling with their history, and someone like Zavala is more interesting with how they've simply done a better job of characterizing him over time.
That's why the Witness is here. It wants to weaponize the Traveler and transform the universe into a fixed state based on what it believes we deserve.
Ghost repeats the Witness's motivation, again, in dialogue that continues to repeat itself to try and compensate for the first or second time you might have missed it because of your friend
excuse me,
farting into the mic or that really funny TikTok distracting you. Okay, that is pretty funny though. Requiem is up next. Probably my favorite mission in this campaign, with the simple goal of find Zavala. This level establishes a glyph matching mechanic, which is one of the more enjoyable puzzles to me. Once defeated, certain enemies leave behind a randomized symbol that you have to match out of a selection of pools in order to proceed.
The Traveler used its life to terraform planets, to seed life, while the Witness uses it to reshape
More repetition.
this world.
Hey, did Zavala have anything nice to say about me at my funeral? He always gave the best eulogies.
No, not a word.
Seriously?
He wasn't there. Wouldn't come out of his office.
I get it. Sometimes grief's a locked door.
You wind up trapped deep within a cave system with another barrier, and 2 warders need to be taken out to match the symbols and continue. Throughout the campaign, you are periodically gifted prismatic chests as a reward for the more challenging encounters. This way of trickling out gameplay mechanics to tinker with encourages you to experiment as you explore deeper into the campaign. A feature I wish they'd embraced years ago, as it feels a lot more rewarding than a lot of the other more restrictive subclass unlocks in past expansions.
Commander for leadership, but he is made fragile by his doubts.
Much like in the Crow mission from earlier, the traversal through the map is utilized to communicate the struggles of Zavala, while complemented with the Witness taunting you with its cruel observations.
Child of my enemy, why have you come?
Very reminiscent of the moments in Halo 3 where Cortana or the Gravemind would pause you in your tracks and warp the screen to shout at you, albeit much less intrusive and annoying than that. Why didn't they just add a skull to turn that off once you finished it? Anyway, getting distracted. Speaking of Halo, one of the best ongoing themes in that series was how it handled the ideas of blind faith and dedication to principles and ideas that might not be all they cracked up to be when the curtain is pulled back. The Arbiter character was the embodiment of this, voiced by the legendary Keith David.
Kill me or release me, parasite. But do not waste my time with talk.
Who coincidentally replaced Lance Reddick, who passed away before his video could be completed for the final shape. It's a shame Reddick couldn't make it to the end. Even when the story was utterly bare, his voice and presence always stood out.
Whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars.
He just gets it. The fact he was a regular player and was logged into the game the day before his death is also super bittersweet. With that being said, plenty of characters have been recast over the years to mixed results.
This is fallen territory. We aren't safe here.
But I don't think a single person, and I mean a single person, has a problem with David as the choice to continue the legacy of the character. Not only does he have the Bungie DNA with his contributions to Halo, but it's Keith David.
And they asked me, would I be interested in, taking over? And I was like, wow, big shoes to fill.
He really was the choice to make the best out of a horrible situation.
When fallen took his son's life.
You learn that Zavala had a son he had lost to the Fallen,
culminating with a battleground forged from the memories of the house he raised his deceased child in. A stunning image that's both arresting and cruel. The truth is though, the foundation of this was actually laid in a cutscene from Season 17, closer to the Witch Queen launch. As I mentioned, I don't find the seasonal content very compelling, so I happen to have missed this 4-minute long ink blotch exposition when it was originally released. While some of the dialogue is juvenile, the overall texture this adds to Zavala is weighty, consequential, and ultimately what I want to see from these characters. Him lingering on while his lover died, with him watching from the sidelines asking each generation below her for forgiveness for something that wasn't even his fault, is a dark, tragic, and creative concept. It makes me wonder what else I've missed from the story and world simply by not obsessively using this game as a lifestyle, or I guess not watching every My Name is Bife upload.
The fallen will not defile my family's memory. Guardian, honor them with me. Defend my homestead.
It's nice to see an AI character in the actual environment with you and not just in your ear. He's utterly useless and mostly there for show as far as gameplay is concerned though. We are a long way away from the interactive sandbox fun of the Marines or Spartans in Halo, but at this point I will take what I can get. The boss that caps off this level is a big mech. Kind of disappointing, contrasted against the character-led framing here. Even if the boss was a big fallen captain paying homage to the character who killed his son, could have been a lot more emotionally involving and require a similar amount of work, but I guess the robot will do.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. I need to say goodbye.
This element of the campaign definitely feels like the emotional center and is my favorite part of it. Unlike the kind of awkward reunion with Ikora and Cade, Zavala gets a fully animated cutscene to celebrate.
Yeah, me too, big guy. Me too.
They reminisce on the goofy death of the woman who sold sparrows, ending with Cade delivering a poignant speech about loss.
Life isn't about holding on forever. I mean, I was gone, mourned, at peace, and now I'm here, opening old wounds, filling them with salt. Eventually, you have to let go.
Sure not the way it's going to be this time.
This is a good scene. The subtle animation work on his lifeless robot face is extremely well done and emotive. The small touches with the eye movement in particular do so much to communicate and complement the performance from Fillion. Great stuff. Next up is the Ascent mission, which as the name implies, you go up. A snowy tundra, reincorporating elements of the Cosmodrome, guides you towards the overarching objective of reaching the Witness's monolith. The creative environments continue with inverted cave systems with upside-down trees and reversed waterfalls.
What was that?
Oh, I felt it too, little guy. That's the Traveler. The Witness is digging around in its guts.
The topsy-turvy imagery finds fresh ways to make old things new. You even get an optional character interaction with Cade and Crow having a conversation that isn't limited by the static nature of a cutscene, giving you flexibility when replaying the level to choose if you want to engage or not, although you probably should because you get an answer to the ongoing mystery as to how Cade is back.
Crow wants to talk about how wonderful it is that the Traveler brought me back, like Ikora hasn't done enough of that already.
It wasn't the Traveler. It was me. I wished my way here on an Ahamkara.
On an Ahamkara, the dragon that twists wishes and dreams into waking nightmares?
As I mentioned earlier, science fantasy is an open playground, so this answer makes sense to me. The moment-to-moment character interactions are more important to the style of presentation at hand. Sometimes it was a wish granted by a dragon, lol, is enough.
These Vex are followers of the Witness. It's all divisive. The same zealots from the Black Garden.
I know all about the Black Garden. You sure you don't want to talk about why you're back?
The why doesn't matter. Never did. Just Stay focused and clear a path up the mountain.
One aspect I appreciate about this campaign that I can't really say about any other Destiny campaign is that every level is quite distinct as far as biomes and color palettes are concerned, with the general mood that darkens and becomes more oppressive as it moves along. Another small but important detail with the continuous feeling of variety that also used to be a staple of Halo campaigns back in the day. God, I sound old.
We found the Vex mine. It must be in charge of those here.
The stale bosses continue to underwhelm, however, with serviceable encounters like the Unwaking Mind, a typical barrier boss with simple mechanics we've seen in this game 40 billion, trillion, gazillion times before, without a story or thematic hook to stand out in any meaningful way. This was one of my bigger critiques with the Witch Queen, so it's a shame this element wasn't invigorated despite the new enemy faction and the endless plot excuses to reuse character models and encounters. The reuse of the Ahamkara raid boss stood out in the Witch Queen as something they probably should do more of. You could argue that you want to keep those as raid exclusive, but everything else gets reused endlessly and reskinned, and the tiniest percentage of players even play raids, so the campaign enjoyers might as well get something when variety has been an issue for so long.
Cyclops for 2 hours.
Again, perhaps if you could see or interact with Cade for this fight, it would make moments like this more immersive, but this has been a problem forever in this franchise, with characters talking about what they're doing over comms and you never really getting to see it outside of highly restrictive, curated moments with minimal interactivity.
This is it. The energy signature is coming from over there, past the cars where I found you. This is where everything started. There's an intense amount of light welling up from this fissure.
That light, that's what it used to be like here, pure and powerful. The golden feeling you get when you're holding a winning hand, just forever.
Nostalgia isn't the only reward to this moment, as you're gifted your class's corresponding prismatic super ability. In my Titan's case, void axes you can hurl and pick up again for many instances of purple carnage.
That energy, that wasn't just the light. That was the traveler.
What do you know about grief and desperation? Except how to turn it off.
Zavala goes in on Ikora for being a flat character.
That's not fair.
And we're let loose onto the last open section of the Pale Heart map. Unfortunately, this is a bit of a hump in the flow of this campaign, with the next 4 major objectives being: do a Lost Sector. Now do another Lost Sector.
Be careful.
Now do another Lost Sector.
We're here.
Now do the one new strike.
We did it. The way is clear.
The last 2 Destiny campaigns didn't require a checklist string of objectives like this, so it winds up feeling like an artificial way to extend the length of the campaign. You have to do it in a particular order, so it's not like you can explore organically, and it takes some of the replayability away, as usually the Lost Sectors were more of a post-campaign mini-mission to give some purpose to returning to a new environment. With that being said, there is more dialogue than usual, and the 3rd Lost Sector includes an AI companion that actually fights alongside you.
This one is not your enemy. This one will assist you.
I don't hear anything.
Mind if I try?
Cade triggers an expensive pre-rendered cutscene that shows a vision from the Traveler.
Hi.
Santes? Is that really you?
Guardians, ghosts, the Traveler. We're all connected. We're... Devotion, bravery, sacrifice.
The Guardian tenants. I know. I know. I heard you the first time, but you forgot one. It's... No!
No! Kate, what happened? What did you see?
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't!
As we approach the tail end of the campaign, it's first required to complete the Liminality Strike, a solid addition with some memorable imagery and standout lighting.
There's the tormentor.
The final boss being a cracked out tormentor with some gooey ball carrying mechanics required to take it down. It's crazy thinking about how many of these used to be featured or expected in expansions, with Forsaken including 4, but I suppose they are a lot more complex than they used to be, and this pillar of content has largely been ignored in favor of seasonal slop.
Bad news. The commander's left camp alone without his ghost. Tarj needs our help tracking him down.
It's kind of funny how the next mission, Descent, is yet another Find Zavala. Again, with the greater plot importance being to establish some way we can weaken and defeat the Witness by looping back round to the long-speculated veiled statues that have been featured over the years since the underwhelming Shadowkeep.
The last statue said they can only speak to us in darkness. That makes me think they still have some connection to the Witness.
Something that's made up of 1 million individuals is bound to have a few dissenting voices.
With the Witness being a single consciousness made up of an entire civilization, we learn that anyone within the consciousness who could be categorized as a dissenter was separated and calcified into these veiled constraints. Pyramid architecture sets the backdrop for most of the mission, with tweaks like the Howling Plague of the Witness debuff interrupting your movement and health regeneration for an added challenge.
You were once part of the Witness. Can you just tell us how to defeat it?
We are bound.
A lot of the ghost voices or characterization haven't worked for me, but the Tarj character has a great voice and performance to help carry the level along. The periodic updates from the Dissenter are a good hook for this mission, and the use of lighting in particular with the imposing shadows is diegetic in a way you might not even think about if you're not paying attention. The final confrontation in the level is a boss room that weirdly reminded me of the Geth server mission from Mass Effect 3. With floating platforms and fragmented structures. Again, the boss itself is yet another random reused Scorn enemy. The absolute lack of showmanship from the bosses in this game leaves them with such a lack of personality. They are so forgettable.
This place is falling apart. We gotta move.
After a tense escape sequence, you finally reunite again with Zavala for one of the better cutscenes in the whole expansion. We're treated with a glossy cutscene reiterating how the Witness was created. The repetition is laughable at this point with how many times we've been told this exact same information. It points to a lack of confidence in its audience and presentation, but at least this time the visuals are disturbing and strong. Centering around a character who's truly conflicted and lost himself was a good choice. The imagery of the swaying, veiled creatures that birthed the Witness is a lot more intimidating and off-putting than the actual Witness itself when it appears and destroys Zavala's ghost. I like that sacrifices had to be made in order to move forward and learn new information. It adds stakes and consequences to the story that lacks from most of the other Destiny content.
This changes nothing, Zavala. You're still our friend. You're still our commander.
It changes everything. I have no light, no purpose, no ghost.
Tarj is gone. Zavala is mortal, but their sacrifice can't be for nothing. We have to go to the memory of the place where the Witness made itself, so we can learn how to unmake it.
We finally made it to the last mission of the campaign, the aptly named Iconoclasm. Mismatched Lego-looking towers start the siege against the Witness. The environment is the most extreme it's been yet, emphasizing your closeness to the villain. Large chipped-out chasms and warped hallways break up otherwise beautifully destroyed landscapes.
That riddle, what was made can be unmade. I can't get it out of my head. How are we supposed to unmake the Witness?
The same way that the Witness plans to remake the universe.
The Traveler's Light.
The leading mechanic for this mission is a poison debuff, which can only be countered by shooting an orb, which protects you for a handful of seconds. There's a challenging encounter that stacks the poison mechanic with the glyph memory puzzle, whilst trapped in a claustrophobic amber hell room with dark blades trying to smack you with an axe. This level is the prime example of how far they've come as far as level design is concerned. To contrast this with vanilla Destiny 2, let alone the original Destiny, is night and day. This is probably about as far as they can push these kinds of mechanics without it reaching the complexity of a raid or dungeon, but they do their job as far as teaching these disparate mechanics over various different levels and combining them for satisfying and challenging payoffs. The penultimate boss encounter is a spar with another ogre thing, again combining the various mechanics from previous levels to remind and prepare you for what's capping this all off. It's fitting that the final mission is the most mechanically complicated and dense, displaying a gameplay trust in the player in a way the writing can't quite match.
Are you not also a prisoner of this eternal chase? For all your power, you destroy to receive glittering rewards. The commendations of your peers, triumphant accolades for all to see.
Yeah, the Witness getting meta.
I really don't like the look of these rooms.
Well, I do. The Witness takes one last shot at trying to convince you to join its side, like the developers using nostalgia against you.
Guardian, that looks like the old Vanguard war table.
Lightbearer. These meager pawns you allow to lead you. Their strength pales in comparison to your own. They hold you back from all that you could become.
One final climb takes us to the ritual site where we can put this to an end.
How did she find my hideout?
This is the place Zavala described.
This fight is strangely similar to two different campaign encounters from the past, one positive, one negative. Starting positively, the final battle with Sabathun in the Witch Queen involved moments of destroying worms or webs or strings or whatever it was, to gradually weaken her for a final blow. Breaking up the fight this way gives it a satisfying cadence and a chance to build the tension, as well as variety and give you a checkpoint to catch your breath. The fight I was not expected to be reminded of was actually the last mission at the end of Vanilla Destiny, an utterly forgettable, mechanically dry shoot-off with 3 identical Vex robots. Obviously this is a hell of a lot better than that, but while thematically loosely relevant I suppose, is the last thing I was expecting to be reminded of. Perhaps pure coincidence, or perhaps they were trying to do it again and do it right this time? Most of the fight is you managing the poison buff and taking out 3 subjugators, with each defeat granting you a light sword given to you by the Traveler, which is used to destroy the Witness from the inside out.
Split what has become vile one into the repentant many.
Destroy us.
A nice touch by the time you get to the 3rd subjugator is that the whole cast of characters has been chipping away, making the last one a walk in the park. A rare moment of interaction where we're shown the characters instead of being told or implied by cutscenes. AI companions for entire missions would be the next step for improving character development and interactivity, but again, I'll take what I can get.
We cut you out!
After one final escape set piece where you walk in a line, we get what looks like an ending cutscene.
We had such hope. You would understand.
It's wounded.
With the Witness only seemingly injured, it shows its mixture of overwhelming power against its slow grabs so the Vanguard can epically run around dodging for fan service and trailer shots. The expectation, as is the same with the majority of previous campaigns, is that whatever the big bad is simply cannot be defeated in the campaign and must be saved in part for the raid. This is no different except for a slight tweak which feels strangely inclusive for those who don't care about endgame raids, which is the majority of the player base. It won't flow like this now, but before the raid was released you were greeted with a literal "to be continued" text that paused the story. You were prompted to complete available side quests like the exotic mission for the Still Hunt sniper rifle, as well as other miscellaneous time killers such as the Lost Ghost collectible missions, the sucky New Way bounties work, and the general exploration of the map, with the regional overthrow activity, which is a grindy combination of mechanics and rewards you've seen countless times if you understand the loot this game has been designed around forever.
Moments ago, one fire team infiltrated the Witness's monolith and shattered its hold on the Traveler's light.
When the first group finished the raid, the real final mission, or I guess more of an epilogue really, Excision was unlocked. An insane 12-player showdown with the final form of the Witness.
This is it.
We are the first knife.
A mechanically shallow bloodbath, but who cares? The fan service and novelty of the scope is enough to carry this to its end. A 20-minute combat maelstrom with the Vitruvian Witness is about the best possible way to conclude this saga with what they've put down. A clear love letter to the ambitious concept that, until now, had rarely been explored within the game proper. The promise of a cooperative, interactive world where you're simultaneously one of many, but also the most powerful being in the known universe. While the goofball villain is undeniably silly and shooting it in the heart with bullets seems fruitless when juxtaposed against the godlike cosmic horror of what it's capable of, there is something wonderfully satisfying about the chaos of this conclusion. There's an undeniable sense of, you actually did it. You over-delivered. That's going to haunt them forever. Now, it's not necessarily the first time they've done this, but the way they did it here, with the small detail of including the first raid completion as part of the narrative, is neat and seemingly entangles the game world with our world in interesting ways that only the interactivity of games can explore. Acknowledging that the raid completion was a special and important moment, but was more of a community race for the elite players to fight to be the straw that broke the camel's back. The difference between me, a private, hearing that the SAS has completed a raid that I don't have the time, knowledge, or skill to complete, which, as I say, feels weirdly inclusive for a game often characterized by the slices of it that are time-gated, obscure, or missable. To fight alongside all these other players, as well as Keitel, Savathun, picking up an overshield from Saint 14, ending with the Traveler channeling its energy into one final beam of light that you and your comrades fire to destroy Megamind once and for all.
I don't understand.
That's it. We did it. We did it.
Shameless Marvel influence aside, this is a wonderful payoff, obviously put together with passion and care. The last cutscene shows your ghost dying, but Cade sacrifices himself to bring him back.
You're my favorite. Don't ever forget that.
Ending on a character moment and a corny ghost hug with a throwback to the first line from the original game.
Guardian. There you are.
It's sentimental and on the nose, but picks up with a quiet moment of the Vanguard sitting on the tower with celebratory lanterns. They might as well direct the audience and look into the camera with this line.
You're right. For now, our task is appreciating this moment.
And after that?
We'll face the future when it comes.
But the image we end on combined with the music does feel suitably triumphant. There's one last ink blotch cutscene where everyone does the DreamWorks smirk. They must be allowed to now that Megamind is dealt with. It's extremely corny but likable. And one of the few times they stop ruining moments with overly written dialogue, letting the images and music speak for themselves. The final shot returns to your Guardian or Fire team watching over the liberated Traveler. Light prevailing over darkness, Earth safe and sound. They tried to keep you intrigued with a line of dialogue about how a power vacuum has opened in the Witness's stead.
To put it simply, in the wake of the Witness, a power vacuum has been created in the universe. Who knows what will try to fill it?
But that ain't gonna make me buy the annual pass, sorry guys. So there we have it, the final shape. Lots of mixed feelings to unpack here. This probably brings up a lot of questions that are all relevant and fair, but also have different answers depending on who you are. So, is this the best campaign in Destiny? Yes, easily. It took them 8 years to make their first truly good, recommendable campaign in this franchise, and 10 years to make one with as much impact as their previous series. And even then, the impact is relative. Is this a good ending for players who have been looking for an exit point? Yes. The fan service, nostalgic musical odes, and character moments are clearly designed for the hardcore players who have been paying attention for years. For the first time, the story feels conclusive without the Marvel-esque hyper-focus on a string of promises yet to come, including the word final in the title also subconsciously reminds you, and it's not even subconscious to be honest, that this is the end of something. Was it worth the entry fee? For me, the 3 legendary campaign runs gave me hours of content, let alone the enjoyment of exploring the new location and mopping up side activities. I have no issues with the pricing of this expansion specifically, outside of my usual problems with the broader ways this game is monetized. How's the looting and shooting? Obviously the shooting is the reason this game has held its fanbase for as long as it has. It's responsive, reactive, modular, and open for build experimentation. The looting, however, has not been interesting in an extremely long time. Outside of specific exotic missions or high-level dungeons or raid rewards, I can't remember the last time I even cared about a loot drop in the world. Engrams aren't exciting, the reskinning and re-releasing of weapons from Destiny 1 is shameless and overly familiar, with everything clearly nudging you towards Eververse browsing for the true level of mobile game variety and interest. If activities offer direct rewards with the same sparkling variety as the store, perhaps the looting part of the game would feel more rewarding, and no measly sprinklings of bright dust on rotators you have no control over are not a substitute. Abandoning the idea of cosmetic chases so the store has content has slowly poisoned the feeling of this game, especially for old people like me who remember what it was like at the beginning. I said it when they first introduced Eververse that it would be a slippery slope, and now we have Ecto-1 ships, gingerbread ghosts, and Last of Us sparrows. It sucks. Is the final shape the best Destiny expansion? In previous videos I mentioned the idea of pillars that make up the total pie of what this game has to offer. The final shape is the best boost to single-player campaign content we've ever seen, but other expansions have boosted the overall package in more significant ways. A fan favorite like Forsaken may have had an utterly forgettable campaign, but it still introduced 2 new locations, 4 new strikes, 4 Crucible maps, the Gambit game mode, the Scorn enemy type, the bow weapon, and the first dungeon, compared to the campaign, 1 strike, and a raid of the final shape. 3 Crucible maps were added in the free Into the Light update shortly before the final shape was released, but Crucible is a great example of a feature that has largely been ignored. If you look at the Charlemagne activity tracker, which gives you a 3-hour snapshot percentage breakdown of what the player base is engaging with, there's an overwhelming trend towards story or campaign content staying as the most played activities, followed by a fluctuation of nightfalls, patrol, and dungeons. This makes a couple of things surprising to me. Unless I'm missing something, I had underestimated the amount of players just like me, more interested in the campaign content with a sprinkling of strikes and dungeons, while a vocal minority big up the importance of raids and the most difficult end game content as they're the most obsessed with the game. So we're stuck in a bit of a situation where neither extreme of the audience is fully satisfied. They can't make the content too broad or easy for the most hardcore players without creating another Destiny 2 vanilla situation, but they also can't make the game more approachable without spending some time trying to untangle the mess they've allowed to fester. I don't even know how you fix this problem without a full sequel. Did Lightfall destroy a good portion of goodwill and momentum? Yes. The combination of horrific onboarding coupled with the terrible press of Lightfall ultimately has led to a situation where the diminishing returns aren't enough to continue at this pace without radical change. The final shape disappointed in sales despite its critical success and "we're so back" reaction of the dwindling player base. The growing fundamental issues have been ignored for so long, and now they're paying the price at the end of the finishing line. Is this a good time to start playing Destiny?
No. For years now, this game has been an exercise in rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. I already mentioned how Destiny has been bleeding players the more obtuse it's grown. The game is completely impossible to recommend to someone who isn't willing to invest tens of hours getting over their ridiculous onboarding or lack thereof. It's difficult to keep up even for someone like me who has played every single expansion since vanilla Destiny 1. In my very first Destiny video 10 years ago now, I made the absurd claim that all this game needed was a good campaign to get people in, then experiment around the edges to see what elements of PvE repetition people cling to. This is the exact thing that when they finally got round to it, got their best reviewed and fan favorite expansion in 10 years. That when they make the content we want to see from them, they make people happy. It's not rocket science. It's base expectations for a company that had a fan base expecting them to make the product they are good at making. They fluster for a decade, eroding their core fan base until they finally deliver. But by the time they do deliver, you're 30 years old and don't really care anymore. And everyone you liked at the studio is gone. One of the most common critiques I've seen for my Destiny videos is that I just want something that the game isn't even trying to be, that I'm projecting the idea of what I want in an unfair way. But now we're at a point where they deliver an expansion that most players agree is the best campaign they have made in a decade, if not ever, and that's all I was really looking for. I said it verbatim in my original video from 10 years ago.
It would have been great if they had everything that was in the game now, but they also had 10 or so structured missions that could have all the things you usually expect from a game of this caliber.
The only part that has stayed consistent is the shooting. It feels good, it's squishy, reactive. The looting has varied in quality, the campaigns and stories have massively varied in quality. Strikes and Crucible randomly spike or fall in support. Content is ripped from the game. Yeah, I'm selfishly happy that they addressed my biggest issues with the structure of the campaigns, but it seems to have come at the expense of literally everything else. Come on, Gambit players, how are you feeling? Remember that mode? Of course you don't. By the time we get this campaign I dreamed of, a decade later, it's buried beneath a mess so deep it's practically invisible. It shouldn't be a hard sell to tell people that the company that made Halo released a shooter campaign that is great. The model that they have built around has buried them alive, and there is no one to blame but themselves, or more specifically Bungie management. Yeah, this campaign is great, but most of the important context is gatekept behind YouTubers who have archived and done the job of the developer, as there is literally no way to play through the Destiny experience in full as most of it is gone. I could sign up to Final Fantasy XIV right now and play it from beginning to end. In fact, they've built that into the business model of winning people over with 3 expansions worth of content for free. Like actually free, not Destiny's version of free. The sad irony of one of the best campaigns they've ever made being released at the worst possible time to actually start playing the game is not lost on me. Is the content reuse wrapped up as nostalgia not only hilariously predictable, but sad at this point? Yes. The final line of my Lightfall video was the following blunt comment. When the final shape winds up being yet another collection of reused assets being sold back to us as nostalgia, don't say I didn't warn you. Harsh, sure, but is it technically wrong? Outside of the odd detail like the Dread faction being added in a panic after disastrous pre-order numbers that prompted a delay, the idea that the final expansion should be a rejigged celebration of everything that came before would be novel if the majority of new content in this game hadn't been a continuous cycle of rearranging furniture in the same room. Yeah, it's a beautiful little chair and that's a funny duck, but I've seen this same fucking chair and this same fucking duck from every conceivable angle in every damn corner of this room, and it stopped being interesting years ago. The literal Greek meaning of nostalgia is the suffering evoked by the desire to return to one's place of origin, a homesickness so severe it could be considered disease. I blame The Force Awakens for popularizing this empty facade of storytelling. Sure, it makes you feel good at face value, but it's channeling something it hasn't earned. The way Bungie managed to do the impossible, create a new IP with a strong visual and musical identity to create something new that is in line but still different from Halo is such a feat. In fact, the fundamentals were so good that they've been able to coast for nearly a decade. It wasn't until 343 that Halo was demystified. Whereas with Destiny, we watched the shepherds lead their own flock to the wolves. The shepherd being the multi-millionaire with the fleet of cars worth more than your entire family's net worth. In the space of me making this video, the live service Sony game with ex-Halo and Bungie talent, Concord, was birthed and instantly died. Like you can't even buy it. Studios would kill for a chance or audience loyal enough to give a new property a go.
let alone have it connect. It is wild to have this level of talent and investment and resources and still fumble the bag this hard. The opportunity cost of this ridiculous internal mission of 5 different incubation projects, none of which were Destiny 3, is utterly absurd. The statement, written by the wildly unlikable Bungie CEO Pete Parsons, a corporate Microsoft tick picked up during the development of Halo 2, is demeaning and condescending to everyone who worked tirelessly beneath him. 17% of the company is gone, 12% being absorbed into existing Sony studios. This disaster is unfortunately at the hands of a small group of people who are now so independently wealthy that it won't even matter to them at all. The greedy short-term thinking of numbers boosted by an unavoidable pandemic, decisions made that are so obviously stupid that it's hard to wrap your head around how it got this bad. I hope they're happy that they've drained the studio of its personality and hope. Imagine the internal pressure for the upcoming marathon to deliver, with development hell seemingly plaguing that game too. This time though, they don't have the goodwill of Halo to piggyback off. Now they're known as that game that randomly removes content you paid for, the game that's impossible to get into, the game that requires you to play it as a job instead of an escape to have fun, the studio that fires swaths of employees due to bad management. Keep it simple, stupid. I think I said that in my first video as well. You had it all and you wound up with nothing. All duck or no dinner. So now what? The finality of this expansion leaves the franchise in a position weirdly similar to the same trap Marvel fell into post-Endgame. That trap being, how do we rebuild momentum post the biggest event in the franchise so far without people getting sick of the formula? Unlike Marvel that can ride off nostalgia and character recognition for as long as they want, Spider-Man Wolverine, X-Men, fuck. Destiny's in a precarious position where it has to do something new. The formula needs a violent shaking. They can't continue with their shrinking community. They must address the onboarding if the franchise is to continue. Obviously, with the numbers missing projections and the vicious downsizing of the studio, the game is on life support. I haven't touched the following episodes, but everything I read tells me they are somehow even lighter and more repetitive than the seasons before it. On the date of the 10th anniversary of the Destiny franchise, Bungie released an extensive article detailing what they plan to do with the game, with brutal excerpts such as, "We recognize that it's become too rigid. Expansions have started to feel too formulaic and are over too quickly with little replay value. Seasons and episodes keep getting bigger but can still feel like you're just going through the motions." With them saying that they're shifting to 2 medium-sized expansions instead of 1 big expansion a year. I feel like we've been here before. Each of these will depart from the one-shot campaign structure we've been using, essentially unchanged since Shadowkeep, and will be an opportunity to explore exciting new formats instead. We are actively prototyping non-linear campaigns, exploration experiences similar to the Dreaming City or Metroidvanias, and even more unusual formats like roguelikes or survival shooters. We want to return to the mystery and wonder what was woven into the fabric of early Destiny, when the story felt ripe with possibilities and an epic sense of exploration and discovery. Destiny is too complex with literally hundreds of activities. You practically need a PhD to decide what to play and how to get rewards you're looking for. What is next in our new saga? You'll see teasers of it in the 2 later episodes, and then fully kick off with codename Apollo. The next saga is based around a core theme, much like Light and Darkness did. It will introduce plenty of new characters, factions, twists, and more. Our first expansion, codename Apollo, is a non-linear character-driven adventure. The brutal honesty is a nice admittance, but the promises are going to be extremely hard to deliver. Does the start of a new saga mean another 10 years of, I don't know, we're just trying to figure things out, okay? Maybe it'll be good in 10 years. With this non-linear concept, perhaps seeing payoff in multiple years to come, I don't know why anyone would trust or believe them, knowing what we know now. But this is where we should have been arguably 5 years ago. How they managed to ignore the explosion of incredible roguelikes dominating the indie space and not realize the potential solution to a number of their repetitive problems is laughable. A good observation they did make is the call to return to mystery and wonder, the emotional response that helped give this franchise the goodwill to develop its initial fanbase. The moment I first saw the original Halo main menu, it was like being struck by lightning, instantly transported to an unknown world full of endless possibilities, the want to escape, to explore something unknown, simultaneously scary and intimidating, but equally awe-inspiring, baffling, and approachable. It captures your imagination in an instant. The music and presentation in vanilla Destiny inspired the same sense of wonder that blinded me when I first saw that main menu. A completely open canvas of mystery and intrigue. so far away, familiar yet unknown and weirdly frightening, spellbindingly beautiful, embracing you in a warm hug, placing a tear in your eye and demanding your absolute, undivided attention. That's the power of mystery. Destiny hasn't had mystery in a while. The last mystery it had were the Pyramid Ships and the Witness, both of which were pretty disappointing in the end. In fact, massively disappointing. But it's not like this experience isn't available elsewhere. The desire to create a hugely interconnected living world full of characters, stories, secrets, cooperation, competition, and unique gameplay expression was not unique. In fact, while Bungie was scrabbling on the other side of the world, creative minds wanted to achieve something similar. It's such an utter fucking meme to compare everything to FromSoft at this point, but hear me out. Except in that same time frame as the entire Destiny franchise, they took something great and slowly iterated and honed it in over a decade of multiple releases that are all still playable and wonderful to revisit to this day, culminating with a game so wildly successful and modest in its development that every employee not only dodged the widespread industry layoffs, but also received an 11% salary bump and greater starting salaries. Funny that, Macquarie's dictionary awarded enshittification as the word of 2024. And enshittification is exactly what has happened to Bungie. The gradual deterioration of a service or product brought about by a reduction in the quality of service provided, especially in an online platform, and as a consequence of profit seeking. This is how we are now in a situation where the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, the man who used to be the studio head of Guerrilla Games, who developed the Halo killer known as Killzone, is now in charge of Bungie. What the fuck? But hey, it's all water off a Cade Duck's back, baby.